Hi, welcome into the Sydney Standard Spectacular. Round one, I am Sam Loy and I am joined by the fabulous Dylan Brown. Dylan, how are you doing today?
I'm pretty good. I'm excited. We're about to kick off 8 rounds of Standard with a cut to top 64, as we're calling it a cut to cash, because
Cut to
we're paying
cash.
down that far.
Uh-huh.
And very excited to see what's in the room. Look, there's a lot of Steam vents around here, but we got some spicy ones this round at least.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. So we got an Azurius Otter combo deck.
Oh, be still my beating heart. I love
And-
this deck.
We've got a 4-color control deck. One that's a bit more common than the other ones, but
Oh,
so
for
we have
sure.
on our left William Wiseman with the Azurius Otters. The expert for which is sitting right next to me, so I'm pretty
Hi.
lucky. And on our right we have Jack Olderenshaw with the 4-color control. They've both kept 7 cards, and let's get into the action.
Looks like the names are on the opposite side, because Jack's on the Otter. Sorry, Jack's on control, but is on the left. So we'll try and keep this simple, but this is Azorius Otter's deck. It's very interesting. It basically all came about because of the card Furdock Core, which is a 3-mana artifact that's a shapeshifter, so it's every creature type at the same time. They wanted to have this tribal synergy enabled with some kind of mana rock for limited, and it turns out this card's just really good. It taps for mana, it's an Otter, so it untaps the Valley Floodcaller, and allows this deck to not go technically infinite a lot of the games it wins, but
Yep.
it does get to generate mana through Furdock Core or Restless Reef, Restless Anchorage, untapping multiple times to churn through its deck with a bunch of cantrips, with things like Consult the Star Charts, Sleight of Hand, Boomerang Basics, to assemble a large prowess amount for these Otter tokens.
Yeah, so we're not going infinite, but what we're doing instead is we're going real big.
Oh yeah, we can technically go infinite. I want to stress this. You can technically go infinite. It requires a lot of Otter tokens, and then it's the standard Boomerang Basics plus Valley Floodcaller loop, where you're going to be bouncing the Storm Chaser's talent, which will untap multiple Furdock Cores and Anchorages. You then recast the talent, which then untaps them again. And if you can generate 6 mana in these loops, you can go infinite with infinite Boomerang Basics and infinite Storm Chaser's talents.
Well, if anyone at home's a little confused by that, so am I. But let's hope it happens, because that's going to be a lot of fun as well. So we see a stock up on turn 3 after the Abrade on turn 2 from Jack. And that's going to keep everything nice and under control. At the same time, we have our Otters player also developing their hand, sleight of hand, not losing too much value from that removal spell either. So both players proceeding with their game plan in the way that they would like, and it looks like we might be seeing a Furdock Core this turn.
Exactly. And this Otters deck, the fact that Valley Floodcaller has Flash, I always found with multiple variations of these Otters decks that you were very favored into control, because if they ever blink, if they ever miss-sequence, if they ever take maybe a little bit of a riskier line, the fact that Floodcaller has Flash and Boomerang Basics can protect it, as well as Get Out, both play sets in Williams' list, then you can quickly kill out of nowhere. And so we see the Furdock Core, they're acting as a mana rock at the moment. It can, for 4 mana, turn into a 4/4 creature. Pretty impressive in these like grindier games you would expect. And also playing 4 manlands means you can try and play a fair game into control while always threatening this, I can kill you out of nowhere.
Yeah. So a lot of creature mana sources, effectively, when you put those cores next to the Restless Anchorages that we have. So just developing here a Hallowed Fountain for the shock. So presumably there's a reason we want 5 mana up at instant speed.
Yeah, exactly. So I can see in William's hand, he does have Valley Floodcaller, which is one of my favorite cards of all time. 3 mana, 2/2 Otter with Flash. And this also gives every non-creature spell you control Flash. So it looks like William is going to deploy the Floodcaller now while the shields are completely down. And then depending on the rest of William's hand, we do have access to potentially Get Out, Boomerang Basics to keep it alive. But we also have, it looks like a Storm Chaser's talent. So we could flash in Floodcaller end of turn.
Yep.
We could tap the core for blue, flash in Storm Chaser's talent. Now, because this is a spell, it'll untap all Otters, and Furdock Core's an Otter. It'll untap the Furdock Core, and still have option for Get Out to either pick up both talents, making 2 more Otters at instant speed, or to protect the Valley Floodcaller by picking it up as well.
Okay, so we are very few turns into this game, and we've already got an incredibly dangerous position being threatened by William. Some sequencing there at the end of turn, so consult the star charts on Williams' end step from Jack. Now, Williams, I think, quite sensibly allowed that to resolve, so those choices are made without that information face up.
Exactly.
So that's some of the tapping, untapping we saw at the mana there, but William going for what I think is quite a good information line.
I do agree as well. And Floodcaller is a very scary card, and this is now going to immediately respond with, you need to get this off the board now. William doesn't really need to do anything from this point, right? William can sit back with this Floodcaller and say, okay, if you play a spell, I will protect my Otter. If you don't, I will just untap. And I'm more than happy to untap and just chunk in for 2, 3, depending on how many prowess triggers we can give this thing.
Yep.
And go from there. Now, Jack's gone for the Tablet of Discovery on turn 4. Very common play pattern we see out of these 4-color control decks. Sorry, on turn 5. Where you want to try and hit another land off it, just for the value. Or sometimes you don't hit the land, you've got one in hand, but you want to hit maybe a spell you can cast. So it looks like we're going to see Inevitable Defeat here cast with the mode choosing to kill the Floodcaller. Now, William has the option here to get out at instant speed and choosing to pick up both the Floodcaller and the Talon, which will also untap the Furdock Core. So, oh, William has... Oh, no, there we go. Okay.
Yep, yeah, so there's some sequencing decision-making there as well. Both decks quite complicated. I'm pretty big fan of Jack going for the tablet on that turn. So one of the things that William was threatening there was to be in position control, as Dylan was describing. But William can't really deal with the fact that Jack is quickly developing their mana. And that is what these 4-color control decks do. We're going to see a bunch of them throughout the day, but one of the things that has made that deck so much of a player in this metagame is Tablet of Discovery, essentially an explosive vegetation that replaces itself for 3 mana in this deck. Crazy stuff. So, again, whilst William is threatening a lot of stuff, doing some, psychic damage along the way, I think that having the chance to develop your own game plan is the only way out of this.
And this is, we've got another reader on this one. This is Six Command. So Six Command, it is a 3-mana blue instant. It has the option to copy a merfolk you control. Funnily enough, Furdock Core, Shapeshifter, it's every creature type. So we're going to have a second copy now of Furdock Core in play. And we're also going to be able to draw a card with it as one of the other modes. I believe one of the modes is Lifelink, which highly irrelevant in this deck in a lot of matchups because you're able to just have an insurmountable board presence or lose the game. That's kind of the 2 options you get here. But yeah, so we've gone for the classic, boomerang basics talent play that we've seen countless times yesterday in the AID Invitational, countless times in the last 6 months of Standard at least.
Yep.
And yeah, so once again, we have a dominant board position. Jack knows about the Valley Floodcaller. And on this board, Valley Floodcaller plus 1 spell is already 9 damage. And then looks like Will's hand, unfortunately, we have a Seam Rip, which is a 4 of in the main deck, but it's also a dead card in this matchup. Okay, we've got an ill-timed explosion here. Perfect. You needed a way to get rid of all these otters, and this is also just a cantrip for the control deck. I actually really love this as the choice of sweeper that William's gone, so that Jack's gone for here.
Yep. Yeah, I think something that gives you some ways of getting through your library. One of the weaknesses of these control decks is that sure, you've got this incredible ramp and you've got these amazing payoff spells and Jeskai Revelation in particular, but getting to all those things in the same hand throughout the game is really what you need to do. So something that draws cards and resets the board, a pretty powerful option there from Jack.
The fact that you don't have to discard as well. In the matchups where it's a dead card, for example, like the Mirror, you can just go, I'm just 4 mana, draw 2 cards. It's not great on a rate.
It's sometimes it's the worst divination of all time, but also the best Day of Judgment of all time in those matchups. So, yeah, you can actually replace itself. So we have the Valley Floodcaller hitting the field.
And here comes a Restless Anchorage. And this is the moment to interact when we've gone for the animating of the Restless Anchorage. And so we're going for a flashback here to try and hit the Anchorage. Oh, interesting.
Okay, so we've let it resolve.
Oh, no. Okay, here we go. This is going to see some fireworks. The fact that Jack had to tap out for this, and also, no fault of Jack's, this is a very unique deck.
Yeah,
it's not very popular.
It does require some hyper awareness of the sequencing here of how all the triggers fit the stack. One of the things that we love about Arena, but we don't love about playing in paper, is that those things don't get physically represented. But essentially, the Restless Anchorage is a creature at this point, which means that any non-creature spell, aka this Seam Rip, which pretty useless in this matchup, is an untap and prowess triggers.
Exactly, and the Abrade now Anchorage being a 2/3 on its face value. Abrade is not going to deal 4 damage because of the prowess trigger.
Yep.
Floodcaller pumping. Do you know what all the 4 creature types are? I'm going to give you a quick quiz.
Oh, I bet they're birds.
Bird, otter, frog, and lizard. And I have gone through Gatherer to find any playable birds, frogs, or lizards to go along with my otter babies. There's not many. Restless Anchorage being a land is a massive boon for this deck because for the Furdock Core otter combo to work, you need as many copies of these. They're not actually creatures, they are land sources to be able to functionally go off here. So from what I'm seeing, I believe this is infinite. We have 3 Furdock Cores plus the Restless Anchorage, so we can generate 4 mana each iteration. We know that there is a Boomerang Basics in the graveyard, and there is multiple Storm Chasers talents in play. So with this interaction, we can spend 4 mana, pick up the Boomerang Basics, cast it, untap all of the lands, pick up the Storm Chasers talent,
Yep.
cast those, untap them all again. So we're generating 8 mana on each of these iterations.
Yep.
And it only costs us 6 mana to do.
Fantastic.
So the one creature we can attack with this turn is the Restless Anchorage.
Yes.
And it is going to attack for infinite damage here.
Yeah, so we've got an infinite sort of proposition here. So William needs to explore this properly with his opponent, make sure he draws the right amount of cards, do all those things to make sure that this round is executed perfectly.
Yes, exactly. And one thing we haven't even talked about is a card that's in play right now, Roiling Dragonstorm. So Roiling Dragonstorm, 2 mana enchantment, draw 2 cards when it comes into play, and then discard 1. Whenever you play a dragon, you can pick it back up.
Yep.
Now, these Furtok Cores, they're dragons as well. They're
They are.
otters, they're birds, they're dragons, they're whatever you need to be in the moment. They're merfolk. So you can have weird games where you'll go like Roiling Dragonstorm, and then you'll play a Furtok Core on turn 3, you'll pick up the Dragonstorm, and it's another way to recycle it.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. So we have the pseudo-infinite, well,
It is infinite, yeah.
somewhat. The only part of it that's not infinite is that you're limited by the size of your library.
True.
But I'll be honest, there's probably another 40 cards in there at this stage, and I don't think we're beating a 40-40. So, yeah, this is gonna do quite enough. Rolling Dragonstorm, a card I'm a big fan of. Registered that one for the Pro Tour.
Oh, yeah, I
earlier this
know.
year. He's got nice versions of that as well. That is a lovely printing. I think that Furtok Core is one of those cards that was absolute sleeper on print, and within, I don't know, maybe 2 months, all our degenerate otters and demons and
My bad.
bird players, they found it. So one of the things as well in this interaction is because you're infinite on mana, let's say that all these creatures had summoning sickness, the existing Furtok Core could represent lethal as well.
Yeah, so once we make infinite mana, these Furtok Cores, they are getting +1/+1. They don't have the ability to attack because they're not creatures, but they are getting those buffs.
Yes.
So when we are making infinite mana as we are now, eventually you can pay 4 mana to animate them until end of turn.
Yeah.
So we are attacking with 4 creatures that are going to have infinite power and toughness, and we're also going to, well, not infinite, functionally, let's say 60. I think that's a reasonable number to say.
Functional 60.
Yeah,
Yes.
and we're also going to be making that many otter tokens each iteration off these Storm Chaser talent loops.
Now, I have an important question for you, Dylan.
Yeah.
In these situations where you're examining this loop and you're showing it to your opponent because it isn't infinite, so you can't examine it as a loop in the Magic rules, right? Like you can say, I can do these things, and your opponent has to do what Jack is doing and pick them all up.
Yeah.
But it isn't infinite.
No.
So how do you navigate that as a player in those situations?
So I've played a lot of these otter combo shells, and most of the ones I've played, once This Town Ain't Big Enough got banned and we had to swap to the Boomerang Basics loop, again, you are not infinite, but at some point you just say to the opponent, like, look, I'm just going to do this a lot. I think saying a lot is enough of a number to be like, I know, especially in this situation, Jack's tapped out. We
Yes.
know that there's no 0 mana interaction in this format. You can just be like, I'm going to do this a number of times until my creatures are lethal,
Yep.
and then I'm going to attack you.
Yep.
You go through the motions because clearly, look, Jack has not seen this deck based on his body language and his interactions with reading Sig's command and Furtok Core.
I feel like there are very few people who have seen this deck.
So I think it's nice as the combo player to go through the motions and show like, hey, look, this is what my deck is capable of. This is how I'm executing the combo. From this point, you can see that the mana number go up, the
Yep.
cards in hand go up,
Yes.
power go up.
Yes.
You should understand this is bad for you. I'm going to let you figure that out on your own.
Yeah.
And then once you start packing up, we can go to the next game.
Yeah.
But also, when you register these combo decks, the more known they are, the less fun you have. Because
Well,
people
you-
pack up too soon.
Okay, you're saying that like it's a universal thing, but it's very much a Dylan Brown thing as well, let's be clear. I think Jack did a great job there as well of seeing more cards in the deck. So he's got the open deck list, but seeing how they function in their interactions is really important.
Yeah.
So we ended this game in a good amount of time, but we became familiar with some of the interactions in a deck that's relatively unknown in the field. So my advice to anyone out there who would be in Jack's seat rather than Williams is do exactly that.
See
Don't
what the
waste,
cards
don't
are.
waste the round time, but have a look at how things interact and make your opponent explain it to you so you know what to do in sideboarding.
Yeah, and we do know this is an open decklist event.
Mm-hmm.
So Jack did read all these cards by name.
Yes.
No one knows what Sig's command does.
Well, the interaction between that and Furtok Core, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
you know, unless you played a hell of a lot of Law and Eclipse Limited, it's not going to come up that many times. And yeah, I think well played by both players. And we're on to game 2. So William is up the first game. We're finished sideboarding. from Jack's side, we saw some sweepers come in, things like Fire Magic, and then
I think we want these copies of Strategic Betrayal to come in as well to an extent. I love Flashback to give us extra copies of some form of interaction. Petrified Hamlet, a very weird one, because it actually will let you shut off the Restless Anchorage's animate ability, which shuts off one of your 2 combo avenues. So big fan of that. On William's side, we're just bringing in some counter magic. I really love the fact that we brought in a couple of spell pierces here. Voice of Victory lets you be able to play it and then go, okay, cool. Shields are down. You cannot stop this from doing its thing.
Yes.
I'm going to run you down. And a lot of these 4-color control decks don't have many counter spells for creatures. So
they don't have much permission, but they have a lot of removal.
Yes.
And Voice of Victory is really good against that.
Jack going against the fold here, though, 3 copies of No More Lies in the main. So that's actually really incredible that seeing the foresight of maybe I do want to have some kind of permission in this deck. So you actually do have an out to Voice of Victory, which William might not be prepared for because a lot of these 4-color control decks are on 1 or 0 actual counterspells in the main nowadays.
Yeah, we have a deck tech coming up today from one Leonard Barker, and that one has no counters.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Leonard because he messaged me after my Adelaide performance on the 4-color control deck. And was just like, what did you think about this? What did you think about this? Do you have any, ideas you want to put forward when I'm preparing for this event? And I said, counterspells suck in this deck, in my opinion. And I said, Return the Favor is the nuts. Play as many of those as you can. And so Leonard is playing 1 in the board. I had words with him about it yesterday. Should be in the main. He's a coward. But
well, okay. So we'll look forward to that one. We're looking at our keeps here. A Soul Guide Lantern from Jack's side. That's an interesting one, but I'm assuming this is to deal with the Storm Chasers talent loop?
Yeah, this would just be for the talent loop. The awkward moment with this is, as we said earlier, you don't actually need it to infinite. Like, you don't need to infinite with this deck, right?
Yeah.
You do have avenues where you can just cast maybe 4 or 5 spells, and that's enough. It still does help with, it'll mean William is never able to go for the 4 mana activate my talent, because you don't want to waste the 4 mana at this point, right? You have onboard Trick, we're not going to walk into it. But it does shut off that avenue.
We see that very quickly cycled. I actually don't dislike that at all.
No, I agree, but if you're in William's position, that feels like a sign of weakness.
It is a sign of weakness in a lot of heads-up scenarios, but I think sometimes it is just the correct play, so I do not hate this at all. A Roiling Dragonstorm, though, with the mana down.
Exactly. And so we discarded excess land here. Again, if I'm Jack, I feel like that is a sign of weakness as well. It's like you have too many lands that you're willing to get rid of some when lands are such a key part of this deck. You do need... Not a massive chunk of mana, but in these longer games against control, you want to be able to keep up with them on mana, especially with Tablet of Discovery really pulling games away from you in some aspects.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is an interesting one because you played the 4-color control deck and the Otters deck. You came 9th at the last RC with the 4-color control. Sorry, not 9th, 11th.
11th, even more brutal. Yeah,
even more brutal. Just missed the invitation, but played extremely well, I must say. On the other side, we have, your favorite deck, basically, that you've played in a long time.
You have no idea how many hours I sunk into making Fur.curl Curl work. And I will say...
You're making fetch happen?
There is a lot of Izzet prowess in the room, and I found that as a matchup that I couldn't figure out a way to beat. I hope Williams got a plan for it, but that was the main reason I stopped playing this deck.
Yeah, sure. Okay, well, we'll see how William goes with that. I think that the Flash means a lot against these 4-color decks.
Yeah.
And there's also a lot of that in the room. So... we'll have a look at the meta a bit later on, but Izzet, I think, is going to be the most popular in the room.
I agree.
4-color control is probably second most popular, though. So if you get your breakers exactly right...
you're in the right spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is a day 2 cut tournament, so you can actually have a schedule loss to Izzet in here and still make the second day. Totally fine.
Yeah, exactly. Now, William has 2 copies of Valley Floodcrawler in hand. It might even be 3. No, okay, 2 copies and a sleight of hand. So one of my favorite things about Valley Floodcaller having Flash is that you can use these sorcery speed cantrips at any time. We do have a spell piece in hand as well, so we can even go Floodcaller here while the shields are down. Again, we know it's open deck lists. So we saw that the No More Lies was there. I kind of want to play around that, get the Valley Floodcaller in when it's in a good spot. That Dragonstorm should be exiled. We hopefully can get that fixed up for you.
Yeah, we'll fix it up in just a second. I think, so from Jack's side, getting the drain off the inevitable defeat there, and as we see him aggressively look for cards in the first couple of turns with the stock up and the Soul Guide Lantern, the other thing that we are also seeing from his side of the field is the lands have come.
Ooh, okay. So Jack's gone for the Tablet of Discovery here on turn 5.
Turn 5, already having made the land drop.
We're going to Spell Pierce it, so now we only have access to red mana. And the fact that the Valley Floodcaller wasn't killed here is a big sign of weakness.
Yeah, if
We
you're a
saw how
William seed,
devastating this card
I'm
was.
certain shields are down.
Yeah.
I am certain. So Jack is hoping that he doesn't just have it. With a creature without summoning sickness on the board, though, this is a very risky proposition.
Yeah, unfortunately, unlike the old Otters list, the Valley Floodcaller can never make mana in this deck.
Yes.
So that one being the one without summoning sickness is a bit of a detriment. We
Well,
do need to find Furdok Core or Restless Anchorage as a way
Yeah.
to actually chain spells together. But this
Yeah.
thing still can hit like a truck. This is already 3 power here. We can even do the cheeky line that I love to do where you go to combat, you swing in, and then before damage, maybe we play Sleight of Hand, you know?
Yeah.
We untap it, we get a little bit of extra damage in.
Yeah.
William choosing to hold up the mana here, though. It looks like we have a copy of Consult the Star Charts as well, so maybe we want to cast that to dig a little deeper as well.
Yeah, I think as soon as William didn't start off that turn with a Furdok core, Jack was pretty happy.
Yeah, shields are down, thank God.
His Flood core is going to be very difficult to deal with, though, as Dylan has explored, the interactions and the counterplay to a removal spell here is pretty deep. So,
Yeah.
Do you want to use your mana here? Is this
No.
this is a blink sort of? Are we blinking? Are we blinking? Does this count as blinking here?
I think so. I mean, Jack has to worry about Spell Pierce, but in open deck list, we know there's only 2, and you've already used 1.
Yeah.
The fact that we see 7 mana on the other side of the field, that's such a big number, and it means these Revelations are online. And Jack's hand is stacked.
Yeah.
We see 3 copies of Jeskai Revelation in there.
That's a card that goes pretty hard in multiples.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have resolved multiple copies of those, like multiple turns in a row, and
Yeah.
forgotten to do part of the card, and it still didn't matter. I forgot to make monks, and it was like, oh, you should have taken an extra 10 damage this turn. It's like, it's fine. Don't worry
It was
about
lethal
it.
anyway. I'm also on 30 life now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
that-
card does so many things. We're
It
gonna
has
see a lot of it.
text. So it looks like that instead of worrying about the stack interaction that can come out of the Flood Caller, Jack's waiting for William to commit to stuff. And
Yeah.
then I'm expecting at the end of this turn to have a bounce on. Oh, no, I'm incorrect here.
Oh,
So
this is brutal.
are
One
we in
thing-
combat?
No, this is end of turn. We're going for a Boomerang Basics, which gets Flash thanks to Valley Flood Caller. So while we're trying to Inevitable Defeat, which is an uncounterable removal spell, which think it might be fine, he's saying it's sorcery. He's saying Valley Flood Caller makes nothing a sorcery in my deck. This is one of those other things that I loved about the Otter deck, was you get to feel so tricky about your interactions. You get
It
to be
is
all
quite
sneaky. And then still flashing it in end of turn being like, oh, No More Lies comes down.
That is something. So 2 mana up, not enough. Is there a counterspell in the hand? There is
not.
We're going to go to Resolution of the No More Lies, and the Otter is exiled. Now, we know that William has another one, but now he's going to have to deal with Jack's 7 at the moment, maybe 8 mana this turn.
Yeah. And these Revelations...
They're really stinking up that hand in a certain way, but I'll tell you what, they're going to stop doing that immediately.
The second the first one resolves, this is going to
Yeah.
be a nightmare situation.
Okay, so we're waiting. I think this is in upkeep. And we're looking at bouncing one of the lands and targeting face. It's going to be the Hallowed Fountain, and we're going for the face as well. One of the great things about Jeskai Revelation, it targets 2 things, and one of them being any permanent means this card is incredibly hard to take off its targets,
Yeah.
which means that regardless of whether you even get the 4 damage through, you're getting the 4 life. You're getting the 2
cards,
cards.
you're
You're
getting
getting
the
the 2 monks. So
You're getting your opponent's lunch money.
Yeah.
Getting whatever you want.
Yeah. Comes with a free set of steak knives. The Jeskai Revelation is it.
Yeah. Oh, Jeskai Revelation is that bitch. She does
Absolutely.
everything.
So,
Now, this is in
yeah.
upkeep. So William can float the mana here, and if he wants, while Jack is tapped out, we can... Oh my god, these are the tokens you brought? Jack, you need to be better prepared than this.
I love these tokens. This is so Sam-coded.
Oh my lord.
There's 2 types of Magic players, and I will say I am on the Jack side of this.
I know you are. It's the worst. All right, we drew Furdok Core, baby, and we have Restless Anchorage was the draw off the Boomerang Basics too. So
Interesting. So,
our
okay,
mana now, we have the mana engine. We know we have another Flood Caller in hand.
but we don't have the 1 mana interaction to get it going this turn.
Exactly. We do have Consult the Star Charts.
Yes.
But Restless Anchorage, again, is going to come into play tapped. So I feel like this turn from William, the best thing I would do is try and get both of those into play. And then maybe take a turn off, wait a little bit, see if you can have an option where you can sneak the Flood Caller in.
Yeah.
And then you can go for multiple cantrips in a row to go from there. The Furdok Core is also going to pick up both copies of Rolling Dragonstorm too.
Yep. So we're seeing William's hand here as well. Thank you for playing with the hand open a little bit, William, for our God's eye view from the top of the table. We know there's no cantrips right now. So in this position, if you're the oddest player, Dylan, is that what you're hoping for? Is that what you want to find off this consult?
I think my ultimate goal here, because you have the Consult the Star Charts and you have both of the Dragon Storms. So while these are not 1-mana cantrips, which would allow you to do the thing now, you can still go for the option of next turn animate the Anchorage, and then you have 2 mana sources that untap from the Flood Caller. So you have 2... All your cantrips basically are free if they cost 2 or less.
Yeah, okay, so it still is the same line that we do the setup turn, we return all our cantrips to hand in the 2
and now we have a
Roiling
7-card
Dragon
hand.
Storms.
In fact,
Crazy.
oh, look at this. 6 commanders coming back out. So we have now
There we
another
go.
Third Dot Call while the opponent's tapped out.
I think importantly here, this also means that we don't really need to commit as much mana on the following turn to actually have the optionality.
Okay, we actually chose the mode tap target creature and put a stun counter on it on one of these monks. Valuing the fact that I'm on 11, I know that these Revelation decks, they kind of turn into a burn deck at this point in the game.
Yeah,
and
they
they can
certainly
smell
do.
blood in the water. So
Well, this control deck, for those who haven't played with it or against it too much, it turns the corner like nothing else. It is not the sort of thing that goes like, okay, I've established control at turn 11, allow me to find my flash 6/6.
Yeah.
It's the, what is turn 11 control deck? I've never been to turn 11 control deck.
yeah, these monks especially, basically adding 1 to 2 power for every burn spell the deck plays. And you get copies of Lightning Helix, which, while it's a good removal spell against Prowess, gives you that life buffer, also goes straight to the dome.
Yeah, effectively in this situation, we're looking at it representing 4 damage. So if this monk that is untapped represents William's life total being down to 10, okay, can we do Lightning Helix and then find another way to find 6 more damage? We know we have double Jeskai Revelation in hand, and one of the things that has happened across this game, Jack did miss a couple of land drops here.
Yeah.
If he'd hit one more land drop, this is lethal.
Yeah, we could have gone Rev to the dome, Helix to the dome, swing in the boys.
Swing in with the boys, but looks
And
like
William
this
making
game's
the
gonna
correct play
continue.
of going, you know what? I actually think a second monk is lethal here, so I'm going to go for the option of put a stun counter on it.
100%. Yeah, a lot of people will tap, out and just be like, okay, that's enough, sort of to get me some room here. But William, knowing the matchup, knowing his opponent's going to leave things like the helixes in after sideboarding, played quite defensively on that turn. I think really well played by him.
Interesting, we're going for Consult the Star Charts here for 6 cards, leaving up 6 mana. So we're really trying to hit a land here so we can have the option to be able to
Looks
hold
like we're
up the
taking
Rev.
an inevitable defeat, I
Okay,
think.
so we're valuing the removal spell that's uncounterable. We're going to hit one of the cores. Okay, so this is 3 damage
Okay.
to William.
Yep.
And then we also have
Helix,
the 1 damage
maybe?
from the Prowess, 1 damage from the Prowess from the Consult the Star Charts. Okay.
Oh, and a braid on the other Furdok core. So
Brutal.
valuing getting those mana, recycling cards off the board. Now that
Yep.
they're gone as well, there isn't the 4 mana plus another land in play to do the Restless Anchorage plus Otterline,
Correct.
unless we hit a land drop. Now, we know that he has, but Jack does not know that yet.
Yeah, so this is going to be quite tricky. We do have a sleight of hand in hand.
Yes.
Trying to do the math on coverage. Never do this, everyone else. Looks like we'd need to be able to animate the Restless Anchorage. We can use that to then tap for the Flood Caller, cast the Sleight of Hand, but then we are only untapping 1 mana source, which is the Anchorage. So there's no way to go for it now. William's on 4, so he's probably going to, again, try and do another setup turn with these Dragon Storms.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we know Jack's hand is Lightning Helix double Revelation. So I think he's just going to keep blasting and see what happens.
Anyway, so I started blasting.
Yeah, bang, bang.
Yeah.
To the
So,
dome.
I mean, William looking like going to be pushed to a game 3 here. I think really well played by Jack in this game.
Yeah,
I think
agree.
that this comes down to those first couple of turns where we see some lines that, hey, maybe they look like they show weakness, but he knew he needed to hit his mana.
Yeah.
And, cycling that Soul Guide Lantern, tapping out for that stock up on the play, being an option here against Valley Floodcaller, really, really strong. He's not going to have that option next game, though, so he's going to have to be really looking at keeping a lot more mana than he did this game.
Yeah. Now, very difficult decision on this Consult the Star Charts. There's another Furdok core in there. There's the Voice of Victory that we boarded in. It looks like we have a copy of Get Out, which, while it's a protection spell, we're not at that point anymore, right? This is one of those things that if you're going to try and win the game next turn, you're probably not going to be able to do it with too much leeway.
Yeah.
A lot of these interactions you see, it's typical of combo in any card game, especially in Magic, where there gets to a point where you go, okay, I normally could play safe. There's no more safety anymore. We just have to do it.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that last turn from Jack there with the double removal was absolutely brutal. I think that in this case, okay, we have the Furdock core down. I think that is a must. We're
Yep.
passing the turn. We are basically looking for Jack to only have one spell to play this turn.
I mean, even then,
I mean,
like, yeah,
yeah,
you're
we've still
dead
got the
to
Great
any piece
Hall
of
of the
cardboard.
Biblioplex, so, you know, you can animate Great Hall and have one spell. That's still lethal. I mean,
Animating Great Hall is just lethal. That
well,
thing's
I
a
mean,
2/4.
even through a blocker, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, all right, that's lethal damage.
Yeah.
So now we're probably going to look at, you know, playing around a couple of things here, like a blocker or whatever. You can just go to combat and then rev you in the face, though.
Yeah, I think I'm just shoving here and being like,
Yeah.
I don't know what you could have here. I looked at your deck list. I don't think you have anything. I have 2 copies of Revelation and the mana to cast it. So you have to deal with what's happening right now first. And then here, bang.
And there we go. 4 to the dome. It is
Reading this
interesting,
card
though.
again.
Yeah. Well, this is one of the things that you pick up by playing these unknown decks into these
Yeah.
formats. That while Jack, look, he's quite clearly good at this deck. He's played it a lot, but you still have that element of uncertainty. You can't look at the deck list right now. You think you know what you're playing around, but are you sure?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you sure?
You get a lot of mileage by playing these really not known decks. And even if you were playing, you know, you're an arena player, right? You grind lots of hours on arena. Some decks aren't arena decks. And what I mean by that is there's so many clicks involved with a combo that's not functionally infinite. You need to go through so many iterations of boomerang basics my Storm Chasers, play my Storm Chasers, activate my Storm Chasers, boomerang basics my Storm Chasers, that eventually you rope out and you just will lose a lot of games. So decks like Otters, we see it with other combo decks that are this click intensive as well.
Yep.
They look way worse online because of
Yeah.
that time constraint. Whereas in paper, you're allowed to do these manual shortcuts of, hey, I'm going to do this 6 times.
Yeah. I mean, it hits you double in an online client, right? So first of all, it's annoying. And how many rounds do you really want to play doing that?
Yeah.
The other side of it, though, is it really reduces your decision-making time. And that means that when you do play against it and someone who is making the effort, it's normally when they've just picked up the deck and they don't have the lines down, and that decision-making time actually hurts them double.
It's miserable for everyone involved, I will
It
say.
is bad, either side of that. I do feel sorry for everyone involved. I've tried to do it. I remember when you first introduced me to Sultai Otters, which was start of last year, I think about May last year.
Yeah.
You gave me the deck list. You're like, oh, you should play it. It's great. And we had played at the RC. I knew it was great. And then I tried to play it online, and I was like, what did you just do to me, Dylan?
I think you messaged me and you said, this is too much of a U deck.
I believe yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, that was mostly my brain melting down, but also, you know, the physical interaction on Arena basically gave me RSI.
Oh, it's miserable.
Yeah.
How many clicks per minute can you do? That was that deck.
It is APM magic, yeah. Yeah.
Now, while we got a little bit of time while the players are shuffling up, getting ready for game 3, I want to talk about Furdock Core a little bit more. We haven't glazed this card enough.
It's a common, by the way. Get your playsets today.
Yeah, I think it's uncommon, actually. No, it is
know, it's
common.
common.
Oh, my God. Broken.
I played that Pro Tour. I know it's a common.
So the whole Otter combo, right, that
Yeah.
this Furdock Core is enabled by,
Yes.
almost all of it is mono blue. You don't have to play another color. The reason you're in white is purely for Restless Anchorage,
Sure.
which technically can animate by itself because it taps for white. So I
you
had
go.
some lists where I was playing. I have tried Azorius Otters, which
Okay.
is very similar to what William's playing here.
Yeah.
I have tried Izzet Otters, where I was still playing the Anchorage, but I was playing all of the 1-mana red cantrips that give a creature haste or trample and draw a card. So you could give these creatures haste without the need to have
Were
a
you not
setup
playing
turn.
like a Restless Spire or?
No, because it's not a bird. You needed it
Oh,
to
it
be
needs
a
to be
bird.
a bird. Okay.
I played black-blue Otters.
Yes.
Splashing for the Anchorage again.
Yes.
Because there's a tutor that matters if you control a demon or searches for a demon card, Demonic Council. And Furdock Core, which was one of your combo pieces,
Is a demon.
Is a demon.
That's crazy.
You're also able to turn on the Delirium aspect
Which
of it.
makes just a DT.
So it was just
yeah.
a DT in your
Yeah,
combo
yeah.
deck.
Yeah.
And in that list, another thing that cares about demons is Unholy Annex.
Yep.
So you could ramp into Unholy Annex with Furdock Core, draw a few extra cards, and still drain your opponent with a demon that they can't get off the board as easily as if it was a creature.
Now, speaking of that interaction with Furdock Core, this is not the only Furdock Cores registered in this tournament.
You are kidding me.
We have some unholy annexes. So
Okay,
Well-
okay. So other people on board with the Furdock Core?
yeah. I think this is a pretty ideal start from William, by the way. We led on the Restless Anchorage, the land you want to play turn 1, no matter what,
Yep.
if you have the option. And then Roiling Dragonstorm.
Discarding a 1-mana cantrip as well. Holy, how
What
good
is
is this
in this hand? I think we're looking for mana sources by the look of that. I think there's a Hallowed Fountain in there, but I couldn't see a extra land.
Yeah, so I see a Furdok Core, a Consult the Star Charts, Boomerang Basic Storm Chaser's Talent. That's a 6 command picked up, and a Get Out as well.
Okay, so we're
Ooh-wee.
leading on the Storm Chaser's Talent. We're leaving the Furdok Core in hand here.
Squeak, squeak, here it comes.
Squeak, squeak.
My baby.
I guess I'll just do Squeak. Have you met an otter in real life?
So many times.
Okay, I know you like Japan and they have the otter cafes.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that is that what we're talking about
Yes.
here?
In fact, I met my wife because my my profile picture on Tinder had an otter on my shoulders, and she was just like, "I just need to know this otter's name." And then sparks flew. Hello,
Oh, well.
honey, if you're watching.
Yeah, Dylan's wife has Riz, so
Yeah, she knows what she's about.
otter-related Riz.
And so, yeah, we obviously go to otter cafes all the time. Weirdest sounding animals. Anyone at home watching this, when this round's finished, just Google what an otter sounds like and see if you can find a video. It is the highest pitched squeak you've ever heard.
Fantastic stuff. I'll have to try and get to one of those eventually.
They're really worth it, honestly.
Yeah.
All right, so we see William, not only one otter wasn't enough, we've then gone for the classic Boomba play, pick up my talent,
Okay.
replay my talent.
Double Thunder Magic at end step here to.
No,
re-
this is, I think there was a Consult the Star Charts in end step.
Oh.
So this
okay.
is double Thunder Magic to not let things get out of hand, followed up by third land drop.
Bloom Lake Verge there, so blue and black.
We are turned on, but let's
And
see.
we're also playing Magic.
All right, so there's the Furdok Core. We're going to pick up the Dragonstorm because it's a dragon.
Okay, did we find the land drop? We didn't. So that's actually quite restricting here.
We need to tap mana for that. Yeah, there we go.
So we're targeting. We're doing the Boomerang Basic thing. We're still missing the land.
Missing
so
another land.
we're still managed to get up to 4 mana sources on turn 4. We really wanted to be on 5 though.
Yeah,
At
exactly.
5 or 6 mana is where this deck seems to really hit most of its combo lines, right?
Correct. Now, Jack does have the awkward moment of, you saw your opponent miss third land drop. You have an Abrade in hand. Do we go for the Abrade here, getting the Furdok Core off the table? Or do we want to maybe hold up the option to go flashback on this Consult the Star Charts to look for my own lands, my own win cons?
In my opinion, and look, you're the expert on both of these decks. In my opinion, that Abrade's getting snapped off right now.
Yeah, that thing's gotta go.
I can't believe we still don't have it on the stack, to be honest.
This is one of those things in coverage where you have to be like, oh, what's the player going to do? This is an interesting thought, when really it's like, this has to go. Like,
I can't. I mean, look, I'm an aggro player. I can't believe the constraint. Like, this is just so reasonable to think through this decision, honestly. But for me, it's already happened. I'm sorry. Even if it was wrong, I'd done it.
to be fair, I have shown you this Azorius Otters list multiple times, or
Yeah.
like variations of these Furdok Cores.
Yeah.
So you understand how powerful this card is. Jack has played, what, 15 turns so far against this deck?
That's
You
true.
don't realize how broken Furdok Core is
Yeah.
as this ridiculous Lorwyn common you've never seen.
Yeah.
And the fact that this is, in this deck alone, it matters that it is an Otter, it matters that it is a Merfolk, and it matters that it is also a Dragon.
Yeah. Well, okay, so I think it could be a quite disciplined line by Jack. Despite my aggressive love of Abrade, it is one of my favorite cards. We see a stock up instead. We saw this last game that Jack super values.
Did we miss land drop off the...
We might have forgotten to make one.
Jack forgot to make a land drop.
Okay, I thought that what this stock up was representing was our valuing of finding lands.
Yeah.
And I think that's true. It is really hard not to mirror your opponent sometimes. I think
Yeah.
that's what's happened here. Is like, oh, you're on 3, I'm on 3. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And
Very
explains, it
unfortunate.
explains my misunderstanding of why we weren't going for the Abrade this turn.
Yep.
Anyway, as
So we
we
see-
play out, we're going to still have that line available to us. So I will say 6 command, looking pretty good here.
It's so sick, right?
Yeah.
3 mana instant speed as well. Most of these commands were sorcery speeds.
That's true, yeah.
Oh no, it is a sorcery.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's always an instant in my head because of Floodcaller. Everything's an instant.
No, so yeah, the instant one, I think the Goblin one's instant, but the Elf one
Is that
is
one
not.
is? Because that
Yeah,
was the one
elemental.
That, yeah.
So there's the elemental one. I mean, in this cycle, they were interesting pieces to draft. I thought they were
Yeah,
really
for sure.
Okay, so we have a tablet. We hit a Steam Vents off it. We can also use this mana for that Abrade this turn. So maybe this is the line that Jack was trying to set up last turn.
Okay, so we're going to Abrade one of these copies of Furdok Core, but damage is already done. We got the 6 command off. We got to copy it. Wait, why did that Furdok Core disappear into... Yeah.
I think he thought it
Thought
was the
copy?
token. Yeah.
And so we also managed to cast Dragonstorm last turn. Still didn't find another land. You know what we do have? Another 6 command.
That's a lovely, lovely way to do it.
So we don't have another...
Oh, another Furdock Core
We could
instead.
play the other Furdock Core instead.
Okay, we pick up our
Dragonstorm.
Rolling Dragonstorm. These Dragonstorms, they just come back and back
Yeah.
and back and back.
This is one of the sickest parts of this Furdock Core deck. I really, really like its interactions and how it's able to, much like the Is It Prowess decks that we see, right?
Yeah.
It's able to play this aggressive line of, I have a Floodcaller, you can die at any point, but it also can just play these grindy games that go longer.
I mean, here's the important thing. On Jack's side, Revelation is now up.
Bing, 7
We've
mana.
hit 7.
Oh,
It's
we're casting
unlocked.
it now.
We're just going. So I think we're maybe getting rid of the otters here. We'll see what we're valuing. So one of them's probably getting returned, I
I
imagine.
actually would love to bounce the Furdock Core copy.
Ooh. Interesting.
He's bouncing the real one.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to see a couple of monks here. Really hoping those tokens make a comeback.
Yeah, they do. There you go.
Yes, the Sam-style tokens.
And looks 7 cards in hand for Jack. I saw a 2nd and 3rd copy of Revelation in the hand. We've picked up a Spell Pierce. Kind of good. There is a Mistrise Village in play, but also activating Mistrise Village and then Revelation is the same as paying for Spell Pierce. So
Yep.
maybe
Yep.
make him have it.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, William's just missing Valley Floodcaller to win the game. That is how
We're
terrifying.
there already?
We're basically there already, right?
Okay, all right.
We're going to have to redeploy this Furdock Core.
Yep.
We're going to probably 6 command at some point as well to copy these Furdock Cores. In fact, I think I'd actually prefer to go 6 command here because the other option is to draw a card with the card. So we can copy the core again, draw another card. If we draw another mana source, we can play a 3rd land, play a 3rd core,
Yes.
and have access to that Spell Pierce. So let's see how good this draw is. Multiverse Passage, there we go.
It
That's
is
a land.
It is a land. A huge draw there.
Yep.
So we have the Multiversal Passage entering in untapped. We'll see what color it is. It is blue. Who thought that was going to happen? Everyone.
Crazy. I feel like this card is always just island that costs me 2 life.
Yeah, sure.
I've always never seen this card not be an island.
All right, and we have a 3rd Furdock Core has hit the
A
battlefield.
Furdock Core, if you will.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, now we are definitely at the point of, if you put a Floodcaller into play, you will win the game.
Okay, so Boomerang Basics, valuing that life turtle. Otter back to block the other one.
Yeah.
William knows he's in a strong spot here.
Agreed, agreed. Now, it is a matter of, if you don't find that Floodcaller, you are in a world of hurt. The rest of the hand, though, this deck is mostly just cantrips. We see Rolling Vortex, we see Sleight of Hand, we see another Consult the Star Charts, and we see a Get Out to pick up more talents if we need to.
Okay.
So this is going to be, I'm assuming this is an upkeep Revelation again? Or
I don't
no?
know. We've got
Okay.
a couple of No More Lies in hand. I think we're probably
We're
trying to
playing
get them
slow.
to pay through things. We don't actually need to rush here.
No.
So we're going to play at instant speed. You're going to play at instant speed.
Who
We just
blinks
want to make
first?
our land
Guns
drops.
drawn.
Guns drawn. We've both got things to do on each other's end steps. So the game's all but over.
We just don't know who is over for yet.
Yep.
Okay, there's a Voice of Victory. That's a huge pickup. You want to play instant speed? Not anymore.
Yeah, yeah. Only
That's for
I
me.
may play at instant speed. So yeah, let's see which deck turns the corner first. We're still okay. So we go for the Voice of Victory right
Here
now.
it goes.
Right time, right place. You kind of just have to do it. The No More Lies needs to come out in response to this. It becomes absolutely dead if this thing hits the
And we can
battlefield.
just pay for the No More Lives?
Yeah, we're paying for it, but there's another one. So here we go. We're paying a life for the privilege of using the Great Hall, but Voice of Victory, we can't pay 3 anymore.
I think at that point,
We can't play the Spell Pierce because we know our opponent can pay through it.
yeah. Now, notably, you cannot use Tablet of Discovery mana to pay for the Spell Pierce. You can only use the 1 mana, not the 2 mana.
That's
So-
true, yeah. You
Does that
could
matter?
restrict it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I would value having a card in hand more here,
Exactly.
but I could see it done both ways as well.
And it's very interesting that we often bemoan how much this Tablet of Discovery gives such a big mana boost to these Jeskai decks, right? It's really
Yeah.
allowed them to flourish in this format.
Mhm.
Furdocor's kind of doing the same thing. We got 3 of those little fellas up there.
Things going
Doing
hard.
their best
It's
impression.
going hard. All right, Hallowed Fountain, and we're going to shock. I don't think we're losing this game to beat down anymore.
No.
What we're losing this to is an interaction stack into. I mean, it's going to be damage, but
Yeah.
I think we're really valuing having mana up, our ability to play our spells at the times that we would like to.
Yeah, this Otter deck is not going to win in inches. It wins in miles.
Yeah, yeah.
There is not many games that you play with this deck where you're like, oh, I just got across the line by attacking for 3.
Yeah.
Most of your combats are
Well,
triple digit.
I mean, here's the funny thing. I've been trained by this format to see a auto token in play as a beatdown threat.
Yeah.
Not in this deck.
No. The otters are often just brick walls because they don't really matter. It's
Yeah.
the Furdok Core and the Restless Anchorage that's the real heavy hitters here.
Yeah, played for the lesser-known second mode, basically. All right, so we see the Get Out. Nice little 2-for-1 with the Otters. You know,
Picking up both copies of Storm Chaser's Talent.
Yep.
We talked about this yesterday, that Get Out, after this town ain't big enough got banned,
Mm-hmm.
we the villages of an adequate size is what we called it yesterday.
Sure.
Glad you like that one.
Yeah. That was it. Yep. Well described. Okay, so we got the Otters here getting some triggers. Some
Squeak,
more
squeak.
Otters hitting the battlefield. Furdok Core getting tapped.
We're leveling up a talent here. Now, there is a moment here where if you interact with the talent, if you bounce it with Revelation,
Yep.
you won't get the card back. So Jack's looking at the graveyard being like, hang on, what are you targeting? I kind of want to think about this one.
Yeah, so what actually happens is that you pay for the mana. That mana creates a delayed, makes a level 2. Once it hits level 2, you get a delayed trigger, which picks up the spell. So
Yep.
if you bounce this Storm Chaser's talent with the Jeskai Revelation, most meaningfully in this case, it means that that delayed trigger never goes on the stack.
You are never getting it, yeah.
You're never getting it. So nice little interaction there for those who know about it.
Okay, here comes the uncounterable Jeskai Revelation at end of turn.
Or is this on the
Yikes.
stacking? Is this on
No,
the
this is
the
oh,
level?
sorry, yeah, this is when the otter is going to combat. So Jack's saying,
Okay, I see.
I want to kill the otter that's attacking me for 3,
Yep.
and I want to bounce. I'm not sure what he indicated there. I think I missed it. It might be bouncing one of the other otter tokens.
It could also be going face and bounce the otter. It looks
Yeah,
like
it
that
is.
might
Yeah,
have
it
been
was
face and
bounce and
bounce the
dome.
otter.
And then we're drawing
Okay.
2 cards, 2 more hand-drawn monks. Here we go. Got to draw another one.
Make more monks. Make more monks. I'm going to ask Jack for these after the game, I think.
Get him to autograph the back of them as
I
well.
mean, they're already autographed.
Yeah, true. I love they're all different sizes. They're all different angles as
I
well.
fucking love it.
It's so perfect.
Okay, so 3 Prowess monks in hand, tapped out on the other side, all but for 2 Furdok Core. And what are we going to see?
So William does have 2 mana up with those Furdok cores up there.
2 mana up and 2 spell pierces, I think.
So we could see, what's the best way to kill here? I think if you want to play around things, you can't kill right now.
I don't think I want to play around anything. I want to do what Jack's doing. I want to go
Bang.
big spell, go face.
Shove. Yeah. And this is, honestly, this is why I played the 4-color control deck in Adelaide and why I think it's really, really good in the format at the moment. Is just, control is such a slow deck normally to close out these games, whereas
Okay.
the new list just kills
Hang
you.
on, 3 2/2s. Okay, they're on 6. Flashback targets something. We're not going to try and cast it. We're just pumping out Otters,
Yeah.
and that is lethal.
Boom. What is this? 1 mana +2/+0 and...
I mean, it's a great card in Limited,
Yeah.
and it's a pretty good card here as well. So we see Jack take it down. That explosiveness from the 4-color control deck, I know it's not as favorite as yours as the Otters, but it has treated you well. So.
Oh, yeah. I'm a fan of both of these decks, so either way, I was going to come out on top, whoever won on this
Yeah,
one.
yeah. No, well, to be honest, this round was picked just for you.
Oh, thank you. I am very glad we got to see the Azorius Otters on camera anyway. It is a really fun deck. I really enjoy it. I think there's
Yeah.
a lot of exploration that can be done on the fringes of this format.
Yep.
And I think that the way current Magic is played with a lot of data scrimping that we see from Moto and Arena,
Yep.
it disincentivizes people from actually exploring these silly decks, and like
Yeah.
they may look bad on
Silly,
paper.
it looked pretty good.
It looked great, right?
Yeah.
Like there was definitely options for Will to win that game at every point in games 2 and 3.
Well, yeah, I mean, as I was describing just at the end there, that game was going to end. We didn't know who
Yeah.
was going to win, but the game was about to end.
It was
And we're at like the game's overturned, but like who's going to do it?
I
didn't
genuinely
know.
think-
we didn't know.
If Will drew Valley Floodcaller on that turn,
Yeah.
the game ended.
Oh, 100%.
And I think it was 100% in Will's favor, even with a Revelation in any aspect.
Yeah,
Because the
yeah.
fact that Revelation isn't a counter spell, it bounces a spell. So you had the mana to pick up the Floodcaller, cast it again.
Yep.
But if you tried to kill the Floodcaller while I was in play, you were going to die in response.
Yep.
The fact that every part of this combo becomes instant speed means once it's in play, we're done. We
Yep.
are done. It is checkmate. You just don't know it yet.
That makes the other line make a lot more sense from Jack.
Yeah.
We go for the uncannibal Jeskai Revelation into let's untap all my lands. And let's do that again.
Yeah,
That was
exactly.
really fun. Into lethal. So shutting the door in the opening that he had. Really well played by both players. Hope that they go really deep in the
I want to
same.
see more of these decks, both of them
Oh,
on
yeah,
coverage
absolutely,
today.
absolutely.
I thoroughly love both of them, and they did a great job. So I'm glad we started off with something as exciting as this.
What a bang to
We have a
start
lot
on.
more exciting Magic to go for the next 7 rounds today, so stick
Yep.
with us.
Yep.
This is Dylan.
I'm Sam, and we're going to go to a meta breakdown, so Ian will be with you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the sideboard. I'm Kira and I'm here with Ian. We're here to break down the metagame here at the 100K weekend. Ian, what have we got?
Well, it'll shock you to know that Izzet is the most played deck.
No way. Really? Really?
Breaking news, I know, it's shocking, but so Izzet Prowess the most played deck? We saw that yesterday in our Invitational as well. So there's almost a fifth of the room, about 20% just under, is on Izzet Prowess, which I will say is a step down from yesterday when it was almost half the room.
So we're saying something like the most played card is currently Steam Vents, I think?
Oh, by far, because not only is Izzet Prowess the most played deck, Izzet Spell Elementals is about 8%. We're categorizing that separately, so the Thunderflock decks. One of the other top played decks is the Control archetype in general. Overall, it's about 20% of the room, but that's half of that is Jeskai Lessons, and then beneath that there's 4-color Control is about 9%, and then there's a few people on Sultai Control, no Steam Vents there, and also straight Jeskai Control. A couple people decided they didn't want to put black cards in their deck, and they're just playing Jeskai Control. So there's a lot of Steam Vents in the room.
So the rest of the metagame kind of is what we expect. We've got our overwhelming appearance of Izzet. We've got a few other, we've got our Control. What else have we got that's maybe not as high up in the metagame right now?
So the big one, fighting back against the Steam Vents menace, is Selesnya. Selesnya offense is the biggest one. This is a sort of green-white creature deck using practice offense. That's about 12% of the room, so that's actually the second most popular deck today. We are sort of getting dual decks, Izzet versus Selesnya, and I'm so sorry if you're a Swamps fan. Especially shout out to the one player who's playing mono black Control. They really said, Izzet versus Selesnya? No, thank you.
They said, I don't want any of that. They said, we're going back to Ravnica, Murders at Karlov Manor, we're going to run it back, we're going to do Selesnya versus Izzet. Love it. Okay, so we've got like our usual prowess, we've got the offensive decks, Control. What else is new that has kind of been percolating that we've got represented today?
So the big new deck is, we're calling it the Sewer Balloon combo. This is a 4-color combo deck using Badgermole Cub, Sewer Valence Cam, Nurturing Pixie, and then eventually the Jolly Balloon Man to make infinite hasty pixies. It's really sweet. It's a Bright Glass Gearhulk combo deck as well, so it has this really strong fair mid-range Bant plan. We've got a great deck tech with Gideon actually on this deck, but it can also transition into sort of backdoor into an infinite combo. So that's a new deck. A couple old decks as well hanging around. So Azorius Momo is represented. We've got Dimir Excruciator, Landfall in both Selesnya and Mono Green varieties. So those decks still continue to put up numbers.
But we've really seen the landfall decks especially fall off in the last couple of months. Back when we had, I think, RC11 and RC12 were won by landfall decks, but it's really kind of tanked in its popularity going forward. So this is kind of hanging around like the sub 5%. That seems really low for decks that were once like the dominant in the metagame.
Yeah, I think some of that is they've been replaced by other Cub decks. I think a lot of those players have moved to Practice Offense, for example, as a deck that players have discovered fares a bit better into Izzet Prowess. We talked yesterday to Luke McLaughlin, and they said the point of this deck is that it's good into the Izzet decks. That's why I'm playing it, and they made it all the way to the top 8 yesterday. So really great for them.
Well, look, Izzet is feeling a little bit plain bread at the moment. This is feeling a little bit Wonder Bread. What is the spice? What is the interesting stuff that's in the room today?
Couple interesting decks. We already mentioned the Mono Black Control deck. I'm rooting for them. But there's a couple other things as well. We saw Azorius Otters in round 1. Sweet combo deck. I'm also really hoping we get to see there's 2 Izzet Storm decks in the room. So I want to see them.
Izzet Storm in Standard?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's actually 2 varieties here. There's a sort of Molten Maelstrom combo deck, Molten Maelstro, that we saw back a while ago, actually. That deck appeared at the Pro Tour. But then someone else is playing Prismari, the 7-mana Mythic Dragon that gives all your spells Storm.
I actually love that. That's fantastic. Is there anything else? I do think I saw one thing on there that made me go, Marvel?
So we're calling this deck Gruul Hulk. It is, if you remember, it must be a couple of years ago now, Gruul Calamity. So using the horse Calamity, that it's this basically big Gruul deck. It has ramp spells, but then it also plays Smuggler's Surprise, and the new card now is World War Hulk. Basically, these are ways to cheat in large creatures. I heard tales in round 1 of a Progenitus hitting the battlefield. So this deck can do some really cool things. It's every Timmy's dream, basically. It's red and green, giant creatures, and ways to put them into play way ahead of schedule.
This feels so much fun. You're telling me there's someone out there right now putting a Progenitus onto the battlefield, not paying double Wooburg for it. We're just putting it onto the battlefield. I love that. This is going to be such a fun and exciting weekend. How are you feeling? What deck is your pick for the weekend?
I love the Sewer Balloon combo. I am a sucker for Nurturing Pixie and weird combo decks, so this is right up my alley. That's my pick.
I would say you are a known Pixie enjoyer. You were on Esper Pixie for a very long time, and you did win an event on Esper Pixie as well, so unsurprising choice there. I think I'm going to go for kind of 4-color control. I think that's the deck that is teched kind of against everything else in the field right now.
Yeah, that's a really interesting deck. There's some great optimizations you can make with it as well. We talked to Leonard yesterday in a deck tech, and that'll come up at some point today, I'm sure, but there's a lot of little optimizations you can make for the expected field.
Super exciting. Well, that's our sideboard here for our metagame breakdown at the 100K weekend here in Club Hurstville in Sydney. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back to round 2. More fun at the Sydney Standard Showdown 100K, brought to you by MTG Bazaar. Again, I'm Dylan Brown,
And Ian Cormack here.
and we are ready for another wild
We've
matchup.
got a really sweet one.
Yeah, Ian's found a good one for this round.
Yeah.
We have Uma Musume Pretty Derby horse combo, which is going to be... Do you know anything about this
Yeah,
deck at
what
all?
you said. Oh, yeah, I got denied a PT invite by this deck.
Oh, that's brutal.
Thanks, Ben. Love you.
Resident Horse Wrangler Ben Tudman.
Yeah,
And then
absolutely.
we also have the new deck on the scene, the Sewer Balloon combo.
Players are rolling so many dice.
And this is poker dice?
They've rolled 3 dice each there. I think they were doing high roll, and then their dice crossed over, and they couldn't work out whose dice were whose. Excellent.
love
Yeah, so
that.
on the other side, Morgan is playing what we're calling Sewer Balloon combo. This is a new combo deck. I just talked about this in our metagame breakdown. This is my favorite deck in the room.
Oh, I agree. I genuinely think this is the potential breakout deck of the field.
Yep.
You know when you have those tournaments where a new deck pops up for the first time, and then everyone's like, why aren't we all playing this? This is crazy.
It's
Yeah.
sweet. So this is basically a Bant mid-range. We're going to call it like a Bant Cub deck with
Yeah, it's
Storm
like
Jason's
Cub,
Talent,
Pixie.
Nurturing Pixie, and Boomerang Basics. And then Bright Glass Gear Hulk is the big thing that ties the room together.
Mm-hmm.
You find all these value cards. But if Sewer Valence Cam's a weird card in this deck, because it's in the deck to do absolute nonsense. No one's ever played this card fairly.
Yeah, no, this is a combination Rite of Flame, Cabal Ritual sometimes.
Yeah.
This card is the focal point of the whole deck, which is why it's the first word in how we're talking about it.
So what you need to know is that there is a backdoor combo with the Balloon Man, the Jolly
Yeah.
Balloon Man.
The balloon guy. This is Kiki Jiki's often forgotten cousin from a little nightmare set.
Freaky Cheeky.
Freaky Jiki, we've dubbed him today. That one in a tap, you create a token copy of another creature you control, except it's a balloon and it has flying and haste.
So what you need to know is that there's I think it's a 4-card combo, basically.
4 and a bit?
Yeah. that comes together that makes infinite hasty pixies that you get to attack your opponent with.
So
If that comes up, we'll explain it.
we can explain it a little bit. Peter Hussisian is the one who essentially made this deck, and a lot of the effort he's put into this deck has not been rewarded too much. No one else has tried to pick it up recently until he had the eureka moment of putting in the balloon bloke and seeing if Freaky Jiki could get it done. And now there's a genuine infinite that's great in the
Yep.
deck. Any 2-mana producing creature, which could either be a Bloom Tender or a Badgermole Cubbed land, plus the Balloon Fella, plus Nurturing Pixie, plus Sewer Valence Camera will allow you to have enough moving pieces of cardboard
Yep.
to make infinite flying 1/1 balloon pixies.
Yep. Sewer Valence Cam go up, Sewer Valence Cam come down, thing
Yeah.
untap, thing tap. My board very big now.
Yeah.
And it is all the Balloon Boy that pulls this together and makes that truly infinite rather than just lots.
Yeah, exactly. Now, as I said, Peter Hussisian, the one who built this deck, he is one of the Amulet Enjoyers, TM.
Yeah, of course.
And so
That checks out.
we got access to this deck through Brennan Crawford, who's on this deck as well.
Yep.
In Team Bus Stop. And they've been working on it all week. And it went from Brennan thinking, I think Pete's a madman, to I think Pete's broken it, into we should all be playing this deck.
The thing is, the deck just plays a lot of the best cards in the format. We've
Yeah.
highlighted all these sort of weird combo cards, but 4 Boomerang Basics, 4 Storm Jason's Talent, 4 Steam Rip, 4 Badgermole Cub. A lot of just good cards in this deck, and it's all tied together by Bright Glass Gear Hulk and Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah.
So you get 2 different tutor effects that really pull together a lot of your value.
Yeah, Bright Glass Gear Hulk gets a lot of these mid-range pieces that you have access to, and also your combo pieces in, Pixie and Surveillance Camera, but also Nature's Rhythm gets you the other pieces you need. So Nature's Rhythm can either get you Badgermole Cub, Bloom Tender as the mana engines. It can also get you the Gear Hulk, and using Gear Hulk, you can harmonize to go and get you the Balloon
Yep. And
Gentleman.
And we'll see the thing that we've often seen with Nature's Rhythm and Badgermole Cub, which is that you go find Badgermole Cub, and then suddenly you have more mana than you started with, and you can just immediately harmonize it.
Yeah.
On the other side, Joden
This deck
Is
is... I didn't think we'd have Sewer Valence Cam, and then the other deck being more spicy than that.
Yeah, so this is, I mean, we're calling it Calamity, right? We're naming it after this wonderful horse who's been around for a while. Basically, the idea is this is Jund. We're going to ramp into big 5 and 6 drops that just kill our opponent.
Yeah.
And there's a whole bunch of different ones. Calamity's sort of the headliner as this way of copying, ideally, Terror of the Peaks is
Yeah,
the one
this
you
is
want to
this
copy.
is the cheater guy.
But-
and then we have a lot of weird monsters to go alongside it. We have Vaultborn Tyrant,
Draws a lot of cards.
makes a lot of bodies if it dies.
There's a summon Bahamut in here.
Who doesn't love Final Fantasy X, honestly? This one just actually kills you.
And then there's sweepers as well. A few different sweepers. There's ramp. I don't think there's a single 4 of in this deck. Looking through it.
No, there is not. Well,
It's-
okay, if we're not counting Overgrown Tomb,
Okay,
which is in the mana bank.
Yeah, other than Overgrown Tomb and Wastewood Verge, all of the spells are like 2, 3, 1s. This is a true Jund Enjoyers deck.
Oh my god, what a weird sequence of events from Morgan, who has gone turn 2 Badgermole Cub into turn 3 Pixie, pick up the Cub, play the Cub again to turn another land into a Badgered land.
Yeah. So how much mana is this?
We
next turn?
currently have access to 5 mana
is it-
with we untapping on turn
Yeah, yeah.
3, sorry, 4, with no other option.
And never mind.
No, you don't.
Never mind.
This is
This is a newish card from
Vicious
Strixhaven.
Rivalry, I
Vicious
believe it's
Rivalry,
called?
yeah.
Yeah. So we pay some life, we're going to kill every creature. So the lands are going to come back, and because this is a sorcery, they're not going to be tapped for Morgan's turn 4 here.
But we have basically undone all of the work that Morgan did. Morgan's going to
Yeah.
play a Steam Rep. There
Oh,
are
no.
very few targets for that.
Yeah.
In
Not only is
the-
there, I think there's only a handful, and it's the studious
just-
first year,
Yeah,
right?
it's just the bear.
Yeah, the little bear who is already a rampant growth effect. So I can imagine those are getting cut immediately.
Yeah, so we're just going to use Steam Rip there to put a counter on our Pixie, basically.
Yeah, just get a little bit of pressure into play.
There is, I can see, a Nature's Rhythm in hand for Morgan, so that could go find Cub. We could start to get more mana, but this is really where Joden wants to be. Pulling
And
ahead, the board is clear.
Leatherhead.
And we've reached the point now, Joden has 5 lands in play, can just start dropping large creatures every turn.
Big things are coming into play. Leatherhead, she's here, she's ready to stay. This card's been really performing lately as well, with all these prowess decks popping up.
Yeah,
this
it's really
4-color
annoying.
Control. Yeah, hexproof counter, go away. Why is this thing so big as well?
Yep, and destroying artifacts and enchantments is not irrelevant in this format either.
No, we've definitely seen Trigon Predator back in the day be a nightmare. This is Trigon Predator's bigger, more scaly cousin.
Yeah,
If
and
you
this
could
is-
even get there.
This is where 5/4 Trample Hexroof, it's really hard to stop that from connecting.
Yeah.
And I mean, we see artifacts here. There's a Sewer Valence Cam in Morgan's
A
hand.
key combo. Look at that.
I will say, this looks like the downfall of combo decks where you draw your weird combo pieces and they don't do anything in this
Yeah.
Sewer Valence Cam.
And your opponent
But-
plays a million removal spells and sweepers and then big idiots.
But the other half of that is we're going to Nature's Rhythm probably for a Badgermole Cub here. And then,
oh no, half of Morgan's cards are
oh,
upside
we've
down.
shuffled half the deck in upside down. Okay, we're going to get Bloom Tender instead. And the
Yeah,
thing is,
just
the Sewer Valence Cam may suddenly just enable a combo from nowhere. So that's, you know, I'm laughing, basically. I'm like, this doesn't look so great. But I might have to eat my words in a turn or two when suddenly that Sewer Valence Cam is enabling absolute nonsense.
yeah, and we're just gonna get the judge to come in here and have a quick look at the deck, just because obviously Morgan's half of his stuff's upside down.
I've done that before, and it's
Yeah.
really annoying. I mean, not only is it not good, like, because it is marked cards technically, but
Yeah.
also that's a great way to split a bunch of sleeves.
Yeah.
Shuffling
I
cards
actually
inside
learned
other
the term
cards.
for this recently. It's called boxing. Have you ever heard that before?
Not in this context, no.
Yeah, so apparently the term when you have like sleeve facing upwards versus sleeve facing downwards and they touch each other in that like weird intersection where they can damage the sleeve edging, it's called boxing. And I got laughed at for not knowing this in a room of card game players.
Well,
Yeah, and I was
learn something new every day.
like, I feel like I'm getting a bit pull on me. So if this is, and I've now said it on coverage in front of people, this is
Yeah.
excellent humiliation ritual
Yeah,
completed.
some of your friends are laughing at you for saying something so ridiculous.
Brian Lewis Johns, I hope you haven't fucked me on this because I'm bringing it up now in front of people and I want it to be real.
Now, for Joden here, Joden's going to get a turn. How scared are you of Morgan's board right now? 2
Look-
cards in hand.
The weird thing is with this sewer deck, it doesn't look threatening and you actually can win out of nowhere. You can win without a board.
Yes.
It requires a little bit of mana in play. I think you need like 4 or 5 lands, the
Yep.
right cards in hand. Obviously, Morgan's lands, there are 4 lands in play. We only have 2 cards in hand. We only have 1 of the combo pieces. We'd still need the...
So next turn, we can tap Bloom Tender for 2.
We can actually do even better
We
than
can
that.
play... No, tap it for 2. Use a blue land to play Cam. Untap the Bloom Tender. Tap it for 3. We need 6... We need 8 mana, I think.
we
Or-
can
well,
flash
we
in
need
the cam in
6.
response to activating Bloom Tender.
Oh, you can.
So we can put the untap trigger on the
No,
stack,
it's a
targeting
mana
Bloom Tender.
ability. You can't respond to
we
mana
can, We can
abilities.
cast the cam, target the Bloom Tender, and in response, we can tap it. So
Ah,
we make
yes.
the 3 mana that way, untap the Tender, tap it for another
3
3,
more.
That gives us 6 mana.
And we need basically, if we use the Pixie to harmonize, we need 2 and then 4 green mana on this Nature's Rhythm to go get Bright Glass Gearhulk.
Well, we can just get the balloon, the Freaky Jiki off this Nature's Rhythm because we already have the combo pieces.
Oh,
we
you're right.
have the creature. We already have the nurturing
Okay, so
Pixie.
all we need. So next turn,
just
Morgan
need to
just has this
untap.
rolled up if we untap.
Yeah. This is one of those things. At first we were like, I don't know if we're going to win the game
I was
here.
like, this looks really anemic.
And then
I
at the
don't
same
know
time,
about
it's like,
it.
oh no, we actually just have the win.
Hey, it turns out, did you know that when you print Green Sun Zenith with Flashback,
Yeah, it's not
that's a
bad,
good card.
right?
It's a really good card. Huh.
And yet, we've tapped out
Right.
here for the Demonic Tutor.
Yeah, Jordan gets to cast a Monk Tutor this turn. That's pretty good.
You know what's better than Demonic Tutor? I don't know, winning the game.
Yeah.
So let's see if Morgan sees the line. I can't imagine you registered this deck and don't have the brain for an amulet line like this.
Also, we saw Morgan tutor for Bloom Tender last turn, right? Morgan
Yeah.
knows what's up.
Yeah, Morgan's aware.
Morgan got that instead of Badger Molcarb or a different 2-drop. They know.
Well, so the interesting part about getting Bloom Tender over Cub in this instance is Bloom Tender can scale up on mana.
Yeah, tap some more mana.
Cub
here.
only ever taps for 2. So the combo is mana neutral at 2 mana, but at 3 mana or more, it's mana positive. So once you start going through the loops, you're generating more mana. If you had more things to do with that, maybe another Nature's Rhythm, maybe you had a second Surveillance Cam to sacrifice and draw 2 cards, the Forbidden Mode that
Yeah, of course it-
somehow
yeah,
never
yeah,
comes
yeah.
up in this deck.
Yeah, because that card needed more text on it.
Yeah.
Well, you see, otherwise, how would you trigger the Leaves playability, you know?
Yeah,
There's no way.
How could we figure it out?
Okay, so Morgan is going to, we're going to do this.
So here we go. We're going to do the play we talked about. So
Yeah.
the Surveillance is going to come into play. We're going to target Bloom Tender, and we got a reader. To be fair to
That's
Joden,
valid.
it's a valid card to read, and I feel like we're going to be reading a lot of them as well. This deck, as I said, it's only popped up on the scene very recently. I think the first time I saw it was on Saturday last week. So it's 7 days. And I know 3 members of Bust Up have picked up the deck. I know a few members of Quality Lines have picked up the deck. And
Yep.
Morgan's picked up the deck.
Yeah, had a look. There's 7 players in the room today playing it.
Yeah. And for a deck this complicated, and it's only been around for a week, I'm terrified if I have to play against one of these players, because no one has seen this deck perform at a high-level event. So it's not like oh, that's good, let me figure out why. These are people who are in the trenches and want to play the most broken thing they possibly can.
Now, the one... Yeah, Jolly Blue Man even has haste.
Yep, Jolly Blue Man is exactly like Jiki Jiki was back in the past. He has haste. Unfortunately, his abilities only activate as a sorcery. So there are some weird angles that this deck can get interacted with when you activate the Balloon Man and you can kill it before they have an option to...
we have gone for Gearhulk.
Did we maybe draw the Balloon Man? Am I dumb? Have I miscalculated how this combo works? No, I feel like we had it. Oh, you know what it is? We have mana floating off the Bloom Tender, so we can get 2 more cams to add another 6 mana, give or take.
And what are we doing with the 6 mana?
Sacking a cam to draw some cards and make some more mana, I guess.
Mockingbird? We can just make more Gearhulks.
We
That seems
can.
good too.
That's also
also
it's a
quite
reasonable
good.
line. But yeah, I think Morgan's going to potentially watch this back and kick
This-
themselves, realizing that there was an option.
This deck is going to make me play Standard.
Yeah, honestly, same. Like,
I'm going to go back to the hotel room tonight and boot this up on Arena, I think.
we were talking about this earlier. This is one of the worst decks to play on Arena for how click intensive it is.
Eh,
Every 20 clicks gives you a 1/1 balloon.
I mean, you know what? I've played Slogurk on my phone on Arena. It can't be worse than
On
that.
your phone too?
Oh, yeah. It can't be worse than that. You could say I'm something of a connoisseur of
Yeah, that's
ridiculous decks
horrendous.
that you probably shouldn't play on Arena. Okay, so now, Morgan, we're thinking. We got so much mana.
Yeah, we have...
I think there's an untap trigger on the stack as well. No, I think we've done that. Okay,
think
and
we've
then
already
we've
done
floated
it,
more mana
But
with
we
the
might
Bloom
be using
Tender.
this 4 mana floating at the bottom to sack the cam to untap the tender
Well,
and draw 2 cards.
Or we could make
a
a
blue.
Mockingbird and get another. Yeah, hell yeah. And then we can go get more cams. Or we can get pixies.
The
or
paparazzi are
we
here
can
and they're
just
ready
do
to
whatever
go.
we want at this point.
I'm so glad we got this deck on camera.
This is, by the way, the 3rd time Morgan has tutored this turn.
Yep. More cardboard adding to the battlefield, to the hand. More
Well-
mana coming in, more pieces moving around.
I'm glad Jordan got to cast a Monk Tutor, though.
Oh, yeah, that was sick.
That'll probably be good next turn.
And
he
Jordan,
gets
we
the
want to
next
sing
turn.
your praises and we want to see your deck do its crazy thing. It's just We have to wait till
This is-
you get the turn, which might never come, and it also might happen in like 20 minutes.
This is also the classic, like, both players have really sweet decks, but Morgan's deck involves casting about 15 spells a turn.
Yep.
Joden is casting one large spell a turn, and it
Big
takes
horse go roar.
It takes about 15 seconds to be like, this is my big idiot. You'll go,
Yeah. Big idiot shove go.
big
right?
thing, attack.
And like there is something beautiful in the fact that big idiot attack is as
Yeah.
cool as Joden's list
It's really cool. And the black gives you access to a lot of removal as well. Sweepers,
Yeah.
Delian Fell's a nice one.
is.
for
Day of the
just-
Black Sun as well.
Yep. A few different sweepers. So it does give you a lot. Like, it's a real addition. And the mana in this format is good. And we see a bunch of basic lands in play for Joden as well, which
Yeah.
does matter. I have seen some people aggressively go after lands, their opponent's lands in this
I got
format.
a bad beat story from Brennan in between coverage rounds of our opponent playing Jeskai Lessons
Yep.
with 2 copies of Price of Freedom in
Yep.
the main, with 2 more in the board,
Yep.
and 3 Avengers Disassembled
Yep.
in the main, with the 4th in the board. So
Yep.
people want to hit those lands.
I think I watched this opponent yesterday in the standard warm-up because I watched them play against a control mirror and just aggressively blow up every land their opponent had, all of their biblioplexes,
Yeah.
all of their blue lands.
And those control decks, they're not playing many basics.
No, well, this player had come prepared and had all 4 basics in their
I
4
know
color
exactly
control
what you're
deck.
talking about. This is Leonard.
Yes.
Yep, this is
was,
Leonard.
this is a very specific thing he planned.
Leonard was like, I know that there's going to be some psychopath out there, and I need to protect my stuff.
That's an adorable auto.
That's cute. I love that.
That is really nice. Okay.
Again, I'm getting so much mileage here, seeing how many auto tokens are getting made.
Hey, Morgan has achieved the city's blessing. That's cool.
Does that matter for this format?
No.
Okay.
And technically hasn't achieved it because, anyway. And we're going to see... Oh, we're up to attacks now.
We're blocking.
Yeah, so Gearhulk
two
has first
4/4s.
strike.
Oh, no.
So I don't think Joden realized that. And then the
Oh,
Mockingbird also has
no.
first strike because it's a Gearhulk.
Oh, that's brutal.
I suspect we might have
This might have
DT'd
just
for a
been
sweeper,
attack.
though.
Yeah, this might have just been attack into
Okay.
sweeper.
Hey, so if we deadly cover up away Pixies, can we? How do we win the game?
Well, we can't infinite anymore. Without our pixies, the infinite's
Yeah.
gone. I can confirm that. So the only way that this is going to work is a very bad-looking Simic / Bant
Maybe
tempo deck.
Well, maybe we'll just draw Stormchaser's Talon and Boomerang basics a bunch.
Yeah, and that's kind of going to be how we can do it. I think
Put heaps
one
of Gearhulks in play again. I mean, there are 2 Gearhulks in play.
there are 2, and it's one of those things that everyone has a plan until they get punched, and like
I mean,
Gearhulks are 4/4.
you know what? I was asking that. Joden's at 10, and there's way more than 10 power in play.
Yeah, sometimes Bloom Tender attacks. You know.
That's not really the one I was thinking of, but... Okay, so we're just... Brief chat with the judge about this. And now we are going to tap out 6 mana, Day of Black Sun. Yep, that's a good one.
Okay, so we're going to lose all the little fellas. They're all
I-
Gonskis.
I would love to have seen Deadly cover up the like extraction effect on that is so relevant against a bunch of these combo decks.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But-
we do have a deadly cover up in the main as well.
Yeah, we do. 7 mana now. And here's the bear. The little
Yeah,
guy.
I love this card.
It's adorable.
The fact that it's like, you can immediately get a rampant growth off it, which we haven't really had rampant growth very many times in standard in the last 10 years.
We have literal rampant growth.
We
right
do
now.
have shared roots now, which was coming
This
from
one's-
the Avatar set.
This one's also in the deck.
Yeah. Ramp, big idiot, go roar.
I mean, we're up to 7 mana now. Next turn could be 8 mana. We can just start casting the large creatures.
Yeah, I mean, oh God, I really wanted Morgan to play the land here so
Oh
I could
boy.
make a 6/7 joke, but we're close. We're close. Morgan, please help me out here. Oh, I am 33 years old.
Does everyone see what I have to deal with?
There is another camera and another talent. Again, this Gearhulk just generating cardboard. It doesn't have to be great cardboard. It just has to be pieces of cardboard.
There's so many pieces of cardboard. And all these Silver Valence camps, bunch of inspirations sitting on the board.
Yeah, exactly, right? We
Actually,
can
not
just-
even. It's divination because you can untap a land when it leaves play.
Oh my God, it untaps any permanent.
I believe.
It untaps anything?
No, it's creatures.
It's
only.
creature. Okay. Okay.
That's unfortunate.
I was going to be like that.
It's only inspiration. Never mind.
Yeah, only inspiration on my infinite combo piece potential.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. I also like that this deck has a Cryogen Relic in it.
Oh, yeah. You
As-
and me both probably biggest Cryogen relics in the world.
I've played so many Cryogen Relics.
Cryogen relic, 2-mana artifact, ETB, draw a card. Whenever it leaves the battlefield, draw a card. I have bit. I was playing this in Jeskai Blink in Modern,
7
and I was
mana.
calling it the Felia Chew Toy. Oh, is this? Oh, Voltborn Tyrant comes into play. The third big idiot has hit the
Big
battlefield.
dino. This is the also like that this is like tribal big idiots.
Oh yeah.
It cares about other big idiots.
You know what Voltborn Tyrant is also a combo with? Delian Fell's Emblem. Delian Fell, whenever you gain life, your opponent loses that much life. And whenever you have a big dumb idiot come into play, you draw a card and gain 3 life.
You gain yeah.
Boom.
That's pretty good. Bunch of free lightning helixes. Oh, we found the 4th cam. We're gonna tap down the dino.
Tap down your Tyrant.
in for 4.
Forbidden mode of Sewer Valence came in the... You probably don't get to attack it very often.
Well, the thing is, it's every one of them is 2 taps.
Yeah.
So Joden doesn't get to block.
No.
Like, ever. For the rest of the game. Oh my god.
The 4th Gear Hulk has come into play now.
This is now threatening lethal, right? Because
Yeah.
the Gear Hulk's threatening lethal. You have... We're going to get Steam Rip. That one, not a huge number of targets. So that
I
one...
genuinely think we are running out of things to get with
I
this.
think
We have
I'm-
multiple playlists, play sets. So it's probably going to be the last 2 copies
Four
of
otters.
Storm Chaser's talent. Squeak, squeak.
So we can... If we have another large creature, we get to gain 3 life. That might save us.
Yep.
And I think we might get to block with the second blocker. One of them is going to get tapped down by a Sewer Valence cam.
Yeah, we were often talking about
Oh, never mind. We're
The,
getting another otter coming in.
this sewer combo. A lot of the combo decks that we've seen try and pop up, they're all mostly creature focused, but they all do struggle into things like prowess, right?
Yep.
Because that deck's highly interactive, and also Slickshot Show Off. That's a bitch of a card.
Yeah, they kill you really fast with evasive creatures.
Yeah. Sewer Valence came having flash, meaning you can tap down that bird
Yep.
pre-combat.
And also, we've seen it. This is a 4 Steam Rip deck in the main, plus
Yeah.
ways to tutor for Steam Rip. So you have a lot of answers to their cheap creatures as well.
Exactly. So this deck, surprisingly resilient into prowess. I want to see how that
Yep.
data ends up over the end of this weekend.
Yeah.
A lot of things you hear from Magic players is, I have a good matchup on everything. And you're
Yep.
like, what's your bad matchup? And they're like, myself. So it's hard to take a lot of these metrics seriously without hard data to back it up. But I think we're going to see a lot of this deck over the weekend.
Yeah, it certainly looks powerful.
Yeah.
I also really enjoy just comparing the boards. Split the screen in half.
Yeah, cover one half with your hand and just see. It's like, oh, that's a Voltborn Tyrant. And then on the other side, it is 400 permanents. The Soulstone comes into play, a Marvel fan, if anyone. Now,
This is a sweet one-off.
the harness on this ability is reanimate every turn?
Yeah, but upkeep. In your upkeep.
Upkeep. Gotcha.
So...
And it's only from your graveyard. We have seen weird effects like this in the past where it's been
Oh, this is a good one. This one's pretty good against tappers.
Dr. Doom. So this is sort of Grave Titan, right? I think it's even better than
It's
Grave
better.
Titan.
It's better than Grave Titan. It's Grave Titan, but then it has Indestructible, and then it is also draws a card every turn.
Incredible. I can't believe we've come so far that Grave Titan has been outclassed this hard.
Yeah, we had to put Phyrexian Arena and Indestructible on our Grave Titan.
Yeah. And even the best part about this is, while we have an artifact, he's indestructible. And, it's an artifact creature. Okay, so it doesn't count for Soulstone.
No.
So I was like, that's a nice little interaction of, I have an indestructible artifact that makes my other thing indestructible.
No, not quite. We are actually going to attack with the Dino. Morgan's also at 10, by the way.
Yeah,
So,
big damage coming in.
Large Dino go roar.
I feel like no matter what the matchup is, if Joden's creature attacks opponent maybe 3 times, they die.
Yeah,
I
that
don't think
sounds
this deck
about
has to go
right.
into the red zone that often.
That sounds about right.
This is kind of, you know what this is giving off? It's that meme where it's like one person playing online on like League of Legends or whatever, and they're just like bopping and singing along, and the other person's just like furiously clicking and having to go through all the interactions. And it's just Joden just in his happy spot vibing, throwing big idiots in play, and Morgan having to do 100 APM
Honestly,
to keep up.
embrace your inner Timmy Tammy, you know? Yeah, we are going to get a tap. Draw 2. I think untapped land lets us tap another creature. And
Which would not be lethal
no,
because we don't have any prowess
we have not
triggers.
triggered these otters at all.
So
No, I can't imagine Morgan has much life left. Oh, yeah.
maybe Morgan went down to 10 already? Because that feels like the...
This doesn't look like the face of someone who has lethal.
No.
Jones at... Nope. Jones' lifestyle is changing. Jones at 6. That's a big difference. 6
versus
versus
7?
But we took 1 from the Dr. Doom. From
Oh
our
my
Phyrexian
god.
Arena.
And that's the difference.
I think that might be the difference.
That's weirdly the difference here.
We just
Have we got the Sewer
now-
Valence trigger resolved?
Okay, now
here?
that Dr. Doom is untapped again.
We may be responding to
Ah,
the
we're
trigger.
giving hexproof. The rare other abilities of
Hidden
Smuggler-
mode of Smuggler's Surprise. That
No,
is a
never mind,
Smuggler's
we're not doing
Surprise. No? Okay.
Creatures control with power 4 or greater. All of Dr. Doom has 3, and so do all the Doom bots.
You know what? It is worse than Grave Titan. Grave Titan wouldn't have fallen for this. Grave Titan would have given you the surprise.
That's really unfortunate.
Oh, no.
That attack might come back to bite Joden then.
Yeah, I think this... You know what the other thing as well? Volborn Tyrant, 4 power.
You know what?
3 powers?
You know, if Morgan's drawn, Balloon Man.
Oh, no.
We could play Balloon Man and activate it.
The Balloon Accountant has come into play. He's ready to go. We can make a copy of this Bright Glass Gearhulk, potentially.
Balloon Buddy making a flying gear. Hulk?
Balloon Pal. We're trying to come up with as many synonyms as we
Balloon
can that are
Nerd.
not man.
Balloon Dude.
I'm a big fan of this card anyway. I think
It's
Freaky
so
Deaky
sweet.
is still my favorite name for it. Because that one is just it's a good callback.
It
but-
won't surprise you to know I already knew what Balloon Man did, because obviously I had tried to copy Slowgo Expert.
See, as much as I look for every bird, frog, lizard, or otter that ever gets printed, you just look for legendary creature
Legendary
and you're like, please.
I tell you what, ever since we moved to Universes Beyond and just the proliferation of Commander, I get so many different cards to
Oh,
look at
yeah.
now. Used to be we got like 6 legendaries a set. Now it's closer to 30.
Interesting, Morgan didn't go for the win there.
Yeah, shocked to play the land untapped. So now we can crack a cam on Joden's turn to try and stay alive. Morgan's at 4.
I think Morgan tapping 2 lands spooked... Sorry, Jordan tapping 2 lands spooked Morgan.
Little pump fake.
We knew it was the Smuggler's Surprise maybe going for Hexproof.
Yeah.
But we also see in open deck lists... Actually, there's no
In
removal
open deck
spell.
list, we can see that there are no instant speed removal spells.
Yeah, so...
But it's
Morgan
hard
may
to
have
remember that. Hard to remember that in the heat of the moment. You can't look at the deck list during the game. And
Also, there's no way you know what this deck
No,
list looks like.
as we talked about, every card in here is a 1, 2, or 3 of. There's no 4 ofs.
Yep.
There's about 20 different cards listed on the deck list. So Morgan,
I've had to read
I
6
would
of
have had
them,
the thought. Yeah, exactly. I would probably have looked at the deck list and then gotten to this point and been like, was there a Doomblade in the deck?
Yeah.
I
Am I
don't
getting
know.
my sheriff shot?
They were, like they could have. They might be shooting sheriffs. Bunch of dinosaurs and Doctor Doom would shoot a sheriff.
Dr. Doom's a villain, like...
He's a villain, so there could definitely be a removal spell. And if there is, I just die
Yeah.
on the way back. So I respect it.
We got a judge call. I'm not sure what this is for.
This is getting to be a complicated board very quickly.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think you register the sewer deck and you go, my day's going to be easy.
I won't have to talk to a judge all day. It'll be
Yeah.
fine.
This is the Rube Goldberg machine being assembled on the right.
When you said this was designed by an amulet player, everything sort of clicked into place.
Yeah.
Of course
This
it was.
is... We should just call this a standard amulet titan. Gearhulk is kind of a titan, I guess. You know?
We're calling this Balloon Titan.
Fairgrounds titan.
Carnival Titan.
The balloon carny. Is that a slur? I probably should know that.
I don't think we can say that word.
We don't even have carnivals really in Australia.
Our producer is just sitting next to us watching as this goes on.
I haven't gotten a head shake yet.
I was
so-
going to say, any moment now, you're just going to hear Dylan get yanked off. The mic taken away.
Okay, so we have our judge intervening. We don't know what it's for.
Big shout out to our judges, though.
They've been great all weekend. I mean, I say weekend. We've been here since Friday, so
It feels
long
like an
weekend-ish,
eternity.
but they've been great. I really love the judge staff that we get for these bizarre events.
Yep. Absolutely. And as you say, this is a complicated board. There's so much going on. Might be a discussion of where we are, which step of the turn. If we
Yeah.
said go to combat, this old thing, classic Hazaret.
Oh, the pump fake hazard was so brutal. You know, that guy doesn't play Magic anymore, and good reason I wouldn't either.
No, I'd be out.
I'd be gone.
That cost that person a lot of money. And hey, we could see that this weekend.
Oh,
There's that much money on the line.
and it's on camera too. When you have a mistake
Yeah.
that's immortalized on camera, you go back and watch it.
I don't, but I probably have friends who would send it to me.
Oh, brutal. Yeah,
I suspect what we're discussing is Jordan has said something like go to combat.
yeah. And Morgan's like, hey, I want to tap something.
I want to activate
Please
my
don't let me
Deacon.
die.
It's a discussion of are we already in declare attackers or,
Yeah.
or we're beginning of combat. Now, what's actually going to happen here is we're going to cast
Oh,
Smuggler's Surprise for
this is
all the modes.
Everything. Get the whole pie. Get every piece of the buffalo coming in. So we're going to get hexproof. We're going to mill some cards. We're going to get 2 big old monkeys into play.
or dinosaurs, or villains, or
So, Milfour cards. What do we got?
two,
Big Idiot,
shared
Big Idiot.
roots,
Oh, no.
Deadly Cover Up.
Okay, so
One
we get
big
Overlord.
idiot.
We're going to get a
we
land.
get to pick up a land as
What do
well.
we have in hand? Oh, another Leatherhead.
Ooh.
Ay-ya, this is a lot of power.
Hey, we get to trigger a Voltborn Tyrant a couple times.
Yeah, Morgan's
Uh,
dead.
This doesn't really matter. Morgan was at so little life that the creatures were going to be lethal anyway.
Yeah,
We were trying to tap down the dinosaur to not die, but Jordan just kind of got to style on him for a little bit as well.
Yeah, and this is why this Smuggler's Surprise deck, we haven't seen it for a long time, right? Let's be real. This deck hasn't really popped up. I know Tudman has tried it every single set that comes out in early access.
Yeah, of course.
And he keeps coming back and being like, it's not horse time again. But Jordan's having a whale of a time, and that's really all this event is about, right? A lot of money is going to be given out to a lot of people. We got 64 players who are going to be walking away with $500 cash or more after this weekend.
Yep.
But the vibes in the room are just immaculate. Everyone's having a great time.
There
People are
is.
showing up who may have not even played Standard in a year, just being like, I want a shot at the money. Hell, I'll throw together 60 planes and join up just to see what's going on over there. You know?
I reckon I could get a match win or two with 60
Yeah.
players. It'll be fine. As we take a look at the sideboards here. Now, the big thing for Morgan, Disdainful Stroke.
It's a
Seems
lot of
pretty
big
good.
things over there. Yeah.
Seems pretty good. A lot of targets for that one. A Road's also nice.
I don't hate Erode either. I mean, we need to upgrade these Seam Rips. These Seam Rips are atrocious.
I will say a lot of the creatures are actually resilient to point removal.
Yes.
Something like a Dr. Doom obviously is indestructible. We saw
Leatherhead with
Voltborn,
Hexproof.
yeah, Voltborn Tyrant draws a card when it comes in and then makes
And
a
it
token if you
splits,
kill
right?
it.
Yeah. It's kind of like Wormcoil Engine in a way that it's kind of bad to actually kill it. And Erode specifically not being passed to exile
Yep.
matters. a
After
lot.
that, though, there's not that much. Sage of the Skies, probably not this matchup. Spell Pierce, don't
Shard
think
Mage's
so.
Rescue, which is being pulled out on screen right now. This one's
Yeah.
coming in for sure.
Yeah, well, how
This-
much do we care about Hexproof?
Well, I think it depends on what we're expecting to come from Joden, right? Joden doesn't have much removal, but we do see long goodbyes coming in, which is going to be able to hit your combo pieces like your Jolly Balloon Man.
Probably the extra day of Black Sun will come in as well.
Yeah. Professor Delian Fell can also kill a creature, so Shard Mage's Rescue
Just a little
can
bit,
protect
yep.
this. The fact that this is an aura that gives hexproof for the turn it comes into play really matters when you have Gearhulk to fetch for it.
I will say Morgan is just going through sideboarding and taking cards out with the Shard Mage's Rescue face up on the table.
Yeah.
So it might not be coming in, to be honest.
This would be a great ploy. Have you ever done this when you're sideboarding and you're like in open deck list specifically and you go, oh, what's this card? And your opponent shows you, and you go, can I have a look at it? And they give you the card and then you give it back to them and see if they put it in their sideboard or into the main deck.
No, I've never done that.
Got to stay winning. You got to, every little edge counts when you're playing for this much money.
I like to win morally.
Winning morally, what is this?
From Jordan's side, you mentioned the long goodbyes. That's the big one. There's an extra day of Black Sun. That's nice. We might see Disruptive Stormbrood.
I kind of like this card too.
Yeah, I mean, it's cheap removal. You want that. Like
Yeah.
the 2-mana removal
Sorcery
spell.
speed, a little bit
Totally
awkward.
fine. But then also, it's another big creature, and it's big Rex Age. This is the biggest Rex Age.
Oh yeah, the biggest one you've ever seen in your life.
That's probably it. I don't think I want Duress in this matchup. It's close, but probably not quite, I would say.
Yeah, I think Duress does look good from a perspective of a lot of these combo pieces, while they're creatures, the really scary ones like Surveillance Cam, like Storm Chaser's Talent, Nature's Rhythm, none of these are really that great to discard. Nature's Rhythm, you can flash it back. Storm Chaser's Talent is kind of whatever. It's not a combo piece. It's more of a mid-range plan, and I think the way forward in this matchup specifically is not going to be mid-range, right?
No, this is a combo matchup, I would say. Morgan is very much trying to minimize your exposure to sweepers. That's
Yep.
one of the big things. And then combo. If you combo all in one turn from your hand, there's very little Joden can do about that. There's not that much instant speed removal in the deck, and Joden kind of has to tap out for these big creatures.
Yeah, and Spider Sense not making it... Spider Sense being one of the key ways. In fact, I think it's the only real way we have to deal with some of these sweeper effects. We do have Disdainful Stroke depending on which sweeper gets used, how much you want to cast for this Day of the Black Sun.
Yep.
But yeah, I think only one copy of Spider Sense is a little bit dangerous. We do have Spell Pierce as well as another potential way. So it's how many of these mid-range play cards are we cutting to fit in all this interaction, right? And does that make our combo worse?
Yep.
We see some things like Seam Rip where that's always getting cut. That's not doing anything.
And this is sort of the balance with this deck that we've talked about having a fair mid-range plan, but also a combo plan, you can flex between which of those roles is the primary role in this matchup.
Yeah, you
Which
can
is
lean
both
much harder into one or the other.
Which is both the power of the deck, but also some of the complexity for our pilots. And as you say, this is a deck that's kind of only existed for a week.
Yeah.
That's not that much time to get your head around everything.
I think this style of deck, not specifically like a full-in combo with multiple game plan options, but just decks that do give you multiple roles as a potential in matchups, I do really flock to. Things like, Esper Deathblade when it was in Legacy, and you could be the control deck, you could be the aggro deck, you could be the mid-range deck. It depended on your hand, your matchup, and how the game had been progressing.
Yeah.
And in that flexibility, there is beauty, right? And this Sewer Balloon deck it gets to flex between a mid-range deck, a combo deck, and kind of a control deck post-board in a weird way as well.
You know what's really interesting about this deck? There aren't any Marvel cards in it. There aren't even any Strixhaven cards in it. This deck has just been legal for about 6 months.
Well, Sewer Valence only came out with Turtles.
Which is 3 sets ago, so about 4 months.
Yeah. It came out 3 weeks ago, right? A new set every week. That's how the release schedule's been going.
But like this deck existed at our last regional championship, for example.
Yeah. Peter Hussisian actually played this at his last regional in America. Didn't have the balloon in it.
If I'd known this deck existed, I might have done a lot better at that tournament.
If this deck existed, I would have done a lot worse at this tournament.
You would have.
I would have soaked so much time, energy, and money into learning this deck, and then I would have absolutely eaten shit in those 8 rounds.
You're telling me there was a good Nurturing Pixie deck I could have played?
I mean, to be fair, Ian, we did tell you that there wasn't any Nurturing Pixie deck that you could have played.
Turns out I was right, and Nurturing Pixie is a good card. I just didn't find the right deck for it.
You just had 48 wrong cards around it.
I had the Nurturing Pixies, the Boomerang Basics, the Storm Chaser's Talents, the Cryogen Relic, and the Seam Reps.
Okay.
So I had about 15 of the cards in this deck.
Yeah, so we're close.
Close. Close.
You heard it here first. Ian was the inspiration for this deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be fair, you did message me and you were like, how can we play Badger Mole, Boomba, and Storm Chaser's Talent in the same deck?
Right.
The inspiration was here.
I was panic messaging you 2 weeks before that event, trying to play Otters of all things. And this was here. This deck existed.
My favorite thing is you message me about some bullshit combo deck in Standard at least once every like 3 months,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Preparing for events. I have other people like this who will message me about completely different archetypes being like, hey Dylan, what should I play in the 4-color control deck this weekend? And I have to be like, okay, switch into reasonable human mode.
What?
And then someone comes to me and is like, what combo shenanigans should we play? And I'm like, how wild can we get with this?
Absolutely. So I wasn't that far off.
You were close. You were close.
You know what's great? As a sign of how far Esper Pixie has fallen as a deck, my result from that RC, where I went 1-2 about 2 months ago, is still the top listed result on MTG Goldfish. That's the most recent result for the archetype.
Speaking of dead archetypes in quotation marks, we have one Kaito player in the room.
Yeah.
And I heard that they won round 1.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I was like, that might be the first time Kaito's won a game in 6 months. Because that has been long gone.
Yeah,
If Jen has stopped playing Kaito,
yeah, it's not well
bad sign.
positioned. Bloom Tender.
Bloom Tender got to untap.
Okay, so we got a lot of things to pick up.
Warning.
Oh, we get to cast our Gearhulk this turn.
Oh my lord.
That's pretty good.
Terrifying situation.
Okay, so we can go get the... So next turn... Okay, so we go and get the Cam.
Yep.
Play the Cam. Tap for 3,
I think we're getting
untap.
double cam here.
Tap for 3 more. We have
I'll let
8
you work it out,
mana
I've got it.
next turn, and then we can play the Pixie, pick up the Cam, which is effectively plus 4 mana when we replay the Cam, and then we have Nature's Rhythm for Jolly Balloon Man.
Yeah.
That's cool. Anyway,
got
Jones
the
is
whole
going to have 4 mana this turn, so maybe he'll do something.
And we specifically fetched the Mockingbird here because if the Bloom Tender does die right now,
Yeah,
we
we
can't
get-
combo next turn.
Well, we just go to the value
We just
town
get a
of
second
copy
Gearhulk.
Gearhulk
I love the backup plan is just, I don't know,
4.
man, 4-4.
for you. Draw 2 more cards and make another 4/4. This one has flying. So this kind of has to be a removal spell.
Solemn Simulacrum?
Yeah, that ain't it. It's
Okay.
a nice Solemn Simulacrum.
Yeah, what is this from? It looks like one of the Commander decks, maybe? I hate this. This is hideous art you've put up on the screen.
My favorite part is that this is the Ixalan one, but that's the Marvel Commander set. They didn't give it a Marvel. This is just the... Look at this one.
You're going to anger all the Marvel fans. Oh, this is so cute. What the fuck? He's making a friend. Oh, you've lost me. I'm
So
done.
this is the
Oh,
this is the
Foundations.
Foundations one.
Okay, Morgan, while Joden is shuffling, Morgan's going to go through the motions of, yeah, dude, you're dead. Let me show you why.
This is my favorite soul. This is the Doctor Who one.
You're a Doctor Who fan. I'm not.
No, but look at it. It's cute.
He's very cute.
Little
I will
guy.
give you this. This is adorable.
Obviously, the other good one is the Kai one.
I actually need to know the secret lair that's from because I want that Solemn. The one where he's making a little buddy. That is so unbelievably cute. It's not even playable anywhere, really, it feels like.
Whoa, 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 whoa. It's in play right now as
Okay.
Morgan makes infinite mana. It might get to block and draw a card.
The balloons have flying.
Yeah, but the
because they're
Gearhulk doesn't.
balloons.
The Gearhulk doesn't. So you get to block that. It'll die in first strike. You'll draw your card and then die to all the pixies.
All right, here it comes. Freaky Jeeky about to hit the battlefield, making infinite balloons.
Welcome to the carnival, kids.
You know they made balloon tokens?
What, really? How?
Yeah.
No, but it copies a thing. How
I
can
think they made them for one of the Unfinity sets.
We don't have balloon tokens listed here.
I swear they made balloon tokens for one of the Unfinity sets. Because that was also set on a space carnival, whereas Balloon Man is definitely from a... What is Dustmon? It's a haunted house carnival? So I guess it still fits thematically. Boom, baby.
Yeah, this isn't the same token. We can't bring this one up, but...
Yeah. Okay. Everyone go home, Scryfall balloon token. It's adorable, and if anyone playing this deck had those as their infinite combo tokens, I would just give them the match. It comes off the Water Gun Balloon game.
Sure it does.
Yeah, here we go.
The
Boom, it's on
balloon
screen.
stand. Yeah, there you go.
There we go. See, this is the exact token that Balloon Man makes, but it gives them haste as well.
So to recap here, Morgan is going to activate his Balloon Man to make a copy of the Pixie. The Pixie will pick up the
Sewer Valence
Sewer
Cam.
Valence Cam, which will untap the Bloom Tender,
We will then
and then
tap
we-
the tender, cast the Sewer Valence Cam,
which
this will untaps the Balloon Man.
and then we start again, and we're at plus mana. We're plus
Yep.
like 2 mana on each loop, and we're plus a hasty Pixie.
Yeah, you know, the funniest part of this deck, in Bloom Tender adding for mana, is that Storm Chaser's talent makes a red and blue hybrid auto token. So your Bloom Tender can tap for an extra mana if it needs to.
Yeah.
Yeah, this deck is wild. I am so excited to have it on coverage. And I genuinely think that this might be the breakout deck of the tournament if it does well, and it might genuinely start appearing in a lot more leagues, a lot more events in the future.
I just can't believe I asked you 2 months ago, how can we play Badgermole, Cub, Boomerang Basics, and Storm Chaser's talent together? And you shot me down. And you told me the deck wasn't good.
To be fair, you asked me if Otters was good.
Well,
I am not smart enough to have found this. I have responsibilities now. If you asked 17-year-old Dylan when I was grinding Magic events
Yeah.
like 6 days a week, I would have found this deck 4 months ago.
nah, you're right. I think I was the same when I was at university.
I remember playing, I would go like, okay, so Monday night is Legacy in the City, which was an hour-and-a-half drive each way for me. And then I'd be like, and then there's Pauper on Tuesday, and then there's Modern on Thursday, and Standard on Friday, and then I'm going to a PDQ on Saturday, and then I'm going to another PDQ on Sunday in a different state. And I would just run this gamble for months, and I'm like, what was wrong with me? Like, legitimately,
Oh,
if you
boy.
are a child watching this, well, not a child, we should be careful about that. Children don't watch, I guess. I don't know where I'm going with this.
I think we're in all ages.
Yeah, if you're like a 16-year-old to 20-year-old grinder of Magic, maybe take a little bit more time to study than you do to find deck lists or play Moto, because I definitely didn't. And, I mean, it turned out like this, so
You know what you wouldn't have found on Moto? Joden's deck. This deck is sweet.
no.
It's
I
sweet.
really want to see Morgan jump through all these hoops and then just get punched in by Volborn Tyrant again, or by Bahamut.
Yeah, that was sick. Game 1, we got to see Morgan put a bajillion permanents in play, and Joden said, that's cool. Attack you
Sweet.
with my dinosaur.
It's very like Timmy versus Johnny coded.
Yes. This, genuinely. This is, look at my Rube Goldberg machine.
Yep.
If I draw all these exact cards in the right order, I'll like do it. This is yeah, it's fantastic. Joden's like, here's my large creature.
Big fan of this.
Joden on the play now. It does make a difference. This is kind of a race matchup, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot of ramp in Jordan's deck, as we spoke about,
Yep.
right? Like, nothing is a 4 of, but we do have 3 Studious First Years, 3 Shared Roots. We have the Soul Stone. We do also have 3 Solemn Simulacrums, 3 Overlord of the Hornwoods. So we're getting to these big numbers a lot faster than you would expect. And then it's just a matter of which one of these massive idiots can close out the game the fastest. And I think we got to harp back to the fact that the deck is called Judge Calamity.
Yeah,
this one
that's-
hits hard, this one hits fast, and it's a horse. What's not to love?
And the big thing that you really want to copy with Calamity is, of course, Terror of the Pigs.
Yeah.
If you do that, I think your opponent just dies from memory.
Yeah, because the Terror comes into play and deals 5, right? Because it's another one.
So the Terror comes into play, and then you copy it, and you get to copy it twice. 2 of them enter, and each of them sees...
the other.
2 of the others see it enter, so it just deals
It's just 20.
20 before combat damage.
Yeah, rar.
So
Dragon
that's the
go
combo. And that can happen as early as about turn
Can we do a turn
5, I think.
4? If we go Ram Spell on turn 2, Ram Spell on turn 3, can we Horse on 4, Terror on 5? Yeah.
Yeah, Terror on 5. Horse on 4,
Oh, we
Terror
could
on
Smuggle
5.
Surprise them. We could cheat them out on turn 4.
That
if
is
you-
true. Yeah, so if
if
we
you
go
had
Ramp on 2, Ramp on 3, Smuggler's Surprise, put them both in on turn 4, you're dead.
Shove, yeah. So Jordan also technically a combo deck. Like, we can do the thing. And here we have turn 1 first year.
You know, this deck was called Jund Combo. We renamed it to Jund Calamity, but Jordan had listed this as Jund Combo, and I'm starting to come around
He
to
knows
his
what
point
he's
of view,
about.
actually. The bear gets in for 1. Beep, beep. This bear's adorable. I know we said that before, but
I know. He's just I love this thing. The fact that, like, the universe of Strixhaven, you go to university, and then there's just this anthropomorphic bear there as well. This would scare the shit out of me in a hallway if I was walking down. How often do you come across a bear and you're not terrified?
well, this looks more like a black bear, right?
Sorry.
They're a bit more like, well, no, like grizzly bears are way scarier. Black bears are just kind of,
I feel like any bear is scary.
ah.
Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, there we go. We have a removal spell for the Bloom Tender, something we weren't able to accomplish in game 2.
This is really important. We got to slow Morgan down. No Gear Hulks on turn 4.
Please don't kill me.
Please don't. Just slow down a bit. Let me cast my large creatures.
Morgan's mana base as well right now. Horrible.
I do want to point out, Joden did not shoot her up the mountain that turn.
No.
Has heaps of mountains. There are 13 basics in this deck.
You know what he's not going to get hit by? Price of Freedom.
Yeah. And a duress. So we do have the duress. Gonna miss.
We miss, yeah. And this was the
What do we-
worry that we talked about in sideboarding, that duress can miss because a lot of the combo pieces get found off your creatures.
So we're
right?
missing the Jolly Balloon Man. Is that right?
We're missing Balloon Man as a combo kill here.
Yeah. I
But
think
also,
that's it.
our mana base is so painful.
Yeah,
you
it's
have
not
to play
great.
these starting towns on the odd chance you draw the Kiki Freaky.
Yep.
And then you can actually tap them for red. But in this instance, every single time Morgan taps one of these lands for a color, it's going to hurt.
On the flip side, I would say, I don't know. I mean, it does add up. The 3 of them is a lot.
Yeah.
As we said, Joden
This
sort of
Gearhulk
deals...
is going to cost 4 life to cast.
I think it might cost 5. We might
5
have to
next
shock.
turn, yeah. If we shock in.
Joden does deal damage in huge chunks, though.
Yeah.
Like,
And Morgan deals it in infinite chunks. So Joden's life total is largely irrelevant unless we have to enact this fair plan, which,
I can see Joden
We
has,
don't want to.
Joden has a red card in hand. We didn't search up that mountain earlier.
no, we did draw Soul Stones,
And
so that's another piece of ramp, but
All the red cards are double red.
a lot
This
of
is
red mana.
this, by the way, is a Golgari deck splashing 2 double red cards.
Yeah, why not?
Terror of the Peaks and Calamity.
We have so many cards that fetch for a basic land, right?
We do.
Okay, so looks like we're debating if we want to go...
Okay,
Oh,
so
we can go
Soul
Soulstone
Stone.
into Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
That's pretty nice.
It's a little combination.
That seems good. It does leave us still 1 red source short.
Yeah. And now, one thing we didn't talk about with the Sewer Balloon deck, you can kill without a creature in play as well. So Badgermore Cub giving
Yeah.
a land haste lets you enable these insane sequences with multiple sewer cams, untapping it, or just having access to more mana.
You know what the bear is really good for? Sacrificing to the Soul Stone.
Ooh. That is pretty
We
good.
also already have the Bloom Tender in play, so we get to start with that. We can like
yeah.
lead on Cub, tap Bloom Tender for 2 green. We can even like
Card in
Cub.
Morgan's hand.
Pixie.
Is that a Disdainful Stroke? Okay, so we actually have the next big thing covered with this. I
pretty
think
good.
that's a Cowboy Bebop Disdainful Stroke,
Oh boy.
which, beautiful art, by the way. I wish I picked some of these up. They were so hard to get.
Yeah,
If this is the card in his hand, this is huge.
that's really impactful.
In fact, we might even see no deployment of the Gearhulk here, just so that we have access to hold up the Disdainful Stroke.
So we could see. Oh boy.
I would potentially think about maybe going like
God, sequencing gets so complicated
Agimon
with this
card.
deck.
Yeah. Oh,
So we could like Cub.
lose another life. Yeah, see, every spell costing.
We're gonna see the Cub. We get to Earthbend a land.
And it's important that we Earthbend a blue land because the balloon combo needs a blue land.
Yep.
Because Badgermore Cub, while providing an extra color, it's an extra green. So the colorless requirement for Freaky Kiki is enabled with the green mana, but you need the blue mana to repeatedly cast the Super Valence Cam again and again and again.
Gonna tap for 4 here. We can't actually cast Gearhulk off of this.
No, so
notably.
I think Morgan is more than likely going to take a really reactive approach here and pass, holding up the Disdainful Stroke. Because you saw how many monsters were in their deck, but they're also all tap outs, right? So this gives you another turn to try and draw Balloon Man, another turn to try and draw Nature's Rhythm for the full combo.
Yeah, your dream here is sort of that Joden taps out for something huge. You get to eat his entire turn with your Disdainful Stroke. We are going to pick up the Cub.
And now we get to tap the Blue Tender for
Replay the
2
Cub.
colors, replay the Cub.
That's pretty sweet.
We could have actually tapped it for 3 mana with the Cub
Yeah, if we
in
do
play,
it with the Cub in play.
but
Nothing to do with the extra
Irrelevant,
mana,
right?
so...
Yeah.
we're
And now
just
with
into
the
it,
Hallowed
so-
Fountain being held up, we have extra mana off the Cub to be able to cast this Disdainful Stroke as well. So here we go. This
Joden's
is
gonna slam
massive
a Volborn
monster,
Tyro.
and we probably want to stop this, right?
yeah. Real quick Disdainful Stroke
Yeah,
there.
real quick. Looks like we're not going to forget the Overlord trigger. Cool. That was a very quick, you got my spell. I'm not attacking. Go. Wait, I have an end step trigger. Let's just do this thing, passing through the steps. All right. Whatever Morgan drew could literally end the game right now.
Yeah, basically anything that gives access to the Balloon Man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have the Gearhulk to go
We have
get...
everything we need except
Valence
for
Cam.
the Carnival Worker himself. I remember opening this card in a pre-release for Duskmourn as well and being like, I'm never going to see this card get played. And now it's my favorite thing that's ever happened. It's right now.
Interesting, we can see Morgan has the Spell Pierces in as well. So really paying a lot of respect to
For
the
those sweeper
sweepers.
effects.
Yeah.
Because a sweeper would be devastating here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
A sweeper would literally be almost lights out for Morgan.
2 cams.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay, so these blue
That's-
tenders are going to tap for 3 mana currently.
That's no good sign
4
if you're
mana with the
Joden.
tender. Okay, so we get to have double divination on this to see if we can find a Nature's Rhythm.
So
or
wait. What you're telling me is if I play this cam, I get to basically if I play it and sack it, it costs me 5 mana, but I get to untap Balloon Tender twice. So
Yeah.
it costs me -3 mana to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, is that good? Does your your Dark Ritual doesn't draw you cards? Oh, you might be playing the wrong deck.
Okay. This again.
I love when the dice come out and your opponent's completely tapped out and they're just like, oh no.
Yeah. As soon as we got 2 cams, I'm concerned.
Oh yeah,
In
you should
Joden's.
be.
Like, that's not good.
So we're gonna.
Okay.
We have untapped
We
the Blue
found
Tender on the
another.
leave.
We found another Gearhulk, which, as we've discussed, by getting cams is mana positive.
Yeah, we can do this again. Oh my god.
It's not technically a loop. I can see how Peter was playing this deck even without the Jolly Balloon Man.
Yeah.
Because this isn't infinite, but it's a lot.
It's a lot of value, and
Like, this beats most people. We're just going to put a bunch of Gearhulks in play and draw a
Yeah.
heap of cards.
it's interesting that in this standard format, there are a lot of decks that they get to a point where it's so big that it doesn't matter anyway.
And the exception to that is this is going actual infinite, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you imagine a mirror where one player has Jolly Balloon Man and one doesn't, if we do all this nonsense, if we're a huge board in play and we pass back, the only thing that beats us is, well, maybe a sweeper, but otherwise, someone going even bigger.
Yeah, there's
And
always
that's
a bigger
what-
fish,
that's what
right?
the Balloon
and
Man
this
is
is what
for.
this deck is doing.
That's what our balloons are for.
Now,
And my favorite part of this is that we have so many Gearhulks. Not only are there 4 Gearhulks in the deck, but then each Gearhulk can also search for Mockingbird or Pixie, so we can just keep doing this. We have so many Gearhulks to cast.
yeah, and I believe we are actually in time as well. Now, interesting thing for being in time when you're playing an infinite deck like this is we may be going for another 10 minutes here. It's still going to be the same turn.
Yeah, yeah. And importantly, this is a combo deck that wins on the turn.
Yeah, you don't
It
have to
combos.
pass.
There's no mill your opponent and then make them
Here we go.
deck.
That's a nature's rhythm.
That was a nature's rhythm off the top.
And then you see Morgan's body position immediately shift
the,
there.
the immediate
lift
sit up,
back,
they're
yeah.
like, oh, okay, we're good.
This is something I actually really love about high-level Magic is when you can notice those changes in opponent's body language, the changes in tone, the changes in how they tap their lands. I mean, Joden has no agency here.
Joden's head was Joden just chin resting on hand there, like knows I'm at the mercy here. We'll see if I can get out of this turn, but so we actually had up to 6 looks there.
Yeah.
By finding all our cams and then
If
we
we
can
found
play and
every cam
sacrifice
and just
3
went
of
through it all,
them,
we could have had...
draw 6. You have to
Oh,
keep
wait.
1 around to
Hang
bounce,
on.
right? We're
stacked-
leveling up.
Do we have another cam? I think we fetched Pixie and Mockingbird.
Well, yeah, but we can pick up the Gearhulk to go find another cam.
True. It is a lot of mana to do it, but...
You're right.
Oh, we're leveling up
Looks
to get
like
back
we've
to Stainful
leveled
Stroke.
up to get back to Stainful Stroke.
I think Morgan
Might be passing,
got a little bit hasty with getting the Mockingbird and second Pixie.
but we're also we're also tapping our Bloom Tender for 5 mana now.
Red coming from...
We've got an Otter in play.
We just talked about it. We're not using Otter Token because we're so...
No
so
time to
big.
draw. We got a cute Otter token in game 1. We don't have time
Yeah.
to draw that now.
We're in time. The judge is like, stop drawing.
Please stop wasting time by drawing.
If
We're
you
gonna-
draw, you're going to draw, and we
we're-
don't want that.
I think the first Pixie should probably also have a counter on it
Yeah.
as well.
Again, mostly irrelevant.
Doesn't really. Oh, we're gonna pick up the Bloom Tender and replay. Nope. The Bloom Tender's untapped now.
Are we
We're-
shoving?
We're-
I think we're shoving.
I think we're attacking. Yeah, I think we're attacking.
Oh my god, yeah. I think getting the second Pixie and the Mockingbird, very, very interesting that we didn't get another cam there. As you said, the cam was mana positive, and it was 2 extra cards. If this second Gearhulk got 2 more cams, or second Pixie, third cam, we could have comboed right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting though. There's so many moving pieces.
Yeah. As we said, we have been jokingly calling this the Rube Goldberg machine, and it really is. Like, look how much cardboard is on one side of the board versus the other.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. We joked about it. This is the Morgan just like so many things, and then Jordan's like, anyway, here's my
Circus
giant
juggling.
thing. You had a counter. Here's my dinosaur. You had a counter spell. Okay, you go.
Maybe we have to call this 4-color circus.
Yeah.
I do kind of like circus.
Yeah, 4-color circus.
It's much more like convenient than sewer bloom, because I've said sewer
I
bloom
love
a lot today,
Sewer Balloon.
and everyone's been like, "What is that?" It's like you're gonna know after this weekend.
Well, when
okay?
you say 4-color circus, they'll definitely know what you're talking about. That'll be way clearer.
I miss when we got to have like funny names for Magic decks. Now it's just color and card in the deck, or color and mechanic of the deck.
Be the change you want to see in the world.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say shit. I played Sultai Otters, and I just called it Otters. Yes, thank you, Marcus. 4-color circus. Get on board. The Clown Fiesta has really arrived in the feature match area.
Incredible. We got all types here. We got Gearhogs and Pixies and birds and
Elf Druid?
Elf Druids and Cubs. Just little... What is Badger Mole Cubs type?
It's
a Badger Mole.
Yeah.
All right, well, I should have guessed that one. That one I probably should have worked out.
I think there's someone who runs like a setting on Scryfall that is every creature that is the same name as its creature type. Because there is a card that is just Badger Mole
Right.
in Avatar.
We've passed back. Joden gets a turn. There is a Disdainful Stroke sitting face up on Morgan's side.
And mana, face up. There's our red source. We have the
And red
Everywhere
source.
land.
I believe
for the second red.
there's a Terror of the Peaks in hand.
Yeah.
This one might get countered though. Last card.
I have a feeling we are going to counter this.
Yeah, and then there's so much power in play on Morgan's side.
Yeah, I think this is a counter into a win the game through combat, which is not what we expected in this match.
What if it works though?
Wait, we just...
We said that's fine. I think Morgan did a quick count and worked out, yeah, 1 blocker doesn't matter to me. You're dead anyway.
Taku.
Attack. And or we...
I think Morgan needs to start working at Australia Post because we just need to send it. We don't need to take any more time. Just send it.
Right click, attack all.
I love every now and then I make a comment and look across at you and you're just mouth closed furious. Don't worry, there's going to be plenty more this weekend. I hope you're ready for it.
I hope I get hazard pay for this.
Lovely
Morgan Fairhurst.
sport by Joden as well there. Like, he's so
Shout out
excited
to
to
Joden.
see how that went.
Joden spends so much time sitting there watching Morgan play Magic
yeah,
that round.
I think we went overtime, right? Like this is a
was a full
55 and a
round,
half
yeah.
minute match. Jordan probably played 8 minutes of that match.
Yeah.
I don't think he got much time to sit. Like, I mean, he got to sit there, be under the lights. He's having a great time. He's
Yeah.
obviously here to play some Magic, right? But he didn't actually get to do anything that cool. He just had to sit there and watch Morgan be the cool guy.
I think putting Dr. Doom and putting Volt Montara into play is pretty cool.
I mean, that's fun. Yeah, definitely
fun.
get behind it.
But in the end, it is Morgan Fairhurst taking out that match. Moving on to 2-0.
Yeah.
Great start.
Good
6 more
start to
rounds
the
to go
day.
today. We're going to cut to top 64. So 2-0 is a really good start to that.
We're calling it the cut to cash, top 64. I think we're expecting it to be 5-3.
Yeah, somewhere
Might
in
scrape
5-3 is probably the break, is what we
So
think.
we'd expect
6 wins, you're safe.
Oh, 6 wins, we're good.
That's-
We're good.
That's how you know for sure. But round 3 coming up pretty shortly now.
Yeah, I think we had a bit of a time extension for this round. There was a bit of complicated judge call on the floor. So
Yeah.
it might be a bit of a longer break, but stay tuned. We got much more Magic to come for you today.
Yep.
I'm Dylan, this is Ian, and we'll be back for rounds 5 and 6. So
Stick
stay tuned.
around. Welcome back to the sideboard here. I am joined by the lovely Amy from All Interactive Distribution, who is one of the principal partners of MTG Bazaar and this whole event. So, thanks for coming to have a chat with me, Amy.
Thank you for having us. We're so happy to be here. I'm here with the other girls of All Interactive Distribution. And yeah, we're just stoked to be here.
Yeah, unfortunately, couldn't get everyone into the shot. It's a little bit, of a small interview space. Maybe later we'll drag them in. They're in the background at the moment, being Amy's support crew and cheering her on, which is lovely to see. Now, big question for you is, what is a distributor, Amy?
A distributor is someone that is there to provide support to retailers and make sure that products that are coming into the market are being distributed evenly and that they're also being supported enough to be able to run organized play.
Yeah, excellent. So me as a player then, love my organized play, love going to my local game store. How does that affect me? Why is it so important for you guys to support organized play?
Look, when it comes to TCG, organized play is the bread and butter. So for Magic the Gathering specifically, there is no Magic without players. So at the end of the day, we really need to make sure we're providing enough support to the stores that are supporting organized play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a partnership, right? We need both parts. There's, as you say, no Magic without the players. As we love to say, the best part of Magic is the gathering, of course. Now, we've mentioned you're partnering with MTG Bazaar and Pat. Tell me about that partnership. How did that come about? What's that all about?
So I started in my role in account management about 2 years ago, and Pat was one of the first retailers that I connected with. Now I consider Pat almost like more of a close friend than a customer, definitely. And I think that Pat and the MTG Bazaar team, they're extremely important to the organized play category. The team is extremely passionate. Pat's here running this event for all of these players. And yeah, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, they're fantastic events, as you say, and it is all about this group and the players and putting on amazing events for all of these people who are here. So, thank you for coming out. Thanks for coming to this event. I know you've come from the Gold Coast, so it's a bit cold here in Sydney for you, but I hope you enjoy the weekend anyway. Excellent. That's it.
Welcome back to MTG Bazaar. We are at the 100K, the Sydney Standard Spectacular, and one of the things I've been looking forward to most this weekend is just happened. We have Isaac here, my good friend, and he is retiring from his TO duties, and to thank him, Pat has organised not one cake, 12 cakes.
12 cakes?
12 cakes.
12 cakes.
12.
There's like a feast table line of cakes in the tournament
Oh,
organizing.
yeah. Like, check our socials. We'll put them up. It's a lot of cakes. I mean,
many
12's a
cakes.
number, but 12 cakes is a lot of cakes.
And
Anyway,
this is one of them, which is
mud
just-
cake, I'm assuming,
yeah.
as requested. Your
Yep.
favourite?
Yeah, this is my favorite. So
Well, I'll Augustus gloop you and make you finish it by the end of the round or something like that. Is that the idea?
yeah.
How does it feel? How does it feel? I mean, you've done a lot for us. We're really proud to count you as a team member and a friend. But you know, any words for the Pat-centric people in the crowd?
I mean, Pat doesn't do things in halves.
He
right?
does not.
$100,000 tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Flying down to Melbourne for my birthday and giving a speech,
Mm-hmm.
and just all around just being like an incredibly nice person. So when a couple months ago he asked me what's your favorite cake? Just out of curiosity, I'm like, yeah, he's gonna get me a cake.
Yeah.
And then 12,
Yeah. To let you behind the curtain a little bit, I found out about this on like Tuesday, and he's like, he just calls me out in the middle of the day, just out of nowhere, and I'm like, all right, there's always something going on, and he's like, I just ordered 12 cakes, and I'm like, okay. What do I?
yeah.
What would you like me to do about it?
We got a full cake station with a bunch
Yeah.
of plates, and
It's gonna be excellent. Everyone can celebrate with us, and
Yeah.
Isaac, you mean a lot to this whole team here. So really glad that we're doing it for you. I hope our players ready. We've got a good one coming up this round because as much as we're celebrating Isaac, we're still playing some Magic the
we're
Gathering.
still playing for some cash.
We're playing some cash. We've got another Jolly Balloon Man deck in the hands of Gideon Walsh, and in the other seat, we have Ron Marshall's Jeskai Lessons. This one's a little different, though. It is featuring cards such as Thor, God of Thunder. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Now, that's some production quality. So everyone's just checking each other's deck list, making sure they're ready to go when it needs to start happening. Just to take you through Ron's deck, this is a deck I really needed to cover today.
Yep.
So
tell me about this
you.
deck, because I can tell you're excited about this deck.
I am pretty excited. So these decks are the traditional sort of control in these formats. They tend to play tablet, to get up to Jeskai Revelations. Now, instead of doing the traditional lessons thing and going for grands, Rowan's like, nah, Thor, God of Thunder. Isaac, do you know what that card does?
No. Red, and 3? Is that right?
Red, and 3, 5/5 flying, and when it comes into play, you can give a card flashback until end of turn.
Okay, yep.
But anytime you cast a non-creature spell, you can deal damage equal to its converted mana cost to any target.
Non-creature spell.
So anything other than the other Thor, God of Thunder in this deck that is a spell goes straight to the dome as well.
Okay.
So we're going to be basically burn win conditioning our way out of this. So we're down to 3 Jeskai Revelations in this one, but we do have the Thor lines as well. So we're built around a creature here instead of just all spells.
Yeah, okay. And then on the other side, we have the Jolly Balloon Man combo deck, which I believe we've had one already.
Yeah, we had one last round.
Yep. So, look, the big thing about this deck is Bright Glass Gearhulk is such a house, right? Like green, white for a 4/4. But when it comes into play, you get to search your library for 2 either surveillance cameras or nurturing pixies to bounce your stuff, or you got 1 Mockingbird in order to maybe be like another Bright Glass Gearhulk, depending on mana situations. Like, there's just so many options available to you. So I'm really excited to see this Jolly Balloon Man pop off as well.
Yeah. I mean, so the other day you were testing this deck with one of our
yeah.
players. So you were in the pilot seat for the Balloon Man. How did you find the deck? Are you excited to see this on coverage?
Yeah, look, it's kind of sneaky in that you don't realize, like, oh, you're just playing a creature here, a creature there, but it just gets out of hand very quickly.
Yep.
So it's a very cool deck.
Okay, so we see the first couple of turns. This is how we always drew it up. A Storm Chaser's Talent and an answer to the Otter.
Oh,
The classic. Oh, and here we have a Price of Freedom on turn 2. That's pretty good.
yeah. Yeah, Price of Freedom, plus this the new like Anger of the Gods card that also kills a non-basic land.
Yeah. We also have Avengers Disassembled. So both of those cards allow you to destroy a non-basic land. In Price of Freedom's case, you also get to destroy an artifact, and then they have to search for a basic land. Now, one of the things as this format has gone deeper over the weeks that we've had it, people are playing fewer basics. So I was speaking to Ron earlier, and he says it is legitimately one of the win cons of this deck is to run his opponents out of lands. So it is actually low-key a land destruction deck as well.
So Rowan's on 2 Great Halls of the Bibliopex. That can actually add up in terms of the amount of damage.
Okay, we see the demolition field for the land destruction plan, though.
Demolition field.
100%.
Okay. All right. For those at home, let's bring up this demolition field. Or maybe you can just pop it off the top of your head.
Yeah, it's it taps for colors and 2 in a tap, and you can destroy target non-basic land, and then a player may go get a basic land and put it into play, and then you do the same.
Okay.
Very similar to Field of Ruin. The reason that we ended up with the card change here, funnily enough, is that Field of Ruin was players in the game, so they needed to print one for multiplayer formats, which didn't make everyone go rampant growthing.
Oh, okay.
So that's why we had the change.
Yeah. All right. So Tablet of Discovery coming out for Rowan here. I tell you what, Tablet of Discovery, possibly my favorite card in Standard.
It's pretty cracked. Look, I'm not the call for bans kind of person, but if you told me in a year this card was banned because it is too powerful, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah,
it is incredible.
Yeah, just card advantage as well as ramp. Just like fits perfectly on turn 3 with a removal spell, like a red removal spell, but then also gets into that Jeskai Revelation range pretty quickly.
Yeah, so I played a lot of the more traditional versions of this Lessons deck, and it only plays 23 lands, right? So compared to the 4-color control decks that we've seen in round 1, and we'll see throughout the day, and tomorrow presumably, we're playing a way shorter land count. To make up for that, obviously we've got the Lessons package, a bit of mana acceleration from the tablet. I think in these cases, though, the ability to go from 3 to 5, even missing a land drop, still makes the control deck really functional. So because Gideon's not putting much pressure on, we're seeing the Forest Price of Freedoms, and Gideon does not have another basic.
Oh, and we've scooped him
and
up.
it's done. It's just done. That is a 4-minute game 1 from a control deck that won via land destruction.
Incredible. And that was from a flashback as well. So
it was from a flashback, yeah. Flashback Price of Freedom. So the ability to continually go after those lands and to run them out of resources the untraditional way.
Yeah. It also just highlights with open deck lists, you know how many basics your opponent has. So once the 2 basics are in play from Gideon, Rowan's like, oh, the coast is clear that I'm going to commit resources here, like my flashback and playing the price, because I know that this is not search your library for another basic. It's actually just a Stone Rain.
Yeah, 100%. And he did that very, very quickly. So Rowan playing the part of Jaws, smelling blood in the water and going after the land. Okay, so we have Gideon's list up on the board. You're the expert in this one. Can you tell us a little bit about what you think the sideboarding is going to be?
I'm straight away looking at this sideboard and asking the question, did I put any extra basic lands in my sideboard?
No.
The answer
Again?
is no.
You know what? There's nothing quite like playing a land destruction deck like this, and then that little shuffle through the 15 cards that you registered, but you're like, did I maybe put an island in? It's off color. It's on color. I could have done it. No, I didn't.
Yeah. So those spell piercers will come in just as a way to interact, and probably a disdainful stroke as well. And then we'll probably cut some number of the seam rips, probably all of them.
Yep.
And then
I have a question about the Spider Sense and the Ang. Can you see those coming in, or what would you do here?
yeah. So Ang is an interesting one because it does it's an instant speed interaction spell that can have some application. I'd be looking at my opponent's sideboard as well and just trying to work out, like, are you going to bring in a bunch of like Wrath effects like Day of Judgment? And the answer is no by the looks of it.
Yeah.
So I'd be more inclined to bring the Ang in at 3 toughness as well. It gets out of the range of a bunch of burn spells like Burst Lightning.
Yeah, like a firebending technique from this deck. It could also save one of your guys sometimes, which is like a really cool line that it's, it disrupts, but it also, you can use it in response to removal to maybe reset your Bright Glass Gearhulk, stuff like that.
Yeah,
for those really grindy games. Now, to do all that, of course, you're going to have lands in play.
Yeah, yeah. Which is why you want the 3 spell pierces.
Spell pierces,
in.
yeah.
Like, I just got to keep my lands and try to get to a point where Rowan can't afford spending his mana on land destruction because you've got enough power on the board in order
Yeah.
to affect change.
100%. Now, looking at Rowan's deck, he has a couple of Price of Freedoms in the sideboard and a 4th Avengers Disassembled. That one's going to come in even just for the Wrath effect here, I imagine.
Yeah, yeah.
So, what do you think? Would you still commit to the land destruction plan, or do you go, well, you know what? I'm on the drawing game too. It's less likely to work.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I'm going to throw the question back at you. Like,
Yeah.
are you bringing in fire magic? Are you bringing in like spell pierce to counter your opponent's spell pierces? What are you doing here?
I'm definitely bringing the fire magic. I'm definitely bringing the Avengers Disassembled. Personally, I'm a let it ride kind of guy, and I would just not really worry about stack interaction that much. But that means I would also not register flash freeze. But if I have registered flash freezes, I'm probably bringing them in for this matchup. I think that's what they're for.
Yeah, that does make sense. That does make sense. You really just want to be in a position where you're not going to get overrun by creatures.
Yeah.
And particularly, like this combo deck, it does have combo in it, but it's also just a good creature deck.
Yes.
And the combo doesn't really work unless you've got creatures in play. And so you want to just make sure that you can kill as many creatures as possible. So Avengers Disassemble does make sense. And also has that combo with Plan A being kill your
The land
opponent's
destruction
lands.
Plan A.
Yeah. Plan A, kill your opponent's lands.
I'll tell you what, when I was perusing deck lists earlier today, I was not assuming that there would be a land destruction player in the field. But here we are.
I love it. I love it.
We could also see One Shitong come in from Rowan here as well. Because Bright Glass Gearhulk does search your library for those cards, and you're interested in doing that in your value sands, One Shitong is one of those things that you can deploy at flash speed to keep up with those cards. Even though you're not getting quite as many as they are, at least you're drawing through your deck, you're finding your sweep, you're finding ways to reset the board. So I could see that as well. Some of these things might be played draw from the Jeskai Lessons perspective, though. My assumption is that if you're acting reactively on the draw, you're probably playing some amount of permission, just the sweeps, and ready to go in that way.
I noticed that Rowan's playing 2 copies of Improvised Capstone, which is such a cool card.
It's so sick.
But it costs 7 mana.
It does cost 7 mana.
Are they staying in for this matchup? Like, is the Capstone better than a Jeskai Revelation here? Like, what are we thinking?
My feeling is that I would take them out. In these normal decks, just to let people behind the normal meta stuff, it's normally 4 Jeskai Revelations, 1 Capstone.
Okay.
Now, Rowan has gone for 2 Capstone, 3 Revelations. It slightly raises your lesson count. That seems to be something that Rowan's really interested in because he doesn't have the Grants to loot all day.
Okay.
Now, I think that if you are bringing in the sweeps that we were talking about earlier, you do have to cut stuff. Improvisation Capstone is for, grindy effects and all the rest of it, but you're really worried about getting run over here. So for me, I'm going to be trying to take those out, and I'm going to be relying on my other forms of advantage to get my way into a winning position.
Yeah. So looking at our opening hands here, Gideon being on the play. What are you looking for on turn 1 here from Gideon?
Interestingly, I think in this deck, the turn 1 plays are not that significant. It's weird because we've just come out of a really Llanowar Elf heavy format. And this one is playing the Llanowar Elf colors and a lot of the Llanowar Elf synergies and no Llanowar Elves.
Yeah.
So we're really interested in our 2 mana creatures. So Badgermole Cup and Bloom Tender are the 2 of note here. It looks like that Gideon has also brought in a Rhodes. So maybe having a look at those Thor God of Thunders and saying, you know what, I can't keep up with that card. I'm going to have to find a way around it.
I need to be able to interact with that card. So Rhodes come in and maybe, those Seam Rips come out and some other interactions come out. But that's another reason to look at the Ang as well.
Yeah, 100%. So we have a Flash Freeze in Rowan's hand. Gideon none the wiser for the moment, but hey, we have the omniscient viewpoint here.
Yeah, now this is a really interesting play from Gideon. So I spied with my little eye a Badgermole Cub there, as well as a Pixie. But Gideon going, you know what? You've got 2 lands and you didn't actually play anything. I reckon you've got removal spells in hand. I'm not actually going to cast anything.
Well, Rowan misses 3rd land drop, goes to discard, gets rid of Jeskai Revelation. Okay, that doesn't tell you much other than he went to discard. But even still, why not just wait? If he's not hitting his land drops.
I mean, heads up play from Gideon there because Gideon just said, you know what? I am not going to play my creatures. And immediately got rewarded with Rowan having to go to discard.
And it looks like it's going to happen again. So a tablet was the draw for the turn. A fantastic draw if he'd found his 3rd land, but he hasn't. So
Yeah. I'm just so impressed with the play by Gideon here.
It is nice. It is nice. It is so tempting in these ramp decks to get on board. That's what you want to do. That's why you
Yeah.
registered it. But the patience started to pay off. He's 2 cards up already from it.
Yeah, yeah. Just going, you know what? I can.
He doesn't have a ton of action in hand as well. So a longer game is actually pretty good for his hand because he's got the Erodes' interaction.
Yep.
He's only got that Badger Mole Cub and the Pixie so far. Amongst I think there's a Nature's Rhythm in there as well. But Rowan continuing to miss the land drops. So I don't know. I don't think I feel that sorry for him after game 1.
Yeah, what's it like to not have enough lands,
Rowan.
So Gideon now has drawn the negate-esque effect. You're going to tell me the name of that one.
Spider Sense.
Thank you very much.
Or Detect Intrusion for your arena lovers out there.
Okay. So now Gideon has this option of going, you know what, I can actually put the shields down because they're still up.
Down and up at the same time. Don't think about it too much. Just do it.
Just go with it. Just go with it. So has a couple different options as well to play the Badger Mole Cub. Has the option of cracking the Soul Guide Lantern to draw a card to try to find the extra land.
He goes for a pass again. I love that play.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so now we see the third land. A little bit of a sigh of relief from Rowan. Like, I know exactly what I'm doing now. I'm playing this land and I'm passing the turn, but I feel like Rowan's feeling a little bit more like, okay, I've got options now. I can play the tablet. I can do some other things.
Yeah, so in the meantime, Gideon's gone up to a heavier hand, more assets in play as well as, options because of his land position. And it looks like this is the turn. He says it's worth it now.
So Badger Mole Cub coming in. We might see a response to targeting my land with this, but no, Rowan's going, you can have it. You can tap that thing for mana.
Yeah, I think we might have a Fire Magic in Rowan's hand here, so he can remove this all at instant speed for the second mode on that card for red and 2.
Yeah, red and 2 deal 2 damage to each creature.
Yeah. So, not too much pressure to answer this immediately. Now, of course, we know that Gideon's got that Spider Sense in hand, so also in a position to defend these creatures should he want to.
Looks like maybe a Pixie is coming out here, which can either pick up the Badger Mole Cub to play it again and put something on another land, put another counter on a land.
Okay, so he's adding green-white. Green and a white in pool. Solid representation there from Gideon.
Yeah,
That's so polite. What a nice boy.
Yeah.
And it is the Pixie. Absolutely correct.
Yeah, but the question is, what do we return to hand here, if anything? I think we're going to return something. Badger Mole Cub is the play. All right. And Rowan just going, I totally can't do anything about that. Resolves.
I mean, this is
like, I'm not having a bar of it.
This is really diligent.
Yeah, okay. So Badger Mole come in again. Rowan's like, cool, make that. I'm going to try to Pyroclasm at its turn, and then Gideon's going to respond with that Spider Sense.
Yeah, so the alternate cost, or the in-web cost on Spider Sense, requires you to return a tapped creature. One of the powerful interactions with it in this deck is the fact that you can just tap one of your lands and it becomes a creature. Yeah. So once it's become a creature, I should say. But it looks like we're going for a firebending lesson instead. So
this is so good.
This is high level, guys.
This is high level. Why is this high level? Explain this. Why is this? Because you had the option of just Pyroclasming the board there. Why would you not just go for the Pyroclasm?
Okay, so he has smelt out that there's interaction. Gideon didn't do anything for the first couple of turns here, which means he's got to have something.
Yeah.
So presumably it's permission.
Yeah, that makes sense. So instead I'm going to untap, I'm going to play my tablet, try and find an extra land.
Which he does, and it's the Demolition Field.
Yeah. Now, that Nurturing Pixie does actually have a +1/+1 counter on it, I believe.
Yeah, it does.
Because we did resolve the ability. It's just not represented here. But we'll just say
we'll clean up for you guys in a second, but, until then, totally fine. And then Gideon untaps his mana. There we go.
All right. I mean, there's so much going on here that is not intuitive.
That's so true. That is so true. I mean, the option's not taken, the option's actually taken.
Yeah. Like, why would you not play your 2-drop when you have 2 mana? Why would you not play the Pyroclasm when you have the ability to do it? Like, why would you play the 1-drop? Like, and all of this is just like both next level and previous level. Right?
Yeah,
Okay, I know that you're going to do this, so instead of doing this, I'll do this.
I know that you know that I will.
I know that you know that I know that you know, so I will do this differently.
So instead. All right, so we have Combustion Technique targeting the first Badger Mole Cub in response to the second. Now, this is going to break up the position where there's simultaneously 2 Badger Mole Cubs in play, therefore adding more mana from the Hallowed Fountain, for example.
Yep. Now, got plenty of options here,
Yeah.
right? And then, like, do we return a land? Like, do we tap
We could
the
just pay
land?
2. Like,
We could
yeah.
just pay 2. We could tap the land for 2 mana and then return the land and therefore pay 1. And that's a hallowed fountain. So you can then actually play a land again. So if Gideon hasn't played a land this turn, can get an extra land drop.
Yeah, I think the breeding pool was last turn, so
Yeah.
that would be the first land drop for the turn, so it doesn't cost you as much. The mana is somewhat relevant here, I guess, as well. We have an Angswift Savior in hand, so we can do that. But I think more importantly, we've got the Nature's Rhythm. So Gideon is probably really valuing having all this additional mana from these Badgermore Cubs this turn.
Yeah, and so we've done that play. So tap it for
Yeah.
mana, and that means I've got a tapped creature, and I'm going to return that Hallowed Fountain to hand. Then I can play that Hallowed Fountain for land for this turn. The second Badgermore Cub resolves. We're going to target another land.
Looks like it's the breeding pool, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so now that breeding pool taps for 3 mana. We've got a green in pool as well. So a few different options, but not much to do with that.
Yeah,
mana.
meaning, well, okay, so we can Nature's Rhythm for Jolly Balloon Man here.
Okay.
And we can
okay.
start copying things like the Badgermore Cubs, but we don't have the other pieces in play yet. So what's the value here? Maybe you go get another Badgermole. Maybe you go bigger on board. That being said, you're playing into some other stuff. All right, so it looks like we have a total of 6 mana. Maybe we're just getting a Gearhulk.
Yeah, look, if we've got 6 mana, Gearhulk sounds like a great play. Just restock my hand. I can get a couple of surveillance cameras that just draw cards.
Yeah, I mean, they're a combo piece, but they're also a card draw spell.
Yep. So, yeah.
Is the Nature's Rhythm. One of the
As
most
you
meaningful
said.
things is that this card also has Harmonize. So once you've used your Nature's Rhythm, it means you can use it again. And one of the best ways to do that is tapping a high power creature, which Gearhulk is.
Yep, yep. So we've got a couple different options here. We can get some Storm Chasers talent, some Surveillance cams. We can get another Pixie. Look, they're the major ones to go for.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
could get a Seam Rip, but doesn't sound like Gideon's interested in that, probably because they're in the sideboard.
Yeah, he probably took him out. I think that the Storm Chasers talent plus Surveillance Camp here is a great line. This Storm Chasers talent has the ability to pick that Spider Sense up again. We know he's only got 1, but doesn't really hold you back when you can get multiple uses from it.
Yeah. Now, importantly, we're looking at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana available with a Storm Chasers talent and a Surveillance cam. So Rowan here is certainly going to be acknowledging that I've got to get rid of some of these creatures.
Yeah, it's 11 power as well. So
Yeah.
you got. I mean, it's answer or we're getting to answer or die territory. You can't go down to 5
Yeah.
presumably. So
Yeah.
it looks like it's an Avengers disassembled. Ooh. So doing both modes as we like.
Yep. Yep. So,
So all creatures
kill
dead, nurturing
all of
pixie
these
dead.
so many creatures dead. Search for a basic, put into play. But then Rowan still has 3 mana available because that that tablet.
Tablet's so cracked, guys.
It's so good.
It looks like he's drawing a very nice looking Steam Vents in the hand there as well. So Rowan finally out of the land trouble. Was pretty behind on board, but he's looking like he's putting himself in a position to catch up really quickly.
Well, just, if we have like any amount of damage that can finish off this Gearhulk as well, we've got a completely clean board.
Yeah, it's got 3 damage marked on it, so you just need 1. Just 1 more point.
Yep. And Rowan just considering what the different options are available. We've got a Flash Freeze in hand.
Again, not playing the Steam Vents, thinking it through. He's wanted lands all game, and he's still just waiting and making sure his choices are correct.
Yeah.
Love that play.
Because you've got that the ability to discard cards and draw cards, so maybe sometimes you want to just slow roll the land unless
Yeah.
you need it.
Yeah.
And play it at a different stage. But then because of the Steam
well-
Vents, maybe you want to play it tapped.
Looks
and
like he's going for the tablet first.
Okay.
So he's an additional tablet. So, okay, a second tablet's hit the board.
Yep. Revelation is the
Ooh.
card discard. I think
Meaningfully, that's the second one.
Revelation,
So he's only
yeah.
got 1 less in the library. Now, he's got flashbacks, so they're not gone forever, but it does affect his top decks here, and it looks like he shocks in the Steam Vents.
Yep, going to 14. Gideon has now got I've still got multiple cards in hand, and I've got that Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard, so I've got a variety of different things that I can do.
Super interesting not doing the combustion technique from Rowan's side. What do you think about that line?
Well, I mean, that's this, do I keep Flash Freeze open or do I kill this Gearhulk? And Rowan's like, you know what, I can kill this Gearhulk later, but it does present a threat that makes Rowan have to answer it.
Well, here's the thing. The combustion technique is going to be offline for killing the Gearhulk. The reason it was pointed at the Otter here is because of the Soul Guide Lantern in play.
Yeah,
Because it's going to get reduced down to 2 damage, if the Soul Guide Lantern gets popped.
Yep.
Rowan knowing that, he's like, okay, well, I need to get something off the board.
Yeah, yeah. With Gideon having the Storm Chaser's talent as well as Surveillance Cam, like a lot of different options available. And if Rowan did tap out and just kill that Gearhulk, then a bunch of times that just works out badly if, say, Gideon just has another Gearhulk in hand and then goes and gets 2 more things. Or goes like, cool, Storm Chaser's talent, tick it up, get the Nature's Rhythm back, plus a 1-drop. There's lots of different interactions that could work out quite badly, whereas taking 4, not too bad right now. Right, when you're 14, it's not bad.
You can take 4 some amount of times. 4 times normally.
Yeah. So, much longer game than our first game.
Yeah. I mean, we're settling in for an actual back and forth here. Rowan finding the answer to his land problems, as well as getting Gideon's 2 basics into play, meaning some of his land destruction effects will be on for the rest of the game. We saw the timing there of doing the demolition field during upkeep. The reason you do that is just in case they draw the basic and they can't find it.
Yeah, pretty sneaky.
Sneaky boy. All right, Temple Garden. Doesn't seem like Gideon's going to run out of mana anytime soon. He's drawn a bunch of lands this game, so maybe that land destruction plan isn't really going to do it this game, but, Ron keeping the option live.
So I might see a tick up on the Storm Chaser's talent to get that Spider Sense back in hand.
Lovely.
You've also got this option of returning the Gearhulk just for value. I don't know if I would. Your opponent's on 6 life.
Yeah, it's a tough one there. You've got a lot of value already. I think that I'd be more interested in making my opponent answer at this point. I think he's pretty aware that with the Soul Guide Lantern and the Spider Sense in hand, there's not that many good lines to answer it from the Lessons deck.
Yeah. So Rowan going down to 2 life here. Now this is where the Gearhulk, mate, I'll just pass the turn. Right? Worst case scenario, I'm going to crack this Surveillance Camera and just draw 2 cards, right?
Yeah,
just 5 mana divination and end of turn.
Yeah.
And then just keep this Spider Sense open. Absolutely no problem here. Whereas Rowan does have a lot of problems because dealing 4 damage with that Soul Guide Lantern out is actually quite hard.
Yeah. So he's found an abandoned attachment. So meaningfully, this allows him to get through that flash freeze that looked so good at the start of the game, but ended up just stinking up his hand for a bunch of turns.
And
it's a price of freedom by the look of it. Now, the secondary mode on that, I think, is, I'm not entirely sure, but it might be a non-creature artifact. But no, it looks like just an artifact. My apologies, guys. That will do it.
All right, so we see just a straight-up counterspell and a concession there.
Yeah.
I got a question for you, right? So wait, I want you to put your in Rowan's mind here, right? You just faced down this Soul Guide Land that stayed in play the entire game.
Yeah.
And it just said, hey, look, your flashback card doesn't work. Your lessons aspect is going to be shunted sometimes. But there's only 1 copy of Soul Guide Land in Gideon's deck.
Yes.
When you're sideboarding and you're considering a card like Flashback, after just losing that game with that Soul Guide Land, where's your point of maybe I take out this Flashback. I don't want to get wrecked by Soul Guide Land.
And how many of these things that you're not going to get off the lessons plan, right? So you're somewhat susceptible. I can't speak, guys. Susceptible to it. Anyway, so do you want to be more susceptible to it? Do you just play into it? The funny thing is that Flashback is actually a pseudo answer to Soul Guide Lantern.
Oh, okay, because it just says
you got to pop it.
Destroy target Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go for the Flashback.
That's an interesting way to look at that card.
So, you got the Price of Freedoms already that destroy artifacts. Maybe that's a valid thing for you to do. You've got the option of using Flashback as a way to destroy Soul Guide Lantern. Obviously, it's a pretty free roll from Gideon here. Nice little one of Soul Guide Lantern that you can find with all 4 of your Gearhulks.
Yep.
And locks down the board like we saw for that entire game. Another one of those moments where it didn't do anything, but it's not doing anything was really important. So for me, I would act as if it wasn't there. That's my personal line there. I would go you know what? I'll find a way to play around this. And what is the mix of cards that I would like if he didn't draw it or didn't choose to tutor it off a Gearhulk? Now, that being said, I think there is the option to play around it in other ways as well. So, by taking out the Flashback.
Look, I think it's really interesting. That the way that you describe that has actually changed my mindset. Just looking at that, rather than saying, "Hey, my Flashback might be turned off," instead going, "My Flashback might read Destroy Target Soul Guide Lantern."
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's not it's not a frequent interaction, is
Yeah,
it?
yeah. But it's not that my flashback is dead. It's not dead.
Yeah.
It's still killing a card because the Soul Guide land, instead of drawing a card by sacrificing it, they're having to pop it off and exile the graveyard.
I'll tell you what this reminds me of, which is an old modern line back in the days when Snapcaster Mage was, you know, a valid
prevalent.
playable. Often against Tron, I would use my Snapcaster Mages to destroy Relic of Progenitors.
Okay, yeah.
So you go like, okay, no, that Relic stays in play. I'm going to have a huge issue,
problem.
huge issue. So I'm gonna target this spell with my Snapcaster Mage, and then they're gonna pop it. And I've just played an Ambush Viper, but Relic of Progenitors was going to be a huge problem for me, my future Snapcaster Mages, so I'm just going to spend this one to get that out of the way.
Yeah, rather than just going, oh, I'm not going to get my value now, so I won't cast it.
Yeah. And you might as well have 2 damage, right?
Yeah.
the angriest man in the universe snapping in and going for 2 damage a turn.
Attack.
Yeah.
So Rowan's on the play here. It looks like a Steam Vents Shock, take 2 damage past the turn.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, it's hard to see from this angle. Some of those nice foils also get picked up in a particular way. It looks like a Spybluff Canal was drawn for the turn, which I have to think is what he wanted. At Price of Freedom on curve straight away.
Just get out of here, non-basic land.
Given how considered Rowan's plays have been made, you can see how much he's really valuing the land destruction
Yeah, 'cause
plan.
that wasn't a
was
consideration.
snapped off right away.
Play my second land, play this price. I keep thinking of Price of Progress.
That's true. I mean, there's prices of progress and there's prices of freedom.
Yeah, I mean, there's a cost.
There is a cost. Freedom isn't free, fellas.
All right, so Gideon gets a Forest here.
And Cryogen Relic, nice one.
Yeah, so Cryogen Relic, blue and 1, when it comes into play, draw a card, and when Weaves play, draw a card. And then
Yeah.
it's got the ability, blue and 1, sacrifice it to put a stun counter on a tapped creature. But you can just sacrifice it without a tapped creature in play. And just draw a card.
Yeah. It's just a 2-for-1 over a couple of turns. Interesting card. Tablet of Discovery hits the battlefield. We're not worried about the value here, clearly.
Yep. It's a specimitable.
Okay. Now, we've seen Gideon's hand. He does have a couple more lands in it. I think I saw a starting town and a breeding pool in there. So Gideon's going to be able to hit a bunch of his land drops. That being said, these first 2 Price of Freedoms turn on all the other Prices of Freedoms.
I tell you, we might actually see like a rare occurrence here, which is a starting town that is going to enter play tapped, even though there's only 2 lands in play.
Ooh.
So
So we have the option of playing it this turn,
Yep.
and it's still untapped this turn. Now,
I think that this is turn.
no, this is sorry. Ron was on the play. This is Gideon's turn 3, so he has
Yeah,
to,
okay, it is-
but he
it is,
has to
yeah.
play it this turn.
This turn, otherwise it's turned off.
Okay, so the interaction here that Gideon is doing: Boomerang Basics draws a card, Cryogen Relic leaving play draws a card.
Okay,
That's
okay,
a
so
1 mana draw 2.
That's why we saw a draw 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing, there's a lot of blue cards in Gideon's hand right now. Rowan's taking him off that color.
Yep. So 1 more land destruction spell killing that starting town means no blue mana.
And it looks like Gideon has also gone to 8 cards in hand through his amazing card draw abilities, and is, you know, in the tank a little bit about what to discard. And it looks like it is the Erode.
Yep.
Okay, accumulate Wisdom.
Ancestral Recall, often referred to.
It turns out Gideon went to 9 cards. And we're just fixing that up now.
That's so good.
Yeah.
All right, so 3 mana, another tablet.
All right. Is it a Price of Freedom? No, it's a firebending lesson, but that is also the 3rd lesson. So we have the River Pie Verge, the Accumulate Wisdom in hand, both of them, because there are 2, will now just pick up 3 cards from the top.
Now, are you playing the stock up or the accumulated?
I would value having instant speed interaction here, but it looks like Rowan is really just chasing these Prices of Freedom. If he finds one here, this could be almost good night.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. And digging 5 cards instead of 3 cards.
Exactly.
Good.
So he's not after bulk cards, he's after particular cards in this
Yeah,
moment.
yeah. It's the card advantage of having your opponent lose the game with 7 cards in hand. You know?
Just discarded from 9, played a land every turn, loses to not having mana anyway somehow. Okay. Gideon's out of the woods on that one, though.
Yeah, we see another land here, Botanical Sanctum.
Yep.
It's coming to play tapped blue source, so we'll see what Gideon opts to play here. We might have
Yeah, it looks
another
like maybe
untapped
the
blue source.
breeding pool. I think there was a breeding pool in hand, if I saw it correctly. The other one is a temple garden. These are the fancy double-sided arts that they released in Law and Eclipsed. So
Okay, what's going on here? Gideon just went past turn. I've got a full grip, right?
full grip.
I discarded a bunch of cards last turn
Yeah.
to hand size
Yeah.
and just land go.
Yeah. So we have an Ankh Swift Savior in hand as well as Spell Piercers. So I think Gideon here is just, showing that he wants to develop slowly. He wants to make sure that he has things to do in response to Rowan's aggressive chase down of his mana base.
Yep.
And looks like he didn't need to spend the mana. He's happy with that. All he wants to do is keep developing, making sure he hits his land drop every turn, making sure that he is in this game once he gets up to 6 or 7 mana.
Yeah, it makes sense. This is like a real cat and mouse kind
It's
of
great.
game.
It's great.
Like just, what do I do? Do I do this? Do I do that?
I'll tell
I
you
think
what's
this is-
really funny
Go
is
on.
that these two players do not know what we know. They don't know
Yeah.
each other's hand, but it does look like it a little
It
bit
does,
because they're
doesn't
getting
it?
a lot of derived information from what's actually happening here.
Yep. So the Cryogen Relic coming out to potentially draw another card.
Yep.
That Brain Freeze sitting in Rowan's hand. I mean, based on
Okay.
the way that Gideon's been playing, I reckon it's going to be Shockland, take 2 damage past the turn.
Yeah.
Just, I know you got Flash Freeze. I know you got I'm not. And Rowan's like, well, I know that you know that I got Flash Freeze. Just-
Rowan more than happy to take the time to draw 3 cards.
yeah.
Not a bad line. So this is the cost of doing business for Gideon. So you don't spend your mana. Rowan's like, bet.
Bet.
Call.
Cool. Oh. Yeah, this Lessons deck, having that staying power of just going like, hey, look, if you don't do the thing, I'm going to draw a lot of cards.
Yeah, it's a lot of. I mean, it's not a threat like a board presence would be, like a planeswalker or a creature. But these flash decks, they represent a lot of game advantage by just passing with mana open. I have found playing against them, they're a nightmare in a lot of ways because they have so much utility with all that mana open. And I've lost games to not playing my spell. I've lost games to playing my spell, and it's really hard to decide what you're going to do in these moments.
Yeah. That's actually one of my least favorite things about playing against you. I'm always like, I'm going to do this because Sam's going to do this. And then you don't do that.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
There's no way of knowing, just for our viewers at home, if that was a good idea or not. But I do highly value tricking Isaac.
all right, so Boomerang Basics to do that sneaky draw 2 play. Returning the Cryogen Relic, drawing a card off the Boomerang Basics and off the Relic leaving play.
This is sick from Gideon. He's like, you know what? I discarded 2 to hand size in the past. I'm doing it again.
Access to more lands here, though. So, Rowan played the Ancestral Recall and drew 3 cards there. Gideon's playing more mana, but also drawing a bunch of cards. The Relic coming into play draws a card, and then
Yeah.
Dances draw a card, and the Basics draw a card. That's Ancestral Recall right there.
It is. A-Call versus A-Call.
Yep. Jolly Balloon Man being the play here. 1/4. You've got to pay 1 life for the red mana of that starting town. One of the things that's interesting about this Jolly Balloon Man, 4 toughness.
I really like it here because I think that the value of it a lot of the time, right, is in the combo line. We don't really have the board presence for that. So, the happy balloon fellow is going to be doing things like, I don't know, batting out a combustion technique, seeing what's in the hand, getting more derived information, and I really like that.
Yeah. Tell you what I really like. My Boomerang Basics being in my graveyard rather than...
Yeah, we'll fix it up for you in a second. They can't actually hear us, but that was an amazing immediate response. All right, so we have Accumulate Wisdom. I mean, Ancestral Recall is actually technically in this format on Emeritus of Ideation. So this one is not because you don't actually draw the cards, but...
and you can't target your opponent. So-
way worse.
Way worse.
Way worse. But, Rowan just happy sitting there drawing cards. It's a lot. Yeah, I think he's got Jeskai Revelation in hand. He just decided not to cast it.
9 cards with
But he's
8
found an
cards.
Avengers Disassembled. Now, do you think he should be going after the lands at this point, or is Gideon shown him enough of...
Well, I mean, if I've got spare mana, right, I'm going to just tap 2 tablets here. But I probably want to keep Jeskai Revelation up for end of turn. But at the same time, I could just be like, hey, you know what? Let's go to discard plus 10. Yeah,
These guys are so patient.
so patient.
My aggro heart is really suffering in this one. I'm like,
Get in there and attack.
guys, did you all forget about the combat step?
Who needs to have board presence when I can draw cards?
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of implied pressures from both perspectives, I guess. I think if I'm in Rowan's seat, I'm really happy to see that Balloon Man out because it means that, like, as much as Gideon has a stacked grip of cards, I'm not going to die out of nowhere.
Yeah. So Rowan's got access to 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 mana. Gideon has access to 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. We see a Jeskai Revelation on stack here, paying 1 life from the Biblioplex.
There we go.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 4 mana left to open.
That's not bad, is it? It looks
Yeah.
like the Otter might get return to hand and 4 damage to the face. Gideon has done a bit of damage to themselves over this game by shocking in lands and paying stuff from starting town, still on 15, which is relatively healthy. But we have seen in the past how quickly Jeskai Revelations can close games.
I had a question for you.
Go on.
Seeing how, like, the level of aggression that both of these players are playing and the patience that they're engaging in, would your interpretation of that be that these two don't want to get a bunch of cake?
I mean, look, I feel like being in the cake bracket's really important. I do value it. I think that, you know, we're seeing players filter in front of us going into the cake bracket. We do have a lunch break after this for the players as well, so there's going to be ample time to get some cake in you. But
but if you go to time, this is round 3.
It is round 3.
And cake is like, the cake station's going strong.
It is
You've got
going strong.
A bunch of people, like a bunch of cake plates that I can see in the background here as I look over. Some good chats going on over the cake.
Yep.
So, I don't know, there'd be a little part of me that's like, you know what, I'm actually just going to play out all of my stuff like pretty aggressively so I can get to that cake.
Yeah, I mean, you got that side EV, the cake EV.
Cake EV.
It's not something that gets talked about commonly in Magic, but it is applicable here.
Yeah, in this very specific circumstances. Shout out to Pat for getting me 12 cakes.
There's so many cakes, man. That call earlier this week just had me in stitches. I was just like, I got off the call and I'm like, did he just call me to tell me he bought cake? Is that like, is that the whole call? And it was the whole call.
That was the whole call.
I mean, he was pretty happy about it. I was
Yeah.
very happy that he did it. He's a lovely boy.
Yeah, he's nice.
Okay, looks like we have Ang Swift Savior hitting the stack in response to Jeskai Revelation. Jeskai Revelation going into the Airbend zone.
Yep. Now, Gideon just left the table to ask a judge a question about an interaction. We don't know what that question was, but there's a lot of like text on Ang. It was a double-faced card, so my guess is it's something to do with that, but who knows?
Yeah, it could be about like some of the specific implications of how Airbend works. I think that in the terms of Jeskai Revelations and Ang in the stock on the stack and the whole at the same time,
Yep.
I can just tell you, as someone with an English degree, I'm glad I do, because that is a lot of reading between the two of those.
Yeah. All right. So we've got a Secrets of Strixhaven card here, paying blue mana for that. You can't use the tablet mana in order to play that. Is that a spell pierce?
It is a spell pierce.
Yeah, okay.
All right, we're getting a judge back. I think it says on the tablet that you can use that mana for instants and sorceries, and the question may be, does that count the spell pierce pay?
Because it is an instant. Because you. Yeah, maybe. Judge. All right. So we've paid 2 regular mana. Gideon's like, I just asked the judge. Like, let's represent this 1 red floating tablet mana.
Yeah.
With this
Okay.
dice.
That's nice to have some clarification there. That would have been cool, though.
Yep.
So, starting town down. That takes Gideon entirely off red mana.
Yep.
Now, fortunately for Gideon, he's entirely through red spells, but... Okay, Price of Freedom. Oh.
Now, we're tapping 1 mana plus the red that's floating.
Okay, the Breeding Pool.
And another spell pierce?
Another spell pierce. And we might as well go for it here because we're getting taken off this mana before combat. We're going to go to second main. The shields will be down anyway.
And I'm just not going to have blue mana open to be able to play spell
100%.
pierces
It's the
later.
last opportunity to cast the thing, pretty much.
Yeah.
And looks like we're going for Jeskai Revelation for 2 off the Airbend that Ang put it into. We're bouncing the Botanical Sanctum, the one that's going to have to come into play tapped. 4 damage to the face along with 2 monks.
Yeah. and this is Rowan's game plan, right? Like, I don't need to win the game straight away if you can't win the game at all.
Yeah. I mean, we have a lot of friends, a lot of people in the community, I'm sure you guys out there do as well, who would just rather just hit there in charge instead of ending the game. And it looks like Rowan's one of them.
I was like on a forum talking about like different cards, like creator cards, and one of my favorite ones, I can't remember the cost or anything, but the text just said, "Win the game, draw a card," because of the number of players out there. Drawing a card's just always better.
Choose one.
Choose one, win the game or draw a card.
Yeah.
This one was win the game and draw a card.
Oh, well, okay, fine.
That's an easy decision.
Yeah.
So Botanical Sanctum back in hand for Gideon. Access to 4 mana. We see a tick up on the Stormchaser's talent.
Yeah, it looks like we're just after some action here. I think some of the cards in Gideon's hand are just lands. I think he's just drawn more lands. Yeah, it looks like 3 lands in hand. They look like Temple Gardens to me. Got the Cryogen Relic in there, along with the Boomerang Basics coming back from the level ability of Stormchaser's talent.
Yep.
So drawing towards action is what Gideon will want to do, but these monks are going to represent a ton of damage this turn. So, okay, stock up. Storm is at 1.
Storm at 1. Yep, those prowess triggers. Look at the top 5 cards. Yeah, Rowan did have the ability to pay 5 mana and animate the
Great Hall of the Biblioplex.
Plex, thank you. Opted not to do that because I don't need to be aggressive here.
I mean, looking at his hand, I'm relatively sure that he's got lethal. That's +3 spells.
Okay,
that's enough.
okay,
So,
yep.
okay, prowess, 10. Mushroom. All right, and Rowan takes it down with Jeskai Lessons. So the ability to interact with the mana base, even though Gideon had tons of lands, super relevant.
Yeah, just having that mana advantage from just lands, but then also the tablets just did like big game there. Even though Rowan missed his 3rd land drop for like 3 turns in a row and went to discard. But once I hit my 3rd land drop, I then went to tablet, and now I've got a bunch of lands and a bunch of mana sources, and it's short time later, we're playing stock ups into Jeskai Revelations.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Okay, great play from both our players there. Very patient Magic, very high level. I love that you guys are joining us. Now we're going to go get some cake, and we'll see you again in round 4.
It's cake time.
Welcome back to the sideboard. I'm Ian. I'm here with Mark from Asgardian Sleeves, who are one of our fantastic partners here at the Sydney Spectacular. Fantastic to have them on board. Welcome to Sydney, Mark.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys. And I was here last year, and it actually has a lot more players than standard than I expected.
Yeah, it's really good. We've had really nice attendance. Now, you've got something really exciting to show. Asgardian have just come out with sleeves. This is the very first time we can buy them here in Australia. Asgardian, they're partnering with MTG Bazaar, of course, as the official TO, but also with our friends at All Interactive Distribution. They're the sole distributors of these sleeves here in Australia. So let's take a look at the sleeves. Tell me about these, Mark.
Yeah, so we actually have an initial 6 SKUs, which are the traditional 5 Magic the Gathering colors. Of course, we have black, we have white, and you notice that we're using artwork from the Asgardian mythology. This is all about Norse and Viking themed stuff. That's Fenrir, if you don't recognize him. And of course, we have Thor with his hammer right over here. There is actually a transparent SKU, but we just don't have it on camera right now. What's important about these sleeves is that we are in the premium tier. So the thing is that there should only be 4 or 5 competitors in this segment, which is basically KMC, Dragon Shield. We also have Eclipse and Katana, of course. And what I think most players actually know what premium actually means. Actually has got very high durability, and one of the biggest features that we have is, of course, the cornering. So the thing is that it's very difficult to get this kind of cornering. It's actually soft, it doesn't have hooks, it doesn't trap your cards during a shuffle. And what's important is that, of course, we have the industry standard like matte feel. Now the front panel, how this is different from the competitors in the market, is 110 microns. So you can actually see your special treatment, like your foils, your alternative arts a lot better. So it's thin in the front and it's 140 microns at the back. So that gives you 150 microns, the thickest one in the market.
Yeah, I mean, I can see on this foil, like the coloring is beautiful. It comes through, it's really vivid. And I know as a player, corners are the bane of my existence on sleeves. They get dinged up, they damage your cards. So knowing that a lot of effort has gone into getting these good really sets these apart. I also see on these boxes, you can see 104 standard sleeves. That's a little bit more than most other brands, right?
Yes, that's correct. Well, I mean, just case in point, like Dragon Shield gives you 102, and that's usually based on weight. Now, we actually count them out because if we do have like 1 or 2 defective sleeves, you immediately have a spare. And then of course, you have a bit of leeway for the commander, as well as have 3 extra, just in case that, you have any issues with breakage during a tournament especially. So these are really built for the competitive player. And the other thing about them is that besides, one key difference is that they are actually 91.5 millimeters. So some people actually like to give the comparison to Dragon Shield, of course, and what we say is that it's actually made shorter because a lot of players have fed back that they don't like the waving at the top. So it's a snugger fit. One thing that I have to say is that because they are a little bit thicker, like comparing these to Dragon Shield dual mats, those are 260 micron thickness, ours is 250, so it's only 10 microns off from a dual mat. And if you actually double sleeve these, they feel like triple sleeves.
Yeah, fantastic. Overall, just really exciting to see, and I do love the art. You mentioned they're all sort of the Asgardian mythology, that kind of art, which is really fantastic to see. These here, we can sort of feel as well, the shuffle feel on these is really great. Like, I have been shuffling these. We've got some example ones here, and they feel really fantastic as well, which is awesome to see.
Actually, the easiest way for, especially if you're a retailer, if you want to show these off to your customers, what you do is actually sleeve up a deck and tell them to actually shuffle through it. I mean, I can't do this with one hand while holding the mic, but you get the idea. So, I mean, generally speaking, what we have done also is that we have actually done the bottom wheel really strong, because the way that Magic players shuffle, usually they shuffle pretty harder than this, of course, and then when they riffle, it goes in through the sides. So you have a lot of, like, what you may call splitting issues actually with the lower end. So one thing I have to emphasize is that we actually own our own production. So there's a lot of new brands in the market right now. They're just actually rebranded Chinese productions. I mean, I'm Chinese myself. I have nothing against Chinese production, but the fact is that being able to actually control the production from start to finish means your own blades, your own belts, your own machines, all of the foils are sourced by ourselves. Everything's actually in Czech Republic, and we have the same high quality like QC standards. We have a Danish team. So a lot of us, I mean, this is not a secret, a lot of us actually came from the Dragon Shield team, from the recent restructuring. And the fact is that we have one of the pioneers, in fact, the original matte, so I'm thinking in Chinese again. The original matte sleeves that were made for Dragon Shield, that first generation, the creator of that was actually somebody called Lars Reinberg, and he's, of course, our head of production here.
Yeah, so obviously a new brand, as we say, these have just come out, they're brand new, but with a team with a lot of experience, industry experience. And you're not just partnering with us here at MTG Bazaar, you are also partnering with a couple of the professional Magic teams, is that right?
Yeah, that is correct. We basically are working with Moxfield, more specifically Team Handshake, and we're supporting this player called Simon Nielsen, and he was actually Player of the Year in 2023. We also recently backed Mudrit Young. He's actually a Pokemon champion from Taiwan, and he's actually up to go for Worlds this year. I don't know what Worlds is called in English. World Championship for Pokemon as well. And we even partnering with some small publishers. So what we notice is that a lot of the leverage is in the small communities, not just of the major games. So in my tenure in Dragon Shield, we partnered with Grand Archive and Flesh and Blood. So we're doing something similar. We're going for really, really small publishers. There's one out of Thailand, which is called Monsnatch, monsnatch.com. They're basically Thailand's answer to Pokemon. It's pretty fun, family-friendly game. And the thing is that we are on the lookout for finding actually other publishers to work with, as well as any outstanding players. So if people are wondering how they can be backed by Asgardian now, if you can top 3 at 3 national level tournaments, please give us a call. Yeah.
Excellent. So the best leaves, partnering with some of the best, made by the best team, partnering with some of the best players in the world and some of the best games. Really exciting product. As I said, this is the first time they've been available in Australia here at the Sydney Spectacular in Sydney. Mark, thanks for having a chat to me. It's fantastic to see these new sleeves. I can't wait to sleeve up my deck in these. Excellent.
Hello and welcome back to the sideboard here at the 100K Standard Sydney Showdown Spectacular here in, predictably, Sydney, Australia. I'm Kira Turetsky and I'm here with Ian Cormick. Today we're playing Guess That Standard card. As you can tell, we've taped standard cards to our foreheads. We are going to ask each other yes or no questions and we're going to try and determine what our standard cards are. How are you feeling?
Great. I mean, this is how I play all of my matches, actually. Just how I sit down at the table, tape a card to my forehead, just put my opponent off, yeah.
Okay, how about you get started? You ask the first question.
Am I a creature?
No, you are not a creature. Am I a creature?
Yes, you are a creature. Am I multicolored?
By all accounts, yes, I'm going to say, but technically no. Like, maybe.
This was such a confusing answer. It's meant to be yes or no, and I'm so confused now. By all accounts, yes, but technically no. Yeah. Okay, good. What's your next question?
I'm a creature. Am I green?
No. I had to check there. That's really worrying. Spoilers. I picked out a different card and then got spoiled for Kira before we could do this, so I've had to remember my new card. So I'm not a creature. I'm technically not multicolored, but everyone thinks I am.
I wouldn't say people think you are. I mean,
Okay.
it's an interesting.
Not multicolored. Am I blue?
Again, no. Like, we're gonna go with legally no.
Okay. All right. What's your next question?
Am I red?
Yes. Am I colored?
I don't know if you're allowed to ask that question. Legally, no. Am I multicolored?
Yes. Am I... So I'm not a creature. Oh. Do I have the keyword converge?
No, you do not have the keyword converge. Do I have keyword abilities?
Yes. Don't have the keyword converge. Am I from 2026? So to recap, that is TMNT, Strixhaven, Marvel. I think that's it. Avatar was last year. Lorwyn as well. Thank you.
You are not from 2026. Am I a... Yeah, that's not 2026. It was 2026? That was this year? Guys,
Shout out to our audience who are helping along here because Kira doesn't know when cards were printed, apparently.
it's been a long year, guys. This should tell you how many sets are coming out every single year. Am I a horse?
You are a horse. Okay, so I feel like you're going to get it on the next one, so I have to get it on this one. So I am not a creature, legally colorless, but kind of by vibes not, from Lorwyn. Colorless cards from Lorwyn.
You're thinking too much about colorless. Like, you should ask about a type again.
Am I a land?
You are a land. Am I a color storm stallion?
You sure are. Okay, I'm a land. Am I... Surely you didn't pick a shock land. What are the other lands in there? Maybe it is. Am I a steam vent?
You are a steam vent. This is like, you're multicolored, but like legally you don't have any color attached. You were like, am I blue? And I was like kind of. Like, you know what was actually really funny? I almost picked Color Storm Stallion for you, and that would have been excellent if we both had Color Storm Stallions on our foreheads.
This really sums up the weekend so far, to be honest. Steam vents and Color Storm Stallion.
It's the year of Izzet, and it has been the year of Izzet for a very, very long time. I think we should do this again.
Yeah, we will absolutely be back with more of this nonsense.
And we're going to try not to pick things that share colors next time. It's just, it's so easy when there's so much prowess running around. Anyways, I'm a horse. That's a steam vent. We'll be back later for the 100K. See you.
All right, welcome back. We've squished in here. I've got the wonderful ladies from AID here. We have Amy, Jess, and Em. I got that right. I've been practicing that. And we're going to crack some packs, which is very exciting. AID, of course. Go ahead and open your first pack. We've got Avatar, Marvel, and Strixhaven here. So if you'd like to go ahead and open your packs for us, see what's in there. AID, of course, one of the partners of this whole event. The Invitational is the AID Invitational on Friday. Really great to have them on board. And always great to crack packs and see what shiny things we've got. Now, Amy, I hear you've got an Avatar pack. I hear you're a big fan of Avatar.
Yeah, love Avatar.
I hear you might actually have a tattoo. Is that right? Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, hopefully that shows up there. The glider, excellent. How are we going with these packs? Jess, have you found anything cool yet? I hear you're a bit of a Marvel fan, so hopefully some characters you recognize.
Yeah, I feel recognizing a few.
Was that Spider-Man?
Yeah, love Spider-Man.
Hang on, we will swap down. If you want to hold that out here, Jess.
Spider-Man, Web Spinner. Super excited. New film coming out, obviously, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have a favorite Spider-Man? Which one is your favorite? Which actor?
Tom Holland. I'm sorry. Andrew Garfield is close second.
So Tom Holland first, Andrew Garfield close second is what I'm hearing. Okay. You know what? That's acceptable. Acceptable. And what have you opened over here?
I have opened the Strixhaven, and I like this guy because I like bugs.
That is a bug. That's definitely a bug. So that's a feed this woman looks like, one of the Strixhaven archives. Is that a large bug with a swarm of people it's eating that looks like? Something like that?
Brutal.
Excellent. And then finally, Amy, what have you got?
This hurts my soul. It's a very sad episode in Avatar. I actually have this on my desk at work.
Which episode is this? Leaves from the Vine?
Yeah, so I won't go too far into it because I don't want to cry on camera. But basically, he's singing a very sad song for his son that passed away.
That is sad. Yeah, great. Well, we'll just bring back to the front on camera so we can see those tears, blossoming in your eyes. Excellent. Anything else? Jess, did you open anything exciting? That one Spider-Man. Collector Boost is, of course, part of. There's all these products here. It's amazing. I keep walking past and trying not to spend all my money because there's a great array of products. Booster packs, we got new sleeves, as Guardian are down here. And then, of course, there's the plushies, like the Avatar plushies and stuff are there. They're very cute. What else? Is this a Hulk we got here, Jess?
Yeah, we got Red Hulk redemption for the really bad film.
Wow, hot takes here from Jess. Red Hulk, really bad film. You heard it here. Excellent. Anything else cool here? What is this? Oh, we got a Katara.
Katara is the OG baddie in Avatar. Very inspirational to all women.
Now, Amy, I have to ask you, do you have a favorite character in Avatar?
Zuko.
And why would that be, Amy?
Zuko, aka Zaddy. If you know, you know, and if you don't, I can't explain it to you. Sorry.
Excellent. And on that note, thanks for hanging out here. Thanks for cracking some packs with us. More coverage coming up.
Hello and welcome back to the sideboard. I'm Kira and I'm here with Ian. We're here to break down the metagame here at the 100K weekend. Ian, what have we got?
Well, it'll shock you to know that Izzet is the most played deck.
No way. Really? Really?
Breaking news. I know, it's shocking, but so Izzet Prowess the most played deck? We saw that yesterday in our Invitational as well. So there's almost a fifth of the room, about 20% just under, is on Izzet Prowess. which I will say is a step down from yesterday when it was almost half the room.
So we're saying something like the most played card is currently Steam Vents, I think.
Oh, by far, because not only is it Prowess the most played deck, is it Spell Elementals is about 8%. We're categorizing that separately, so the Thunderflock decks. One of the other top played decks is the Control archetype in general. Overall, it's about 20% of the room, but that's half of that is Jeskai Lessons, and then beneath that there's 4-color Control is about 9%, and then there's a few people on Sultai Control, no Steam Vents there, and also straight Jeskai Control. A couple people decided they didn't want to put black cards in their deck, and they're just playing Jeskai Control. So there's a lot of Steam Vents in the room.
So the rest of the metagame kind of is what we expect. We've got our overwhelming appearance of Izzet. We've got a few other, we've got our Control. What else have we got that's maybe not as high up in the metagame right now?
So the big one, fighting back against the Steam Vents menace, is Selesnya. Selesnya offense is the biggest one. This is a sort of green-white creature deck using practice offense. That's about 12% of the room, so that's actually the second most popular deck today. We are sort of getting dual decks, Izzet versus Selesnya, and I'm so sorry if you're a Swamps fan. Especially shout out to the one player who's playing mono black Control. They really said, Izzet versus Selesnya? No, thank you.
They said, I don't want any of that. They said, we're going back to Ravnica. Murders at Karlov Manor. We're going to run it back. We're going to do Selesnya versus Izzet. Love it. Okay, so we've got like our usual prowess. We've got the offensive decks, Control. What else is new that has kind of been percolating that we've got represented today?
So the big new deck is, we're calling it the Sewer Balloon combo. This is a 4-color combo deck using Badgermole Cub, Sewer Valence Cam, Nurturing Pixie, and then eventually the Jolly Balloon Man to make infinite hasty pixies. It's really sweet. It's a Bright Glass Gearhulk combo deck as well, so it has this really strong fair mid-range Bant plan. We've got a great deck tech with Gideon actually on this deck, but it can also transition into sort of backdoor into an infinite combo. So that's a new deck. A couple old decks as well hanging around. So Azorius Momo is represented. We've got Dimir Excruciator, Landfall in both Selesnya and Mono Green varieties. So those decks still continue to put up numbers.
But we've really seen the landfall decks especially fall off in the last couple of months. Back when we had, I think, RC11 and RC12 were won by landfall decks, but it's really kind of tanked in its popularity going forward. So this is kind of hanging around like the sub 5%. That seems really low for decks that were once like the dominant in the metagame.
Yeah, I think some of that is they've been replaced by other Cub decks. I think a lot of those players have moved to practice offense, for example, as a deck that players have discovered fares a bit better into Izzet Prowess. We talked yesterday to Luke McLaughlin, and they said the point of this deck is that it's good into the Izzet decks. That's why I'm playing it, and they made it all the way to the top 8 yesterday. So really great for them.
Well, look, Izzet is feeling a little bit plain bread at the moment. This is feeling a little bit Wonder Bread. What is the spice? What is the interesting stuff that's in the room today?
Couple interesting decks. We already mentioned the Mono Black Control deck. I'm rooting for them. But there's a couple other things as well. We saw Azorius Otters in round 1. Sweet combo deck. I'm also really hoping we get to see there's 2 Izzet Storm decks in the room. So I want to see them.
Izzet Storm in Standard?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's actually 2 varieties here. There's a sort of Molten Maelstrom combo deck, Molten Maelstro, that we saw back a while ago, actually. That deck appeared at the Pro Tour. But then someone else is playing Prismari, the 7-mana Mythic Dragon that gives all your spells Storm.
I actually love that. That's fantastic. Is there anything else? I do think I saw one thing on there that made me go, Marvel?
So we're calling this deck Gruul Hulk. It is, if you remember, it must be a couple years ago now, Gruul Calamity. So using the horse Calamity, that it's this basically big Gruul deck. It has ramp spells, but then it also plays Smuggler's Surprise, and the new card now is World War Hulk. Basically, these are ways to cheat in large creatures. I heard tales in round 1 of a Progenitus hitting the battlefield. So this deck can do some really cool things. It's every Timmy's dream, basically. It's red and green, giant creatures, and ways to put them into play way ahead of schedule.
This feels so much fun. You're telling me there's someone out there right now putting a Progenitus onto the battlefield, not paying double WUBRG for it. We're just putting it onto the battlefield. I love that. This is going to be such a fun and exciting weekend. How are you feeling? What deck is your pick for the weekend?
I love the Sewer Balloon combo. I am a sucker for Nurturing Pixie and weird combo decks, so this is right up my alley. That's my pick.
I would say you are a known Pixie enjoyer. You were on Esper Pixie for a very long time, and you did win an event on Esper Pixie as well. So unsurprising choice there. I think I'm going to go for kind of 4-color control. I think that's the deck that is teched kind of against everything else in the field right now.
Yeah, that's a really interesting deck. There's some great optimizations you can make with it as well. We talked to Leonard yesterday in a deck tech, and that'll come up at some point today, I'm sure. But there's a lot of little optimizations you can make for the expected field.
Super exciting. Well, that's our sideboard here for our metagame breakdown at the 100K weekend here in Club Hurstville in Sydney. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back to MTG Bazaar. I'm Sam Loy, joined by the enigma, the mystery. It's Isaac Lee.
Hello. I'm so excited to be here. This is going to be so cool. Round 4 of the $100,000 tournament by MTG Bazaar.
Yeah.
And we've got 2 big names paired against each other this round. You want to introduce these 2 players?
Yeah, absolutely. We have, as I live and breathe, it's David Mines and
Minesy.
Ryan Cubit.
The Cubit.
The Cube.
Now, there might be a few Australian Magic players watching here that are like, hang on a second, I don't know Ryan Cubit, I don't know David Mines. Who are these 2?
Well, I would say do your research. These are 2 of Australia's best players of all time as we get a very personal look at David's hairline. The decks they're playing today,
Yep.
you won't be surprised. Got David Mines on Is It Prowess?
Yep, that makes sense.
And we've got Ryan Cubit.
Mardu Pile. It's got to be Mardu. It's got to be Mardu.
He's listed as Mardu Dragons, but it's actually Mardu Discard.
Okay. I have been beaten by Ryan Cubit many a time playing some kind of Mardu pile
Just an
that does involve
cards.
a bunch of dragons.
And
Usually it does involve dragons.
It does normally involve dragons, and he normally wins for some reason, and I still don't think that's fair. Now, there is a card in this deck that I haven't seen in a constructed list yet, and I bet you don't know what it does. It's called Cloak and Dagger.
Cloak and Dagger. That sounds like an equipment.
It is not. It is a creature. Cloak and Dagger are 2 Marvel characters.
Okay, yeah, definitely don't know this card.
All right, I think I'm going to go off the top of my head.
Okay.
I think it is a Death Touch Lifelink 2/2 for 3 that peeks an opponent's hand and can O-ring a card from hand or a creature from the battlefield.
Yeah. The new Mesmeric Fiend type effect.
Yeah, I think
Just
that's
showing
it.
my
Now,
age.
yeah.
Mesmeric Fiend.
Hey, it made sense to me. Yes, here we go. Let's see if we can show it on the stream here. A white and a black.
Entwined. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I think I got that mostly correct.
Yeah.
Mostly correct.
Yeah. Death Touch Lifelink. When it enters, choose target opponent and up to 1 target creature they control. They reveal their hand, and then you can choose either a card, a non-land card from their hand, or a creature, or the creature that you chose at the start, and exile that card until Cloak and Dagger Entwined leaves the battlefield.
You did really well there. That is an absolute tongue twister of a description.
Oh, so many words.
The reading test, which is Contemporary Magic the Gathering Standard, continues as David Mines puts it back for 6.
Okay. And Ryan looking like he's going to keep a very offensive card at the end there.
Yeah, so there's a Moonshadow and a Cool But Rude and a Practical Offense. So the Cool But Rude surviving, if the Moonshadow survives for a turn, that Cool But Rude is going to fix everything else about that hand. So I think that's a good keep from Qubit. This deck particularly relies on the amount of cards in hand because you want to discard them. Now, what those cards are often doesn't matter that much. So if you have good, like the first 5 cards in your hand, you're happy with those 5 cards. Yeah, it's got 2 other cards. Who cares? These are going to be fuel for my creatures.
That card, cool but rude.
It is cool but rude.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So Mindsy considering whether to keep this, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to keep this. I can put 1 card in the bottom, and let's kick off.
Yeah, Mindsy in our Invitational yesterday made the top 8. Now, he came away with some prizes. He didn't come away with the ultimate prize, and I think, knowing Mindsy, he wants the #1.
Yeah, yeah. So Moonshadow. Single black creature. It's a 7/7.
Yeah, it is a 7/7.
Yeah, it's a single black 7/7.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have to keep reading, but
yeah, there are some conditions to it, some terms and conditions. That being said, we're starting off in a pretty good point.
Yep. Yeah, yeah. Just getting to remove counters off that. It just like starts off as a 1/1. That menace feature, like, just makes it an incredibly hard card to actually block.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that is so, so typical of the menace keyword. Is that you read it, you go like, it's not flying. But then you play with them and you're like, this is actually really good.
Yeah. So David Mines right now has a slick shot, and he has chosen to play it, not plot here. So for those at home, we've seen a lot of plotting of slick shot. What makes you decide, like if you're in David Mines' position, as to whether to plot or play it out right now?
So I think in this position, first of all, you value the damage in a racing scenario. If Qubit has an answer for the slick shot show off, which we know he does, but Mindsy doesn't, you want them to spend the mana on turn 2. The turn 2 plays from this Mardu discard deck include Coolbit Rune, which we noted before. Iron Shield Elf is another example of it. And those are the sort of curve outs that make that deck really pop.
Yep.
So if you can disrupt the way that Qubit spends his mana, through advancing this show off, you get a good deal either way. So either he can't answer it or he has to disrupt his own curve to do it.
Okay, okay. So Ryan saying, you know what, that thing's pretty scary. Let's put a Burst Lightning out and then a Moonshadow.
So what's good for what's good on turn 1 is good on turn 2. So Qubit pretty lucky there. He has a Mako in hand and couldn't cast that and the Burst Lightning, but the Moonshadow, the perfect partner for that Burst Lightning.
Yep. So opt for David Mines, deciding to
opting into
another opt. Yep. Which just fills those graveyard with a bunch of instants and sorceries to reduce the cost of any Merc Crab, which I imagine is a big part of how you turn the corner with this deck. You might be losing, but then you can go, you know what, tap your thing down, bash for 5, bash for 5. The game can be over pretty quickly.
Well, one of the advantages I think that you have as the prowess player in this matchup is that as powerful as the discard creatures are, and they are bigger creatures than your creatures, they play very much at sorcery speed.
Yep.
So something like an Eddie Merc Crab that can change the racing clock in your favor, really highly valuable, and we see Mindsy looking for it.
Yep, makes sense. Now, you've got options here. Looks like either we can play a Cruel But Rude or a practiced offense. Ryan going for the Cruel But Rude. Would you consider the practiced offense here, or is that like for later?
Yeah, I think the value in practice offense is the fact that it is both fuel and a spell, given its flashback cost.
Yep.
I think I like this play. I'm assuming we're seeing the Mako, and we do see the Mako. The Blazemire Verge is probably getting discarded on attacks to pump both the Moonshadows and the Marauding Mako. Practice offense, I think, will stay in hand, but let's just see what Qubit does.
Yeah, okay. And exactly as you drew it up, Sam. Discard that one. We're going to draw a card. We're going to put these to 2 power creatures, so getting in for 4 damage here.
Yep, 1 ticking up, 2 ticking down on those counters there, both in the direction of them getting more powerful. Worth noting that Moonshadow will only get larger if you discard a permanent.
Yep.
So in this case, if he had discarded the practice offense, it would have still pumped the Mako, but the Moonshadows would have stayed on 1. So I think the value there was pretty much all in one direction there, and Qubit showing us how it's done.
Yeah, yeah. So the other option that Qubit had there was to play the practiced offense, turn one of those into a 2-power double strike, and get in for 5 damage. This player got in for 4 damage, but didn't use the actual practiced offense, and has a Cool But Rude out and a Mako out. So yeah, it does make sense.
Plays the board a little bit more, has a little bit more future utility. I think I like this a lot more. Now, one of the things about practiced offense is that it is a sorcery. So you can't do something clever like level up your Cool But Rude and, discard the practice offense during your combat step and then use it. You have to make a call.
Yeah.
So Cubit here has, a couple of different lines. He could even go to level 3 on the Coolbit Root. I don't think he will. So let's see which one he goes with, though.
Yeah, knowing that David Mines, having a look at his deck list, we've got Vibrant Outburst, Burst Lightning, we've got a Bounce Off. So a few instant speed interactive spells potentially in his hand. We do know that the Vibrant Outburst, Vibrant Outburst is there.
Yeah.
But Cubit doesn't know that, so...
Yeah, so he levels the Coolbit Root pre-combat, decides to shoot one, tap one. Cubit has no interaction with that, but doesn't play like that. So the Moonshadow that survives grows. The Mako stays untapped and goes into combat, triggering the Coolbit Root. So we get to discard a card. Thank you for doing that first, Cubit. And then drawing a card.
Yep.
And this will also create a trigger that deals 2 damage to David Mines.
So did we have a miss sequence there? No, we discarded the card first.
Yeah,
Okay,
no.
yeah.
We almost did, but then we didn't.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and importantly, because that other is currently a 2/2 with the Vibrant Outburst being cast, but
Yep.
this Mako is now a 3/3 on the attack.
yeah.
So not great box for David Mines, who goes down to 10 life here.
Yeah.
Does have his own Otter, though.
He does have his own Otter. We know he has a bunch of lands in hand, but he has done a lot of filtering. So his equity for drawing something that's relevant here is pretty high. It's a Spell Pierce, though. That's crushing.
Yeah. And there's this risk here of do I just level up the Storm Chaser's talent, put a removal spell into my hand or something, and then Ryan Cubit's got 4 lands out. We might see practiced offense.
Double kicked, or double played.
Double played,
Double played.
yeah.
So here's the other thing about these two players. They know each other extremely well. I think calling them best friends would be an understatement. So I think Mindsy can go I don't know if I want to level up this Storm Chaser's talent, play Possum. If it was against someone else, he knows Cubit's got a jam. We've all met the man.
Okay, but we do have a card that maybe makes a bit of a difference here, which is Mako. So it has the ability to cycle itself. That would put a +1/+1 counter on the Mako, as well as remove a -1 counter from the Moonshadow. So a lot of options here, but going with the practiced offense.
Yeah, I think that this counter is going to hit there, but then Cubit knows now that he can just shock in his Blood Crypt and he's got lethal. So the Menace on the Moonshadow, as you noted earlier, coming into big effect here, getting it past the Otter.
Yep, and Cubit just going, hang on a second, let me do the math.
What's
Hang on a
4
second.
+ 4?
Hang on. All right, just one more time, because I'm on coverage. I don't want to stuff this one up.
Yeah.
All right, so taking the 2 damage.
Cubit's always like this. So a very deliberate player when it comes down to something significant. Very clever guy. So I think that...
he also does this sometimes. Though.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I've got lots of different ways to kill you. I'm not going to do the easy one.
Yeah, so I'm going to take you to 6. So the Coolbit Root level ability will trigger any way you discard a card. So David Mine goes to 6 from that. We know that we're getting some damage in from the Moonshadow. David Mine's going to go to 4 from the combat attack trigger. And there we go. He's got it the other way. He outmaneuvered us.
He did. Well played, Cubit. Well played.
Yeah.
So going on the sideboard here, David Mines was on the play there. So going to be on the play in game 2. Game 3, if he does pull out the win in this second game, it's going to be hard on the game 3.
It is going to be hard on the game 3. Now, we do have some tools to deal with that, though. Deal with the aggression, the quick aggression that comes from the Mardu deck. Fire Magic, first amongst them. One of the important things there is it answers a Moonshadow or a Mako for the amount of mana it was paid, if you do it right away. It's a vanishing window, but the window is there that you can kill it. We've also got Avengers Disassembled, a card we saw pull a lot of weight in our last match. Probably coming in here as well, don't you think?
Yeah, look, that makes sense to me. I'd be doing the basic land check. How many basic lands is Cubit playing?
Let's have a look at this. So we have 1 mountain, end of list.
Full stop.
Yeah, we're out after that. I think that one's going to be pretty powerful. Anything else you'd think about bringing in?
I've got a question for you, actually.
Yeah.
Because Coolbit Root is such a powerful card. You can't, it's just really hard to interact with.
Sure.
If you're David Mines, are you considering bringing in these get-outs?
If I'm on the play, it is a possibility. It's an interesting sort of thing. So a lot of the time you go okay, it's a 2-mana spell. Both ways. I get the mana out first, I can counter your Coolbit Root. That's great. Get out also ransoms a creature. Fantastic. But what happens if he sneaks it down before I draw my get out? The thing about this Izzet deck is that it does have Boomerang basics in it. So you do get a second chance at that.
Okay.
I don't know if it moved my math, but it might move David's. He's a very good player. It's not something I would be doing personally, but I don't know that I'm right in saying that.
What are you taking out here? Like, what's actually not great in this matchup? Because this list is pretty tight.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about the Spell Piercers and the Colorstorm Stallions particularly. Colorstorm Stallion is an amazing card, but it has to make its way through on the ground and has less anti-aggro utility than something like the Eddie Mert Crabs.
Yep.
So I think I would be looking at trimming those four primarily to get in more removal. Now, who knows whether if you're on the play, you actually just go for the aggressive race and then side into that.
Yep.
So
Okay.
I could see it both ways there. I think either way, the Spell Piercers are coming out for me. Fire Magic's coming in, and then probably Iro's Demonstration and Avengers Disassembled.
Okay. So pretty tight situation. And how about for Cubit? What are you thinking that Cubit's going to bring in here?
So Cubit has some great options in his sideboard. They're all 3s and 2s and whatever, but they have a lot of utility in these sort of games. Strategic Betrayal is particularly powerful against a deck that wants to take advantage of the long game through things like Eddie Mert Crab and Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah.
So I'm bringing all 3 of those. You're on the draw. I don't think you want Split Up in this matchup. I think that's way more for the Gear Hulk decks, the Green-White Gear Hulk decks.
Yep.
But I could also see the Seam Rip coming in to answer something in a pinch.
What about Voice of Victory? Are you considering just like the counter spell or the I don't want you to have removal spells in response to my practiced offense? Or are you considering shaving some of those practiced offenses?
I'm living in all my practice offenses most of the time. I think in this case, given that you can have your guy shot out from under it, you'd have to be a baller to leave it in. So I think he's leaving it in because Cubit's a baller.
Because it's Cubit.
Because it's Cubit. I'm not too interested in Voice of Victory in this particular matchup. Look, the way I read it, these Duresses and Voice of Victories are more for the tablet control decks that we've seen a lot of so
makes
far.
sense. I just wouldn't be surprised if we see one or two of those voices come in with the idea being that I can, like, they're slightly better than maybe Erode, or maybe I want to cut the Burst Lightning.
Yes, it's really, really interesting. Because Voice of Victory, as much as it looks like a hate card, it's still kind of a 2-mana 3/3 on offense.
Yeah.
So it's not bad at the worst of times.
Yeah. So plenty of options available to both of these players. David Mines on the play here, going into game 2. Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I love seeing these two players. Like, does the term gold level pro mean anything to you? Or do you remember what that means?
I don't see different types of metal. But
I don't see different types of metal.
but yeah. No, okay, so David Mines, one of our ex-captains of Australia, the very last Australian captain, as he's fond of reminding me.
Yeah.
A very, very good player. And one of the reasons these two guys are the best of friends is that they were making it around the world on the Pro Tour circuit when these eras of Pro Tour clubs existed.
Yep.
They were doing testing, as always, at the pub, drinking beers, having a fun time, coming back with stories, including other things about beers.
Yeah, so played Magic the Gathering all around the world together, hence being such good friends. All right, so turn 1 opt for David Mines, and we've got no turn 1 play for Cubit.
Okay, so we've got Flow State, Scorching Sauna in Mines' hand, along with the now Avengers Disassembled has joined it, and it looks like a Boomerang Basics and another opt. So some options. He's going to try and get some cards into the graveyard for that Flow State eventually, but I don't think he's any rush to do it. I think what he wants to do is take Cubit off his curve. We saw how dangerous it was last game.
Yeah, big difference here with no Moon Shadows, no turn 1 play.
Yeah.
And instead, we've got this 2/1 Flying Haste coming in. And let's opt to see if we can find a removal spell.
Got a Burst Lightning in hand, so this might be a little cheeky one. So we found our land drop for next turn, if that's what we want. We've got some optionality here. So Avengers Disassembled could be a thing that Mindsy could pick both modes on and take Cubit off his Inspiring Vantage, because I'll tell you what, he's played his only basic already.
Oh, and that's something that David Mines is going to be aware of. So maybe Mines here is going to go, you know what?
I can take it, maybe.
I can take it, but I mean, it's...
Here you go, he's opted for it. Yeah.
Like, it's one of those things that you got to do the basic land check whenever you're playing this, but doing the basic land check is one thing, but then realizing that the basic land has been played, sometimes that's hard to clock.
Kind of huge. Kind of huge. Okay, we're just going for the Sauna for now. Opting to keep that mana up. I think what Mindsy is really valuing here is the sequence of being able to... as we see a Bloodcast discarded to the Hardened Academic, is to be able to continually answer creatures throughout this game. So while he could take him off lands, Minds is super aware that even though these aggressive decks close you in a couple of turns if they want, they still play really long. And because he doesn't have the density of land disruption that we saw out of someone like Rowan Mills last round, you know, maybe that's a one and done. So opting for the value, looking for a threat, continuing through this game to go to, you know, a larger amount of turns. So maybe 7 or 8 is what Mindsy is planning for, and Qubit won't really be able to deal with that.
Yeah, yeah. How good is this interaction with Bloodgust?
It's not bad.
So Bloodgust, whenever you play a land, it's got landfall. If it's in your graveyard, you can return it to play. And it's got haste if your opponent has 10 or less life.
Yeah.
But it's just a free 2/1 here. Like, as in, like, you didn't pay any mana to put this into play.
Yeah. I committed nothing except, you know, a card in hand, which I'll tell you what, that deck really likes to do anyway.
So Furnace coming back out and going, yeah, let's kill this Bloodgust at least once. How many times? How many times are you going to kill this Bloodgust?
What's the over-under? Well, what's the over-under for how many times this Roaring Furnace gets cast?
That is another one. Like, it's fine. I've got plenty of card advantage here.
I have a great anecdote about Bloodgast.
Yeah.
The first time I met you, you sold me Bloodgusts.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
The first card you ever sold me.
Yeah, okay. That would have been, what, close to 20 years ago or something?
Yep. We're young here, fellas.
Yeah. What's
okay.
this card? All
Okay,
right.
this is Carnage Crimson Chaos. This is one of the Mayhem cards, but we're seeing it here cast for its traditional cost of red, black, and 2. It's a 4/3 with trample, and when it enters, you can get a creature from your graveyard into the battlefield as long as its converted mana cost is 3 or less. It must attack every turn.
Yep.
And after it deals combat damage, you must sacrifice that creature.
Okay. So it's kind of like a one shot here of being able to just do some damage. And then we see a discard in order to get
Some lifelink points? Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
You're
So
going to have to explain this to me, Sam. I'm a little confused here.
Yeah.
Why would you discard one of your lands here?
I don't understand why he wants the life points other than he's probably played a lot more games of this than I have.
Okay. Yeah.
But I would say in this case, the real incentive here is the Carnage Crimson Chaos itself. So you get an extra 2 damage points. You don't actually need the extra resource in hand. So, okay, maybe we just wanted the 4/3.
Oh, yeah.
Why not?
Makes sense.
When in
Makes
Rome.
sense.
Cast a
All
4/3.
right, so Stormchaser's Talent coming out, and
The devastating
Ryan,
Avengers Disassembled.
Yeah. It might also just be like one of those things that Ryan's like, I've got heaps of lands.
Yeah, he's got another 3. So,
Let me just do something with one of these lands.
yeah, Mindsy will have picked up on that. It's not exactly a show of strength either.
All right, so Ryan just going, you know what, get that otter out of here. Let's get this Bloodgust back into play. We've killed it twice this game. We're now going for number 3.
Cast it 0 times. Had it in play 3 times.
And will we see the Furnace coming out and killing it again? I hope so.
Okay, this looks like a flow state to me. Now that we have an instant and a sorcery in the graveyard here, we get the full draw 2 off it, or effective draw 2. Looks like a Stormchaser's Talent to bounce off and a get out. So that answers that question that you had between the rounds.
Yeah,
Is that, do you bring the get outs in? If your name's David Mines, yes you do.
You do. On the play, at least.
On the play at least. Yeah, it could change. It could change.
Which is always something to be aware of when you're sideboarding, is that difference between being on the play versus the draw. Something that sometimes I just don't do because I don't want to like put the effort in.
I'm a big proponent of changing my sideboarding play and draw.
Yep.
I'm more of a proponent on it when it's on an online client.
Yeah.
The reason is that I have to handle less cards.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's
That
way
makes
easier.
sense. Yeah.
Physically easier.
All right. So what's the name of this card again?
Hardened Academic.
Okay, another academic swing. Getting it for 2. Will we see another life link?
No.
No.
Okay, this is an error from Qubit. So he's missequenced this. He would have actually got an extra damage in.
What's that?
Because once the Bloodcast leaves the battlefield, Hardened Academic's second piece of text lets you put a counter on a creature.
But
it looks
what
like
if
he's
you
put it
want-
on the Bloodcast.
What if you want to put it on the Bloodgust so it
Oh,
has
well.
2 toughness and can get past an otter?
You know what? I'm gonna cop amazing amounts of shit for this later. He's gonna watch this back and he's like, it wasn't an error. That's what I wanted to do. And I'm like, well, I know that now. Okay, fine. You're very
That's
good at
right.
magic.
Let's you and I stick to the story when we're talking to Qubit. That come on, mate. Come on. You didn't want to do that.
You wanted him to be on exactly 11 life points. Okay, an Eddie Merc Crab for David Bynes off that flow state. As long as, this sleight of hand for the turn. This deck can rapidly change the context of its hand.
That was actually another question that I had regarding how David Mines is going to sideboard in this matchup, because when you were talking about how you would bring in all 3 strategic betrayals, I was then going to the next level in my head. Like, does David Mines know that that's going to happen and shave or even remove all of the Eddie Merc crabs because of that potential interaction?
That's interesting. I think that the rate at which you see cards and the power of the Eddie Merc crab means that you're sort of just buying into it anyway.
Yeah,
Okay. If the card was a worse card, 100% I would consider trimming it.
Yeah.
But that card just really, in these racing scenarios, I'm sure everyone who's been playing a bit of Standard understands it, but we've just seen so many occasions in which a Eddie Merc crab turns a game that you're winning into a game that you're losing.
Yeah, it makes sense. And we also answer another question. Does Voice of Victory come in? And the answer is yes.
Looks like it does. So if this is on the stack right now. We'll see if David Mine wants to cast this Eddie Merc crab. It's looking a lot like he does.
I mean, it makes sense.
So it comes in tapped if you cast it at instant speed. And we're going to tap the 2 creatures that can attack this turn. And it looks as though Mines is happy to let everything else resolve here. Oh, no, we're still on the stack. We're off right now.
Okay.
It's our only chance to do it. That makes a lot of sense.
Now, we've got 6 lands out for David Mines. We've got an untapped Otter and a Crab here into a Voice. Ryan Cubitt's on 17. There's a chance that we could do 17 damage here. I think that'd be
absolutely. If that top card was a slick shot, I was pretty guaranteed of 17 damage.
Okay, yeah.
Now, here we've got 2 Burst Lightnings, which changes the math. He only needs to do effective 13 there, maybe 11, depending on how you want to think about it. Getting the extra 5 damage is very difficult, but we do have a sleight of hand, and those are the sort of sequences that can do it.
Yeah. And David Mines has got to stop here and consider, like, how exactly am I going to do this? Like, what do I want to play first? Because the Burst Lightning, yes, just costs single red, but you've got this option of kicking it.
Yep.
And if you spend all of your mana doing a bunch of things like Sleight of Hand or leveling up your Storm Chaser's talent, then you might not have access to be able to kick. And it could be like one of those considerations. And I actually do need to kill this Voice of Victory to make sure that I don't lose to things.
This line is actually pretty savage. So we level the Storm Chaser's talent to get Avengers Disassembled back, take out your entire board, another one of your lands that we know that you can't search for another one. Hey, we lose our Otter, but Lava Axe you.
Lava Axe you, kill your land.
Sweep your board, kill your land, hit you for 5.
And this is why David Mines, hats off to you, stopping and considering all the different options available.
So good, so good.
Yeah.
7 mana is so many. We've gotten here slowly, but, you know, we've gotten here at a good pace in another way. So, okay, Hardened Academics is draw for Ryan Cubitt. This is one of the cards that recently improved this deck, getting printed in Secrets of Strixhaven.
Yep.
A haste 2 mana, 2/1 flyer. We're just going in for 2. David Mines is meaningfully on 10 now. So that means the Bloodghast in the graveyard will have haste.
Interesting. So choosing not to play the land there.
Yeah,
not
so
exposing the Bloodghast to a potential Avengers Disassemble.
Holding the information as well.
Yep. So Sleight of Hand is the first play for David Mines. Needs to find like another 7 damage.
Okay,
so
it looks like he's taking
damage.
the fire magic here. So that's going to be able to deal with Cubitt's board at instant speed at any point. Mine's in no rush. He's got those 2 Burst Lightnings. That's actually lethal by itself from this point if you can kick both. He doesn't have the mana to do that yet, though. So passing the turn back and allowing Cubitt to commit to whatever his line is going to be.
Yep.
And I think we can pretty reliably say that Mines is looking to close the door next turn.
Yeah. At this point, we can't even attack. Oh, I guess we could technically attack. Yeah, who am I kidding? Cupid's going to attack.
You've met the man.
All right. So
now
we see that possible +1 counter coming into play.
Now, this might be where all those lifelink points are actually going to start adding up. Cubit's on 7. He knows he's facing down an Eddie Merc crab.
Yep.
We know that Mines has got the Burst Lightnings.
Yeah,
we have the
yeah.
privilege of knowing that.
It's interesting, though. Yeah, being on 7, big difference to being on 5 right now.
Right. And, you know, the ability to push that back to 9, just with, you know, discarding the last land in hand.
Yeah. And right now, even if I wanted to get lifelink, I couldn't because this fire magic is going to take out my dudes. So,
Yep.
All right. Cubit's just going to hit the tank here and then concede, I reckon.
He might wait for his draw step, but...
I I don't think he's getting another draw step.
Well, that's actually true. Goes to 2, gets burst lightning, and here they go. Back to the hand. So we're all tied up at 1-1.
Look, the only fault that I can give to David Mines there on that last turn is that you could have played burst lightning and then responded with another burst lightning just to still have all these.
It is the friendship matter to rub it in a little bit. I would never encourage anyone to do that.
No, definitely don't do
until you're
that.
friends, in which case you've got to make them feel a little bit worse.
It's probably like one of those things like, I'm on coverage, even though this is a mate. I don't want to do that thing.
And if they get mad at you, just tell them it's what the deck does.
It's what the deck does.
Okay, so back looking at these sideboard options that each have, I can't see Mindsy going back to change the play draw scenario of those cards in the main. So I think he's pretty happy with those get-outs no matter what by the sound of this.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Taking the more control-y, grindy approach to this matchup. This is one of the things that we keep saying from these is it prowess decks or the spectrum of prowess decks, is that they can choose their mode of engaging with their opponent based on what they feel gives them the most advantage. It looks as though David Mines thinks that, hey, I've got all the card draw, I've got enough removal, I can sit back, I can be our mid-range control player in this matchup, and I'm going to make you answer my things whilst also trying to stick your own threats.
Yeah. Now, Ryan Cubitt, it looks like he's taken out 2 cards and bringing 2 more cards back in.
Yeah, this looks like it might be the case of the Crimson Pulses that he has. So one of the cards for Murders of Karlov Manor. Looks like there's a Tersa as well, almost there. There was a Tersa in the main deck of Cubitt's deck. He might have brought that out on the draw, but wants it on the play. Haste 3/3s are pretty good. In case of the Crimson Pulse, if you end up empty gripped, it will solve, because it is a case. So the solved case is that, and then it gives you an extra card draws, a couple of extra card draws on your upkeep after it's solved. So
yeah, particularly good if you think that David Mines' plan is just to 1-for-1, 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 or just like empty you out of your hand. Like that situation there, like if Ryan Cubitt had a solved case, drawing 2 cards a turn, very different.
Yeah, so we've got it on the screen here. So at the beginning of your upkeep, discard your hand, then draw 2. So you do that, and then you have your draw for the turn. You've got 3 new cards every turn.
Yeah, makes sense. And another reason to bring in those get-outs.
100%, 100%. And look, this is the meta that they're playing in. They're playing this meta of, hey, how did you position your deck against mine? I don't like Case of the Crimson Pulse against Izzet generically.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think that, like, you know, if my opponent is trying to get after me with slick shot show-offs and stuff like that, this card is far too slow. However, if they're repositioning their deck in this way that we've seen David Mines do, it starts becoming a better proposition because effectively it's an anti-control card now.
Okay, yeah. So if David Mines chooses to go that position, and David being on the draw, more likely to go into that position.
Oh, 100%. You're card up already, right? Okay.
So if you're in this match right now, what deck do you want to be playing? Because you played a lot of prowess.
I've played a lot of prowess.
But Ryan Cubitt's on the play right now.
And he's playing a more aggressive deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Sophie's choice for you. For me, I should say. I think that in this position, I always, if it's a game 3 scenario between these 2 decks, I would just pick whichever one's on the play. Okay. Mardu Discard is so volatile in its aggressiveness that in any matchup that deck is involved and it gets to be on the play, I'm probably going to pick it.
Yeah, look, that's fair. I mean, it's such a big difference between the hands that have Cool But Rude in the opening hand versus the ones that don't.
100%. Like, we will know very quickly how oppressive that opening hand is.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, I would rather be looking at those cards than hoping he doesn't have them.
Yeah. The hands that are like really hard is like if Ryan looks at like 1 land plus Moon Shadow plus Cool But Rude, like do you keep that on the play?
Yeah, he's got 22 lands in the deck, so it is a hard equity call on that one. Looks like he's got a Moon Shadow and a Marauding Mako and a grip full of lands there with, at the end, the card that we decided to tell you about at the start of the game, Cloak and Dagger.
Cloak and Dagger, yeah.
I'll be honest, I went to Cubitt before, and I said, what the hell is Cloak and Dagger? I want to make Isaac feel bad that he doesn't know the card. And he showed me
it's
it.
actually like being played in a bit of Vintage Cube.
Okay.
So I actually do know that card.
Dang.
I'm terrible with names, but I know the card.
I was trying to get some sneaky advantages in our lunch round that we had just now.
I also played like infinite arena directs.
But that's also true.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, Cupid's drawn the mountain again.
The basic mountain is such a liability to draw that one. You can't search it out of your library when you get Avengers Disassembled.
Now, he does need a red source. I wonder if he sees this. Okay, he thinks that playing the mountain's worth it. Giving that information up is worth it. We just attack for 1 with the Moonshadow.
So just for those at home, when you are acknowledging the fact that Ryan Cubit has played the mountain instead of, say, playing a Sacred Foundry and taking 2 damage.
Yeah.
Why are you saying that's relevant for those at home?
Sure. Okay, so what you're doing is your opponent knows your deck list,
Yep.
and you're signaling to them that you do have the mountain. You could leave it up to some doubt by leaving it as an unknown card in hand, which may affect Mindsy's decisions when it comes to casting an Avengers Disassembled and going after the mana base. So what I don't want him doing is that. To destroy my lands. So potentially holding that information could be more valuable. Now, Cubit might be an extra level on this. He has a lot of lands.
Okay.
Maybe he wants Mindsy to do it. There's no way of knowing.
Yeah. All right, so Shockland coming in now, taking 2 damage, and let's look at that hand and take any Avengers Disassembles that I can see. Instead, we've got a Spell Pierce. That's an interesting one that's still in there. A Sleight of Hand and a Get Out. So David Mind's really respecting that Cool But Rude and saying, one of my number 1 ways that I lose this game is that Cool But Rude. So I want to keep Spell Pierces in, particularly on the draw.
Yeah,
because,
100%. I mean, it can break that mana thing. It also counters practice offense. This Mardu deck does tap out quite a lot. If it can, develop stuff, it really just wants to go all in very early. I think that Spell Pierce is a great way of getting around it.
And Ryan's like, I don't even care about any of these cards. Get rid of that order.
Yeah.
Get out of here, order. And now I get to attack with my Maker and with the Moon Shadow.
Okay, just a measly attack for 2. Not how we drew it up for this deck, but Mindsy's got nothing on the other side. So
Yeah. So I rolled that draw there. Just like, is it an Avengers Disassemble? Come on.
Gonna be savage.
Yeah.
It was a Storm Chaser's talent, however, and I think that's pretty good here as well. We're going to lead off with the Sleight of Hand, though.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, Vibrant Outburst is the one picked up. One of our non-Izzet cards because it's a Prismari one.
Yep. Got the option to play that Vibrant Outburst if we want to just kill the Mako and tap down the biggest power creature here, or we can play out the Storm Chaser's talent. What are you thinking?
I really like, because there's not much power on board and we have the Get Out as well, I like the modality of having both spells up, which looks like Mindsy's doing.
Okay.
I think in these cases they're going to get value at some point during this game anyway, so you might as well have the option of keeping them off Cool But Rude if you've identified it as one of the ways you lose this game.
Yeah, there's that an extra component of Cool But Rude. Like you have to play pre-combat main.
Yeah, to get the best value out of it.
Yeah, but at the same time, Ryan knows that David Minds has the Get Out,
and
so he's not going to play a pre-combat main.
Yeah.
And so if he did draw it right now, then Cubit could definitely then yam it in the second main.
Okay.
But I think Ryan's hand is just 4 lands.
Yeah. He's drawing exactly like he's playing a Mardu deck. One of our good friends, Joseph Scalzero, the Butcher of Manila, had it right when he said, all you need to do is draw exactly 4 lands and then stop.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Ryan, like obviously with the lands at hand, doesn't need an extra land. But I even if you discarded all the 3 lands at hand, still wouldn't need an extra land.
That's true. It's true. Now, meaningfully, they are pieces of cardboard, so some of the draws that Cubit can have from this perspective will turn those from, useless lands, as we call them, into functional cards again. But it looks like it's a Moon Shadow off the top. We're still missing that discard outlet that really gets this deck singing.
So how's Ryan getting out of this position? Because obviously Minds has got double Storm Chaser's talent, which can get back Vibrant Outburst, can get back Opt or Sleight of Hand, has like 4 lands out, has a lot of card advantages on 16 life, and has got an Otter. So what kind of sequence of draws are you hoping as Ryan Cubit here?
What Mindsy doesn't have is he doesn't have removal.
Okay.
So he's got the Vibrant Outburst in the bin, but that's so mana intensive.
Yeah,
so
6
what
mana.
it's quite a lot. So what the card that I, number one, would like to draw at this point is a Cool But Rude, but also a Tersa. So either of them get countered by the Get Out, and then I need the other one.
Okay. Yeah. So Tersa, 3 mana, 3/3 haste. When it comes
Yep.
into play, you discard 2 cards and draw 2
May
cards.
discard up to 2 cards, and
Yep.
then you draw a card for each one you discarded.
Which is a good use for those pieces of cardboard, as you referred to. those lands.
100%. Pieces of cardboard. And we've got these 1/1s that also get pumped by either option. Now, we know the first of those is very likely to not resolve here, but you do need a set of subsequent draws to get off this land-heavy hand.
Yeah, makes sense. In the meantime, Ryan has ran out this Moonshadow, and David Mines, nah, that resolves, mate. That's fine.
Okay, the Get Out. We're just picking up these Storm Chasers down. Okay, you've shown me a bit of weakness. I'm going to drown you in Otters.
Otter.
Yeah. Sleight of Hand joins that as well. That's pretty good. The Spell Pierce in hand is going to be very useful here. Are we going for the flow state? It looks like that we are.
I love it. Just let's see what my options
Oh
are.
my God, it's another Storm Chasers talent.
Yep.
Together at last. Storm Chasers talent and Storm Chasers talent.
Together at last. A match made in heaven.
That Otter has hit the graveyard for reasons that are unknown to me, but
Yeah, we probably need to get a judge in there to just make sure that Otter...
yeah, maybe a little quick correction there.
Yep. In the meantime, we'll get another Otter out of the sideboard. Just
Tell you
make
what we
sure.
like, Otters.
Yep. And another Otter.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Okay. So we have passed the turn with 2 Otters. Oh no, it's
Thrown to the side.
I don't think it's in the graveyard. I don't think that's isn't it in play?
I'm not aware of that right now.
Yeah. We probably want to just double check to see if that Otter is
It's meant to be in play or meant to die.
I
Yeah.
think it is meant to be in play because it didn't. That
was my understanding.
Well,
Ooh, Iron Shield Elf after the Get Out is gone. This is
Yeah,
a big
okay.
draw. Now these cards in hand for Cubit are active. One of the most important things about Iron Shield Elf in these interactions is that Moonshadow cares about instances of non-creature cards hitting the graveyard. Iron Shield Elf lets you do that one at a time, which allows you to tick off those counters off Moonshadow. So as we see it, we have a 2/2, a 1/1, and another 1/1, but really it's a 2/2 and 2 4/4s potentially.
That's so much additional power. Those
Yeah.
lands that were like, hey, these are useless.
Yes, yeah.
Suddenly
these sucked. This is awful. Turns out these rectangular things, not that useless.
Yeah, okay. So we're just investigating the situation with the Storm Chasers talents and that Get Out. Just Judge coming over to make sure to just confirm if that Otter was in the graveyard because it got killed.
Yeah. So
Or-
yeah, we're going to have a look at this. They're calling a judge now. We'll find a resolution to it. Anyway, while they're solving this, Cubit here has stoically stuck on these 3 cards in hand. We know
Yeah.
their lands. We
Didn't
have
play
the
'em. Didn't play
Omnipotent
those
Viewpoint.
lands.
Didn't play them. Played the mountain, in fact.
Yeah.
Now, is this in retrospect an ingenious line?
It's like, I'm just so excited about this. 'Cause I was like, hey, these lands are useless.
Yeah,
Absolutely useless.
absolutely useless.
And now I'm like, oh, you mean those lands are actually like, each one of them is 2 +1/+1 counters, 1 on the Mako and 1 on the Moonshadow? Well, technically, it's a removal of a -1/-1 counter, but you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
it's the same sort of thing. I mean, to me, I'm just thinking of like, hey man, I got 2 free giant growths that are permanent. And you know how much I like a giant
I
growth.
do know how much you like a giant growth. Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I think that tap out for the Get Out to bring those Storm Chasers talents back to hand, in retrospect, pretty greedy.
Well, yeah, it could be.
It's a bit of a difficult one. I think, I really liked having the mana up there. I liked having the Get Out. But again, our perspective ends up different from the players quite a lot. And I'm just going to tell the people at home about this. We have that information and they do not.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
because Ryan knew about the Get Out from the Cloak and Dagger,
Yep.
Mines is assuming that he's keeping cards in hand, more or less.
Yeah.
So maybe devaluing the effect it was having on potential draws.
Yep.
Because, hey, he's maybe already got those cards.
Yep.
So let's not worry about it too much. Let's worry about closing this game out at some point.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
I've played it a little bit against this Mardu deck, and sometimes what happens is you go, cool, I'm going to control the board, I'm going to control the board, I'm going to kill this, I'm going to do, okay, I took 2 damage here, 2 damage here, okay, I'm down to 10, and sometimes they just go, cool, I'm going to, I drew a Coolbit Root off the top,
Yep.
I play it, I level it up, I search my library for another Coolbit Root, discard a random card, you take 2 damage, I play another Coolbit Root, and suddenly, hang on, I was
Yeah.
complete in control of this game.
And it's gone.
It's just gone. So sometimes what we end up doing as the David Mines of the world,
Yes.
we go, I'm going to try and kill him with a bunch of otters before we get into that spot where Coolbit Roods off the top go into Coolbit Roods, go into Coolbit Roods.
I mean, one of the best lines in that deck as well, especially when you go low on cards in hand, is that you can Coolbit Root level at once, which gives you the replacement of, the trigger for discarding cards and dealing 2 damage. The next level you do, you get to gamble.
Yeah,
the card gamble.
Yeah,
And
the card gamble.
one of my favorite things to do with the deck is have no cards in hand and gamble for Carnage, which I discard and then I Mayhem cost back.
Ah,
and then
'cause
you get
the
another
Mayhem
creature back.
cost is like red-black or something?
It's just red-black. So you get to go for, like, often I'll go Coolbit Root, level it once.
Yep.
Your turn.
Okay,
My turn, I got
okay.
4 lands. Cool. Level it, go get this card. Have to discard it.
Yep.
Get it back, get a creature back.
Okay.
A bunch of damage. Suddenly,
Out
I've
of
got,
nowhere.
Suddenly I got like 7 power on play. You need another sweep now.
Yeah, that's where I actually really like David Mines' play to play the get out on both of my Storm Chasers talent, because I can just create these situations where, hang on a second, I've got like 3 otters out or 2, depending on whether it's in the graveyard.
There's
or
no
not.
way of knowing that.
There's no way of knowing.
Yeah.
and then you just like play a Flow State and a Spell Pierce. No, Spell Pierce.
Sleight of hand.
Thank you.
Could have been anything.
Could have been anything, but it was sleight of hand. and then you just like do 15 damage out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And when Brian Cooper's played a bunch of Shocklands and just kind of done some incidental damage,
Yeah.
sometimes you're just in this position where, I just kill you.
I will say that has been a commonality of the decks that we're seeing in this room and all over Standard, really. I mean, we're getting a pretty good representation of what Standard is in a lot of places are in this room today, right? So we're seeing stuff like the 4-color control. We're seeing the Is It Lessons. We're seeing the friendly balloon dude. And we're seeing all these sort of these decks that, yeah, they're a mid-range deck. They play out slowly. You have a play, I have a counter play. I can hold back. I can do this, do that. And actually, I just won. And I think that is just a defining feature of this Standard, is that, like, it doesn't even matter if you're the control deck. It doesn't matter if you're a mid-range deck. It doesn't matter if you're an aggro deck. Tapping out can be deadly.
Yeah, it's so weird playing against the 4-5 color control deck, where sometimes you're like, hey, I've not been attacked by a single creature.
Yep.
Right? You haven't played any aggressive spell. You haven't targeted my face with any burn spells. I'm on 8 life though. Like, what happened here?
I mean, yeah, I've been in so many situations against that deck where I'm like, okay, I finally stuck a threat. What's my life total? And I'm like, I'm playing something like Delirium, which I want to do.
Yep.
And I'm like, cool, I'm on 11 and whatever. I've got this Fear of Missing Out tapping, untapping next turn. I feel awful. I'm about to die. Whereas in the past, I was like, I'm in my happy place. I love this. And this is a deck will do it to you as well. Like, I mean, obviously they're doing it with Burst Lightnings rather than Revelations and Inevitable Defeats, but the ability to play such a long game that you just get to make your land drops nice and naturally through your flow states, and then, hey, suddenly we're doing things like level of Storm Chasers talent, Burst Lightning kicked.
Yep.
Closed.
Yeah, closed. Yeah. I've been playing a little bit against our mate Leonard.
Yes.
Playing the 4-5 color control deck, and there are some times when he's like, where do I put this lightning helix? I could kill this creature, I could kill this creature, and then we talk about like, okay, well, these are the reasons why you kill this one, and then eventually someone goes, hang on a second. Your face. And then I'll play the other one and the burst lightning and you're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely one of those ones where you go like, okay, I'm in the control mode. I'm meant to be controlling this game. And then you go like, carry the one. And if they've got exactly the life total points that they have, they're dead by 5 damage. So, yeah, I mean, it is one of those ones. I think that's one of the things that we're seeing amongst the best players on these blue, red, X decks, sometimes, 4-5 colors, sometimes just 2. That they're able to change modes really quickly and working out, not only who the aggro is, but like what my best equity is to win this game. Is it to close right now? Is it to keep going? Good stuff. Looks like we have it sorted out.
Yep.
There is
We're,
once again an otter in a graveyard.
Yeah, I think the real question from my head is, did David Mines block with the otter that was there on the 2/2 Death Toucher that attacked when I believe the Mako stayed at home?
Yeah.
But maybe the Moon Shadow attacked. So but the question is, did you chump block?
Yeah, yeah.
And I didn't quite clock it. I'd have to look back at the replay or something.
Well, Ryan Cubitt's on 20 life, and I think he's pretty sure he's on 20 life. I believe he shocked this game, so it would make sense.
But he's got the life link
way.
either way.
Yeah.
I guess the life link either way. So Ryan's life total isn't relevant so much as David Mines' life total. Did he take 2 damage last turn, or did he not take 2 damage?
Yeah, yeah.
And so we probably look at the life total pads and try to determine if 2 damage was taken last turn or if there was a chump block involved.
Yeah, we're still in the judge call right now, guys. So just giving you a look back at this board. Let's re-familiarize yourselves with the game state. We'll get to it eventually. I love it when these long judge calls happen between mates as well.
Yeah, because either one was like, I can't remember, buddy. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not.
I wasn't watching you that closely, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I trust you to have your stuff sorted all the time. Yeah.
I mean, the amount of times you and I particularly have been in a playtesting game and been like, whose turn is it? So, you know, it is that sort of thing that you let your shields down quite a lot around your mates. And, hey, that is a privilege to do, in my opinion.
Yeah, and actually great. Love to see it. Assuming that we just have 2 otters in play, we've got a Moon Shadow that 3 cards can be discarded from hand. Currently it's a 1/1,
Yes.
but it can turn into a 4/4. And the same with that Mako can turn into a 4/4. And then we've got the 2/2 Death Touch lifelinker there. So at max, we're talking about 10 damage here, putting David Mines to 4.
Yep. Yeah, dangerous amount of life total points. I mean, the other thing that we know and that Cubit doesn't know is that Mindsy actually doesn't have a spell he can cast here to get the prowess triggers. So you've got a spell pierce up, which is super relevant for things like we were talking about, like the cool but rude or whatever. But his cantrip is a sleight of hand, and his only other card, well, he's got a land, but the other spell in his hand is a Storm Chaser talent, which is at the wrong speed. So I wonder how these guys are going to do the blocking once we get there.
Oh, this looks really hard. My instinct says that you can block the otter on the Mako because that is like 4 points of damage that you can save in that like worst case scenario.
Yeah.
But well, you're not going to put 2 cards in front of the Moon Shadow, particularly without an instant or sorcery.
Yeah, I think that would be very unlikely.
I mean, your other option is to put double otter in front of the
Cloak and Dagger?
Cloak and Dagger, yeah.
Yeah, you can do that, of course, if you do kill the Cloak and Dagger. Unfortunately, you still grow the Moon Shadow. So it is one of those things. I think Mindsy in this position, we'll have to work out what his outs are in the deck when we get to his next turn. We know he's not dead right now, but we know that
So
his
max damage we're looking at is probably like 10 damage, putting you to 4.
Yeah, that is the maximum he can take from Cubit this turn. We've got the sleight of hand. We've got some unknown amount of otters. And what we're going to see off that sleight of hand and the draw step is going to be one of the things that Mindsy is going to have to work out. What he's going to do with it. Are we digging for a crab? Is that how we stay in this game?
Well, the other option that's available, right, particularly if we have a 3rd otter in play, now in order to discard a card, I believe the elf says that you have to tap it.
You do.
Yeah. So Ryan could be in a position where he's actually got no blockers.
Yeah.
And David Mines go, you know what? I'm going to take 10 damage. I'm going to go to 4.
Yeah, can we get to Storm?
I'm going to try to do 20 damage to you.
I mean, you need 6 instants or sorceries, right? Or 6 non-creature spells.
Yeah, but like a burst lightning might change that equation.
Yeah, it closes the gap pretty quickly.
Yep.
I mean, I say 6, and you know, in a little way that does sound like a lot. I've seen more. These blue-red decks, the way that they get through their library with the cantrips, the way that you can get additional value of things like, I mean, a boomerang basics is 3, right? Because you get to, it's 1 for casting it. Target a Storm Chaser's talent, Storm Chaser's talent back, Storm Chaser's talent again. That's 3 of the 6.
Yeah.
So we get there really quickly sometimes.
Yeah, totally. So, and drawing a card. Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff
We're getting through. So I actually, like, knowing what we know about David Mines' hand, if he has 3 otters and Cubit goes to no blockers, he needs a Boomerang Basics to win this game.
All right, so 1 Boomerang Basics, that's 1 trigger, times 3.
Yep.
Then you play the Storm Chaser talent. That's another trigger times 3.
Yep.
So that's like 2.
So you need 2 more. So we've got a Spell Pierce and a Sleight of Hand. So we can actually Spell Pierce one of our own spells
I love
to
it.
get to the 6.
I love it. Spell Pierce, my own spell. absolutely. Like, that's just such
It's so
a
DJ.
achievement.
But
I
if you
want.
don't want to do it, don't play Is It.
Yeah. All right. So David Myers now has to hit the tank. Now that we've sorted out that there is this third otter in play, we've got these options available. Now, importantly, Cupid's going to go to 22 here.
Ah, that is true, actually. So that's not going to quite do it. I mean, that would get us to 21.
Yeah. Okay.
So
okay.
it is that important 1 point off.
Yeah. So if we play 6 spells.
6 spells is,
21
7, 7,
damage.
and 7. Yeah.
So,
So
that's
that
a
burst
lot, that's a
lightning, as
lot
you
to
were talking
ask.
about, actually necessary for that line as well.
Necessary for that. So we'd have to play 6 spells, one of which would have to be a burst lightning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And,
so, I
Vibrant
mean,
Outburst can't be one of those cards because it's in the graveyard.
yep.
Yeah.
Vibrant Outburst would be great here. One of the lesser known things about Vibrant Outburst, because it normally taps a creature and kills a creature, is that 3 damage can go anywhere.
Yep.
That's any target.
Yep.
So that one can go straight to the dome. So even though that is a 2-mana spell, it is the sort of thing that will change the math in these scenarios.
Yeah. All right. So both of these players discussing with the judge exactly what's going on here, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. And the other thing is, we just want to make sure that everybody's playing on the level.
Yeah. It is your belief that the Otter should be in play unless it's chump blocked, right?
That is my belief.
That is
yeah,
what I think
yeah.
as well. Hopefully they have it sorted out nice and easily. We have our wonderful table judge there, Alex.
Yeah. This is a hard situation because I think that both players don't know.
They genuinely don't know.
Yeah.
So.
I had one last tournament where I was at, where I was like, I don't know if I played a land this turn. And the judge was like, oh. And there's like 12 lands in play on both sides.
Yeah.
I've got like 5 cards in hand. My opponent has like 5 cards in hand.
Yeah.
And we're just like, I'm like, in the end, I was like, I'm 80% sure that I played a land, but I'm only 80% sure.
Yep.
And my opponent's like, I'm 80% sure if that you played a land, but I'm also not sure.
Yep.
And then there was a random spectator there. There was like, hey, I don't want to say anything, but I do know the answer.
Yeah.
And the judge was like, And I just said out loud, just tell us the answer. And the spectator's like, you definitely played a land. Like, it's just
Great. Moving on.
Well, moving on. Like, let's assume that I played the land and continue with this game.
Okay, it looks like we have 3 Otters in play and we're going to blocks. So, Mindsy, he knows the math. He knows that out that we found.
He doesn't know the math. He doesn't know because like Cubit could have what could Cubit have as instant speeds? He could have a burst lightning in hand, which would change them. No, that actually doesn't change the math because it's 2
it
damage.
doesn't. Yeah,
both
no,
of
it
them
doesn't.
were 2 damage. Is
Yeah.
there anything that does change the math?
No, I think everything is identical math here, but I think what he's pretty confident in is that if he goes for the, let's call it the lethal line, the line that we drew up where you play the 6 spells, it's not going to quite get there. So you need one to be a burst lightning. He knows that is a low odds of happening. So what he's saying is like, okay, I'm going to take the most valuable block I've got on the board, but only that one.
Yep.
And we're going to keep playing this game if I have anything to say about it.
Yeah. Now, Ryan's got an interesting decision here
Mm-hmm.
because you could discard an extra land in order to get through for an extra 1 damage here with the Moon Shadow.
Yeah.
But then you wouldn't have an extra card to be able to give your thing indestructible.
Iron Shield Elf needs, so that is the effect. So you discard a card and you tap it, it gets indestructible into end of turn. It looks like Cubit is correctly surmising that one of the ways that Mindsy gets back into this board is with a sweep. Maybe keeping some cards in hand to not only incentivize him to do it, but also to protect one of his creatures is a good place to be.
Yeah.
There's a flow state off the top.
Ooh. All right, so we've got 2 things there. We'd have to get like 10 spells in the turn.
Yeah, we're not getting there this turn. We've chosen that line, but a flow state to draw 2 more cards, go deeper, find something like, I don't know, an Impractical Joke and a Fire Magic.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
So we can like Impractical Joke targeting and then targeting the elf, and then in response to all the trigger stuff, play the 2 damage at instant speed. That's not going to do a great job at killing some 4/4s though.
No, it's not going to do much for the 4/4s, but I will say that, taking just bulk creatures off the board, making our blocks a little bit better as we do it is not a bad place to be.
Yeah.
The unfortunate thing for Mindsy here is that the Impractical Joke sorcery speed, so you're going to have to commit to that during your turn.
So you don't have this situation where you can go, okay, block with my Otters and then pump up my team by playing the Impractical Joke and then maybe a 5-bending in response.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, Impractical Joke is the card that Mindsy is pondering over. He's pretty sure he's going to cast it. He just doesn't know out what.
I feel for Mindsy here because I don't know what the correct play is. Like, I just don't know.
I think
so
you
complicated.
kill with 2-2, but it's still not a good deal.
Oh, yeah, okay. But,
Killing
we're
2-2
going
only
for the
takes
Mako.
1 power off the board anyway.
But we might see a double respond, like, of discard a card and then discard a card.
Well, okay, so I think mine's his conjecture here, and allow me to read this onto it. If both of those spells in hand go to the discard, he can shock in the Steam Vents, and he can cast the Fire Magic to kill 3 out of 4 of the creatures, keeping his otters.
Yeah. So he can keep the otters in his turn.
Yeah.
And we got 3 damage on the Mako. Yes, the Moon Shadow's a 4/4, so that's not dying. The Arrhenius Elf is not dying either.
Yeah. So
Mindsie's in trouble, though.
the Iron Shield Elf here is really interesting, right? So Mindsy has hidden the information of him having the land drop into the Fire Magic, but by doing so, he can't respond to the Iron Shield Elf's activation.
Yeah,
now,
but that
he
wasn't
had
gonna make
both
the
cards to
difference.
discard. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because he
But-
got the 2 cards to discard.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, so I like the way that Mindsy's played this, but he's also just in so much trouble still.
It's so true. It's so true. Now, you do have the option of going for none of those options and then just Fire Magicking during the next turn. Maybe it looks like maybe the Storm Chaser's talent hits the battlefield.
Yeah, you can like upkeep it to like kill the Erroneous Elf and the 2/2. and then-
Erroneous Elf.
Erroneous Elf? Yeah.
Iron Shield Elf.
I tried, okay.
The irony.
Instead,
Erroneously naming something erroneous. Okay.
Storm Chaser's talent coming out.
Yeah.
And creating another otter. Actually,
Okay.
that's another play, is just kill the elf in upkeep. 1 damage to everything and pumping my board. I like this play.
This
I
is
like
not
play.
bad. I mean, he had some time to think about it, and he really mulled it over. It was a useful way to spend that time during the judge call and during his own turn here. He found a great line here. So we got 3 2/2s on board for David Mines. Cubit going to draw step. It's cool but rude.
But no card to
Savage.
discard. So
This is where so over the two turns that we have coming here, this is where the Carnage play matters.
yeah, I can see that. I can see that. We've got a weird spot as well where, these are 2/2 otters, and your creatures have 1 damage on them.
Yeah, 1 damage marked.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Still
suppose
need
that
to
doesn't
trade
actually-
2 for 1 on the 4/4s. You can trade 1 for 1 on the 2/2. That's not the creature you're super worried about at this point, though.
Yeah. Critically, I think we missed a counter here.
Oh, you believe so?
The Moon Shadow could be a 5/5 here with 1 less counter from the Erroneous Elf.
The Erroneous Elf.
The elf going to the graveyard.
Someone do an edit for us.
Just cut that out.
So Cubit has missed the trigger.
Yeah. I reckon there's a good chance that Ryan might just be noticing that right now and going, what do I do about this? I don't think it makes that much of a difference for this attack step, because if it was a 5/5 and you attack with it, you're probably just going to trade with 2 otters.
It is the same trade scenario. Yeah. Okay, so this cool but rude, I can sort of hit play whenever Ryan would like. It looks like, though, we're actually just valuing the other 2 creatures rather than Mako. He wants one of the 2-for-1s. He just doesn't want the extra utility of sending in the Moon Shadow as well and giving Mindsy the option of which one to remove.
Yep, makes sense. So cool but rude coming out, level up 1s.
Okay, so any discard from this point on, 2 damage to the dome.
And look, David Mines has got to be pretty happy with the fact that he got rid of that elf.
Yes, yeah. I mean, one of the hardest things to get off the board. You can't be super excited by having the Spell Pierce Rotten Hand all game and then the only turn you don't have mana up is the turn that they cast the non-creature.
Yeah.
But a Boomerang Basics off the top, as we were discussing before, this is one of the ways that you can cast a ton of spells in a turn. So even if we don't do it this turn, looks like we're instead returning the Vibrant Outburst.
I love this.
This
Because
is
like
so
my
good.
initial instinct is maybe I want to do some card draw and some sifting and stuff here. And mine's like, no, I'm going to keep this in hand. I'm just going to back this Vibrant Outburst. I'm going to tap something down, probably the Moon Shadow. And
no way
3
not.
damage to the other 2/2. And that way the cool but rude doesn't get triggered by the creature attacking.
Yes. So we have the other option with Cool but Rude, though. So a Bloodghast was the draw for turn for Cubit. Mine's on 10.
Okay, so that's a hasty.
It does have haste.
Yep. Right,
So-
just go to the tank. Like,
So we
what?
could gamble, maybe get something that we want, that
Yep.
we want either way. So let's say we go and we get practiced offense.
Yep.
If we discard it, we're happy. If we discard the Bloodghast, we're also relatively happy.
Yeah, okay. All we get is Carnage.
I mean, I kind of like getting Carnage, but like, I just really like that card.
And if you discard the Carnage, then you can play it for the Mayhem cost.
Yeah, 100%. So 50-50. I think discarding either card will be fine, no matter what Cubit picks. This deck is very good at that. And hey, discarding a card's 2 damage, so mine will go down to 8. Potentially this Moonshadow will tick up another counter as well. Now, we have the privilege of knowing that this Vibrant Outburst is in hand. Actually, so does Cupid.
Yeah, he does.
I'm sorry, folks.
We're all privileged here.
Oh, we're so lucky.
Yeah.
All right, so what was the card that Cubit got? I kind of missed that. It was way into the hand there. All right, and we're going to roll the dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is the Bloodghast.
Yep.
Okay. So what was the other card that Cupid got? Was it just another Bloodghast?
It might be, right? Like,
Not a
just,
bad line.
Put you down to 8 and put another Bloodghast in play. Everything's got haste. Was it? It looks like a black card.
Yeah, it looks a lot like a black card to me, but we're only getting flashes of it so far.
All right, so Cupid's saying, go to combat. What are you doing? Tap that down. Do we want to remove another counter from...
Did we forget it? It's
the
the
Moonshadow?
Carnage. It is the Carnage.
It is the Carnage.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So Ryan electing not to take the counter of that one. I don't know.
Electing
Might be
is-
a strong word.
Yeah, interesting terminology.
Yeah.
Now, as we see at the top of your screens, everyone out there, we are running out of time in this round. Our production staff did us a solid, and they factored in the time extension into that clock already.
Oh,
so
okay,
that
so that's
is
the actual
truly
clock
the
on
amount
this
of
match.
it's
Yeah.
truly the amount of time. The time extension is already counted into that. Looking around the room, it seems like this may be one of the only matches going.
I mean, that makes sense. We did have a pretty long judge call there.
Long
with
judge
the,
call. We have 2 amazing players who are considering every single option, and a game 3 with a lot of interactive elements.
Yeah. So many different options here. 1 Otter in play. Ryan Cubit on 22. With that Cool Bit Rude out, like, it is kind of like one of those matter of time before
Yeah, well,
you...
Cubit's so far away from dying right now, the way this is played out.
And we might just say Boomerang Basics, like, let's return that Moonshadow to hand.
Well, it's interesting, right? I think in a lot of positions here with a higher life total or Cubit on a lower life total, you could do something like you could keep cycling through this Vibrant Outburst because you have so many Storm Chaser talents. But it's just not getting you anywhere, especially in a board position where any discarded card's a shock.
Yeah. So I see this, tap the on, untap the on, tap the on, untap the on, tap the on, untap the on.
It can do both.
Yeah, it can do I want to play the Storm Chaser talent in my hand? Do I want to level up one of these Storm Chaser talent? What do I actually want to do about this situation? Do I need to bounce this Moonshadow? Like, am I going to be in trouble to, like, a haste creature? Like,
Yeah.
I know that Ryan just discarded a Bloodghast. Maybe that's what he got
Yeah.
with the Cool Bit Rude.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
yeah,
not.
100%. So we see the sleight of hand as the option. 2 islands off that side of hand, so we picked an island quite rightly, but we're back in the same decision point that we had, minus the sleight of hand.
Yep.
Okay, we are going for the Vibrant Outburst. I actually think this turn worked out excellently for Mindsy. I know not a lot happened, but what actually got to, what we got to see is one more card, make a land drop. So we're actually going forward in our board position a little bit at the same time as we're coming in with the Otter for 2 damage, and we're making sure that we are able to keep this Moonshadow in check.
Yeah, very importantly, we just don't want any creature to attack and trigger that Cool Bit Rude.
100%, 100%. So whether or not Cubit makes a land drop, this Vibrant Outburst will answer both the Bloodghast and the Moonshadow for the turn. It's not really answering the Moonshadow, but it is keeping it from attacking.
But Ryan's got that extra Carnage in hand.
That is true. The Carnage does a lot of work in these scenarios. So going through the graveyard there, we've seen the Mat go, we've seen the Iron Shield Elf, and we've seen, what was the other thing?
The
Cloak and Dagger.
Cloak and Dagger.
Cloak and Dagger, sorry. The feature card of this round.
Feature card.
Now, I think getting back the Iron Shield Elf might be a priority.
It might be, and then not attacking with it?
Well, you can't attack with it that turn.
Okay.
And then you have to attack with it in the following turn, and then it will die. But
Yeah.
in the meantime, they have to deal with your
you
Moonshadow.
could discard a card in your pre-combat main to give it indestructible and tap it. So that
Yeah,
that's an
you
extra-
can stop it from attacking. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right, you're right.
yeah.
So effectively, that will turn the Inspired Vantage in Ryan Cubit's hand into a deal 2 damage to target player.
But then that means you don't get the Bloodgust back.
Means you don't get the Bloodgust. It's all a compromise.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty interesting. Does it get back at 2 cost or 3 cost, the Carnage?
I can get back a 3 cost.
So we could also get back the Cloak and Dagger and just get rid of that Otter to make sure that
you
I
can
don't
answer the
lose.
Otter, have another look at the hand,
Yep.
get some more board position. If the Cloak and Dagger dies, it's like, yeah, it's fine. It's not a big deal. The Otter's gone already.
Okay, I like this. Like, Ryan's just like, you know what? I want you to play that Vibrant Outburst. So
Yeah, let's go to combat.
let's just go to combat.
Yeah. So I assume this means it's also the Carnage getting played.
Yep. And then
So we're going to try and overload you with a bunch of threats next turn, potentially.
this is such a good play from Cuban.
Love it, yeah.
Because not playing the land there, not putting the Bloodgust into play, says, I don't care if you've got Sorcerer Speed removal, because I'm going to keep it in my graveyard and keep this land in my hand.
Yeah,
So-
I'm trying to overload you with threats on my next turn. So Cubit will get another card off the top as well as having that land. So we know that that is an activation of both the Bloodgust triggered ability, but also the Coolbit Root on attack.
Yeah. So we're targeting that Otter as well as either one of these cards. Now, the Storm Chaser Talon, you could take it, but then the Boomerang Basis gets another Storm Chaser Talon back.
Yeah.
So,
I
it's a
mean,
little
I
different.
have never seen someone so behind on board with 4 Storm Chasers talents available.
And this is really cool. And the other consideration here is from David Mines' side, like, how do I actually win this game?
Yeah.
In there's 4 turns left in the match.
Yep.
So I think David Mines' turn 0. So we got 1, 2, 3. So we've got 2 more turns. Like, and so Cubit might just be saying, hey, look, I can still win this game. You can't.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Right? Like, you might be able to do 5 damage to me, 10 damage to me, but you're going to really struggle to do 17 damage.
17 is a lot.
It is a lot. Especially when I got a little sneaky 2/2 lifelinker as well.
Well, the draw from Mindsy was the room. So the sauna and furnace
Okay.
with the boomerang basics.
Ooh. We might just see a kill, like, all the things.
Yeah, a kill all the things line.
Yeah. It's a good line.
the lesser known kill all the things.
Yeah. I'm going to play kill all the things.
Yes.
Indubitably.
Indubitably. Okay, so where are we starting with this, though?
Oh, there's so many options. This is why I'm so glad that we're watching this rather than
Oh,
playing it.
dude,
Like,
yeah.
David Mines' brain is just going to be melted right now.
I mean, yeah, they're both such good Magic players, and I'm glad they're making those choices. Okay, so the Moon Shadow is the choice, and then we get the Vibrant Outburst. That will answer the Carnage for the turn. Maybe you just take the damage from the Cloak and Dagger. Hard to say. You can
Well, you
also
don't want
bounce.
anything to attack because of that
That's so
Cooler
true.
Rood.
That's
And this
so true.
Bloodgast is going to come back into play as well.
Well, something will attack this turn is the
yeah.
other thing.
Oh,
Maybe a lot of things.
Maybe a lot of things.
Yeah. So
So we have like Black to just play the Bloodgust, and then just play the land and just attack.
yeah, so
that-
you can add a bunch of attacks to the board this way. The Moon Shadow has reverted back to being a rectangle
Yep.
rather than a creature, which is
Yeah.
incredibly useful, as
Oh,
it turns
rectangles are
out.
great.
Amazing in this deck.
Yeah, basic cardboard.
Bloodgust.
Bloodgust. Oh, ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
I would like to go to combat.
Yeah. Vibrant Outburst is the play from David Mines. A couple
Yep.
different options available, but I think it's just going to be 3 damage to something and tap something else.
Yeah, I think you allow the Cloak and Dagger to attack this turn because it's the only thing that will sacrifice itself. But, you know, that means that you're taking 4 and you're taking the damage from the Coolbit Brood, so you're down to 2.
Yep. Okay. So Bloodgust tapped. David Mines going, you know what? I don't care if you get an extra 2 life. I
Yep.
want to kill that Bloodgust.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Moon Shadow hits the bin as we suspected.
Yep.
Minds you down to 2 life points after blocks.
Now, with that Carnage play and the Cloak and Dagger, now the Cloak and Dagger gets exiled at end of turn?
Gets sacrificed.
Gets sacrificed. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Cubit, not entirely sure what some of his cards do.
Classic Cubit.
Cubit back up to 19. Now, interestingly, the card drawn off the Coolbit Rood discard and draw trigger is another land. That's almost better than a spell here with these Bloodgusts.
So, yeah, 2 Bloodgusts in play. David Mines on 2 life. Any card that gets discarded is lethal.
Yeah, so all you want to do is attack.
Yeah, all you need to do is attack. And so we see...
the second level on the 4th talent. I've never seen this before.
Achievement
4
unlocked.
talents in play, all of them leveled.
yeah, all right. So, but we still need to draw something here.
Absolutely do. Well, a
Otherwise-
vibrant outburst in hand. We can stop the draw.
No, looks like on turn 5 of time, Ryan Cubitt
Yes.
has everything he needs. David Mines on 2 life, Ryan Cubitt on 19. But this is the cost of playing this like dirty, grindy games.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just run out of time.
So 1 dead, 1 tapped.
Yeah.
Nothing to do.
And the interesting thing is, even though right now those at home might be going, oh, but surely this game's over. I actually don't
Is
think
it?
it is.
Is it?
Like if we had infinite more time here, I think Ryan's like very far in front, but he's not locked.
Okay, Bloodghast back. And opting to do that now is actually pretty interesting, and I think actually correct.
Yep. And
We're
draw
going
it
to pack
is.
it up. It's a draw, so there's going to be a carnage off the top for Cubitt. He did a nice thing and didn't show David. But yeah, with an extra turn, that would have very likely done it, but we just don't know.
We just don't know
We
because
just don't
you
know.
could also just like level up a Storm Chaser's talent, do
yeah.
another thing, get another Vibrant Outburst, like.
I mean, we're starting to get to the position where maybe a level 3 on a Storm Chaser's talent is what's going to win David the game.
Yeah,
We're just
like-
going to print otters every time we cast an instant or sorcery. And by the way, we were just talking about a very reasonable line a couple of turns ago where that number was 6.
Yeah.
So if you make
yeah.
6 otters in a turn,
Like easily.
game's over.
Yeah.
The other way. So
Yep.
we'll see what they do. Their mates, they might find a way to solve this. But for now, a draw as we come back to the booth in this match between David Mines, Ryan Cubitt, best friends forever, couldn't stop playing with each other.
And both incredibly good players.
So
like,
good, so good.
That
But
was
like,
so I'm watching both of these players, and we did see like a couple of things that David Mines trying to throw away an otter token, Cubitt forgetting a counter on his
yeah,
thing.
the things you do for friends.
I also just gonna say, if I was in that position, I would also be doing similar. It's probably worse. Like my
100%.
brain just be
I
melting.
mean, I think what won the day was friendship. These guys just can't stop playing with each other. They love this shit.
the
All right.
real magic, friendship.
The friends we made along the way. For me, Sam Loy, and one Isaac Lee. We're out of round 4. Stay tuned for round 5.
Hello and welcome back to round 5 of the Sydney Standard Showdown Spectacular alliteration event that we've put on. We are round 5 and we've got a fun one.
We
Wanna
do.
spell it out for me what we're playing here?
We do. So we've got, on the one side, Michael Carmody can play Is It Spellmentals?
Hence my
More,
joke.
more steam vents. More steam vents. We
Never, ever
love
stopping.
steam vents. But the other side, more excitingly, Gore Govinda playing Gruul Delirium.
Yeah,
This is a sweet deck.
he came up to us at the end of the last round and was like, please put me on coverage. I'm playing Delirium. I am Sam Loy's favorite, biggest fan, and I want
Yeah.
to show off how good I am at this deck.
You know whose favorite he's not?
You?
2 RCs ago. I'm 4-0. I think this is finally my chance. I get brought to the feature match. I sit down across from this lovely person, very friendly, great. We have a long game 1, I lose game 1. That's fine, you know, it happens. We've got to read it. Michael's having to read.
I love that the
You
Violent
will.
Urge is the card you have to read, and it's like, yeah, buddy, this is bad news for you.
Yeah,
this is a 4 of, and it's going to punch
This is
your
a good one
shit
to
in.
know about. I'll tell you about this card. I lose game 1. Game number 2, it's fine. I get to bring in so much cheap removal. You know, it's going to be fine. I tapped out on turn 2 for a 1-3, and I untapped, and Gore, who is lovely, turns to the judge and says, I can't remember what he basically was like, can I, like starts counting and is counting up cards in his hand. Turns to his opponent and says, can I hold these cards up to the camera? Like up to the overhead camera? I was like, what is going on? Am I just dead? Sure enough, it was like the turn 1 3/3, mill a card, FOMO, turn on Delirium on turn 4 with the blind mill,
On turn
and
2,
then like
yeah.
pump and Violent Edge double strike to 20 me on turn 2. On turn 3, rather.
Nice. Yeah. Okay, so this deck's capable of a lot of damage really, really quickly in
Yeah.
multiple combat steps, right? This is very similar to what Sam was playing at the RC that he top 8'd.
Yeah. Sam has championed this deck for a while. It's not that popular
No.
anymore. It's not quite as common, but Gore here is 3-1, I believe.
Yeah, I think the records are actually 3-1, not 3-1-1, but
Yep.
we'll get that fixed up
So
in a sec.
really well positioned. This is a really interesting deck. So it's very aggressive. It leans on Delirium to power up things like the Violent Urge we saw, but also the Fear of Missing Out, Patchwork Beastie, Wildfire, Wicker Folk. Lots of different cards. And it's actually quite resilient. It can be really explosive, really fast, but it also has a fair bit of resilience and can fight through interaction, which it's going to need to do against this Spellmentals deck.
Yeah, and one of the best parts about this deck is, you know, one of the Delirium threats that you see is the Raccoon. And Keen-Eyed Curator, the Raccoon we're going to put up on screen here. Can we put up the nice art, the really cute one?
We can.
This art was so good, by the way, that my wife was like, can you buy that off Pat's MTG Bazaar? And I just went, you know what, rip it. Bought one in foil.
To clarify, does your wife play Magic?
No, she doesn't. She just saw a raccoon with dancing trash around it and a teapot and went, you have to own this. And so I went, you know what, I agree with you. But the Spellmentals matchup needs cards in its graveyard for its 6-mana, 7-mana creatures to actually function and be castable. And this card can freely eat your own opponent's graveyard to not only trigger your own Delirium effect to make it a 7/7, but also it's just incidentally a good card. 2-mana 3/3, good on curve, good on rate, and slows the other deck down significantly.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a really key card. And this is open lists. So Gore knows how valuable that card is. And we can see in the 7 there, Breakout. This is another card that lets him dig even deeper to try and find that Raccoon, which can really swing the game.
Love Breakout. And you know this card has 2 printings?
I did not.
Legitimately, it has an A and a B printing where the light there that's on the card is either white or blue.
Huh.
It's really weird,
Yeah,
and most people have never noticed it, but I bought a playset of foils when Sam told me, hey, this deck might be great. And I was like, why are these different arts?
Well, we've gone all the way back to, like, Weatherlight and those old sets that used to, Fallen Empires. They used to have multiple printings of every card.
Like the 5 different Dark Rituals and like the multiple Hymn to Turok.
So we're going to see Bushwhack here, getting the mana set up, but importantly, puts a sorcerer in the graveyard. That's one.
And this lets you also play a lower land count. We've seen this in other combo decks in the past, or other, green-based decks.
We sure have.
Yeah, really important. Also, great choice of basic lands. Can we talk about
these
that?
are beautiful. They're really nice.
I love these, the Japanese wood carving lands.
Michael's losing points, though.
Absolutely stunning.
Michael is losing points for his choice of island. That looks like it's come out of a basic land box.
Yeah, this is definitely, I found this, not I wanted this.
We can see Michael saying a little bit jammed up there. So Spellsnare is a really nice one, but Thunderflock, Hearth Elemental, Going to be a little bit difficult to get out.
There's
we
the
will see the
Curator.
Raccoon on 2.
That's got to
Michael's going to have a...
Snatch.
Yeah, I suspect this one not resolving. Oh,
Or
get out as well.
Okay.
Nice. So
Prioritizing the mana, right? Like, get out always is going to cost 2. I don't know how many 2-drop targets there are in the Delirium deck, but it's quite a lot.
a lot. There's a lot of 2-drops on this deck.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've seen a fair bit of Izzet this weekend. Prowess is everywhere. Spellmentals uses a lot of the same cards, the same cantrip base.
Yeah.
How is it different, Dylan?
So biggest difference is in your threat suite, right? So instead of things like Slick Shot Show Off, Storm Chaser's Talent, we're going to be playing things like, we're still playing Eddie Crab because we're using our graveyard. Eddie Crab, just a premier threat in the format. But we're also trying to be a better deck into Badgermole Cub things. And for that, we have Sunderflock. So Sunderflock costs less based on the highest elemental you have in play. Weirdly, maybe the design team wanted it this way. There's 2 really high-cost elementals that cost less based on the spells in your graveyard. So we've got Hearth Elemental alongside that Eddie Crab. So both of these are going to allow you to play Sunderflock for less than 9 mana. It's usually going to be 2 or 3, depending on which elemental you have in play. And this allows you to bounce lands with Badgermole Cubs. So this has been like the key reason to play the bigger Izzet deck, I guess, over the Prowess lists.
Yeah, so I think it flips your default game plan a little bit. You don't have the aggressive 1 and 2 drops, so rather than play your creatures and then cast your spells to trigger Prowess, you're playing your spells first to reduce the cost of your large creatures that come second. So it's spells then creatures instead of creatures then spells.
It's upside down, just like Australia, which is why this deck is a little bit popular today.
Yeah, this is called Izzet Australia. Yes, it is.
Australia Mentals. And here we go, Breakout. We tried it last turn. We're going to try it again. Do you have another spell snare, another interaction piece?
And this is kind of...
a spell Pierce?
That is a spell Pierce.
Brutal. This deck gets to play a lot more interaction than the Prowess list, because as you said, the spells come first, threats come second. So we get that time to... We don't have to waste spinning our tires on sleight of hands, on opts, on flow states. We're still playing them, but we get to play more of a, hold up spells.
And this is kind of the ideal game plan for Michael then is interact, weave in some cantrips, and now suddenly he has a 2-mana 4/5 in his hand.
Yeah. We do have the option of just play the Hearth Elemental here. Given that the hand is Hearth Elemental double Sunderflock Burst Lightning, I think we should just play the Hearth Elemental. You can always go for the adventure side where you discard your hand, and I believe you draw 2 cards.
You do. Which is a powerful card when you get in top deck mode.
Yeah, but the Sunderflocks both being in hand and both being discounted with the Delirium deck not really having a way to get this thing off the board outside of...
No, not really.
Like a fight spell like Bushwhack, right? And
it's really grow your Raccoon to large proportions and then fight. And we are going to see the Raccoon, but comes down slightly too late, right? Like the Elemental has come down now. Eating the Graveyard now will deal with future Elementals, but you still have to deal with the first one here. And we would expect to see probably a Sunderflock this coming turn.
That's why you saw Michael seize this play, and he started smiling in the player camera there. He's like, okay, that's the best you got? And he's like, I'm not worried about this one. This doesn't have haste. This isn't going to kill me right now. And I know I have Sunderflocks in hand. So I actually get value out of these instead of just being, this is just a 5/5 flyer, which is crazy to think that a 3-mana 5/5 flyer is a consolation prize.
Yeah. Yeah. I do love that we have player cams for those reactions.
I really like watching players more than I like watching cards, just to see those like minute little body language changes that we talked about in a couple of rounds ago. So we're just checking what card types we want to eat.
Yeah, so we've got an instant and a sorcery.
So this is 2 spells at least. So the Curator needs 4 different types. So when you are going for these spells, it's nice to break up that monotony in the graveyard, I guess. The usually hard ones to get are land, enchantment, artifact. It's pretty easy to get creature, sorcery, instant.
Yeah, the big thing that we see in this deck is the dual-typed creatures. Yeah. So we've got artifact creatures, we've got enchantment creatures. We've also got an enchantment land hiding out there.
Oh, do we have the Clue land as well? Or?
We have Valgavoth's Lair.
Okay, nice.
As a one-of.
Valgavoth's Lair as an enchantment land, it's something that you can freely discard with FOMO to give you 2 card types, and hard to get card types as well, which really matters.
Yep, Sunderflock comes down there. This is the card we've been talking about. This is the payoff for the Elementals deck, basically.
This is the whole reason to play the deck.
Yeah, exactly. We're all about enabling that. You can see a Burst Lightning that's been stuck in Michael's hand for a bit. The Delirium deck really doesn't play that many X2s. One of the strengths of the deck is that most of its creatures have 3 toughness, yes. Exactly, that's, yes.
The downside we're going to see, and another thing about this Elementals deck, it turns the corner real quick, right? Your cards are very cheap. They're 4/5s or 5/5s. And the fact that we're going to go hit you for 4, play a Sunderflock, bounce your guy. Next time we're going to hit you for 9, play another Sunderflock, bounce all your other guys again. the damage comes in hard, it comes in fast, and it's hard to interact with, especially for this Gruul Delirium deck, that its removal doesn't scale up that high.
Yeah, the Gruul deck, I think, really wants to be on the front foot to win this matchup. Because once the large creatures are in play, it is very difficult to remove them.
I mean, we do know from your bad beat story earlier that this Gruul Delirium deck can one-shot you.
Oh, it can.
If it gets to untap with a creature, holy moly, panic stations. But Gore just hasn't had a chance this whole game. He's
Nope.
had interaction into interaction into interaction into this is a 4-5.
Yep, and we see the second Son of Lock is especially backbreaking.
Yeah.
Gore just totally unable to establish a board, and that's exactly how Michael would like the game to go.
Yeah, so this is a hit for 9. We're going to go down to 11. Even if Gore just replays... I don't think there's anything in this deck that has reach, and nothing of it flies. So these Thunderflux are going to come in for 10 uncontested damage next turn, and that Burst Lightning that was in the hand could have gone to the face, right? We could have had that option to just deal a little bit upstairs and bang.
Yep. We're going to see Rapid Rescue here, the new Marvel card. Although
New
it's
card.
also a reprint of Seed of Hope.
Yeah, but this one's got Spider-Man on it, and Iron Man, and the Brooklyn Bridge.
I mean...
Would you rather have Teferi, a well-loved and beloved, like a well-known Magic the Gathering iconic character, or New York Block Constructed?
I can't wait for New York Block Constructed.
It's going to be really big, too, because we're going to get 6 Marvel sets. So it's going to be 6 Marvel sets plus Spider-Man plus TMNT. We're going to have, what is that, an 8-block set of New York? I hope you guys like pizza, and I hope you guys like saying, I'm walking here.
8 sets. That could almost be its own format.
It could. We could have universes beyond New York. It's crazy that they're like universes beyond, but it all just happens to be in the same city in North America. Like, you're not going to go anywhere else? Really? Nowhere?
That's not true. Sometimes we go to the Shire.
Yeah, cool.
We're going to the Shire later this year. We're going to see Terza come down. This is sort of a last ditch. We're trying to draw something.
Please.
It's,
Please, love of God, let me attack you.
I'm not sure what we're trying to draw here. It is really difficult. And the other thing about this is the Gruul deck has several different protection spells, ways to fight back against point removal. There's nothing you can do about bounce your entire board.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Evacuation, pretty hard card to beat, especially when it's stapled to a 5-5.
Ooh, we are going to see double strike.
Even then, this is 8 damage. The worst possible thing that could happen here is Overgrowth, which would give it +3/+3. And that'd be 14 damage coming at Michael. And Michael can just say, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm scared if I'm Michael, though. We could see...
It depends how much experience Michael has against Delirium, I guess.
Probably not much.
Yeah, it doesn't get played that much. Even on Arena, really. It has a really low play rate. But for those who have played against this deck quite a lot, it's very easy to just be like, yeah, dude, I'll just take it.
Yeah, I mean, we touched on it, though. Gore is, I would say, an expert with this deck. Very experienced with this.
He's been playing it for a hot minute.
Michael's doing quick count, workout. How can I possibly die from this?
And I think he's
the
realized,
answer is-
I can't?
I think I'm good.
When you're like, what's the worst that I can happen? And you do the finger math, and you're like, well, it's not going above these. I don't have to pull out the toes.
I mean, it's only 8. Only 8 haste
Ah.
damage out of nowhere.
Only 8 damage for 4 mana. That's actually not that bad. Like, when you see this, right, Gore's been interacted with 5 times this game.
Yeah.
6 times if you count the second Thunderfloor.
I would. It did bounce a raccoon.
Yeah, so... Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 6 times.
Okay, you got it. Game 2.
You know what? Fool me again.
Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, just going through the motions here, figuring out how we want to go about this.
Yep. I mean, this is what the Thunderflux are very much for creature matchups. We've sort of seen them fall out of favor because it's not necessarily the best into the Izzet Prowess decks, the other Izzet decks, but right
we're going
here,
for a block.
we're going to block. We worked out, well, we have enough.
Pressure on board already, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we just don't need to.
This Burst Lightning is huge,
Burst
though.
Lightning.
So we're going to deal 2 damage to the Thunderflock. First strike damage is going to kill the Thunderflock, and then double strike and trample is going to hit for a little bit more as well.
Do we have trample?
Violent Edge gives trample, doesn't it? No, it's not Battle Rage. It's just double strike.
It just gives double strike.
I mean, it does cost 1 less mana.
Yeah, I mean, 1 mana, instant speed, +1/+0, and double strike.
That's already so insane.
Crazy card.
Again, we talked about this yesterday, but there's a lot of cards printed that I'm like, that card's going to kill me a lot. This was one of them.
Oh yeah, first time that got printed, I was like,
You're like, oh, this is a fake card. Like, this is a custom
Well,
card. No one's made this.
yeah. Best
originally.
part of this, when this got printed, Monstrous Rage was still in standard.
Oh, don't tell me. Don't remind me. I'm glad that's gone.
Yeah.
What a miserable card. Why did they make Giant Growth trample forever?
I wish I could tell you. I truly do.
Ian, we need you to start working at Wizards so we can get this insider information. That's the whole game plan. And you can print more Pixie cards. This could be a great avenue for
You
you.
know what? You know what? I don't need new Pixie cards. I'm gonna go play the balloon deck. I'm playing Circus.
4-color Circus. I'm so excited if we can actually rename that deck because that was so good. I
That was
also want to
sweet.
see if Pat's MTG Bazaar, the shop that's actually set up here, but you can find it on Facebook as well, if they have any balloon tokens from Unfinity.
Ooh.
I think buy those now, folks. Stock's going up in balloon tokens.
Okay.
So what about sideboard plans?
Sideboard. For Gore, there's a bunch of actually good cards, to be honest. Leatherhead, we talked about it. Hexproof is really good against the Izzet decks. Still
5 power
vulnerable.
as well. Trades up.
Yeah, still vulnerable to Sunderflock. We've got Soulguide Lantern. That's a nice one. Just trying to slow down the Izzet deck. I really like Twisted Fealty. There's a one-of. Cheeky little one-of.
Is this
All
the
of
gain control effect?
Yeah, this is the active trees effect.
Yeah, active trees.
All of your opponent's creatures are gigantic. So that seems pretty good. I don't think this is an Ouroboros
No,
matchup.
especially with Ouroboros being a plant worm and not an elemental worm. I could see Sunspine Links, weirdly enough.
Just because it's an elemental.
Just because it's an elemental. It's not going to get flocked, and it's got enough power to actually trade with Hearth Elemental or Sunderflock as well. I believe
Yep.
it's a 5/4, right?
It is a 5/4. I could maybe see Legend of Roku just as
Yeah.
some card advantage.
Also can make 5/5s. Like, 5 really is the main point of contention,
Yep.
right? You just need to have things that say 5 on them.
Now, for Michael, Flash Freeze seems like a banger against the red-green deck.
Flash Freeze is great.
Annul is shockingly good against
Yeah.
this deck.
Wildly so. Wildly Annul is a card that you actually should be bringing in this
Yep.
matchup. It hits Fear of Missing Out. It hits Patchwork Beastie.
It hits Wickerwoke,
Yeah, it hits most of the good. Wow. It hits most of like the good threats that you have to worry about.
Yeah.
And so I think it has to come in. And it's so cheap and interactive anyway.
I agree.
As for the other stuff,
Spell Snare is interesting. We saw there are a lot of 2-drops.
the second spell
and-
is probably coming in. I like Avengers Disassembled
Avengers
as well.
Disassembled really good.
As we said, 3-mana butts. Get them out of here.
Yep.
Traumatic Critique, I'm not in love with. 3 Steps Ahead, I'm also not in love with. I
Yeah, a little
think
bit slow.
A little bit slow, a little bit clunky.
The Burst
Um,
Lightnings are also quite bad.
Yeah, I think they are too.
Actually, I think Michael's done something really smart here. 2 Burst Lightnings, 3 Impractical Jokes, recognizing that I'm playing Spell Elementals, so going upstairs for damage is not as important as it is in the Paralysis decks, for example.
Yeah, you're hitting for chunks of 5. I don't think you need to hit for a little bit extra, right?
So it has Impractical Joke, which is just a better removal spell.
Yeah. Agreed. I mean, I also have loved that Avengers Disassembled is in almost every red deck.
Definitely, I would say the breakout card from Marvel, from the Marvel
Yeah,
Superheroes set,
for sure.
is Avengers Disassembled. Just
I
really
remember-
powerful. 3 damage is really good in this format, and there are a lot of greedy mana bases. I have heard tales of one of my friends this weekend played against someone with many. In fact, we saw Gideon on coverage against Rowan a couple
Yeah.
rounds ago. With I believe Rowan had 8 ways to
Yeah,
blow up lanes.
8 across the 75, which is absolutely disgusting.
Yep.
And he should be investigated for war crimes for what he's doing. But I also have heard tales of someone playing the famous Slur Dragon to
Sorry?
Have you not heard of the? I can't believe Marvel printed this card. I'm not going to say it. I'm just going to type it. Hang on. Where do we search for cards here? This card. It's crazy that they made this a name because it's hideous. Like, we're going to put it up on screen. Why is this a thing? Like, surely this is some combination of slurs that we shouldn't say. But anyway, I saw someone cast this and then cast Avengers Disassembled, choosing both modes, which let them destroy 2 Basing Says, pump the dragon out of range of the double 3 damage, and also wipe out Leatherhead.
Good.
Folks, when Ian goes really quiet, it's because he doesn't know how to respond
I'm
to me.
contemplating. I'm contemplating.
I've seen a few Jeskai lessons in the room playing
Yes.
this card, either in the sideboard or in the main deck, to copy their Disassembled, to copy the Revelation. If you bounce a land, then you get to copy the entire cast of the Revelation.
Chat, you can't see me, but I've got a pained face right now.
The problem is you have to register that card. And if you have to register that card and you cast it, and you have to say the name, then you might get unsportsmanlike conduct minded. It's a worry, to be sure. But, you know, impressive card from the new set. You just never see me casting it.
Yeah, I do think Avengers Disassembled has also changed some of the control decks.
Yeah,
It lets
agreed.
them move away from relying really heavily on Day of Judgment. And the cheapest spell is really impactful against things like Prowess.
And, like, double red is so negligible when you get to play tablet now that having the 3
it actually works really well. It's easier to
brilliant,
cast.
Yeah. We were already pretty high on Slagstorm in 4-color control.
Yep.
And because you're like, oh, sometimes it goes upstairs, I guess, but you really want a 3-mana sweeper. Now this is a 3-mana sweeper that also hits Basking Say, which was a really problematic card.
Yep. Yeah,
Little
it's a
incidental land hate goes a long way.
big addition for the control decks, which we've seen doing pretty well today. I think they did really well yesterday. I know
yeah.
there's a couple of them at 4-0.
I think the deck is really well positioned right now, just based on how people are approaching the format, right? Because we're seeing a trend in Standard, at least, where in the Australian paper format, it's either play Prowess or play a deck you think beats Prowess. Whether you're right or wrong,
Yeah.
we'll decide. But those are the two options.
We talked about it this morning on the metagame breakdown. So Prowess was the most played deck, actually followed by the green-white offense deck, which we think its main claim to fame, the main reason to play it, is its good matchup into Prowess.
Yeah.
That's kind of the idea. And then past that, there's a lot of control, both 4-color, Jeskai Lessons, and then some lesser played, you know, Sultai or straight Jeskai control.
I saw a Golgari control at 3-0 last round, which was crazy to me.
Yeah, so there's a couple of them. They're sort of the...
Demon kind of
Well,
seat package.
one of them is actually, at least one of them, I believe the one that was 3-1 as well, they're 4 together as one. So they're actually like a mono-black converge deck.
Mono black 5-color.
Kind
love
of.
that.
They play some shock lands, and then you play a bunch of verges, and it
Okay.
lets you cast together as one, which is this really powerful
Biblioplex as
card.
well.
Yeah, Biblioplex is sort of free, and you just get to almost free roll this very, very powerful sorcery.
Yeah, big. I'm less of a fan of this because I see people playing this as like Revelation 5 in the control decks, and I disagree with it very hard. But we might see a few other players on this throughout the weekend anyway. It is in higher numbers than we've ever seen before.
Yep.
But right now, we got Gruul Delirium, and I mean, if you resolve it together as one against Gruul Delirium, this deck's exploding. There's nothing they can do against this.
Yes, that
It's a lot of life
seems
and
right.
a lot of damage.
Okay, so I see. Oh, we're putting.
Looks like a Malta 6 from Gore here.
Yeah, I think so. I can see a land, a Violent Urge. We're putting the second Violent Urge on the bottom. I think it might be a one-lander. Oh no, that's a land in the front.
Is that a new land from Marvel, like one of the lairs or something?
That's a
Yeah.
stomping ground.
No. This
No,
is,
oh no, this is the new one.
Yeah, this is the new green-red
Oh boy,
Training
training
compound.
compound.
where the Avengers famously train.
You can
The
see how I
Marvel-
thought it said stomping ground though.
You know what? It's close. Like it's got the same kind of rhythmic vibes to it.
And so this is to go along with the 7 basics.
Yeah.
In the deck,
Which
so
is great,
pretty
'cause-
easy to turn on.
So we have sleight of hand here from Michael. Patchwork BC, pretty good thing to have exactly on turn 1.
This
It
is
fuels
this
the
is
Delirium plan. And it also, nothing against Gore.
It's
Gore is a
huge.
lovely person. You kind of get to see how like much of a gambler your opponent is. Because once you have Delirium online, Patchwork BC is a May ability. You can just see if your opponent goes, I will mill. I won't mill. And you get to tell, be like, how good do you think your top card is?
always mill, surely. I mean, I think this is how the turn 3 kill happens. By the way.
Oh no. Oh no, we're going to sack this, have an artifact in the graveyard. We've got a land.
So the but the problem here is our training compound doesn't work well with our verge.
No.
So we got a mountain and a wastes in play at the moment.
Ooh.
We didn't crack. Gore says, I believe.
Oh, we couldn't have cast the Beastie on turn 1.
No, we could have. Off the training compound.
Only if you control a base.
Training compound works the turn that it enters.
Oh, all right. It's like
It's a
oh,
one-turn thing.
What's the blue-white land from Future Sight?
Yes.
Yeah, that one. Figure it out, chat.
Okay, so we're going to draw a card. The Twisted Filthy is in. This
Beastie's
turn
online.
on. This turns on Beastie, yeah, on turn 3, which is pretty good.
Attack.
Unfortunately, we did wait.
Artifact, enchantment, creature, land.
I think we're still missing, and we are going to double
Bang.
set. Hell yeah. Take 8.
8 damage.
Get him.
You missed your land drop. Take 8.
Yeah, you missed your second land drop. My mana also doesn't work very well, but I have a creature in play.
I don't need my mana to work very
Hey,
well.
there's a land.
That's a Stormcup Coast. It's tapped.
We talked about this yesterday. 7th Island.
Exactly. 7th Island versus
I don't know what to
Stormcup
say.
Coast. Are you Juzza or are you
Yeah.
Jim Will?
This is a point for Juzza?
Juzza was 7th Island, yeah.
Yeah. Although, if it was an island, then you couldn't cast any red spells, so it's also not great.
Scoreboard.
Speaking of not great, I think Gore just drew another uncastable card.
Yeah, well, I got a 3/3 and a Dream. Yeah.
Yep. Also milled a land just for the extra rubbins.
This is why I say sometimes you got to think if you're milling a card or not.
If
That
we
would have
milled-
been a great draw.
In fact, we milled lands twice. We milled 2 stomping grounds.
You don't need them. Don't need them. This Patchwork Beastie goes the whole way.
I just want to say I'm not sure about this training compound.
Oh, well, you've drawn the card.
Okay, we're going to have Judge step in for a second,
Yeah.
probably, I think.
I love the Kakawa comes out from the background to be like, no.
Just see him in the background, yeah. Okay. And still no land. However,
We do have
we
Impractical
have
Joke,
Practical
which gets
Joke.
this Beastie
We
off
got a
the board.
removal spell. That's pretty good. That'll work.
And then, uh-oh.
And now we can't mill a land for turn.
Look, we've done 11 damage so far.
That's pretty good.
That's all right. We need to do a little bit more. Now, these Spelementals decks, they can't gain life. Every point matters.
Yeah, and we saw the Tersa haste before. Like, it's
Yeah.
not safe. Wickerwoke. Yeah, Wildfire
Wildfire
Wickerfolk has haste. So that's 4 damage out of nowhere.
Yeah.
If we can draw a green land.
I mean, we see the Wickerfolk in hand.
Yeah.
If there's any kind of way to... If we draw like a Stomping Ground, right? Or, oh, Tersa.
Okay.
Can't cast anything again.
Not ideal.
This training compound really biting Gore in the butt here.
Yeah. Only 2 of them in the deck as well. Most of the deck, you know, built on the more usual lands.
Yeah.
And this is, I mean, these are the minute deck building decisions we make. There's one starting town, one multiversal passage. So we're cutting down on those to try and deal less damage to ourselves because we know prowess is everywhere. We know green-white is everywhere. There's a
Life
lot of
totals
aggressive
really
deck. Yeah, your life total really matters. So we're playing these training compounds, and sometimes it is going to come back to bite you. And I mean, we milled the 2 stomping grounds that both would have been really good.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, any basic land and we're online.
Here it is. Okay.
Yeah, little fist bump from Gore there. Finally gets to play the game.
So now, and
Right.
we saw the hand from Michael, right? This is crab mana, is what we're at.
Ooh, it is. Sneaky crab mana.
Raccoon. I love this play.
This is great. Yeah, this is saying,
Yep.
show me the crab now. Oh, get out. Interesting.
Yep.
Right, and then we're going to probably lead
Now we
on
get to
the
play a
second
beastie.
patchwork. Here we go.
Get him.
For the longest time, I thought this card was Patchwork Bestie because it just looks so adorable. And I'm like, you are my bestie.
Gore's bestie for sure.
There's the ops we should have cast end of turn. Yeah, both of them having a little bit of a chuckle. They're having a great time. Again, a lot of the players have had a great time up in the feature match area, and that's what we want to see.
Why wouldn't you have a great time? You're 3-1 with $100,000 on the line.
Yeah, right?
Sounds pretty good.
Like, we have... This is round 5. There are this round and 3 more to go. They would have to lose all the rounds from now to not make the next day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a great mood if I'm in this position anyway.
Give me 60 planes and I reckon I can get one of the next 5. Hell, give me 60 swamps and I'll get there. And that's way worse than 60 planes.
Yeah, right? We've seen a distinct lack of black cards in this format for a long time.
Okay, so Patrick Beastie is
It's
the butt of
joked.
an impractical joke.
Once again, we still have the crab mana up.
We do have crab mana up. Gore has drawn another land. We're going to play. So we're going to see
I'm thinking we're seeing double Wickerfolk here.
the Wicker Folk. That would be my guess, yeah. Because Tersa, we got a couple 3-drops in the hand. Tersa and Twisted Fealty. However, so this turn, right, we're not getting any damage in. The crab's going to tap down both our attackers.
Yeah, I would be horrified to see, you play this.
I think we might see Thunderflock the next... No, we're going to counter it. Oh, boy, that is...
Oh, no.
All right.
Damage is coming
4.
in. Another 4.
And
Right, we're
now...
on 5 now.
We talked about how the deck is all 5/5s, right?
Yeah.
Well, and some 4/5s.
That
There's a Twisted Fealty. Yeah.
That's 3 mana 5 damage. You like Flame Javelin? This is Flame Javelin's
Lava
slightly
Axe.
worse cousin.
How do you feel about Lava Axe but discounted? It's actually also more than that. It usually ends up being 6. Because you get a wicked
as well.
Well, you make a wicked token.
What does the Wicked token do? Let's put it up on screen.
So not only is it plus, you can put it on the creature you control and it's +1, or
Yeah.
you put it on something else and eventually they have to kill that creature and then the aura pings them for 1.
Yeah, there you go. These roll tokens, I feel like Wizards thought they cooked with them, but they were the most frustrating thing ever. Do you ever see the roll enchantments that they attached? These ones were the wrong way around.
What do you mean? You just put it the other way around?
No, the artwork was wrong on this specific roll.
Oh yeah, I see. That's a cursed one. And
Yeah, this one's supposed to turn it into a 1/1, which all these effects we've seen in Magic so far have been like a Frogify or like Turn to Frog, where it became a 1/1 base creature.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, they printed the art upside down on these. So not only was it, oh, you have to go and get these specific tokens, and there's like 10 roll tokens. So you had to get 5 different tokens in your packs, right? But then they also printed the art wrong on some of them.
So I think we will see Thunderflock come down this turn, and then probably turn on its controller.
Yeah.
On its own art.
And it's got flying, so this crab's not going to be able to stop it.
Yeah, and honestly, if you kept back the crab, that'd be
Oh
very
no,
defensive.
we could have had the mana to Thunderflock and hold up the Spell Pierce in our hand as well.
Oh.
But we wanted
I
to
think it's-
value the
Oh no, we
life.
do.
Oh no, we still have it.
We do.
Okay, we still
2
have it.
mana Thunderflock, so we're going to hold up Spell Pierce. I think Gore has a land in hand, though. I'm pretty sure Gore drew a land for turn.
Oh my god.
So we might see untapped land play through Spell Pierce. In for 5.
Yeah, I mean,
you
we came
can't.
here to attack.
Yeah, we didn't. Well,
Common Australian saying, folks, we didn't come here to fuck spiders. We came here to... I can't... I can't finish that.
you can't finish it, but you decided to start that saying.
Well, I can't say we're going to come here to fuck the player's name. Like, that's not... I guess I did. There we go.
Well, at least I know that this stream has been demonetized now. I'm free in a way.
You are free from me, at least for a little bit. I'm
Well,
gonna get...
not for a while, because I think Gore's about to take this game, and we're going to go to game number 3 pretty soon. Gore's basically just going through, okay, what can you have?
Yeah, being on 5, we've seen Spell Snare, we've seen Spell Pierce. It's open deck list, so we kind of know what the options there are.
Yep.
I think the only thing you are playing around here is Octopus Form.
That would be a good one. That would be a problematic one, though.
If you play this into an Octopus Form, you are in so much trouble.
Well, you still get to play the folk, the Wicker Folk.
True. I would like your Thunderflock, please. Give me this weird goose. Goose duck, in a way. I do love the design of elementals in Magic, where it's always kind of like 1.5 animals combined.
Yeah, they're pretty sweet.
Yeah. Artwork in this game, for the most part, is beautiful.
What card jumped to mind when you said for the most part? Because I went straight to SpongeBob Counterspell.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even staying universes within, I want to say the alt art Faithless Looting that wasn't the Japanese archive printing.
Yeah,
The one where, yeah.
Yeah, no, I have a foil of that.
You would. I got 4 of the Japanese ones because I thought they were absolutely stunning, and I was like, "Oh, what's the English one look like?" And then I was like, "There's no universe that we can ever play this."
So
card."
not only do I have a foil of this, but we have a great altar of one of my friends photoshopped into this outfit with like a paint, like MS Paint
Yeah,
drawing of the overlay and the clothing.
Honestly, this is really close to being a 6/7 meme as well. Like the hands are so close to the right position.
You'll love this. I don't know if you've seen this, but
Oh.
if you go to Scryfall,
No, don't show me. This is horrible.
there's a 6/7 tag,
Why would they make this?
an art tag.
Whoever, the problem I have with the
For sickos
6/7
like
meme,
you.
right, is that like it's funny to be like, "Ha, I feel young by doing this because all the kids are doing it," but then whoever had to program this, there's no way a person who likes the 6/7 meme is old enough to make this happen.
My favorite part of that is that, you know, 2 cards which have that gesture in it.
Ren in 6 and Ren in 7. Perfect. That's the real kicker.
Renan 6/7.
All right, so that was a rough and
Both players
tumble
struggling
stumble
there.
game from both players. Let's hope Game 3 actually looks like a game, right? Like, Game 1 was highly interactive. Michael got to do his exact thing.
Yep.
Game 2, neither player really did their thing.
No,
for
but
too
Gore's
long.
deck just sort of worked a little bit better.
Yep.
Just enough, and then, I mean, we saw the power of those active treason effects.
Yeah.
The Twisted Fealty.
Is there only one in the sideboard?
There's only one. It's a one-off.
Oh. It always feels good when you board in a one-off and win the game because of that. And you're like, I feel like a genius. That 15th slot really earned its spot. Okay, so
That's
looking
a
at Michael's
land-heavy hand.
lot of good cards, though. It looks like, 4 lands. We've brought in the Soul Guide Lantern. These will help us shut off Delirium in response to that Violent Urge,
Which is really powerful.
which is very good. We have the Impractical Joke, which deals with whatever the early threat is going to be from Gore, especially potent if it's the Raccoon, the Keen-Eyed Curator. And then we have the Hearth Elemental as well to back this up. Only one spell, though, for the Hearth Elemental means this card is going to need some help to get off the floor, so...
Not the most exciting hand. For Gore, we've got 1 land, Bushwhack, a pile of 2 drops. This is where you want to be. We've got 3 Keen-Eyed Curators, I think, and
That's
a
a
FOMO.
playset. No, that's a full playset. They're just in a different order.
You
1,
are
2, 3,
correct.
4, baby. 4 of a kind. Would you take 4 of your best card in the matchup in your opening hand?
Yeah, that seems pretty good.
I think it's fine. I think we're taking it.
That seems pretty good. You would love a 3rd land.
We'll find one in time. The problem is, even if we miss our 3rd land drop, you can still just go another 2-drop, another 2-drop,
Yeah,
another 2-drop.
Even without the thing is, activating them will slow Michael down a lot. But even just
It also
a
slows you
pile
down.
of 2 mana 3/3s
Yeah.
is pretty good.
They hit hard.
And they're annoying to remove. The one card you have to think about is Avenge Disassemble.
Yes. Yeah, you can't deploy too many of them to the board.
But luckily, you don't have to because they give you a built-in way to spend your mana to grow themselves.
Yeah. And when 7/7 on the Delirium aspect is huge. That's a massive number to be on your 2-drop Hate Bear.
You ever given Double Strike to a 7/7?
Yeah. I mean, I've had it happen to me. I haven't done it.
Same. I've also had it happen to me.
Yeah, I love the fact that Scavengers got kind of morphed into this card in a lot of Eternal formats as well, right? Where people were like, oh, Scavenging Ooze is the premier. This is a 2-drop incidental graveyard hate that grows.
Yep.
And Keen-Eye's just like, hold my beer, I'm a little bit bigger than you.
I also think one of the big differences is actually the generic mana rather than green mana.
Yeah.
It's a lot less restrictive.
You are more restricted on the casting, but you are
Yes.
so much less restricted on the actual activations.
Green,
right?
green up front, but as soon as you want to activate it the same turn you play it, it's the same. And then if you're in the late game when you try and activate a bunch of times, it's much better.
Right,
Nice
starting
looking
off on a
sleight of hand.
That's the first card. Impractical Joke, Island. Now, what's in the hand that we kept?
There's at least 1 land, so I think I would
I
be...
see Steam Vents, Flash Freeze, Hearth Elemental, and another sleight of hand.
Ooh, I think I want Impractical Joke.
I
think
also
just-
want Impractical
I
Joke. I feel like we can dig for another land deeper with the sleight of hand there.
Yep.
And we have the Flash Freeze as well. So I think having that interaction piece is more important.
Agree. Gore does draw a land. Gonna take 2, cast Bushwhack.
There we go. That's the land you wanted so badly. We've got it. We've got access
Yep.
to it.
Just smooths out the curve a little bit.
Yep.
Obviously, this deck's best openings start with a 1-drop. They start
Yep.
with Patchwork
Beastie.
Bestie.
Bestie. Oh. Bestie or Bushwhack to set up. And then any generic 2-drop will do from here.
And there are so many 2-drops
There are
in
so
this
many
deck.
twos. It's one of those decks where like your turn 2 and your turn 3 is often the exact same amount of mana spent.
Yep.
But then your turn 4 is 2 2/2s.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand
We're
number
going to the
2 coming
ballet?
up. You're going to the ballet.
2 2/2s.
Jesus Christ.
It's not often I get to return serve. Usually I'm the one breaking on these.
I've actually never had to press the mute button because it's never happened before. So I'm just like, oh man, what do I have to do to not giggle into the microphone?
So far today, I think our producers have broken you more than I have.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Here we do see the Raccoon on 2, just running it out. I'm not scared of Spell Snare.
I've never been spell snared in my life.
No, I don't believe that card exists.
But also, like, you have a playset in hand.
Now, what are you going to do? It's not
4
like
of a kind. What poker hand beats that?
you can't really play around the Spell Snare.
No. It's going to happen, it's going to happen. I feel like Delirium is a deck that forces you to, if they have it, shove a
Yeah, a
lot
little
more
bit.
than anything else.
I will say for Michael, this has turned out really nicely. We're getting a Practical Joke, and now we can either hold up Flash Freeze, or we can actually just jam a 4/5 if we want.
Yeah? I don't hate it. I think I'm going to hold up Flash Freeze anyway. Oh,
Or we could take the third option
I
and do neither.
did not like this. I think the threat of what's going to be presented from a Delirium aspect is not worth not holding up either of these cards or not taking either of these options.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, it sort of cuts both ways. You do want the Lantern out there, but it does
Yeah.
give Gore an opportunity here to
To
resolve,
resolve the threat, right?
another Keen-Eyed Curator.
And I think from Gore's point of view, let's just grab something from the graveyard now. Yeah, gimme, gimme,
Yep.
gimme. They're all sorceries, so take your pick. We'll take this Art of Sleight of Hand. Oddly choosing this one over the Strixhaven Mystical Archives one.
That's kind.
That is,
I think
yeah.
Gore is a good person.
You can have that in your graveyard. It's pretty.
Yeah, keep that one around.
Second Steam Vents to the draw here.
Not
Third to go on the
ideal.
in play. But now we get to play both of our 2-drops. You know, we always had that as an option.
Well, the problem is the Elemental's a 3-drop now.
True.
Because
That
Gore
hate
very
bearer aspect.
Gore like very smartly ate a card out of Michael's graveyard on his own turn.
On his own turn and on his own terms. Yummy, yummy. And then here we go. Here comes, it looks like going to be a Hearth Elemental for 3 mana.
Yep.
This will check the Keen-Eyed for now.
But
It does have the
now,
option to grow. We don't have any other card type but sorcery though. So
yeah, actually really heads up by
the Soul Guard Lantern
Michael.
hitting creature.
I was
It's
gonna
gonna be
say
well done.
taking the Raccoon with the Soul Guard Lantern initially is really heads up.
And then draw here. Did we draw Tersa?
You draw Tersa.
Okay.
We also have a FOMO, so we could discard a second creature type if we wanted.
Yeah. In fact, I think we even could like go FOMO, discard Wickerfolk. If I think that was a Wickerfolk inherit, or it might have been Breakout.
That is a breakout.
It's a Breakout. Okay. We could have gone FOMO, discard creature with 2 types, and then have that ability to get the Delirium even closer.
Oh, we have a second FOMO we can
Second
discard.
FOMO,
Okay.
okay.
That works.
But then again, FOMO is such a key piece in this deck. Do you really want to discard it?
Do you remember when this was one of the most played cards in Standard?
No, actually, I don't. I might not have been playing Standard when this
Really?
was the most played.
Before, okay, go back. We have to go back about 3 Izzet decks. So before before Prowess, we had Vivi.
yes, okay.
Before Vivi, well, actually, around about Vivi, when we had the Soul Cauldron,
Yeah.
Vivi deck, this was a core part of that.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, it says draw a card on it, and it discards a card
Yeah.
for the Cauldron. I
Correct.
can see the gears spinning here. I think I was playing Otters, then they printed Corey Steelcutter, and I was like, how could you do this to me? I'm still going to try.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was in the middle of that.
Yeah. Failed miserably, and then went, Otters can never
Okay.
beat an Izzet deck. And then when I saw this deck pop up, I went, I'm done. I'll come back later.
Okay, so the Raccoon, they're going to eat.
Oh, no, we do have an instant. Sorry, that's an opt. There you go.
Really
Raccoon's
great.
online.
I was going to say that's really great sequencing from Gore as well. So targets the FOMO with a land up. So even if Michael responds by cracking,
He can
sti-
still
he
eat
can he can eat again to make sure he gets the 2 types
Yeah.
under the Raccoon. And then when Michael says, okay, that's fine, has the spare mana left over to take
To
the
take
opt.
the opt.
And the opt, and now Michael Soul Guard Lantern only exiles your opponent's graveyards.
Yeah, that's correct.
So can't stop Gore from getting that 4th type under. Now this 7/7 becomes a problem. It's really just Thunderflock.
Yeah. Sunderflock or bust. And oh my god, is that...
That is a
I
Thunderflock.
think that's actually what we drew. It
Okay,
costs
well-
3 mana again, though.
Well,
It costs 3 mana?
that's pretty good. That's a good draw.
That is a really good draw.
Then-
I would have loved to be able to hold up the flash freeze, but I believe this is going to cost 1 extra. Hearth Elemental is 6.
Do
This
we?
costs 9.
Yeah, so Thunderflock gonna come down.
So
Where? Yeah, one more.
yeah,
there we go. So
We didn't shock
the
for the
sti-
Steam
yeah, the
Vents.
Steam Vents came in tapped. These cards will all stay in exile. Back to the hand for Gore's creatures. And this is really the key card, right? Thunderflock,
Yeah,
so powerful. But down to 9 already for Michael. We've seen
one
the
card in
haste.
hand, right?
One
Or I
card,
think
and
it's
we
one
know
card.
it's Flash Freeze. So Gore gets an opportunity here to redeploy. And we could certainly see him punch through for the last 9. Only 9 damage on Michael's side. And every attacker you commit is 1 less blocker. It's 1 fewer blocker.
Exactly.
9 is not a safe life
And
total.
you know how explosive this deck is, right? Like, you saw how much damage it was able to output when you had nothing going on.
Yep.
We could easily see something like Wickerfolk or... I mean, we drew a land here, so we can go land, Tersa, and then we can even try and break out to see if we can hit something like a Fear of Missing Out. Maybe try and get extra combat steps with haste.
It's interesting. The FOMO is hard to turn on in the face of the Soul Guard Lantern.
True, true.
Is my only concern. 7. I mean, even if we can get a Curator leveled up and then come across with Tersa,
Yeah.
that's 10. So I think this will probably just be redeploying things to the board. Yeah. So
Yeah,
here's
and
the
it's set up to be able
FOMO.
to use the Keen-Eyed to grow again and see if we can get it to a point where we can actually hit for another 7. Now, this is one of those awkward things when you're showing the card face up. To
Yeah,
be nice to your
we've
opponent.
just forgotten that that card's there. I mean, I think we're about to cast it anyway. I don't really think it matters. Yep. Keynote creator there. We're going to play a tap land, perhaps. Thinking about it.
Well, we're on 14 if the life totals are correct, which I think they are.
Yeah, they are. So sort of
go to
interesting.
12.
Going to 12, I don't think is that different.
No.
Yeah. And
Oh,
will-
we have another land.
we have a basic land to play anyway. We can sort of make that decision later. Don't need to make the decision right now. We'll take a sorcery. The other thing is, though, the graveyards have been eaten down, right? So we got a creature there. And then just sorceries. Breakout's
Yeah.
another sorcery.
We'd have to.
It's actually really difficult to get to Delirium here. Tersa does put 2 cards on the graveyard, though, so we could easily get land next turn.
Yeah. But then also the Tersa is pretty mana intensive, right? So
It
Tersa
is,
plus
yeah.
3 eats would be you'd have to draw a land and it would be a whole turn.
Opt here, gonna dig a little bit deeper. Draw more cards. Found a good one.
You know
Uses
what?
to keep it.
We do technically have an out. We break out and we hit FOMO. And then we hit Valgavoth's Lair as a way to discard. That's kind of sick.
Yeah. Yep.
That's two types on one card that we don't want, but it's quite tricky.
There
This
are
is-
definitely outs. I mean, the other thing is, though, we're talking about it as if Gore only has 1 turn left.
No.
Probably got more than that.
I would agree.
I think the Thunderflock will come across here, but yeah, the 4/5 kind of has to hang back.
You're hanging back at the house, yeah. Someone's got to check the door.
Yeah, I will say this is, yeah, you just need the blocker back. You can't really let Gore just go ham.
It's
I
also
think
not a free attack. You attack with the Hearth Elemental, you get double blocked. What are you
Yep.
killing? You know,
exactly.
you only kill one of these things. Again, big butts.
But that means that Gore probably has 1 more turn after this. This is probably a development turn, and we're trying to punch through on the turn after.
Let's see how he navigates this. There's so many options available.
There are. I think I lean towards just putting the most stuff in play as possible, and the stuff without haste, probably. It's like, I don't think I want to cast the Tersa this turn.
I kind of agree with that.
It's my instinct. Like, I think probably another Raccoon, maybe. We're
Okay, well,
gonna
we have an opt
eat.
now, so that was an instant.
Okay,
Let's
yeah,
put it in
that's
there.
true. So we found instant.
Well, that,
we
that
have
instant's actually massive. We can
creature
FOMO
in
here.
our graveyard. And then FOMO could put a land, maybe? But then we don't have an untapped land to fight through the Soul Guide Lantern.
Well, if we play the FOMO, we have 2 mana activations. So yeah, we'd have to activate, hope we get another chance to activate, see what happens. But
Yeah, so I think
depends
I'm
what the draw is
on-
off the FOMO.
Yeah, it does. We are going to jam Tersa.
Well, Terza discarding the FOMO would actually be something we can take 2 cards out, right? 2 card types.
We can. I think this will probably make
This is gonna
flash
be
freeze.
flash
So
freeze, for sure.
working through this will get flash freezed. Tersa in the graveyard. I think this is the other reason I maybe liked FOMO.
Yeah.
Because if it gets countered, now you have an enchantment in the graveyard.
Yeah.
We might see... So Breakout gives haste anyway.
Breakout does give haste.
I
no
think
matter
now I want FOMO.
what. Yeah, I think I
just
agree with that.
accept, okay, I'm not getting a good attack this turn. We can FOMO, and that's really dangerous next turn. That's really scary for Michael.
We are actually running out of time on the clock, which is surprising. But
very-
also, this game is not going to go 5 more turns, right? If we get to extra time, it's done.
No, these players have plenty of time, I think.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it does go to show, even with this fairly aggressive deck, games can go back and forth a fair bit.
A lot
Does
of micro
taking
decisions.
2 matter here? I don't...
I don't.
It opens you up to Burst Lightning, but I would be pretty surprised if Burst Lightning
Yeah, I'd be
is still in the
surprised to
deck.
see it in the deck as well. But also, Burst Lightning gets kicked here anyway, so you're dead to it either way.
You're dead to Burst Lightning. Anyway, we will see, which of the 3 2-drops do we want to play?
It's like you do the card game where it's like, oh, where's the queen?
yeah,
Which one is it?
yeah. Gonna discard the 4th Curator
Fourth
and draw
Curator.
a land.
Okay.
I mean, it is a Surveil land, so we might get to find a way to put something in the graveyard. I
True.
think,
We've already played a land for the turn, so it'd have to be next turn, and it'd have to be a great hit.
yeah.
I think Michael should probably pop the Soul Guide Lantern.
It's interesting. You could
Now?
cut off Creature if you pop it now.
Yeah.
Because if you wait to go back to Gore's turn,
There's so
well,
many.
he's got so
mana
much mana, he can probably just fight through it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no need to now. You can
Actually-
untap and wait.
We just wait till combat. If we stop these FOMO triggers, there's no way we can die next turn.
I mean, the 7/7 is threatening. I think you can... There are probably things that get you, but it's narrower. Whereas if you pop it now, you do risk
That's
some
Octopus
way...
form in hand.
Oh, that's pretty good. This is the one of out of the sideboard. Super impactful, though.
Yeah. This one, really good, because it also untaps.
Yeah, untapping is key on this.
So we can attack with the Sunderflock and then have it as a surprise attacker.
Surprise blocker, yeah.
This
really
might even
powerful.
be like check, right? Like not checkmate, but check. If we attack with the Sunderflock,
Also so close to lethal.
yeah, it's really close.
Yeah, I think I'm just sending the Sundervlock and passing back. We
Yeah, I
didn't
agree.
quite catch a glimpse of the other card in Michael's hand, but this is a really tense game. This
It's
is really,
really
on a
close.
knife's edge. Either player, you know, one slight misstep here, you're thinking it could go either way. One good draw step could turn this game.
Yeah,
And Octopus Form is a good draw step, to be clear.
very much so. And we're not doing it now because we want the blowout factor, right? We could do it to get that 1 damage to shut off, you know,
Yep, but I don't think
potential
that's...
starting 10s if they existed or like things like that. But incidental damage, as we said, it's not going to matter too much. We're actually activating the Soulguide Lantern now.
Yeah, I do like this play. It's heads up. The only problem is it puts an artifact in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So now we've got that third type if we want. Now, Breakout is a sorcery, so that won't work. However,
Oh my
it
god, we just drew Violent Urge.
does give haste. Yeah, well, gonna be really difficult to get to...
And we have 1 card in hand, it looks like. and
Gonna be
that's the
really
Octopus
difficult to
Form.
get to Delirium for that.
Yeah.
But we get a Surveil, and then we can break out into something.
Yep, so we're eating the Soulguide Lantern.
Or if we mill a creature with the Surveil land, I think we get there.
Mill a creature, a land, an artifact, or an
Ooh,
enchantment.
not quite. Maybe not
So
quite.
not an artifact.
And we don't get through. The problem is, I mean, this Octopus Form, I think, is going to come in clutch. We'll see what we hit off the Breakout. Breakout giving haste is really important.
Correct.
So I think the question actually, you know what the question is? Do you Surveil first, or do you break out? Because if you hit a FOMO, you really want the land in hand. And you
Yeah,
don't
I
want to
think so
discard
too.
your...
Although
Although,
we're going for it. Here we
Violent
go.
Urge actually not that amazing. So we're going to cast Breakout, keeping the land in hand.
I love gambling on the top 6.
And that gives us an extra shot as well with the Surveil afterwards if we want.
Yeah.
Take a look at the top 6. Here we go.
Here we go.
There's some really good hits.
One-time dealer. Gore is using his one-time.
Tersa's a good one.
Tersa
Tersa is the... Yeah, we're not taking Patchwork Beastie.
Well,
Tersa it is.
Tersa doesn't go to in play though because it's a 3-drop. So you'd have to put it into your hand. So we can have a hasty beastie.
But then we could we can still cast... Yeah, but the Beast doesn't kind of attack. We don't have Delirium. And we're not close to Delirium either.
Yeah, no, this is
So
really
the Tersa
tricky.
goes to hand, and then you discard...
And yeah, Gore's like, this is those collected company hits where you're like, God, why am I playing
Okay,
this card?
so Tersa goes to hand. You
Yeah.
play it. You discard both cards. If you hit an untapped land, you can make your Raccoon a 3/3, and then you have a 3/3, a 2/2, a 2/2, and a 3/3. So you have
Math seems to work out there.
you have 14. You attack with 14. They have 5 toughness. Everything, the biggest thing has trample. So that would be exactly lethal.
Octopus form.
But we know
We're
there's an
going to put the
octopus.
tentacles on him.
I mean, I think that is the route to lethal if you're in Gore's seat. That's exactly lethal. I mean, mostly just because your only option is the Patchwork Beastie, and that
Yeah.
can't attack this turn.
I love that we brought up Octopus form last game as like this is the only thing you have to play
Yeah.
around. And Gore did take a long consideration in that pause, right? Like he had a long
Yep.
pause of what could possibly go wrong for me, and then went, it's a one-off in the board. Maybe he didn't board
It's
it
worth
in.
noting there's 2 Tersas in the deck. Those are the only, like, above 2 drops in the deck.
I mean, if we go through and see how many hits, right, this had.
Lots.
9, 10, 11, 13, 17 2-drops we could have hit with haste.
Yep.
And 2 creatures not
Plus
with
the
haste.
Patchwork Beasties. So
So,
we're going to mill both. Discard both. We found an untapped land.
Okay, and it's not a shock land, importantly.
Play the land. Yeah, Shockland would have been really awkward there. Go to combat. We can activate this Raccoon to eat the land for exactly lethal.
Okay, see how we go.
Send in the clowns. Or the Raccoon, the Horrors, and the Warrior.
Yeah, the
Wizard,
weird
sorry.
hodgepodge of creatures.
Wizard, not a Warrior. Tersa's a Wizard.
It's a wizard? I didn't think orcs could become wizards. Is that classist?
Wow, that is racist of you. That's
It's not
very
racist. It's not a
It
race,
is.
right? It's
You
a
said
species.
orc. Well,
Yeah, they're not a race of like.
here it is though. Last card in the hand. Michael Carmody, Octopus Form.
Oh,
Untap
yep.
my Sunderflock.
Brutal. The untap clause on this card very rarely coming up, but oh
Yeah, this card's mostly a Hexproof trick, but
yeah.
okay, gets +1/+1 till end of turn. We got 2 blockers.
Ouch.
What a sick game.
This has been amazing.
What an awesome game. No, as a reminder, Michael had to top deck the Thunderflock into Octopus Swarm
Yeah.
to just pull out this game by the thinnest of margins.
Michael's hand was multiple lands and no interactive pieces into this. This
Michael's
is incredible.
real quick count, just make sure you do not want to block wrong here.
Yeah. I think we're blocking Tursar and we're blocking the Raccoon. I think we should block the other way around. Just to take a little bit
I
less
like
trample
keeping-
damage potentially.
Yeah? What is the last card? It is a
But
FOMO.
honestly,
That doesn't do anything.
it doesn't matter.
Yep, we're going to eat the land, make this into a 7/7. 2
And
damage
then-
to trample over. 2 from each of the FOMOs is 6. Michael goes to 3.
Yeah. And then he's going to be able to attack back with this and say, flock you, I'm taking the win. And we're going to the next round. And overjoyed with that.
That's a
incredibly
sick
well
game.
played by both players, by the way. Really happy
Yeah,
to see this on camera.
absolutely. Hands on head from Michael in disbelief
Yeah.
at how tight that was. That was incredible.
Well done, well done. And look, that is timing the round.
Yep.
It looks like. So
Yep.
that was one of the last matches still going. I can see out in the area. We've got
Yep.
a few slower matches.
Probably a bit
going
of a
over.
break,
Yeah,
but
we'll
not
have
too
a little
long.
bit of a break, but not too long. So stay around. Me and Ian will be back next round, and we'll try and find more spicy decks out
Yeah,
there.
there's
So
some good decks out there.
stay tuned. Thanks for watching. told you we wouldn't be long. Welcome back for round 6 of the Super Standard Sydney Showdown Spectacular. I'm going to keep adding an S.
Yeah, I
every
think you should
round.
keep adding a word every round.
We love the alliteration. We're going to keep going for it. I mean, everyone's just been calling it the 100K, so might as well.
That is kind of the headline, I will say.
It does definitely roll off the tongue better, and it's also more interesting.
I'm enjoying hearing you add more S words on top of this. The Super Sydney Showdown Spectacular. I was hoping for you to chime in.
Oh, I was sorry.
was-
Sorry. Well, look, speaking of triple S's, this is a triple S plus matchup we've got in the feature match area here. Yeah, got him again. We've got Grand Revelation, piloted
Yeah, we
by
do.
Jose, who won yesterday the AID invitation.
Yeah, we saw some of this yesterday.
Yeah, you might have been familiar with this. Jose's been on a tear. I
Only
asked him-
6 PT appearances,
Only
apparently.
6.
Only.
Weakness. I ran into Jose in the lobby earlier today, and I was like, "Are you running it back?" And he looked up at me and went, "Yeah."
Obvious.
Yeah, I am.
He only won, what, like $4,000 yesterday?
was
$2,000, I think it was?
$3.5 grand
Yeah, cool.
in cash as well. And we were kind of like, I mean, Jose can't take all of us. We could just.
He said to Pat, don't worry, I'll make this easy for you. One less bank account for you to send to. We'll just combine it together.
And he's up against Simon Harnden,
Yep.
very long time MTG grinder.
Yes.
And Simon's on Teamer rhythm. So we saw a little bit of the blue-green rhythm yesterday. Why is Simon playing red?
This is pretty similar. There are 5 red cards on the main deck. So 4 of them we actually saw last round. Breakout. 4
Breakout
of those cards.
performance.
It's really good. It's more Badgermole Cubs. And that's what this deck loves. More access to Badgermole Cub. There's also one Explosive Prodigy, which is a nice sort of tech card for you to be able to find with Nature's Rhythm. It won't really be that important in this matchup against Control.
No.
This is mostly to remove opposing Badgermole Cubs.
I can get behind it. I can definitely get behind it. We also technically have 4 more red cards. Spider Manifestation.
Okay, well,
This is probably the least likely to actually be a red card.
this is the least red card I've ever seen.
But it also makes red, so I don't know.
Have you read this card?
I've read this card. I've also greened this card. So Jose hasn't actually changed his deck from yesterday, I believe. I think it's the exact same 75 he won with. And to be honest,
fair enough. Why
just-
change it?
yeah.
Don't change what's broken.
Scoreboard, baby. What are you going to do about it? So looks like both players are keeping their 7
I think
here.
there's a second Emeritus. I think there was only one yesterday, and it was really, really good every time we saw it.
Yeah.
And now
okay.
there's a second one.
You know what? Fair play. Fair play. Emeritus was really amazing yesterday.
It looked awesome against Prowess. They couldn't kill it, and it drew 3 cards when it came down, and then probably 3 more next turn.
Okay, Jose being on the play here, really,
Yeah.
really impactful for this matchup, right?
Yeah, especially in game 1, Simon doesn't have that much choice other than to go fast and hope Jose doesn't have removal.
Yeah. The breakout in this deck, though, is really interesting, giving you access to hasty objects.
Yep.
Like, we look at the hasty Spider Manifestation is much, much more impressive, but it's also 6 looks at something like an Ouroboros, right? You don't have to put the creature into play.
That's correct. You can just look at the top 6, put a creature into your hand.
Yeah. Really
And
cool
so,
card.
Ouroboros, there's 2 of them. There's also 2 Quantum Riddlers, and this is the matchup for them.
Yeah, for sure. We also have Meringue River Region in this deck, actually, which is kind of sick as a nice little Nature's Rhythm target as well.
Yep.
So a lot more toolboxy, kind of a shout out to the old Nature's Rhythm decks. Especially this one was the RC winning list, or like very heavily inspired, right, with
Yep.
that Elusive Prodigy.
Meanwhile, Jose has the perfect start, which is Grand on turn 1, and then it got to freely attack.
Yep.
What more could you want?
And it looks like Jose's hand is also stacked for the late game. It's just a matter of
Oh boy.
how likely we're to get there. Not
So-
having a removal
so-
spell here is going to be back.
Yeah, Simon's got Cub into Breakout on turn 2.
Oh my god, the Pollinator can tap for red.
It sure can.
Combination gaming. And here we go. What are we hitting?
0, 5, 6.
We hit a Hasty Llanowar Elf.
I mean, that taps for 2 mana. Do we have another green 2-drop to play?
Oh, baby. Let's find out together.
That'd be kind of crazy. I don't think so. I saw another Breakout in the hand. I'm not sure if I saw... Never mind.
No. Oh, no. Oh, it's another Gene Pollinator. Okay. Okay, and
How do you feel about this as turn 2?
This is really sick. That breakout looked great. You know what the other card in his hand is? Simon has another land in hand. Take a wild fucking guess what the last card is.
Is it a Nature's Rhythm?
It is.
That could be anything.
And a breakout. So we have everything we want here. Jose only has 2 lands. The hand looks like it is a Stock Up, a Tablet, another Grand, and a Revelation. And we did not draw the removal spell.
Boy.
This same thing happened to Jose. Not Jose. The other player we saw on camera yesterday with the blue-green rhythm list, where they had the turn 1
Yep.
Dork, turn 2 Badger
Yep.
into a billion things.
Didn't that player lose that game?
They won that game. Lost
So how
that
sick
match.
is this tablet hit attachment,
Yeah.
bandit attachment, so you can play it immediately?
Jose unfortunately has all of the top end of this deck, nothing on the bottom end.
West players couldn't even find just a single removal spell for the Badgermole Cub to at least cut this mana down.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Oh my
6, 7,
goodness.
8,
That's a
9.
second Badgermole Cub off the top?
Okay, so
At this
now
point, stop
Simon
counting,
starts
Simon.
counting.
They're dead.
So the other thing is, obviously, the Gene Pollinator, you have to tap like
One of
2
these
things.
Cubs, right? Yeah.
But so we can tap the land, or yeah,
I
Llanowar
like
is
Elf,
better.
the second land.
And then we do this, and now we have 3, 6, 9, 12 mana.
Which is enough to
So-
cast.
So we can
The Rhythm.
Nature's Rhythm. Oh my god. Can we
Which is
Nature's
going to
Rhythm?
be +8/+8 on every creature.
Well, I think we can Nature's Rhythm for... Oh, we haven't played land yet.
Yeah.
That's cool. So we got 13 mana. I think we can Rhythm for Spider Manifestation and then Rhythm again for Craterhoof, is my rough math.
Ooh.
Maybe?
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this is a rhythm. It's open deck list. He knows he has the Kratos. He's like, is it in your hand? And he's like, why would I pay 2 mana more if it's in my hand? Oh, what's the choice of Craterhoof art? This matters. This matters. Yes!
OG Craterhoof.
Big chins.
So 1, 2, yeah, because one of the Cubs is still untapped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everything gets +8/+8.
24
Smack.
pumped power damage on the creatures that can attack that turn is huge.
Smack. Wow, there are so many Craterhoofs.
Yeah, they keep running it. This is my favorite one.
I do. It's hard to go past the frog.
Yeah. I used to rudely call... There was one Magic player in Sydney who was quite overweight, and I used to say that this was their invitational card, the original printing.
That
I've had to stop now.
is so rude.
I have grown as a person.
I do actually like the Tarkia one with the Mammoth.
Really?
Mammoth is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like, the frog is the OG, so it gets points for that. But, like...
I actually really like the children's drawing one as well, the Secret Lair they did for those, because obviously, like, it's really cute that a kid tried to draw it, and this is what it ended up looking like, but also raised money, I think, as well, with the...
Yeah, this was always a
sales of these
charity
ones.
Secret Lair. And then
they
obviously...
properly drew it.
This one's kind of horrifying.
This one's a little more cursed, yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to lie.
This still gives away the enormity of what it's supposed to look like, but that's fucking scary.
And our producer is taking away our Craterhoof Behemoths.
No more fun elephants.
Sideboard. There's only one Avengers disassembled in the sideboard. We talked about this as a breakout card. Jose's got 1 in the 75.
Yep.
And
Double
this
Day
is
of Judgment.
Double Day of Judgment is really nice, but this is a matchup where the 3 to 4 mana is a big difference.
Yeah.
And we saw Iroh's demonstration yesterday be really effective at removing otters. That game, Gene Pollinator's a 1-2,
1-2.
Cubs are 2-2. The lands are 1-1, so you can,
You can
get
still
rid of them,
sweep
but
the
they
lands, I guess, and Llanowar Elf if you draw the wrong half of the mana dogs here. But yeah, Llanowar Elf is actually the only 1 toughness creature really in the deck. I
So-
mean, Explosive Prodigy I think is also a 1-1.
I think it's a 2-1, yeah.
Even then, you don't really care. That card's getting boarded out anyway.
I believe so. Oh, no, it's a 1-1. You were right.
Yeah, so
But the sideboard's really the 3 sweepers, the 1 flash freeze, and that's kind of it.
yeah.
I would expect. That said, there's so much removal in the deck. The real sideboard adjustment is draw some
Draw
of
better.
your removal.
Draw better.
There's 10 spot removal spells in this deck. Just draw them.
We found none. We found none.
Yep.
And then on Simon's side,
Yes.
we have some interesting ones here, I want to say. Spider Sense, pretty clutch. I'm excited to see that probably come in.
Yep. The third Riddler seems nice.
The third Riddler does seem nice. If you're expecting to go a bit of a longer game, you know the sideboard's going to get worse for you.
The Mockingbirds are not for this matchup. That's for other Cub matchups.
Yeah, that's to go faster. What is Glorious Decay?
Glorious Decay is destroy an artifact. Deal 4 to a creature with flying. Exile target card from a graveyard, draw a card.
That's not coming in at all.
No, this is sort
Ignore
of your
that one.
flexible, naturalized.
Yeah,
Notably,
this is-
doesn't hit enchantments, which is a big downside.
Yes,
But
this
you
is
get
like
flyers.
the Paw Patch Formation
Yeah.
style, Heritage Reclamation.
You really get, because there's 4
Serviceable
things,
green
right?
stuff.
There's blow up an artifact, blow up an enchantment, hit something from a graveyard, hit a thing with flying, and you get to pick 3 of them, and there's a card for like each
Yeah,
of
it's
those,
like a
basically.
weird Venn diagram, right? Of like, some of these don't
Like,
overlap.
Paw Patch doesn't hit artifacts, like, this one doesn't hit enchantments, there's
Heritage
one that
doesn't hit flyers.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
sort of get to pick 3 of them, and this is
You
the
know
one
how hard
side
it was
gone.
building Otter sideboards when you're like, every card sucks against you and you have to figure out which one's which?
The big one to note is Sentinel of Lost Lore. So this is a 3-mana 3/4, and it says when it enters the battlefield, you choose 1 or more. You return a card you own in exile that has an adventure to your hand. Not doing that
That's
one.
never happening.
Put target card you don't own in exile that has an adventure on the bottom of its opponent's library. Not happening. And then the third one,
What's the other, man?
exile target player's graveyard.
Okay. Probably not for this matchup either.
Well, against Lessons,
It's okay.
it's really awkward. It's really awkward to time correctly.
Yeah.
Like Lessons is a graveyard deck, but really hard
Not
to time.
really, right?
It's also a 3/4 though, so it dodges Avengers Disassemble.
Yeah, it's going to dodge Avengers Disassembled. It's going to dodge sometimes Combustion Technique. It's still going to get hit by arrows. You can still upscale a Fire Magic into it.
Yep.
Um,
And then the final thing is there's a third Ouroboros, which I don't know, that'll be down to Simon's mapping, but it's kind of nice to have a slightly smaller ball thing that has to be dealt with or it'll scale really quickly. But at the same time, it's a 4-drop that dies to Combustion Technique.
yeah, which is brutal.
Which is
And
rough.
there's a hidden Marvel card in the middle of the screen. Gorilla. One of the funniest named cards I've ever seen in my life. So this is new in the line of disenchant creature effects. So it's a 2-mana 2/2 with reach. When you sacrifice it, you can destroy target non-creature, artifact, or enchantment, only as a sorcery speed.
Yeah, so it's just a really nice, flexible, naturalize effect to have in the main deck of your Rhythm deck.
And crazy creature typing as well.
Yeah, Ape, Soldier, Hero.
Is it wrong for me to think that apes shouldn't be soldiers?
I'm not a Marvel aficionado. I have to
Yeah.
assume this is based in canon, though.
Okay.
Are you arguing against like the philosophy of conscripting apes, or are you saying you don't think apes have the organization and the discipline to be soldiers as opposed to warriors?
Okay, so one, it was a disciplinary thing
Okay.
because apes it's a wild animal, right?
Yeah, I agree.
The other thing I just realized is actually probably a positive for why they should be soldiers. Can you imagine? Because I was thinking if I'm in the army and one of my companion men, I don't know, what am I supposed to say here? The people in the army with me is the longer way of saying it, was a gorilla, I'd be scared shitless that that thing's going to lose its temper on the battlefield and kill me. But then on the same side, if you're facing down an army of gorillas,
Yep.
yeah, horrifying.
Speaking of creature types, you know what else I enjoy? Spider-Man Station is an avatar, so you can't pick it up with Overlord of the Baelmerk. It's one of those sneaky avatars. There's a few of them.
You also can't enchant it with that avatar enchantment that makes a creature an avatar in addition to its other types. Spider-Man Infestation is a very weird card. Technically has the word Spider-Man in it, but not really. Okay, so it looks like Jose is keeping the 7 here. Judging by the shuffling timing and the fact we've just seen the player cams, Simon's either took a really long time to sideboard and really think that out, or is a multi 6. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, and you expect these games to go pretty long, so I think the mulligan is less impactful,
Yeah, I agree
being
too.
down a card.
Jose's hand is quite an interesting one
Both
as well.
Spider Senses, Quantum Riddler, Breakout, lands. This is pretty good.
Lands.
Never mind.
No, we're throwing it back.
Okay.
Interesting.
Simon knows better than I do. So Simon has clearly decided I
There's
need more
a
pressure
certain
on that. I need a
plan,
Mind
yeah.
Orc. I need to be more proactive than just Quantum Riddler onto.
Yeah. 2 mana, draw 1 card is, think twice doesn't see play.
I mean, you can jam. You would more likely play the Breakout, right? Try and find
Yeah.
something threatening.
But
Have the Riddler. The Riddler is a little bit awkward with Spider Sense, I will say. Yeah, it's hard to empty your hand out with
Yeah.
the reactive cards.
we also, to be fair, you can Spider Sense a Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, you can Spider Sense
I've tried to do that before.
the Warp Trigger.
Yeah. There was a few
Kinda
decks
sick.
in the past where you would have like turn 2 Thunder Trap Trainer or some effect like that, right? Where you get a card off it, then you can warp the Riddler, attack with your Thunder Trap Trainer for 1, and then pick the
And
Thunder Trap
web
Trainer
sling
back
it
up
back.
to Spider Sense with Web Slinging, yeah.
Hell yeah. So this hand looks like Spider
This
Sense,
hand's even
Ouroboros,
worse.
Breakout, and some lands.
Is that a Breakout or a Multiversal Passage? I think that was
I think it might actually
5
not be. I
lands,
think it might be
Spider
5
Sense
lands.
plan.
So Simon mulliganing to at least 5, possibly 4.
Yeah. And to be
Although
fair,
I think on 5 you probably would keep that.
I think so. Jose's hand, not incredible. It's 4 lands, stock up, tablet, flash freeze.
Yeah, it has interaction on 2. On the play, I think like you get to interact with the 2-drop.
Yeah,
Tablet pulls you ahead. Stock up costs a lot less once you have a tablet in play.
exactly right. I think we're probably going to see turn 2 nothing, turn 3, depending on Simon's play pattern, also probably nothing, into turn 4 tablet plus stock up.
Yep. Seems pretty good to me.
I like it. So Simon's definitely looking for a faster hand, which I always found it was interesting with these matchups, right? Where you know the Izzet decks are going to slow down. You know the Lessons decks are going to slow down. You know the 4-color control decks are going to slow down. So the green players and the Badgermore players have also adopted these sideboard plans of make my deck better going late. But it's like, why can't we just stick to what was good?
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is Simon got game 1. That
Yeah.
means he's guaranteed at worst he gets game 3 on the play, and we are going to
Mull to 4 on the draw.
And it's possible we see the plan in game 3 is just go fast.
Yeah.
We go back to...
I'm on the play.
I'm on the play. Gonna go fast.
So we've kept Badgermole Cub, the Sentinel of the Lost Law that you were talking about.
Yep, so it did come in here.
Badgermole not getting flash freezed here. Okay, no, sorry. They were writing down life traps.
No,
That's what it was.
yeah, we're not letting that one. It seems like one of the ways you can lose this game to me.
Yeah, that felt very cocky.
Another stock up drawn.
Okay, so we might even see stock up here then.
Yeah, I suspect we might see stock up. Could also, honestly...
I also just love jamming tablet.
I think I like just jamming tablet. Sure, you're probably not getting the card. You actually have abandoned attachments to use the mana this turn.
Yeah.
And then...
And maybe you hit something good.
You just want the mana.
Oh,
I mean,
that's a bad one.
a good one.
We didn't have a white land.
Notably, we
so
don't have any white mana.
That's fine. These decks, although we say it's Jeskai Lessons, it's really splashing for Revelation and these sideboard
Yeah,
judgments.
most of these decks have 4 Revelations as their only white card
Yeah.
in the main, and then they might have some sideboard cards. It's part of the reason that Avengers Disassemble is a really big upgrade for these decks is that double red's so much easier than double white.
Yeah, you have an artifact that makes double red.
Yep, and your deck is base blue-red.
Yeah.
Like, double white is actually a little bit tricky. Biblioplex does a lot. That's really
Lot
one of
of
the
heavy
cards
lifting.
that
Oh my
enables
God.
this deck. This feels gross. Tapping 1 land for a stock up is...
It's good. It's good. Have you ever had this happen? Because I played a lot of the 4-color deck. Tablet into stock up just feels like you're cheating. Okay, so...
I played plenty of 4-color decks, but not this 4-color deck.
Yeah, wow, so we have a recall in hand. We have another abandoned attachment.
Only 1 lesson in the graveyard. I think.
Brew. We do have combustion techniques, so we have a removal spell sorted here.
Yes, although not one that deals with the 3-4 at the moment.
No, we can deal with any follow-up from here.
I think abandoned attachments in the hand. We're probably going to cast that this turn.
Yeah.
And then the next turn gets to be combustion technique plus accumulate wisdom plus still have 2 more mana left over because we've got to play a mana rock that taps for 2.
The world is Jose's oyster at that point.
And this is what happens when your aggro opponent keeps 4 cards
Yeah.
on a mulligan.
You really only have to deal with a very few amount of things. I mean, we get to exile the graveyard again. It's going to make this recall a little harder to turn on.
I was say, if Simon draws a Riddler, he's right back in this.
That is true.
Riddlers have a habit of undoing mulligans.
These Teamer decks, or like the rhythm decks in general, usually don't have that much agency, and it takes a while for them to kind of get rolling. But when they do, or when they high roll, it feels like the best possible thing to be
This
doing in
is
Magic.
so nice from Jose. Just gets to... So the graveyard gets hit again, gets exiled. And so he just gets to say, well, I guess with this abandoned attachments, I'll just discard my accumulate
Yeah,
wisdom.
the
then.
Wisdom's probably not going to get value for a little more time now. The rest of my hand is pretty stacked. I don't want to discard this stock up. That's always 2 cards.
How do you feel about the Jeskai lessons compared to 4-color control? Which of those would you be playing if you were a control aficionado this weekend?
Really hard choice. Genuinely really, really hard choice. I think the Jeskai Lessons has a much more proactive game plan, and you have much less dead air in your deck because of abandoned attachments and because of Accumulate Wisdom. But you also close the game a lot slower. And you are more cold to the card Ancient Vendetta, which has been seeing a lot more play, especially out of the 4-color decks.
Vendetta on Revelation?
Yeah, because if Revelation's gone, have a look at Jose's deck list. We've got it in front of you.
Yeah.
You have 4 Grands,
Yeah.
and that's it.
How do you feel about some of these decks that start playing Thor in the sideboard?
Thor is amazing. We saw someone in the side event yesterday win a game with Thor with like 2 cards left in their library.
Yep.
Thor, the 5 mana, I believe it is, new legendary creature. Whenever you
Yes.
cast an instant or sorcery spell, it deals damage equal to that spell's mana cost, even if it doesn't resolve. So these spells are able to discount their spells with things like Gran, with things like, oh, here we go. Thor, Asgard's Avenger, I believe it is? Or is it God of Thunder?
God of Thunder. So this is
9 4 cards.
To be clear, Jose is actually not playing this card. You're right that beyond the Revelations, he's very light. But we have seen
Yeah.
this start to be adapted in some of the control decks to give them the ability to turn the corner faster.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas the 4-color control deck, its removal is often Burst Lightning. It's often Lightning Helix. Inevitable Defeat deals 3 damage. So you're incidentally dealing them damage while you're staying alive, to the point where
Now-
Revelation is a one-shot.
Now, I know we were talking about Simon being really far behind. The 3-4s have crashed in. Jose's down to 11, and now Nature's Rhythm is on the stack. X is 3. Jose's deck doesn't have many counter
It's just
spells.
another Sentinel. This
Yep.
is incredible. You were right
More
on the money
3-4s in
with,
play.
by the way, that this card looks fucking awesome.
It also just slows down Jose so much. We're going to see Combustion
Yeah.
Technique here.
Because it's not going to get better now.
Nope. It's
Like-
interesting, Jose sort of demonstrating he feels comfortable because we didn't see combustion technique before damage. We saw it wait till the end of Simon's turn.
We get the discount on the abandoned attachments here.
nice.
Discarding extra land. We're going to draw another land and a wisdom, which unfortunately we can't cast
Yeah, we're
now.
one short of casting
And now
it
it's
right
gone. And we discarded our, we cast our abandoned attachments now.
And Jose's pretty, like, his hand's got, I think, at least 2 lands in it. And never mind, we drew abandoned attachments. Abandoned
Yeah.
attachments has looked really good at just smoothing this out, making everything just feel really smooth. And now
Yeah.
we can abandon attachments.
Discard this basic island probably. We'll see what Grand does.
So
We'll
interesting.
see this first.
We also have the lesson in hand. Ooh, no. Okay, drew another land.
We might even want to upscale this fire
I was
magic
going
to
to say,
kill
yeah,
one of these sentinels.
we might be kicking that to kill a sentinel. And then we still have the 2 mana left over for abandoned attachments.
Yeah.
To discard the final land in hand, I think.
So
Jose's certainly under pressure, but Simon has no cards in hand.
We
So-
can flashback this rhythm eventually. It's a lot of mana though on the backside.
Yeah, it is a lot of mana. It's a lot of mana, and it's either a lot of mana or you have to tap your creature. I will say, if he gets to untap,
I like that.
then when he gets to untap, rather.
It's a rhythm for 4 with no other card drawn, right? If we draw a land, we can rhythm for 5 and get a Riddler.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Pretty hot.
If we can get access to a Riddler, that to me feels like the way you get back into this game. We are casting abandoned attachments.
Discarding
Main phase.
Island.
Ooh,
Okay, that's
combustion
another lesson.
technique's really nice. So we can combustion technique. We are short. We can't then kick the
The fire magic.
fire magic this turn. And that is one thing that Simon will know about Jose's deck. Light on counterspells. There's the 1 flash freeze in the sideboard, and there's 1 3 steps ahead in the main deck, which
Yeah.
I would be unsurprised if that was gone. And the 2 Idle Quenches probably stay in.
Yeah, just because the lesson value, right?
Was that
And
a
it's turn
Badgermole card?
draw. Okay.
The Cub is still -1 mana this turn.
Yeah. If we want to activate, like, not attack with the Sentinels and activate the Nature's Rhythm from Graveyard to right.
Yeah, so it doesn't get us to Quantum Riddler this turn.
No. But yeah, this is one of those things where you were saying the Jeskai Lessons deck, it feels smoother. It is, right? You have better mana than the 4-color control decks, and you have more card advantage than the 4-color control decks. At the cost of, sometimes your cards suck, like Accumulate Wisdom is pretty hard to turn on in this deck.
Yeah, you're vulnerable to Graveyard Hate. We've sort of seen that.
Yeah, and you don't close games quickly, which can be a bit of a problem in this format.
Yep.
Especially with how explosive some of these decks can be.
That said, Jeskai Revelation by itself closes games
Yeah,
really
you gotta
quickly.
find it, but once you rev someone, they die.
Yeah, so it is sort of, that is true once, if your Revelations get taken by an Ancient Vendetta or something like that, then you can really struggle. I do think before that, you mostly just find Revelation.
Yeah, you find it.
The creature land also matters a lot.
Yeah, Great Hall of Biblioplex has just tied all these multicolored decks with spell-based really together. It's a 2-4. It can get the game done. All right, so we're seeing the Firebending Lesson take out the Badgermole Cub, seeing Combustion Technique take out one of these Sentinels, and then we get our free recall. Well, not free, it's 1 mana. God, so expensive. And then we go Tablet Revelation.
There is that Revelation. That's probably going to close this, you
Yeah.
have to think.
We rumble in for 4. Jose goes down to 7. You know what gains 4 life, though? Revelation.
Speaking of Bibliopex and the power of that creature land, but it's also multicolor land, we see Jose really respecting that. I think that's the main reason we have the 4 Price of Freedoms in the sideboard, is a nod to how popular control decks have been this weekend.
How
and
bad their mana is.
Yeah, how bad their mana is, especially the 4-color decks. They often only have 1, maybe 2 basics. And then Hall is such an important card.
Yeah.
It's one of the main threats in the deck.
Yeah, also, these decks do struggle a bit with prolonged games against things like Basking Say.
Yep.
So a nice clean answer for Basking Say is nice as well. Now, from Jose's point of view, let's just rev. Let's kill this Sentinel. I think we want to bounce the land that's been animated as well.
That's my thought.
Just clear the board entirely. Yeah, we're going to see point, and then every other effect of this card. So we're going to draw 2 cards. We're going to gain
All
4
the
life.
things.
Get some monks. Get Simon's lunch money.
I think this, we
get
talked
his
about
girlfriend's
yesterday.
phone number.
Yesterday, this was the breakout card.
Yeah.
We haven't seen as much on coverage today, but trust us, it's in the background doing really well.
Yeah, we thought we'd save you seeing this card for 8 rounds today and 7 rounds tomorrow, because it's in a lot of the top tables.
Yeah, I know you and I were really high on the 4-color Circus deck, and we saw that a couple times in coverage earlier today. There's still some pilots doing well on it.
They're doing well.
There are also a couple I know who are flamed out, who ran into bad matchups. They just, it's
Not
a
as
4-color
experienced with the deck. It's really mentally
is
draining.
really hard to play. Jose just rolling on the other hand.
Yeah.
Has played a bunch with this deck, is an incredible player. The deck is really smooth, just mowing people down.
Revelation, I'm very glad I got that card early. And
They're really hard to find now.
Yeah, they're really hard to find. I've actually lent my copy out to someone in the field. I wonder how they're doing. I hope they're doing well. But it was my my lucky revelation. Go with Christ. Please win the game for me. But yeah,
Simon's going to draw a cub here, put that back in play. We're sort of in garbage time now.
Yeah, we are in garbage time.
And the thing is, though, we talked about it, there's not that much garbage time. Like, gone are the days of ticking up to Fairy Hero of Dominaria for
6
15
times.
turns or whatever.
Tucking
no.
itself.
This game is going to end next turn, I would say. I think Simon probably gets one more turn.
Yeah. And we're going to see, we're animating the Biblioplex. This stays on forever because it's the new kind of manland, which is sick.
I mean, we had a moment last night, where I said, yeah, and Jose's going to top with 17 mana, and you thought I was joking.
No, it was there.
But no, Jose just had 4 tablets in play and 9 lands, and the game ended almost immediately when he found a revelation.
Yeah. So we're running in here for 8 damage, which is... Simon was on 15. He's now on 6.
Yep.
Been a brutal turn.
We're
holding up Disdainful Stroke.
Disdainful Stroke. That's really interesting.
That is.
Just deciding that I guess the big threats are the expensive cards. So
We're looking at
Rhythm,
Riddler, Rhythm,
Ouroboros,
Hardcast Greatorf, even Fetch Quest. Hitting
Yep.
a Fetch Quest. Pretty backbreaking. And yeah, Simon just playing Spider Manifestation here, but the writing's on the wall. You're on 6.
Yes.
You have 2 blockers. We have any removal spell would have got it in there, and we have a 5-bending lesson.
Or just activate the other hall.
Rawr.
Activate the other hall and then like almost any spell.
Yeah.
Need 2 spells.
5-bending lesson kills the Spider Manifestation. Maybe Grand draws something here, but that's all she wrote, I feel like, for game 2.
Yep. That'll be Jose taking a pretty clean game 2 after Simon unfortunately mulligan to 4. But
Yeah.
you know what that means?
Game 3, baby.
We get more magic. More magic.
We get more.
Simon's going to pack it up, look for a better hand, maybe go back to the sideboard and have a rethink. Now that we've got some more information, Jose has seen all the Sentinels come in, so knows there's a lot of pressure on his
Lot of
graveyard.
pressure on the graveyard. Simon, notoriously didn't see the Disdainful Stroke, though.
Yeah.
That was kept close to the chest.
Notable.
So Simon doesn't know that that was there. We got to see the little, oh, interesting, you think that's coming in, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But do we think either
I gotta
player
say-
changes their sideboard plan from here?
I don't think
Jose's-
so.
Okay, so it looks like Jose boarded out a Revelation, 2 Idle Quenches, the 3 steps ahead, and a Flashback.
Yep, so just all of the counter magic and then some of the top end or slower cards in Flashback and Revelation.
Jose a much better player than me, but I cannot imagine that boarding out Revelation was right.
I can imagine. The thing is, if you draw too early, the way you lose this game most likely is Simon running you over. And if you draw too early, they can clog your hand.
But if you draw
I can see
none,
it.
you never win the game.
That's also a problem.
That's the issue I had. Like, if you boarded
It is
in
tough.
both of the Emeritises as well, I could have understood that, like, okay, we have 5 ways to win the game now.
Yep.
But we just saw, as Jose was fanning through his sideboard, both of the Emeritises were also in the board.
So we also saw that I think the spell
And
pieces
he's bringing
came
one in now.
Is that right? The spell pieces both came
No,
in?
no, they were both in the board.
they
I
were in
saw
the
them
board.
as we go through. Yeah, see, there we go. Both
Yeah,
spell
they're there.
pieces.
Yeah, all the Price of Freedoms.
So we boarded out one of the Grands and boarding in one of the 2 Emeritus, which I like. We need ways to end the game.
Yeah, the thing is, they're quite bad in the Crater Hoof games, but I don't think that's how this matchup plays out post-board very often.
Yeah, I
or
agree.
even pre-board, to be honest. So the 5/5, I think, will often actually be a really good blocker on boards.
Yes.
When Simon doesn't make 20 mana on turn 3, a 5/5 is quite a good blocker. And as soon as you get to cast the recall, you pull way ahead.
Yeah, and if you get to ever cast a second recall, cheering. But you're not in it for that, right? We're in it for the...
One
draw
recall
recalls.
is probably enough to win the game.
Restricted in Vintage, you get to play 1 at least.
Yeah, he's got 2 recalls in his deck.
That's so bullshit. Why don't I get 2 recalls in my deck?
Because you're in the commentary booth.
True.
You don't get a deck.
I don't get to
This
play Magic.
does make me want to play, though. This Jeskai deck looks clean.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the fact that the first time I ever saw this deck was a Japanese player tweeted about it because they were getting ready for their RC.
Uh-huh.
And it was the same weekend as ours. And if I knew this deck existed, I was playing this. The entire tweet was in Japanese with an article they had wrote that was also in Japanese. And the only English words in the tweet were Grand Revelation. And I was like, you know what? You deserve naming rights forever.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
Excellent. It's funny. There's been a couple times now I've sort of gotten the urge watching matches today to go play Magic. and there are two wolves inside of me. One of them wants to play this really tuned, smooth Jeskai control deck,
And the other's going dun, 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 dun.
the other one would like to make infinite balloons. And that really sums me up as a Magic player.
Honestly, I am the same.
Yeah.
I really am the same. When we had the Balloon Man combo on, I was like, God, I kind of want to be doing this. But then I also see every Revelation deck, and I'm like, this is home, though.
Is there a run back tomorrow? I can get out of the booth, right?
Do we have a run back event tomorrow?
Probably.
I know we had we have Pauper tomorrow, if anyone wants to come down and join us for Pauper.
I don't think they'll let me cast Jeskai Revelation in Pauper. I also don't think it would be good in Pauper. I think it'd just run into Counterspell a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of counterspells in Pauper.
Yeah. Part of me wants to play the most blinged out Pauper deck possible. Because a bunch of the blue decks, like Counterspell, Spell Pierce, Preordained, like they all have beautiful blinged out versions.
Okay.
Just showing up with the least Pauper looking deck ever.
I know for a fact someone who's coming to Pauper tomorrow is playing Cycle Storm.
Oh boy.
Now, Cycle Storm, it's a lot of cycling creatures, a lot of the fast mana that is commons, including Lotus Petal. I know for a fact their deck costs $9,000 in US because they have the most blinged out possible Cycle Storm deck.
It's all just like Kaladesh Inventions.
It's
like
Expedition Lotus Petals. Every card is full art foils. The Brainstorm are like Urza's Saga foils and stuff. It is, sorry, Mechanian Masks. It is the most beautiful deck I've ever seen. And I was like, how much would this cost if it wasn't blinged out like this? And they said, I think under 200. And I'm like, so this is like a 40x multiplier. Yes. Yes, it is. So people in Pauper definitely do this as this weird Uno reverse.
That is way outside my tax bracket.
Same. Absolutely same. Oh my God.
If I'm going to spend that much money on cards, it'll be for Highlander.
Well, to be fair, I mean, we do commentary at all these big events, and then, I mean, Pat pays us, but we also give it straight back when we go back to MTG Bazaar. You know how hard it is working this and then in your downtime walking past the booth and all the shiny cardboard there and not getting pulled in?
So between rounds, we've been playing, what card am I? Like Celebrity Heads. And so we go and we borrow the cards from MTG Bazaar, right? Which means
wide collection, so they've had a lot of things to pick from.
Yeah, which means flipping through binders full of the most gorgeous cards and having to like be like, I don't need to buy anything. I don't need to buy anything.
And then
I
slowly,
don't need to buy it.
It's the SpongeBob meme, right? Just like, I need it.
Wow, I didn't know that I've never seen this version of this card. It's really...
Right? You pulled out a Bloom Tender as one of the cards you wanted to have someone guess. And I was like, man, that Bloom Tender looks really nice.
I barely even play Magic anymore. Like, what am I going to do with these? Look at them is the answer. Hold them.
Cherish them.
You know what Jose's not going to be holding? 7 cards.
Yeah, this is a Malta 6.
Simon has found a 7 he likes.
It's about time.
Again, the most important thing for Jose, though, is just having early removal.
Yeah, we want to see a red card
Plenty
in the
of
hand
card
that isn't
advantage in
tablet.
this deck. Yeah, tablet doesn't count. You jinxed it.
Ooh, is that looks like 5 lands tablet wisdom?
I think so, too.
I think we have to go to 5 here.
Like I've tilted my head as if that'll help me see his hand
I do
better.
the same thing. Or when, like, do you ever play driving games and you tilt as you're, like, driving with them? Yeah.
If I lean over, I'll be able to see his hand better.
Okay,
We haven't kept it, though.
Looks like Jose is really leaning on, hopefully,
stock
this
up.
accumulate wisdom.
Okay.
Maybe you have to cast this on 2 to try and dig for a
You know
removal
what?
spell.
No one drop. There's a lot of rhythms in Simon's hand. This is a slow hand. Spider Manifestation. Okay, so if this survives, we do get to Rhythm for 4 untap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
and then we get to Rhythm for 4, untap again. Oh no, we're going to be just short,
well, no, we'll be short.
Looks like that's a
We'll
Sentinel
get to attack
of the
for
Lost
2.
Lore as well.
Yeah, there is a
Yeah.
Sentinel there, so
Pretty
much
good.
double green. And we get the red mana. Mana working
A lot of these green cards really dark to look at. Oh, good draw. Literal perfect draw he could have had there.
Breakout. I assume we'll just see Sentinel. Yeah, just
Yeah.
play on curve, put your 3/4 in
Get outta
play. Really nice. This card, I think, not a slam dunk, right? It's not
But it's
like
good
this
enough.
big hammer, but it just does a little bit there, a little bit here. You know, it's enough. It's a 3/4. It's an annoying body. It's
Yeah.
well statted. A little bit of graveyard disruption. We are going to see the tablet.
We're going to see the tablet again. Jose prioritizing the mana rather than the, I'm going to try and nickel and dime get an extra little card out of this. It's like you just need the advantage and you need it now.
Can I just say that this card milling so that it sometimes fills your graveyard for your lesson count?
It's also really interesting that have seen people bring in like Rest in Peace against this Jeskai Lessons deck. And Tablet doesn't care that the card is in your graveyard or not. It just cares about, was that the milled
Was it
piece
milled?
of cardboard?
Yeah, you can still cast cards.
Yeah.
X's 2 here. We're going to go find a 2 drop.
Gotta be... Oh, it's the Gorilla Gorilla. Oh, no. Oh, no. The tablet's gone.
That's
The Ape
really
Soldier Hero
sick.
has done his job.
We salute you.
It's crazy that Gorilla Gorilla came up this hard. And there you go. Jose basically lost his entire turn 3.
The quenches are back in as well. Yeah, he did. He spent his entire turn 3 to play a mana rock, and then Simon spent his entire turn 4 to blow it up.
Yeah.
And got in for 3, importantly.
Why does the gorilla have to die to blow up the artifact?
Because he's a gorilla. He's a bomber. I like it.
He's like a suicide bombing gorilla.
Well, I was trying to not say the word that'll get us censored on Twitch, but that's okay.
Oh, I've done it again. Yep.
Breakout here. We're going to try and find a 2 drop.
Well, I'm gonna
Neatly
try and
playing
find
around
Recommode.
quench.
Perfect, perfect, perfect.
And we might just... Are we just going to quench anyway? Make him pay the 2. Pay the 2. Or it might be abandoned attachments, I think I can see in the hand.
Okay.
We're just casting Anticipate. Oh boy.
Anticipate in response?
In response to Breakout.
What could we find if there's... Oh, we could find Flash Freeze.
Yeah, we can find the 1 Flash Raise. I don't know.
We want to just see what happens first?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm that scared of Breakout.
Yeah, Jose clearly is.
This quench is really awkward. Yep, just lets it go in the end. Oh my god, Riddler.
Riddler or Llanowar Elf, take your
Riddler in hand. The
Which
question
way,
is,
Western man?
it'd be really interesting. Will Simon hold this?
Yeah, that seemed...
How much the quenches? We didn't see quenches last game because they were in the sideboard.
No. But do you read that as...
Oh, I
Jose
mean,
wanted to do
the pump
something.
fake with the 2 mana is like...
That's sending me to the pump my brakes kid.
Okay, in for 3. We're going to cast... Are we just jamming Wisdom? Yeah, so we've decided, I think
We're
here...
trying to find combustion technique?
Yeah, I think it's that, and also we're pre-locked into land plus...
Okay, Iris demonstration is a pretty good one here.
Okay, I was going to say we have stock up plus quench lined up for next turn, so there's a little bit of like, I just want to get this out of my hand. Okay, takes 3. Sentinel continues to just be a little bit annoying.
Honestly, this card's impressed me.
Now we have to think about the, oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Yeah,
I will take 1 damage, because this Revivify Verge not online.
Yeah, actually, yeah. The mana's not perfect, even in the Jeskai deck, sometimes. Yeah, that's really painful. Is that a Craterhoof in hand?
Is it? It looks like Nature's Rhythm, and yeah, that is the
I'm
Craterhoof.
a little bit surprised to see that still in the deck.
I think you still need a way
I
to
guess
just,
you just-
win the game,
Yeah.
though. Like, as much as you don't want to have a dead 8-drop when you draw it.
So next time we're once again looking for untapped land, and then we can use the Sentinel to go find a Riddler with Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah.
Of course, this quench would be really bad news. I think we're at the point where you want Revelation. We're getting close enough.
I could see Revelation plus Quench.
Yep.
And we have another land in hand, I believe, right?
I think we already have the 5th land in hand.
Yeah.
I could also just see the
You could see-
6th land.
Yeah.
It will be Quench. Quench is really nice.
Yeah.
You know that Rhythm's in the graveyard. You know at some point Simon is going to spend a lot of resources between mana or tapping creatures.
Yeah. Oh, we do have a 6th land in hand as well. Hand is
Okay,
double steam
alright.
vents.
Yeah, all right. Well, in that
So
case,
I
then,
like that then.
Big fan of this.
All right, so we're going
Not
on
free
11.
though. The damage is adding up.
Yeah.
The steam vents here. You know, we got a ping last turn from Bibliotech.
I think I'm attacking. Oh, now I'm definitely attacking.
Yeah, now I'm definitely attacking.
Not gonna lie, this breakout card in Simon's list has looked red hot.
Yeah, it's really sweet.
Yeah, this is a really good innovation.
Could also Rhythm for 2 first if you wanted to like get a cub or something, but I think your Rhythms are just more valuable from that.
Yeah, I think so too.
I like Breakout. Obviously, easy for us to say because we know that there's a quench in Jose's hand.
Yeah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, Pollinator,
oh boy.
Elf,
4, 5,
Cub.
6.
We got a Cub.
Nice.
Slam pick.
Cub's pretty good.
2 bodies.
It's
Thank
an
you
extra.
very
It's a
much.
haste point of damage. Like
Yeah.
totally fine. We have 4 power this turn. There's no removal spell in Jose's hand.
There's
Simon
an
knows-
Iros, but there's not instant speed.
No instant speed. Yeah. And Simon knows he gets at least 1 more turn before Revelation comes down.
Yeah. And Revelation really is the backbreaker, right?
That Cub can attack. That's haste.
Breakout
That's
has
a
haste.
Breakout. So did you come
This
across
is-
a 6 here?
Yeah, so Jose's on 5. The mana hurts a little bit, you know?
I mean, so we're going to see
We have to
Iros
close the
take-
game out before Revelation can come down, though.
Yeah, so Iros takes out the 3-4 here.
Then we have 3 damage on board.
Yeah, so we have to play the Steam Vents tapped. We get to hold up Quench. Do we have a
We
haste
drew a
creature?
7th land.
Do we have a haste creature?
But it's
we
a
can...
shock land. They're
Yeah,
all
which-
shock lands.
Which doesn't work if we get attacked for 3
Yeah.
next turn. We can't play the shock land.
And the Biblioplexes, that's our white source.
Yep. So this gets really tricky now.
Oh, this is on a knife's edge.
And remember we saw Jose didn't have the quenches in last game? He
Yeah.
brought them back in on the draw.
What an amazing draw.
Riddler is the... Yeah, great. So you get to tack
Yeah,
down to
wow.
3, Riddler. I was just looking to see if we had a haste creature we could Nature's Rhythm for, but we do not.
Explosive Prodigy also doesn't go to the dome,
It does not.
which is a bit of a shame. We could technically get a haste creature if we rhythmed for another Badgermore card, but I feel like that's a little bit...
Yeah, it's only 1 point, though.
Yeah.
I mean, this is sick. 2 cards, so only going to draw 1, but...
We do have the option as well to... Oh, my god, we drew another breakout.
Oh, boy.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this also plays around... I
Woo.
was going to say, we can flashback the rhythm off the warped Riddler. This is going to walk right into the Idle Quencher, though.
Oh, yeah, if we tap the... Yeah, well, that's actually huge, because it lets Jose play a Shockland on tap next turn.
Yeah, but he still can't cast
He
Revelation.
still can't cast the
Biblioplex
Revelation,
costs a
'cause
life.
the Biblioplex, but if he draws a Hallowed Fountain now,
Yeah.
it opens him up.
Oh my god. You're going to look so good on the YouTube clip for this. Get that smug look off your face. This is disgusting. Bounce the land, shoot the cub, gain the life back, give me my monks.
Suddenly this game turns on its head.
Yeah. And now Breakout's not going to be lethal because you're going to have to get through these monks.
And that's the little decisions, right? We could have jammed Breakout instead of
Yeah.
Rhythm. We went for Rhythm. Was that X's? No, we went X's 5, right?
Yeah.
So we could just find another Riddler.
So we're going to cast Breakout now.
Yeah, but with 2 blockers and 5 life,
Yeah.
it's a lot worse.
But
We
the thing
really
is,
have to try and build
if,
up a
if
big
in the
board.
next 5 cards there's a 2-power creature, Simon would have won the game. And it's just lands. Okay, so,
Gross.
you know, confirmation bias. If we cast the Breakout, nothing would happen anyway.
Gross.
So-
Well, no, but we would have got 1 extra point in. We would have knocked Jose down to 1.
Yeah,
down to
true.
Down to 1, and then he can't.
Oh
sorry,
my god,
down to 2.
disgusting.
We walked him down to 2. He can't play the Shockland untapped, and he can't cast the Revelation this turn.
Yeah, wow.
Every point matters. Like every single point matters.
Yeah, and Jose's really making the most of it.
Yeah, and now he's got a removal spell in hand. He's got the monks in play.
He's got a stock
Gaining
up.
4 life is so much. We're going to stock up to refill the hand, and
Simon's
also
got nothing in play.
missing on the breakout is really big. That's really
Yeah.
brutal.
And yeah, now we find a tablet. We're going to find Day of Judgment just in case the board gets bigger and gets out of control again.
Drew a tap land as well for turn, so he didn't get to put the Riddler in play.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't the land that he drew. It was the bounced land from the Revelation because he chose Botanical
Oh.
Sanctum as the land from the Badgermore card when he could have chose
Could chose
Forest.
Breeding Pool. Had Breeding Pool
Yeah.
untapped when he did that as well.
Or Thornspire Verge. It could have been any of these lands.
Yeah, that is extra
Another
brutal.
micro decision. that-
Brad, like you don't think it matters. You're like, they're all blue-green lands. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. They all attack for 1. But yeah, there are spots here where it gets bounced, comes into play tapped, doesn't get to put Riddler in play while Jose is tapped out.
Yeah.
And also like a large flyer in play, right? That really matters.
Now, you do at least know, right, that Jose's out of counterspells. You know open deck list, it's only
Yep.
2 Idle Quencher.
Well,
so
the flash freezes. I mean,
He can't hit Riddler.
he just looked at 5 cards with stock up, so there's potentially a flash freeze. We're going to see Nature's Rhythm for 3.
Sentinel to get rid of the
One Sentinel
graveyard.
forward.
Okay. So this is going to shut off Grand's passive ability, Combustion Techniques, extra damage, and it's also going to shut off Flashback as a card that Jose could have. To
This is
get
really
this
nice.
Revelation back.
It forces the combustion technique out of Jose's hand. Which
And
then
Jose's
means
choosing not to do it because he has an Iro's demonstration and he wants the prowess trigger for extra damage.
Yeah. Really sweet, though, heads-up play because it protects your Riddler.
Yes.
Because really the only way for Jose to remove a Riddler, other than another
technique.
Revelation to bounce it, is technique. It's a big technique, and that's
Technique,
not really hard.
Squidward, technique.
Instead, we're going to see attack for 7 here. Activate the land, kill your 3/4, attack for 7. Have 2 mana up still.
It could even be 10 with this Abandoned Attachments in hand.
You are correct. So
Very close to lethal, but not quite lethal. And Jose's doing the math now, being like, I'm short. I wonder if we still send it anyway.
What a game,
And he's
though.
looking like, you know
1
what? it's
point. Every
good enough.
point matters. We saw the 1 point off,
Off
using
lethal.
the land, right? prevents you from having lethal, and then also the smallest thing, having the Botanical Sanctum be your animated land, comes in tapped, you don't get to put Riddler in play. These very small micro decisions matter so much in these tight games.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're casting attachments now. We discarded a Day of Judgment, drew a land in a Day of Judgment, so we're not going to be able to get enough prowess triggers to end the game here. But this is still going to hurt.
This is a lot, though.
This is brutal. Now, Jose's going for a lot of damage here, right? We're expecting to see Iris Demonstration or... Yeah, it's Iris Demonstration to get rid of the Sentinel.
Yep.
And then crunch in.
Yep.
Is there a way that Simon can deal 5 damage with haste?
Well, I think that's what Jose is trying to work out right now. I don't see it from this board. I think all of the haste damage involves Craterhoof. We
Or
know the
Breakout.
Craterhoof... Or Breakout, yes. But even Breakout is sort of capped. This isn't the Delirium deck we saw last
it
round
looks like
with
it's
pump
capped
spells or
at
anything
3
like that.
damage.
Yeah,
with a Badgermaul Cub. And
Yeah, I
a
actually think
hasted
Badgermaul
land.
is the most damage.
So Jose is saying, I
Gene
feel like you don't
Pollinator
have the...
will not do it.
No. Simon, good sport as always.
Jose wins a really tight game 3.
Really tight.
Really incredible. Just the smallest margins matter. We talked about it the whole time, but it makes a difference.
We saw he won yesterday on the deck. You know, it's still running smooth like butter, like you said. Would not expect to see Jose fall short in this event. I'm expecting...
Now, he'll go a long way. Simon as well, you mentioned, has been playing for a long time. Really high-level player. Playing a bit of a unique deck, and at 4 and 2...
I loved it. It looked really sick.
4 and 2 still has some wiggle room.
I mean, 4 and 2 is almost locked for day 2.
Yeah, it's
Probably
a really
want
good
fifth
record.
win.
Great position for day 2, but then even looking further than that, he's still in with a shot for some big money, I would
Oh,
say.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, I feel like one more win and he's locked for 64th at least, which is $500 cash. A crazy amount of money.
Awesome.
And then any more wins from there across day 2 or the rest of today, money starts doubling.
That's the end of this round. We've
It
still a
is.
few matches going. 2 more rounds coming today, though. So there's going to be a little bit of a break. We've got some other things to fill that to keep you entertained.
Ian has been doing some incredibly funny stuff backstage, so I cannot wait for some of those videos to show up. And in the meantime, we'll catch you later. We're going to be back on tomorrow.
We will be. We'll be back tomorrow morning. You've got, I believe it's Dylan and Kira.
It is. It is the other Dylan and Kira are going to be joining in the booth for round 7 and 8. So thanks for tuning in, and we hope to see you for the next rounds and for tomorrow as well.
Welcome back to the sideboard. We're here again for another round of What Card Am I? I'm here with Kira. Kira won last round. Now, what were we last round, Kira?
I was Horse and you were Steam Fence, which is I was Color Storm Stallion and you were Steam Fence.
Very emblematic of the standard format at the moment and what we're seeing here. But we're back again. Kira, it's your first question. Yes or no questions only. So take us away.
And I'll try and be less ambiguous this time around.
Yeah, yes or no answers as well, which was the bit we struggled with last time.
Okay, am I a sorcery?
No. Am I a creature?
Yes. Am I an enchantment?
No. Am I multicolored?
No. Am I a land?
No. Okay, so I am a not multicolored creature, you said. Am I blue?
No. Am I an instant?
No. Am I... Is my converted mana cost 3 or less?
Yes. Am I a planeswalker?
No. You're really going to go through all of the types. Can I just tell you, you're also not a battle?
Oh, wow.
So you can rule that one out.
That would have been crazy.
Okay, so I'm a creature, not blue, not multicolored, CMC 3 or less. Am I green?
You are green. Okay. Am I an artifact?
No, you're not an artifact.
Oh, okay. I'm a creature.
Wow, you still got to go through like kindred. Could be kindred, you know. Anyway, I'm a green creature. Am I? Do I place +1/+1 counters on things?
You do not. Am I a creature?
Yes, you are a creature. I feel like you got that one. Go again.
Yay. Okay. Am I multicolored?
No. Creature, no counters, green, cheap green creatures. Do I produce mana?
Yes. You've asked a really confusing question again. Yes?
Yes, with a question mark on the end. Good.
Am I white?
No. Your card is not white. I'm a green creature. I produce mana with a question mark on the end. So that's so confusing. Do I create tokens?
No, you do not create tokens. Do I have a keyword ability?
You have an ability word, so no.
Okay.
No is the answer. Ability words they're like rules words, but they don't actually have rules meaning. So like
Investigate.
yeah, or like no, investigate. No, like raid, right? So raid is like it'll say raid, but it doesn't. You could take raid out and it doesn't change anything.
Extort and stuff, right?
No, extort's a keyword.
No. It's like Diana on like the Astrologian's planisphere. It's like
Yeah, it has like
Diana in the
yeah.
ones, right?
Correct, the italicized ones. Exactly what you just said, and no one at home could hear because I didn't move the microphone. But that's all right. Kira got it. You go. Okay, so I'm a green creature, not multicolored, 3 or less CMC. I sort of produce mana. I do produce mana. I don't produce tokens. I don't do things with counters. Am I mana value 2?
No, you are not mana value 2.
This is hard. I feel like last time we got it real quick, and now we're struggling. And
Am I a colorless creature?
no. Okay. Am I most commonly played in the sideboard of decks?
No.
Sorry about
No, you are not most commonly played in the sideboard of decks. Am I played in the top 25% of meta decks?
that. What do you mean the top 25%?
Well, because like we have like 20% prowess today, but also there's like, is it spelementals kind of, and then there's like green white offensive. Like, am I roughly in like, am I a tier 1 deck? Am I in a tier 1 deck? Oh, is this a controversial?
This is controversial, but I'm gonna say yes. But controversial. Maybe not quite. I think today you are.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm also I'm a 2-drop that produces mana. Not seems.
You're not a 2-drop.
I'm sorry, I'm not a 2-drop. I'm a 1 or a 3-drop or a 0-drop. And I'm green and I produce mana. Am I from 2026? Which, as a reminder
No,
for
you're
you.
not. I know this one.
Okay.
You're not. I know
Okay.
this one. No, you're not. Am I a green creature?
You are green. You are a green creature. Oh boy. So I have to go older cards. I can't remember. There's been so many sets this year. I don't remember last year's cards. Oh, am I a Universes Beyond card?
You are not a Universes Beyond card. Am I a Universes Beyond card?
No. Oh, am I? So I'm in standard at the moment. Am I a reprint?
No, you are not a reprint. Am I a reprint?
You are a reprint. A beautiful reprint, I will say, that we've borrowed from the MTG Bazaar booth here.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm an older card. I'm Universes Within. I'm green. I produce mana. I cost 1 or 3. And I'm not a reprint. Do I have a keyword ability?
You do have a keyword ability. Am I a Llanowar Elves?
No, not quite. I have a keyword ability. Okay, so I don't do counters. I have a keyword. Do I have... Am I from Bloomborough?
You are not from Bloomborough. I'm a reprint. I have an italicized quote-unquote ability. I'm a green creature. I'm a reprint. That's going to stuff me up, I think.
I want to say, on the italicized ability word, the printing I'm looking at has it, but not all printings do, which is confusing. I don't know if that'll help you or not.
Is my CMC greater than 5?
No.
I was really hoping I was a Crater Hoof Behemoth.
No, definitely not Crater Hoof.
Dang it.
Am I a humanoid creature?
No. You are not a humanoid creature. Is my CMC less than 3?
Yes. Okay, so I'm not humanoid. Would you describe me as a cute creature?
Yes, I would describe you as a cute creature. Less than 3, so 2 or 1, reprint. And I'm not a Llanowar Elves. Was I reprinted in Foundations?
No, that's a great question, but no. Boy, I don't know all the cards that are reprinted in Foundations. I am... am I a 1-drop?
You are not a 1-drop. This is going to be a lot of us just like staring at the camera, trying to think about what we can do. Is my power less than 2?
Yes. Is my power less than 2?
No. 3 mana, not a something.
So you know you're a 3-mana creature with an ability word. You're a reprint. Sorry, not a 3 mana. Less than 3. Less than 3. You're not... You've been a reprint. You're not reprinted from Foundations.
Not reprinted. In fact, this is... Was I reprinted this year?
Yes. Okay, so I'm a green creature with CMC 3 or maybe 0. Not humanoid. I produce mana. I don't make tokens. I don't do counters. I am cute and not humanoid. Produce mana. What 3-drops produce mana? This is really, really... Do I produce more than 1 mana?
No. Have I played this card in Standard before?
I don't think so. Oh, have I been on coverage today? We're currently in round number 4 to timestamp this slightly.
I don't believe you've been on coverage today. You have not, I've gotten signals from Dylan that you have not been on coverage today. So no, you've not.
Someone just told me I won't be on coverage. That makes it harder.
Been on coverage in the past.
Boy, we went deep on these ones, it looks like. We really started off easy with Steam Vents and Color Storm Stallion, and now a lot of us staring off into the distance. I thought I knew Magic cards, but I'm starting to question it.
We also somehow again picked this like kind of the same thing on accident. We don't talk to like we go off and we make sure we're not looking at each other when we do this. So it's really interesting that we've ended up in the same kind of space as last time. Okay, was I reprinted in Outlaws of Thunder Junction?
No. Was I printed in, do you know 2025? Is that, I don't know 2025. That won't help me at all. So was I in Foundations?
No, you were not in Foundations. Was I reprinted in Edge of Eternities?
No. I'm Universes Within. I'm a cute, non-humanoid, green 3-drop that produces mana. Am I an enchantment?
You are an enchantment. Damn it. I am so screwed, guys. I'm going to lose this in the next round unless I can whip this out so quick. I have to, like, on nothing, just guess what the card is now.
Okay, so to recap what you know, we know a lot. We've asked a lot of questions.
Yeah. 2 mana, power less than 2, reprint, italicized keyword ability that's sometimes not on. Green creature. It's a reprint, but not in Foundations, not in Outlaws of Thunder Junction, not in Edge of Eternities either. And it's Universes Within.
It is. You hadn't asked that, but it is.
No, I did ask you. I asked you after you asked. We're barely paying attention to each other.
I can barely remember my questions. I remember your questions.
But you already know what cards you are now. Which is... What? I can't remember anything that's been reprinted. I feel insane.
I'm going to give you a hint. You've been on coverage today. Multiple times through the first 3 rounds.
This is when I out myself as to I was TOing and not watching coverage. That's insane. Oh. Is it in the green-white offensive deck?
No, this guy's not played in that. Am I enduring vitality?
You are enduring
Eh.
vitality. You are enduring vitality. This is true.
We got there eventually. It took a long time. Okay. Lock in, Kira. I believe in you. You can do this.
Am I in the landfall deck?
No.
Am I in a mono green deck?
No. Not even close. You'd be quite bad in a mono green deck.
Oh, am I more? I'm not multicolored though.
No. Maybe in vibe, but not legally.
Do I produce mana?
Yes.
Oh, I produce mana as well.
Yeah, we both picked mana-producing green creatures this time.
Every green creature that I've ever known in my life has left my brain. Oh, am I a Bloom Tender?
You are! We did it! We got there eventually. Boy. Thank you for hanging out with this. In this long... We got there eventually, but oh boy.
Oh my God.
I'm Enduring Vitality. This is a Bloom Tender. Thanks for hanging out.
and welcome back. We're here at the start of round 7 of the $100,000 prize pool. Holy moly! I'm Kira Turetsky. I'm joined again today by Dylan Kagawa. How are you feeling about all that cashola on the line?
I'm feeling great. I think it's going to be fantastic that so much money is being given away. This is the largest cash event I've ever seen in Australia. With maybe the exception of a Pro Tour from a long time ago.
This is this year the biggest cash prize event in the world to date right now. Like as of for this year.
For this year.
For this year.
Quite impressive.
Look, leave it to Pat. Pat's going to be the one to do it. We're going to take you on down to the feature match, though. We're rip-roaring ready to go. It's going to be Is It Prowess versus Is It Prowess. But we did look at a 75 mirror yesterday. This is not a 75 mirror.
No, this is quite different. In fact, both players have a different take on prowess. So the general threats of prowess that most people are playing, some Slickshot show-offs and some Storm Chasers talents. So Kieran has opted for my favorite build of prowess, which is to play Otters.
I was saying, you said Kieran has opted, and I'm like, they've actually both opted.
They've
both got 4 copies of opt in their deck. It's true. This is going to be Otters versus Crab, and what we said yesterday was respect the Crab.
Oh yeah, and Dom is playing the full 4 Crab, and has also got some secret identities in his deck, so he's really looking to protect his Crabs and Slickshots and have that more control-y late game plan, whereas Kieran is fast, 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 fast.
Yeah, we can also, you did mention this before we went live, there is a little bit of a difference as well in the priorities between what we're worried against going up against. Because you said we have that secret identity in Dom's deck, and we do have Bounce Off in Kieran's deck.
Yeah, so what this tells me is that Kieran is targeted more at Badger Mole Cub decks and other green decks, really. Whereas Dom is thinking a lot more about the control decks that they could be playing against.
Yes.
And in Clash of Fates, they are playing against each other. Bounce Off can be quite game-saving sometimes if you use it correctly in Out of Prowess, especially in the mirror, but as can Secret Identity. So both players are going to try and finagle their way around the small differences in decks that they have.
The other thing, too, that I'm noticing here, especially with the Secret Identity and obviously the Slickshot show-offs in these decks, is flying threats. That's actually a really good way to get over the top of your prowess opponent that's not playing Secret Identity.
No. Yes. So speaking of, Dom's currently debating if he wants the Secret Identity in this game. Looking to keep it for the draw. And maybe looking to protect a Slickshot down the line or a Crab down the line.
There is a Crab in the hand.
But because he has the Slickshot, he's opted to go for the Secret Identity. So he's going to look for a turn where Kieran's tapped low, maybe leaving open 1 mana for some interaction, and then go for the Slickshot and just go ham.
Sleight of hand to start Kieran's turn here. What's your preference between Crab Prowess or Otter Prowess?
Oh, Otter Prowess.
Really? I'm Crab Prowess. You got to respect the Crab.
Yeah, I think Crab Prowess is probably a better choice in the current metagame, but I just have a soft spot for Otter Prowess.
This is super fair. As well with the Elusive Otter in Kieran's deck, that tends to be kind of a back-breaking, that can be towards the end of the game. A little bit of a back-breaking, sneaky little fella who squeaks through.
Oh, yeah. It can sometimes not be blocked by a Crab.
It's true.
Sometimes that card can get really huge. In fact, we do see as well that Kieran is playing 2 copies of Wild Ride.
Oh.
So, do you want to bring up Wild Ride?
I would love actually to bring up Wild Ride because it is a bit of a wild card.
It is certainly a wild time, this one. It gives a creature +3/+0 and hasten till end of turn and has Harmonize for 4 and a red. I've seen this card harmonized just to trigger, tapping down one of your creatures, just to trigger more prowess because it's more damage on flashing it back on a Slickshot, for example.
Yeah, wow.
So here's this play we've talked about earlier where Kieran has left open 1 mana, so thinking of some bit of interaction suite, like this Burst Lightning, which is basically left up because Dom has plotted the Slickshot. But Dom choosing to keep that Secret Identity off the opt on turn 1 is going to show that this is something really quite powerful.
Storm Chaser's talent to follow it up with this Slickshot show-off already is going to be... Oopsies.
So Slickshot show-off's got 2, so it's currently 5.
Oy, oy, oy.
Yep, and if Kieran chooses to fire off the Burst Lightning, which he doesn't, very heads up. He sort of realized that doesn't want to risk taking an additional, 5 points of damage?
Yeah, it would get really, really intense.
Yep, so very wisely choosing to use this in the end step instead, where he's not going to take the additional 5 points of damage. So Dom will get to save his Slick Shot, forcing Kieran to have another answer to it, or trying to find a way to tap it down forever. He's drawn a Slick Shot of his own, has a bounce off. So if Dom tries to go all in again, there is always the chance for Kieran to bounce it off and delay the turn, maybe waste Dom's resources, depending on how hard Dom goes into it. So opting sleight of hand.
We're opting again.
We're opting again. We're choosing...
What shall we opt for? Will we opt for top or bottom?
He's choosing to keep it. Going to play a second sleight of hand, just get that extra prowess trigger and dig a bit deeper. You know, sleight of hand digs deeper than opt in most ways. Boomerang Basics and Steam Vents picks up the Boomerang Basics as we do already have a third land in hand. 2 bounce offs as well.
These prowess mirrors, even though this is not obviously a 75 mirror, they play out in such an interesting way because they tend, even in game 1, they tend to start becoming more controlling matchups than just straight up aggressive.
Yeah, a lot of spells go flying on the stack, dealing with things like prowess itself and trying to get the triggers of that, push in as much damage as possible. So Kieran getting in here for 4. And Dom is going to untap. Knows he's got a Slick Shot, knows his opponent's tapped out, but may not have the most he can do with it. What he could choose to do is play the Slick Shot, Boomerang Basics the Storm Chaser's talent, and replay the Storm Chaser's talent, and get in for another 5 points of damage, plus the Otter dealing another 3. So 8 points, that'll put Kieran to 5, and Dom would have a Slick Shot and 2 Otters, which that's a scary place to be when you're on 5 life.
I just really quickly want to pull up this card that I've seen at the front of Kieran's hand here. This is Death to Our Enemies.
What is going on here?
Death to Our Enemies is 2 in a red, an enchantment plan. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a tapped treasure token and put a plan counter on the enchantment. When the 4th plan counter is put on the enchantment, sacrifice it. When you do, it deals 7 damage, divided as you choose among 1 or 2 targets.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
3 mana, 7 damage, and you're getting a replacement from the treasure for mana as well. Like, it comes in tapped, but the next sort of turns you can do it. And that 7 damage doesn't have to go face. It can be divided amongst any number of targets.
It does make for a really interesting kind of like pinch point decision where do you then... You can't, this is open deck list. Do you start to play around, like, ordinarily, right? You start going like, oh, like 3 life. I want to be out of lightning bolt damage in some of our other formats. How often are you going to sit here and go, yeah, anyways, I need to be really careful when I'm on 13, on 7 life. I need to be really careful.
Yeah, not a huge amount, but I guess it is going to be a break point for this. It is like half of Dom's life total right now, so maybe if Kieran could get in for 2 of them. But Dom putting on the pressure. 8 damage coming in is going to put Kieran to 5 and leave Dom with more permanence in play than Kieran.
Really interesting. What are kind of the outs for Kieran going forward? Because this is obviously in the Prowess Mirror. This is a Life Totals Matters games.
Yes. So Kieran's out here is... realistically, it would be to draw crabs that aren't in his deck. So otherwise, what he's going to have to do is he's going to have to find 3 removal spells and still ward off anything else that might come in.
Respect the crab. This is good. I'm putting this on a t-shirt. I'm putting Respect the Crab on a t-shirt because we do know that Dom has one in hand. So even if Kieran decides to leave this Otter token back to tactically block next turn, Dom's going to go, sure. Crab you?
Dom also has access to 4 instants and sorceries in his graveyard, meaning he can also just play the crab. Play the crab, tap down the Otter, and get in.
Exactly.
Funnily, though, if he does that, it's only 3 points of damage because he does need an instant or sorcery to back it up, get that prowess trigger.
Yeah, I believe was there a flow state in Dom's hand? Show us your hand, Dom. Yeah, Slick Shot, Bounce Off, Boomerang Basics, and the...
Death to Our Enemies.
Death to Our Enemies, which I'm sure what Kieran wants to be saying.
Yep, so Dom has 2 islands in hand and has drawn a Storm Chasers for turn. So this is going to give him the ability to just play the Storm Chasers and present lethal on board, forcing Kieran to have some kind of answer.
Fantastic.
And just to add to the pressure, another Otter token as well.
Yeah.
And Dom Z at a pretty healthy life total of 14, facing down an Otter that is about to be abyssed.
Yeah. This is, again, I like the sequencing here, making sure, like, I'm going to present to you, do you have an answer for this now? I don't need to show you that there's a crab in my hand. I don't need to show you that I can get you regardless. I'm going to ask you a question and get you to answer it now.
Yeah, so what Dom is currently thinking about is how many removal spells does my opponent have and how bad for me can it be depending on the number of removal spells.
Yeah.
Do I want to play this crab now and tap down the otter and make it kind of irrelevant, unable to chump block? Because the otter can also block another otter and play 2 spells, and that would make Kieran's otter more powerful than Dom's, which would eat it, as well as if he does have these 2 removal spells, one for the slick shot and one for the otter, that would leave Dom with just an otter.
Because unfortunately, with only having access to 1 blue right now, so we're going to bounce off on the slick shot.
Yep.
We'll leave Kieran's otter. We're just making sure that we've counted correctly. So we are going to trade otters there. We're going to get in for 2.
And Kieran goes down to 3. It's not a really great life total to be at when your opponent has a slick shot in hand, 2 otters in play, as well as the ability to just, even if Dom wanted to, could just spend 4 mana if he wanted to be as efficient as possible to buy something back. Now, we wouldn't want to do this because we want to have as many cards in the graveyard for the crab to be as cheap as possible, but I think Dom is in a pretty comfortable position where he just gets to go untap crab, tap down your things, attack.
100%.
As well as also just play the slick shot.
It's true. So, yeah.
All right, Kieran's thinking about what outs he might have here or how to sequence things so he might win. So starting with a Boomerang Basics on a Storm Chaser's Talon is probably the best way to do so. Get to draw a card and cycle if your hand doesn't already beat, and another Boomerang Basics. So Kieran's a bit restricted on mana right now, and this Mountain is looking a little awkward.
Well, I think I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again today. This is such a color-intensive metagame right now. We need, you need access to all of your multicolored lands pretty much at all times.
Yeah. So many things are so cheap at the moment that, like, the pip restriction is very real, and a lot of the best cards are mostly pips these days in terms of mana.
Interesting. I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another, because we see there's 2 other Storm Chasers talents in Kieran's hand. I think there's also been 3 Boomerang Basics.
So he drew a Boomerang Basics for the turn. Boomerang Basics drew a Boomerang Basics, and then Boomerang Basics drew a Boomerang Basics. And here's the crab.
Crab tap down. Let's go to game number 2. Let's look at the sideboards for these decks as well and figure out kind of which prowess deck is in the better position. Let's have a look at Kieran's to start with.
So Kieran does have his crabs in the sideboard.
Whoa, we've got crabs. We have unlocked crabs.
Yeah, Kieran's also got a Drake Hatcher.
Oh, let's pull that up and remind ourselves what Drake Hatcher does.
So Drake Hatcher is a 1/3 with prowess, vigilance, and whenever it deals combat damage, put that many counters of some description. I'm going to say 8 incubation. Okay.
Yeah.
Incubation counters on it, and then it has remove 3 incubation counters on it, make a 2/2 blue Drake with flying.
Fantastic. Your memory is impeccable, Dylan.
I've played this card a fair bit.
That's what it is.
So 2 copies of Ral as well. A Get Out can be particularly powerful in this sort of matchup, being able to counter a crab or just pick up 2 of your own enchantments. You don't want to be picking up the death to our enemies here, but being able to pick up a Roaring Furnace or a Storm Chasers, still very good. Some Spell Piercers and Rals, and also a Namor the Submariner.
Yeah, interesting seeing some more Marvel cards pop up in Kieran's deck. We saw the Death to Our Enemies in the main deck there, and in Kieran's hand, very sadly, we did not get to see it cast. But Namor the Submariner, 1 blue, legendary creature, mutant merfolk villain, flying. This merfolk has flying.
Yep.
Namor's power is equal to the number of merfolk you control whenever you cast a non-creature spell with 1 or more blue mana symbols in its mana cost to create that many 1/1 blue merfolk creature tokens.
Yep, so while we're not casting Cryptic Command in this format, we are still casting a lot of blue cantrips, and a lot of blue cantrips that go into more blue cantrips. And so if you untap with an Namor, it is not unlikely that it is attacking for 5 the next turn as you've just made 4 1/1s.
Yeah, very exciting, especially something like Eddie Merc Crab and Get Out both have 2 blue pips, so you'll make... Is it non-creature? Sorry, it's non-creature spell, so the Get Out has 2.
Yeah. I'd like to look at Dom's sideboard now. I've got something really, really cool in here that Dom's position has tried to take. In his sideboard, he has not 1, but 2 Sunderflocks.
Interesting. We've seen Sunderflock really only have a strong position in the Spell Elementals decks. There's a few decks that have started playing it. I'm interested to see why. Obviously, in this Prowess Mirror, when the crabs are not in the main deck, pretty good. Bounce your opponent's whole board. Walk me through this.
So Sunderflock is really good against a lot of the green decks, especially being able to
Yeah.
bounce lands. And in those sorts of matchups, you're trying to take a much more controlling role anyway. So because of that, your endgame often looks like Eddie Merc Crab coming in and tapping things down. And then you can sometimes struggle to get over the line because you don't do a lot of early damage. You are spending the time controlling the game and whatnot. So being able to just go Eddie Merc Crab, tap down 2 things, Sunderflock blow you out, and then win from there. Because green decks aren't dealing with a 5/5 flyer very easily. We could see it come in this matchup, especially if Dom chooses to take a more controlling route. Just being able to end of turn Eddie Merc Crab, Sunderflock all your Otter tokens is like pretty reasonable, and especially as Kieran is on the elusive Otter build.
100%. I also see another elemental. There's a Sunspine Lynx in the sideboard as well. Not coming in this matchup most likely, but still really interesting to see more elementals.
Yeah, it doesn't quite overlap necessarily with matchups you'd be bringing in Sunderflock, but it is also an elemental you can play and curve foreign Sunspine Lynx into Sunderflock in some matchups. It's just another thing you can do, but maybe not what we're always doing. I imagine Dom's also looking to bring in this Broadside Barrage, just as an answer to Crab.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, interesting. What other answers does Kieran have to Crab in this instance?
So Kieran's got 2 Disdainful Strokes as well as the extra Get Out. These are obviously very good for dealing with crabs because stack interaction is the best way to deal with them.
Yeah.
If they never come down, they don't tap things because they can be a lot of setup as well to actually get the card going.
Yeah. Really exciting here. Domsy up a game here in round 7 of the Sydney Spectacular $100,000 Standard Showdown.
Yep, we're getting towards the end of the day. We're getting towards the cut for day 2.
And
these players are looking for blood and money.
Hey, look, blood money's a magic card.
Yeah.
Really exciting stuff here. A huge, again, thank you to Pat and MTG Bazaar for putting this event on. This is the biggest cash prize event in the world this year.
So if I wanted to support Pat, how would I go about doing that?
If you want to support Pat, we have the MTG Bazaar Facebook page, as well as all of the MTG Bazaar events that you can find online and attend, as well as all of our, obviously, our beautiful coverage events that you can tune into across Twitch and YouTube.
Yep. And it's because of all the support Pat gets and all the love and how hard he works as well that he's able to put an event on like this for us.
Absolutely. It also is in part due to our wonderful sponsors. We have AID as our organized play partner. A huge shout out to them. We ran the AID Invitational yesterday. Also a huge shout out to Asgardian Sleeves, one of our new sponsors.
Yep. They make nice sleeves.
They do
got a
indeed.
chance to shuffle them yesterday and feel them and was like, these are really nice, and I'm really excited that I'm going to be playing with them and representing them on the Pro Tour next weekend.
Woohoo! Very exciting.
So
All right,
both
let's
players
go.
keeping us 7. Kieran starting us off with the classical turn 1 Storm Chasers talent. Dom with no turn 1 play. I imagine we're seeing an opt end of turn, or Dom either that or Dom's got
Spell
the
Pierce.
Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce really good at tagging Storm Chasers talent, and that is generally what you want to be tagging with it. It's funny when the Spell Pierce is effectively countering a creature.
Yeah, 100%. Really interesting as well. I don't hate kind of lining up against the first possible moment that you're able to use a Spell Pierce, just firing it off, and just kind of getting that tempo back a little bit more.
Yep, so Kieran here having his second land be a Stormcarved Coast, which is going to come into play tapped, and he does not have a third land, but Dom does not have red mana currently, so he's looking to cantrip his way into it, and then develop the Eddie Merc Crab in his hand. So he's okay cantripping at the moment because he does get to put so many cards in his graveyard, and as long as Kieran doesn't present a huge amount of pressure, Dom is in a good spot to try and take over the game. Kieran missing third land drop opts to plot the Slick Shot. I like this a lot. Threatens a lot of things and kind of forced Dom to leave some mana open in weird spots. So Dom putting a flow state to the bottom, immediately seeing a flow state, which is not a bad card to be taking, but already has one in hand.
We did also draw Riverpire Verge for land for turn, which is going to be excelente.
Best land he could have drawn right here.
I was going to say,
Not having to take 2 damage, very powerful. I guess Steam Bends might have been a better draw just because it means it's not coming into tapped later.
Yep.
But because of that, and Dom knows he's going to play the red spell, he can play the flow state here and look for a 4th land as well as going for other things. So it'll be interesting to... Oh, he's got a 3rd island in his hand already.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be taking the 2 spells
The 2
here.
spells. I was going to say, respect the crab.
Yeah. So Dom's going to be able to play a River Pyre Verge and leave open Burst Lightning in case Kieran tries to go in with his Slick Shot. And then that's going to have 5 instants and sorceries in his graveyard with 2 crabs and 4 mana.
Oh, that sounds like 2 crabs on the board in the future.
Yeah, probably next turn at this rate. So we see the Slick Shot come out.
Here comes Slick Shot Show Off.
And one just attacks, doesn't play anything before combat. So we'll see if he wants to play anything in the middle of attacks. Maybe cast this Opt. Just get in an extra 3 points of damage, but Dom is having none of it and going straight for the Burst Lightning, and then is Kieran going to Spider Sense this? He loses his Auto Token if he does so, but in exchange gets in... Oh, Bounce Off!
Bounce Off.
Bounce off the Slick Shot instead. This means he's going to be able to save it for a later point and keep it safe. The Opt's going to resolve. Finds another Opt.
I think it was a flow state or an Opt?
I think it was an Invasion Opt. Ops for the bottom.
Okay. Sorry for all the opting dad jokes. They're just so easy.
They are not optional.
Optional.
Yeah. Alrighty. Kieran with an island open. And Dom draws a Steam Vents. Plays an island. And probably thinking just about passing here and saying, have fun with these 2 crabs.
Is there a Storm Chaser's talent that we drew this turn? Kind of, I don't hate putting a Storm Chaser's talent down, just leaving 1 crab for the time being.
Yeah.
Crab can hit, if Kieran's got a Wild Ride that can hit a hasted up Slick Shot Show Off. It has haste, what am I talking about?
Yeah. I think choosing to play crabs in successive turns instead of just 2 crabs in 1 turn, this given the current board state, is probably a better line because Kieran doesn't have a huge number of creatures in play. And the math between it doesn't quite work out. It still works out to be a 2-turn clock either way, especially if you're getting stuff done with this auto, like prowess triggers and everything else. So
Kieran pulled that Steaming Sauna Roaring Furnace to the front.
Yep, I think he's saying, you don't get to have an otter. I'm going to try and win this war of attrition and get in all this chip damage. And to basically put you on the back foot, so I'm threatening lethal all the time.
Yeah. Fair enough. I was actually going to say, initially, Roaring Furnace would be one of the other threats that is capable of dealing with an Anymark Crab. The difficulty being, Prowess rarely has 5 or more cards in hand at any given point.
Especially when it's at a point where crabs are coming down.
When crabs are coming down.
Resources have been expended. Like, unless it's very late game when everyone's played like 4 flow states and whatnot else.
Exactly. So we have deployed the crab, tapped down the otter.
So because Dom has this Burst Lightning in hand as well as a 5th land, it means that Dom has the ability with a 2-turn clock here of crab, attack for 5, put Kieran to 13, attack with 2 crabs, put Kieran to 3, and Burst Lightning for -1.
Yeah. Very exciting stuff. How are we going to get it done, Dom?
Well, we're going to start with a flow state.
Ooh, let's get into the zone.
We're currently thinking, how do we lose this game? We're in such a commanding position. How do we lose this game? So we're going to use this flow state to start looking for things that answer things that lose us the game. Which might, at this point, be other crabs.
Other crabs feels like removal spells as well. But Anymark Crab doesn't feel good at this point to bounce off an Anymark Crab.
No, it does not. And Dom's here has picked up a River Pyre Verge as well as a Vibrant Outburst. So that's another 3 points of damage, meaning this Burst Lightning can now be used as a removal spell if he so desires.
I've really been loving, I'm going to pull this Vibrant Outburst up. I've really been loving Vibrant Outburst. It does so much for 2 mana.
I am a huge fan of Lightning Strike, just in standard formats in general. This card is so much fun.
Almost better than a Lightning Strike.
Well, it is better than a Lightning Strike. It's just blue.
It is, so the generic does help. It means you can play Lightning Strike and Gruul decks.
Yeah. But in this format, you're playing a lot of blue pips anyway, so it's really almost free.
Yeah. Almost.
Almost. It's
But
like
not
a,
quite.
It's an interesting take on the card Fire Ice almost as well, like doing the same sort of thing.
Depending on where we end up at the end of this turn, does Dom have lethal next turn? If we flash in a crab down here, tap the otter,
And then have 7
And
points
then-
of burn in our hand.
and then have 7 points of burn in our hand?
Yeah.
Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Hey, I love being good at math.
I mean, it's a lot of math, but crabs come in big numbers.
Dom wondering, am I going to get this countered?
Well, this Spider Sense in Kieran's hand is not going to counter the crab, but it is going to counter the tap trigger. So these otters are going to be used. This otter is going to try and hold the fort against these crabs, and going to be met by a
Totally fair.
burst lightning, maybe.
Well, so to say, I think we still have Exactsies
We still
here.
have Exactsies by Vibrant Burst tapping, and
How about another?
We've drawn a second burst lightning, so we have 7 points of burn in our hand without kicking anything, and if we were kicking stuff, we'd have 11 points of burn. And Kieran's on 3, 2 crabs coming in, 1 card in hand, slick shot in plot. It's not looking good for Kieran. He's holding tight.
Dylan, a second burst lightning hit the hand.
Burst lightning hit the otter. Dom getting in.
Swing in. No fear.
Kieran says, yep, I take the damage. And Dom goes, I deal you 3.
Deal you 3.
Kieran looks at his hand. He's thinking. Yep, no, you send the hand.
That's going to do it.
My hand's no
Hey,
good. Can I have yours?
Crab, 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 crab. Congratulations, Dom, dominating in 6-1 here at the end of round 7. Whoo-wee!
He's looking good, hoping to get a win in the last round to go into day 2 with only 1 loss.
That'll be absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to Dom. Very well played. And congratulations to Kieran as well. Still at 5-2, still in a really good position for our cut to cash for tomorrow, because we are cutting to the top 64 players for tomorrow.
Yeah, and a lot of anyone with 18 points or more, definitely making day 2, and then probably some amount of people on 15 points or higher.
We'll see where we end up. That's going to do us for round 7 here. We'll be back shortly for round number 8, and that'll be our last round of Swiss for today. And we'll see you soon.
See you soon, guys.
Welcome back to the sideboard. I'm here with Riley Jones, our last undefeated player, 7-0. Getting pretty close. Can you taste the money yet?
Oh my gosh, I didn't think I'd be doing this well. I was kind of like, oh, it's like a dead standard format. We just wanted to give it a crack, and yeah, had a really good team, and we have a nice deck, so it's pretty good.
Hell yeah. What are you playing today?
I'm the boring guy. I'm playing prowess, but we're playing no birds. We're all horse.
Okay, that's interesting. A bit of a change. Definitely, we've seen a lot of birds around and crabs, I assume.
Oh, love the crab. Big crab man.
Yeah, absolutely. Crabs everywhere. Why horses? Why horses over birds? How have you made this decision?
We felt like the control deck was going to pick up a lot in the format, and Brett was really high on the horse. He said, yeah, just play it. The mana efficiency is really hard for them to beat. And we just found that there's just a lot of spots where you just, hey, threat that's hard for them to answer on the next turn is like plays out really well. So it's been really good so far.
Yeah, it's nicely sized. The ward's really good, so can definitely see that. 7-0. You got one more round tonight, 4 rounds tomorrow morning, then top 8. How are you feeling with 5 rounds to go?
It's a lot of rounds. I'm hoping to get through this next round. MSI's on the moment. Really excited to watch that. Yeah, just play the next round. Team's been really good helping me with some plans between rounds, and so just excited to see where it goes.
Hell yeah. Last question. If you win it all, you come first, $20,000 in your pocket. What's the first thing you're spending it on?
Oh, I'm going to go to Pat's MTG Bazaar, and I'm going to go buy me some Lion's Eye Diamonds and maybe a couple of Jewel Lands so I can finish off my Highlander deck. So I'm pretty excited to do those.
Hell yeah, Lion's Eye Diamond, a man of taste. That's Riley Jones there, our last remaining undefeated. He's 7-0. Great position heading into tomorrow. Best of luck, Riley.
Thank you very much. Is that all right? That was great.
Hi, I'm Bloom Tender, and this is Enduring Vitality, and we're back at the sideboard yet again for another Wish Standard card, Am I? I'm Kira, this is Ian again, as usual, and we're going to do it all over again. How you feeling?
Look, less confident than last time. The first time went great. Last time, we took a while to get there.
It was a bit of a slog, I will say, and we again picked things that were very similar, and you guys all at home are looking at our foreheads and can tell if we've made the same mistake 3 times in a row, which will be insane if that's the case.
I will say, we put these on, and the people behind the camera, our audience, immediately had to stifle laughter. So this might be, I mean, we don't know. We picked our cards blind. I don't know what Kira's put on my forehead, obviously.
Do you want to try and like, I almost want to be like, just like on 3, just go 1, 2, 3, what am I? And we just say the same thing. But we have to do it properly.
Am I a creature?
You are not a creature. Am I a creature?
You are not a creature. Okay, to the best of your knowledge, have I played this card in a tournament?
No, to the best of my knowledge, you've not played this card in a tournament. Was this card printed? Was I printed this year?
Yes, you were printed this year. Do I interact with the graveyard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Like, yeah. Yeah. Am I an instant?
No, you are not an instant. Okay, so I am a You said I'm a creature. You said I'm not a creature. I'm not a creature. I haven't played it. I interact with the graveyard. Am I monocolored?
Yes, you are monocolored. Am I a sorcery?
You are a sorcery. Do I have flashback?
Yeah. Do not. Just-
On three? On three?
1, 2, 3.
Practice offense?
I had the worst feeling. I just knew. I wanted to say it just from the get-go, but that wasn't like to the spirit of the game.
Yeah, I did have the same thought.
I looked at Cacao and at Billinghurst and I went, oh no, this is not good. We're practiced offense and we'll be back for another Which Standard Card Am I game later on here at the 100K.
Hello and welcome back to round 8 of the 100K Spectacular Sydney Showdown.
Woo-wee, it's a lot of words.
It's a lot of words. It's been 7 grueling rounds today.
Whee!
Or 7 is-it rounds, as some people might say.
Is it?
It has been. So we are going to be covering Table 1 for this final match of the day.
Oh, we're going straight to the top.
Oh yeah, Riley Jones on Is It Prowess and
Oy,
Alec
oy,
Ferguson
oy.
on Jeskai Lessons. We'll get to them in a bit, but also we are cutting to a top 64.
Yes.
For day 2.
Yes, we
which
are.
means that everyone who makes day 2 will be getting minimum $500.
Woo-wee, dollary dooskies. We're cutting to cash in the top 64, but this is the top of the top. This is not just the 64th, the 63rd and 64th player.
These guys are looking for that 20 grand.
Top dogs up here. I will also say very excited to see Alec Ferguson on top table here. Very well done today. Also seeing Bonesy up here, unsurprising. Always great to see Bones at the top table.
Riley is the only undefeated player left in this tournament.
Hey.
But Alec's a fierce opponent, can be very powerful. And one thing I lied about Alec is just how much he lights up a room.
He is absolutely fantastic. I've really enjoyed, I get to do some commentary with him every now and again. Absolute. He's a bit of a funny guy. Really quickly, the first thing that I've seen here, I'm just going to pull this up super quickly. Thor God of Thunder is in Alec's deck, and I really hope we do get a chance to see this.
Oh yeah. He's got 2 in the main board.
Yes.
Which is very funny.
Yeah.
Is a great way to try and win the game without Jeskai Revelation. Sometimes in these control decks, you really want to diversify your threats just in case you can get sniped by an Ancient Vendetta or something, which we've seen out of the 4-color control decks. Maybe not today, but Jeskai Lessons has definitely appeared to be a more favorable sort of control deck in this metagame.
You also pointed out in Riley's deck list, we've got 4 horses and 4 crabs. That's 4 Color Storm Stallions, 4 Eddie Merc crabs.
That is quite the feast.
That is an absolute heck of a feast.
Yeah, so Riley has gone with 2 Spell Pierce in the main as well.
Ooh.
So definitely looking to play some amount of a more controlling game with the crabs and the stallions, but definitely looks like he's come targeting control decks a little bit. So let's see how he works against Alec's Jeskai Lessons.
Yeah, we've also got, of course, the Tablet of Discovery has made its way into this deck. Can you tell me about this card?
Yeah, it makes Jeskai Lessons work is the long and short. But basically it's a 3-mana rock and gets to add 2 mana for instants and sorceries, which is not something you usually see on a mana rock. Not just that, but it also gets to replace itself by putting a card in the graveyard, and you can play it this turn. And even if you don't play it the turn, the card stays in the graveyard, so it can be very relevant to building up your lesson count.
Super exciting. I've heard this the tablet occasionally described as a lessons Soul Ring.
Yeah, that's pretty apt actually. I like that.
Looks like Bonesy's here has taken 2 mulligans. We're down to 5.
That's not really where you want to be against a control deck, and could be very, very risky. Well, he's forced to, but...
I hope we've not jinxed Riley by saying he's the only undefeated player.
Well, Alec definitely looking to put a stop to that.
Mm-hmm. Really exciting stuff coming up here. I really hope we're surely not going to mulligan to 4. Oh, yeah.
We have a land and some cantrips.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I didn't see the land for a second, but there is a Steam Vents poking out just in the corner there. I was feeling Trey nervous, as the kids might say.
Yep, so it looks like Riley is thinking about keeping Sleight of Hand, Spell Pierce, Boomerang Basics, Opt, and a Steam Vents.
We're just going to cantrip our way into more lands.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking for more lands or a Storm Chaser's Talent. Chooses maybe I don't want this Boomerang Basics, I want to keep the Sleight of Hand instead. Just be a bit more safe to make sure I hit my second land drop, especially when you're on the play and don't have that extra draw.
Oy.
Digging a bit deeper can be very important in finding that second land. You are only playing 21 in this list, so being able to Sleight of Hand next turn as well if you miss, very, very good contingency plan.
Really easy there. Spire Bluff Canal straight off the top. Done.
Easy. So Alec looking at his hand of double Jeskai Rev and accumulated wisdom, some lands.
It's going to take us a little bit to get to
3
those.
Jeskai Revs.
Would you keep a hand with 3 Jeskai Revelations?
Not usually.
Not usually, but
Maybe
I'm
you
not
drew 1
Alec.
for turn and you just kept 2.
It's true, maybe.
So he's got the Iris Demonstration as well as 2 Accumulate Wisdoms. Has picked up I think I saw a
I think
red
it was
card, but-
it was another lesson. It was either Iroh's demonstration. It's a firebending lesson.
Yeah. So I imagine that this one of these accumulated wisdoms is getting fired off here. Alec doesn't have his third land drop yet, and that's going to put him very far away from his 3/7 drops.
I was going to say Riley has cantripped successfully into 3 lands here, so our hand looking way better. What is this legendary token we've got down here? I'm obsessed. As an otter with prowess, I've seen these are the quality lines custom
Yeah, they
tokens.
like making their own tokens, all with members' faces on. It's really kind of like endearing.
It's really sweet. I've been told that I was someone's good luck charm today. There's a token of me. It's a 1/1 rat token. It's a mythic rarity because a Basser does these tokens, and there's rarities attached to the tokens as to how common they are to find, and I have a mythic rat token.
A mythic rat token.
Mythic rat token.
Are you a mythic rare? No, you're a mythic rat.
I'm a mythic rat.
That
All
means you Master
right.
Splinter.
It's true. Alec has found 2 more lands. We've got the Steam Vents that comes, it looks like came in tapped, and we did also manage to find, we've got an island as well off the Accumulate Wisdom.
Yeah, Riley sensing weakness here, going for Burst Lightning to the face to get in for the extra damage with the Otter token. Maybe trying to bait out a Firebending Lesson or some other bit of removal that he can, Spell Pierce and then proactively get a bit more value out of things.
100%, and we're going to let this Accumulate Wisdom resolve as well. Another Firebending Lesson, Tablet of Discovery, and Great Hall of the Biblioplex. This land has been killing people.
It has. It is one of the more interesting manlands that they've developed in recent times, as it stays a creature once you activate it once.
Yep.
And then it can end games really fast by being effectively a prowess threat. Riley's got 2 crabs in his hand and 4 instant sorceries in the graveyard, so that's probably why he fired off the Burst Lightning there.
Totally makes sense. I am also a fan of 2 crabs in the hand.
Yeah.
What is it? Bird in the hand, worth 2 in the bush. How many is 2 crabs in the hand worth? 10 damage?
I'm afraid I'm not up to date on my crab bird math.
Crab bird, not up on crab bird math yet. Great Hall of the Biblioplex really can be intimidating. It can just animate and become a huge problem.
Yep, so Alec here looking to play Jeskai Revs the hard way without the tablet.
We are just going to end up casting them. There is going to be an It'll Quench Ya in hand along with that other Firebending Lesson and, of course, the 3 Jeskai Revelations.
Yep, so Alec plays his 5th land. Crab coming out here at the end of turn. We quenching it.
Are we going to quench the crab?
That crab is thirsty.
Quenched. It'll quench it. Have you played this card on Arena with the little sticker that goes, "It'll quench you"?
No, I haven't.
It's
All right.
very funny.
Levels up the Storm Chaser's talent because I think trying to develop another crab here could be a bit risky. So I think I like keeping mana open, getting the opt, and just trying to maybe develop a bit more. And flashback the card, and Thor hits the battlefield.
Here he comes.
The God of Thunder.
Thor, God of Thunder.
Exiles the Accumulated Wisdom.
Yeah, Accumulate Wisdom. Until the end of your next turn, you may play it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Thor deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to any target. So these Jeskai Revelations are now 7 damage each.
Yeah, on top of the 4 they already are.
Yeah.
As well as this Accumulate Wisdom is going to be coming back, drawing 3 cards and dealing 2 damage.
Yikes. Let's count that really quickly, because that was 11 just for the Jeskai Revelation, and then 13 for the Accumulate Wisdom, and then if Thor attacks, that's going to be 18.
And suspiciously Riley's life total at the moment.
Suspiciously, it looks like Riley's life total right now.
Yep, so opt during the main phase, picks up a Flow State. And Riley's got this Get Out. He wish he had it a little bit earlier for this Thor. Picks up 2 lands and a Spell Pierce.
I don't hate taking Spell Pierce just for the flurry of Jeskai Revelations that are waiting in Alec's hand.
Yeah, so Riley's got 2 Spell Pierce in his hand, so he's ready for 2 Jeskai Revelations, but is he ready for a 3rd one?
Yeah, you've heard of first Jeskai Revelation, you've heard of second Jeskai Revelation. Are you ready for 3rd Jeskai Revelation?
Jeskai Revelation?
Revelation?
All right,
The
Thor
Revelation
casting
3.
the Accumulated Wisdom, drawing 3 cards and dealing 2 damage. Alec picks up 3 lands. I think he's good to cast these Jeskai Revelations turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, it will seem to be that way. And of course, we do have the... So here comes Eddie Merrick Crab. He says, please wait. I would like to not take 5 damage. Tap down Thor.
So Thor is a 5/5. If we were to Iroh's demonstration, which is going to have the Thor trigger deal too, but it eats the Spell Pierce. Riley, understanding that because he already has a second Spell Pierce, is you know, he's ready for the rev.
Worthwhile.
The single rev.
Yeah.
But Alec's been sitting on 3 all game. Riley's having had to mull to 5 has allowed Alec to very much control the game and get up to a spot where he's just casting res without tablets.
Yeah. Get out as well, really awkward just because we can't hit that Jeskai Revelation.
No.
Enchantment or creature.
We can hit the Eddie Merc Crab and Storm Chaser's Talon to try and get things through and such. But this Thor is looking real scary as Riley does not have an answer for it. Being a 5/5 is a particularly difficult toughness to get rid of out of this Prowess deck.
Yeah, this crab also does not have reach.
No.
It's underwater.
I mean, crabs reach things pretty well. Like, they have claws for it.
They do have, but they can't reach out of the water, I think is what we're learning here.
So does that mean it shouldn't be able to block ground creatures?
Maybe.
Can only block creatures with Island Walk.
There we go. New keyword ability is called swimming.
Swimming. Flying and swimming.
Back to Alec's turn. Of course, looking down Riley's untapped mana, a little bit apprehensive. However, correct me if I'm wrong. If we cast this Jeskai Revelation, we'll still put 7 damage on the stack if we Dispel Pierce?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Which could eat a crab.
Which could indeed eat a crab, or it could eat 7 of Riley's 16 points.
Yeah, that would put him to 9, meaning that if he fires off another Jeskai Revelation the next turn, gets in 4 points plus 7. So,
yeah, this is all suspiciously looking like Riley's life total in a bunch of different combinations.
Yeah, Alec as well has picked up a flashback in case he wants a 4th Revelation.
Hey, I know I do also have regular 4 Revelations in my deck, but what about 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Jeskai Revelation?
Sadly, it's only the 5th because there's only 1 flashback.
Oh, there's only 1 flashback. I can't count.
4 flashbacks would be some very bold deck building.
But if you think about it, if you Thor, target the flashback in your graveyard, then you can cast the flashback, and you do get 6th Jeskai Revelation.
That's true. Oh, Thor could enter and target the Jeskai Revelation.
Oh, boy. There's so many different combinations.
All right,
we can do so many
5
things.
going into Alec. Alec, life total a bit dicey at the moment. Funnily enough, if he takes this 5 points of damage, he is dead to double burst lightning, one of which being kicked. That would be the 6 points. But we look like we're firing off the rev.
Let's go Jeskai Revelation.
All right, so we have to pick a bunch of targets here. So
let's put Jeskai Revelation on the screen and figure out.
So looks like we're bouncing the Otter, dealing 4 damage to you, and then Thor is dealing 7 damage to the crab.
And then we'll also still create 2 1/1 white monk creature tokens, and then, but the rest of the spell is not going to resolve.
No, I can't see a world where this isn't getting spell pierced, but just being able to eat the crab here is going to be enough, and also getting the spell pierce out of the hand to, you know, maybe get some prowess token triggers later down the stack, because you know the Otter's going to be surviving. Just the crab is dying regardless. Riley here also with the option of playing this Get Out, picking up Storm Chaser's Talent and the crab.
Yeah. We'll definitely make sure as well we tap our mana to pay for the Get Out.
No, he's just showing him.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm just going to show you this, show what I would do if I cast it. And no, I actually cast it.
There we go.
The other, there is another line Riley did have access to, but I can't imagine him taking it, which would have been to level up the talent, buy back the spell pierce. If he knew Alec's hand, maybe
he would do it.
But instead, we're deploying another threat and leaving open the crab.
Yeah, looks like we're going to leave crab open, which is stressful because there's another 2 Jeskai Revelations that Bonesy has to fight through in this point.
Yeah, but the crab is going to tap down the Thor, which is going to prevent 5 points of damage, which again
still
would
important.
Be lethal. So crab comes down. In response, we're going to see a flashback here, and flashback the Idle Quencher, I imagine. Yeah. Riley's like, oh, I don't care.
Riley says, yeah, you got me. Well, let's look.
Flashback the Jeskai Rev, bounce the crab, and yeah. 4 to the face.
There's a lot of different ways that this ends up with Riley suspiciously at 0. Let's look at our sideboards here. One thing I see straight away, I'm loving seeing Emeritus of Ideation in the Jeskai sideboards.
Yep. So being able to have an alternative game plan of attack, this thing is hard to kill. Really hard to kill. Having Ward 2 on top of 5 toughness means that most of the things that can remove it are already really expensive, and getting to that many lands, even though you are slowing the game down as a control deck, can be really difficult, and then you're fighting back with your own sort of interaction and counter magic.
Yeah, we've got Riley's sideboard pulled up here, so we'll have a little bit of a squiz through there.
Yeah, so we got a Get Out, a Spell Pierce, some Rowls,
Ghost Vacuums, Soul Guide
Flash
Lantern.
Freezes.
Yeah.
Flash Freeze are quite reasonable in this matchup, being able to counter Jeskai Rev and also Tablet. Tablet is one of those things that, if it resolves, can be really problematic for you, as just the mana advantage gets out of control so quickly, even to the point it just starts shutting down Spell Pierces because you've got so much mana.
What are we taking out of the main deck here to maybe make room for more of these cards?
So the first thing I look at getting rid of is the Impractical Joke.
Oh.
It is very impractical in this matchup. A bit of a joke. Alec doesn't really have any creatures to remove except the 2 Thor's main board, which an Impractical Joke is not enough damage.
No, 3 is not equal to 5.
No, other cards that might be considering boarding out is maybe trimming down on some of the Eddie Merc Crabs, as they are quite clunky in the matchup. And Roaring Furnace Steaming Sauna is a bit slow and doesn't usually do what you want, because you're having to play it as a Steaming Sauna, as Roaring Furnace just doesn't have any targets.
Yeah, totally fair. Have a look at Alex's sideboard. We've got the Jeskai Lesson sideboard. I'm also seeing Wan Shitong. Super exciting to see that card. This card's awesome. I like Wan Shitong.
Wan Shitong is a really cool card. Interesting that he's got 2. So I think he came targeting maybe some landfall decks or just anything else. But the flash plan that Wan Shitong allows just makes it a really strong card on its face value without your opponent having to search. The search part is just gravy. Does line up, interestingly, with Avengers Disassembled, or is Wan Shitong... anytime your opponent shuffles?
Anytime they search their library, whenever an opponent searches their library.
Yeah, so if you force them to search their library with Avengers Disassembled.
Yeah. I love seeing, again, Return the Favor. I mentioned this card yesterday during the Invitational. I'm loving this card so very much. I'm loving Return the Favor very, very much. Very fun. We've seen it teched in a lot of interesting matchups, especially against the Excruciator builds. And it's really good for when your opponent tries to mill you out, and then you go, nope, psych, mill yourself out.
Mill yourself out and then die your own Doomsday Excruciator upkeep trigger, drawing an extra card.
Very, very exciting.
Yeah, so we also have a Spell Pierce in Alex's sideboard, as well as an Annul. These cards are going to be maybe a bit clutch in the early game, nothing better than annulling a Storm Chaser's talent.
Alrighty, now we can see what we're looking with.
2 Return the Favors.
2 Return the Favor. I'm going to Return the Favor twice. Return it twice over. Very fun stuff here. Avengers Disassembled, not fantastic in this matchup. Again, the creatures that Riley is working with, a little bit bigger.
It
hits the horse.
Yeah, it hits the horse as well as all the auto tokens, and especially if a horse comes out on turn 3 with no ability to, which is very common in this matchup, because the ward cost is usually quite big on its impact to be killed, as Combustion Technique costs 2 mana and requires another lesson in the graveyard, and Firebending Lesson just doesn't kill it. Iroh's Demonstration is also a clunky way of dealing it, but it really depends on if the Color Storm Stallion is backed up by early aggression from auto tokens.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Annul, also nice to hit the occasional Storm Chaser's talent, but doesn't feel like it's going to be super impactful here.
No, I still bring it in because the chances of your opponent playing a Storm Chaser's talent are still very high.
Very high.
Especially when they're Boomerang Basicsing it and all this sort of stuff. And that card is very dangerous for Jeskai when it resolves, because it can just get back something else and just generate infinite card advantage in theory.
Yeah, Boomerang Basics sometimes copies 5 through 8 of Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah.
Incidentally.
Or infinite copies, because you just buy back the Boomerang Basics.
You just buy back the infinite. Yeah, exactly. It's more than 8 copies sometimes, depending on the matchup that you've gone into.
Yeah, and a lot of autos can be very difficult to deal with, especially if you're working with a lot of 1-point removal. We do only have the 1 Iroh's Demonstration in the main board, but we do have 2 Avengers Disassembled to go with it. So it becomes more of a question of, do we want to go up to 4? Maybe not that much.
How are we feeling going into game 2? Jeskai versus Prowess.
So Jeskai being on the draw was never good to be on the draw against Prowess.
Yes.
as a general rule. So Alec is going to be looking for cheap interaction early on in the game and try and manage the game in total. Find a window to, like, maybe there's no Spell Pierce open so that he can develop a Tablet of Discovery or a Thor. And, all right, so we are going to the second game. Riley looking like he's kept his 7.
Ooh, definitely better than keeping 5.
Yeah.
We like that a lot more.
So Island, Fresh Freeze, Ral, Multiversal Passage, Storm Chaser's Talent, Spell Pierce, and I think I said 7 cards. I might have lost count.
Looks like it. Bonesy as well looking a little bit, maybe a little shaken up here.
Oh yeah, he's you got to mix up the game sometimes. You can't always mulligan to 5.
Yeah. Looks like it's Alec's turn to mulligan down.
Yep, so mulligan to 6. Storm Chaser's Talent turn 1.
There we go.
Very popular play in this format.
Hey, that's what we wanted to do last game.
And we have a different auto token.
I will say, there's a lot of auto tokens that have been made because this was, one of the more popular decks that the team was playing.
Oh yeah, it's also like the very difficult token to find, funnily enough. They're actually
randomly
not
is.
cheap. They're like $10 or something, I can't remember.
Are they really?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
some
my
silly
word.
number. Like, if you need auto tokens, just go to Pat's MTG Bazaar and, like, he's probably got piles of them everywhere. Like,
100%. We can see the Ral from Riley's sideboard has made its way into the main for this game number 2 here, and that's going to be the second Storm Chaser's Talent picked up as well.
yep. So Riley's kept the hand on the back of the basis. He's had an early Storm Chaser's Talent for some early aggression, backed up with a Spell Pierce and a Ral. So in Riley's ideal world here, he's hoping that Alex goes land, play Tablet of Discovery. Riley gets the Spell Pierce it, untaps, and slams a Ral.
Yeah.
And this Jeskai Lessons deck, notoriously bad at dealing with Planeswalkers. Especially early game, as the only answer really is Jeskai Revelation.
Would say the Thor would be able to handle it because it's damage to any target.
Yep.
But we did see the Thor off of the Accumulate Wisdom, and Alec has put it to the bottom. Ooh, yes, that's a good one.
So Alec with some Iroh's Demonstrations in hand 1.
Iris Demonstration in hand.
So
Combustion Technique.
Combustion Technique on the Otter. Coming down to get some more lessons in the graveyard as well. Dealing 3 damage, meaning that it's going to be hard to get it out of range.
Another Firebend and a Firebending lesson to follow it up as well.
4 cards in hand. Riley debating if he wants to fire off a counterspell here.
What would you... I'm almost of the opinion if you're able to slam this Ral on Riley's next turn, it'll keep creating auto tokens. And if we're able to boomerang basics, I'm not certain. I mean, clearly it's a fight that Riley wants to make. He wants to fight over this auto token.
Yep, and Alec for the turn picking up an Accumulate Wisdom with 3 lessons in the bin.
Ooh,
So
it's an Ancestral Recall now.
That's an Ancestral Recall. Choosing to play land first, play around Spell Pierce. Very
Yep.
wise. And Riley's just like, yep, played around Spell Pierce. Draws 3, including a Flash Freeze.
Ooh.
So that's an answer to the Ral, but if Riley has the 5th land in the form of the Multiversal Passage or the island he's just drawn, he's going to be able to deploy this Ral with Spell Pierce backup. So Ral slams onto the table. Alec thinking, well, I've got to Flash Freeze this, and it's going to be met with a Spell Pierce back.
Excellent. This auto token currently on 2 prowess triggers for this turn.
Yep, so it's going to be able to get in for 3, putting Alec to 12. Riley's going to also be able to make another auto token if he desires, but he does only have 1 card in hand, so I think there is a world he considers rolling Ral down to try and gas up.
It's a really interesting pinch decision point as well because you know that Alec only plays Thor. Technically, by all accounts, the Jeskai Revelation is also 2 monks with prowess, but we're clearly a couple cards away, a couple lands away from casting Jeskai Revelation.
Yeah, and Riley also just has the backup plan of leveling the Storm Chaser's Talent, so because he does have a land next turn, he could level it up, buy back the Flash Freeze for some protection against Jeskai Revelation. As well as possibly threatening to ultimate the Storm Chaser's Talent, getting it to level 3, which is pretty scary if you're firing off a lot of otters. And Ral constantly ticking up, making more otters. So an Iroh's demonstration. Taking out both otters.
Clean up the otters.
And Riley's probably, he's probably not happy about it, but it's far from the worst thing that could be happening. He's still untapped with a Ral.
Yeah.
Gets to tick up the Ral again, or even tick it down if he so desires. But I think we're just leveling up a Storm Chaser's talent here, buying back one of these two counterspells.
I'd be inclined to take, I was going to say, take the Flash Freeze because there's a Spell Pierce. Oh, no, there's not a Spell Pierce in hand.
No. I like taking the Flash Freeze here as well. A lot of the cards you care about, especially on this board state, are red. So
yeah.
Thor, Jeskai Revelation.
Definitely really good heads up as well to target the Thor. Even, you know, Riley doesn't know that it's not an Alex hand, but we know that it's not an Alex hand.
Yeah, he's just playing around, and this is why Riley's at the top table. Like,
oh, is this why he's been undefeated all day?
Yeah, he plays well.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's funny that good players tend to gravitate towards the top of the
They
tables.
tend to be towards the top. Tablet of Discovery is going to be the draw for Alec. Depending on how we lead here, there could be another combustion technique fired off to try and clean up the otter token. But we're just going to Tablet of Discovery. Alec asking the question of, do you want to counter it? And they go, yes, please.
Bonus as well of that, whenever you cast an instant sorcery, Ral gets a counter.
Mm-hmm. We're a little bit of the ways off of ultimating the Ral at this point.
So Alec getting slightly punished for discarding the Spell Pierce he had to the Abandoned Attachments last turn. Ooh, a Flow State. That is just
that was the top deck that we needed.
Only gets one.
Oh, he only gets one.
Because he only
there's only instants in the graveyard.
But now there is a sorcery in the graveyard,
now
which means the second Flow State he's picked up.
The second Flow State is going to be a lot better.
Oh yeah, this one finds 3 cards.
Hey, Alec.
2 cards.
What about this second Flow State?
Are we going to see a Ral Ultimate?
Oh, I'd love to see a Ral Ultimate. We're one away from Ral Ultimate.
We've picked up an Opt and a Flash Freeze.
Holy moly. I'm really inclined to hold the Flash Freeze just because any of Alec's threats is really intense, but it's so tempting to want to play the Opt to ultimate the Ral.
Did we activate Ral this turn?
We have not activated Ral this turn because we played a Storm Chaser's Talent. Otherwise, we did activate it to tick up and make that otter token.
Yeah. So playing the Opt.
Going up to 10.
Alrighty. Alex Point working out how big this otter is. So it's currently a 3/3, about to become a 4/4.
Double checking to see, because there's 2 combustion techniques in Alex's hand. So 2, 3, 4, 5 does like 6 damage, something like that.
Yeah, it should be enough to kill the otter through all of this. Opt seeing Boomerang Basics, that's a nice one.
Love seeing a Boomerang Basics here. And are we going to create the Ral emblem? Oh, this would be so exciting. Draw.
We had a Burst Lightning in hand right now. That would be a lot of damage to the face.
Oh, man, because it's draw 3 cards. You get an emblem with instant and sorcery spells you cast have Storm. If we ultimate it now, we reload the hand. If we catch a Burst Lightning, how many? Yeah, get in with the token. Take Alec down to 8. If we draw a Burst Lightning off of the Ral ultimate, we get it?
Yeah, Riley instead choosing, I want to keep this Ral.
Mm-hmm.
I think I need this Ral to stay alive. Maybe Storm is not powerful enough.
Yep.
Maybe Recall and Storm is not powerful enough.
We have a Flash Freeze and a Jeskai Revelation. We're still off the Jeskai Revelation.
So Spirebluff Canal, the draw for Alec. So looking for a land next turn, but
here comes the Ral emblem.
In response, Combustion Technique, the auto token.
Do you Flash Freeze this?
Alec on 8 life? Yeah, maybe. But the other thing is that I think Riley is just hoping, like, trying to play around getting revved. Because he's won this game, basically, with the Storm emblem.
Look at this Ral emblem. There's a shadow. There's Rowan Miller's on there.
Yep. Also, because the Combustion Technique was played, it's going to add to the Storm count.
Yep.
So Riley casting 2 Sleight of Hands, getting 2 Sleight of Hands.
We've got,
Picks up a disdainful stroke.
yeah, makes sense for hitting the Jeskai Revelation. Here we go again.
Picks up
Get
a
out.
Get Lost.
Yeah,
Get
picks
out.
up a get out for
Stormcarved Coast, land for turn.
interesting.
We could Boomerang Basics both of our Storm Chaser's talent.
Yep.
And our Ral.
Oh, reset the Ral.
Yeah, we can reset the Ral.
Interesting.
And draw 3 cards.
Hooly dooly. What can't Bonesy do right now?
Win the game in a timely fashion.
Hey, you know what? He's doing real well right now.
He is. He's just trying to make sure he doesn't lose at all.
100%.
He's just playing around when he needs to.
Going up, Storm is 4. Storm is 5, my goodness. Second one, Storm is 6. What happens if you get a second Ral emblem? What then? Storm twice?
Yeah, Storm is not a redundant ability, I believe.
No, it does stack. Because like there's a Thor, the uncommon Thor in the Marvel set has prowess.
Yeah. So, Accumulated Wisdom, picking up 3 cards, and Riley just saying, I don't really care. Could have spell pierced that if he wanted and made Riley Alec have to pay 4.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, the thing that I always forget about Storm is it's every spell that's cast this turn.
Yep, makes your spell
Lord.
pierces a lot better.
Yeah.
So this combustion technique coming down, flash freeze, flash freeze, flash freeze.
You cannot resolve this spell.
Yeah.
Look, that flash freeze in Alec's hand probably thinking about hitting the burst lightning if Riley does happen to pick one up.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it is entirely possible that the spell pierce is better than the flash freeze at the moment. And Alex like, you can stop having fun.
Alex says, don't worry, I don't need to see this emblem put in any more work. I get it. Rowan down there twice as well on the Otter token and on the emblem. This has been super exciting. We're going to game 3 here, round number 8. This is our last round of Swiss for today.
And we have 4 rounds of Swiss tomorrow, followed by a top 8. I believe you and I will be covering the first 2 rounds of Swiss tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, you guys are getting you're getting sandwiched. We did 7 and 8 today, the first 2 rounds tomorrow. You're getting run through with us.
Yeah. Or it might just be me on one of the rounds.
Hey, let's just say for now it's going to be both of us. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning. Round number 8, our players, of course, are cutting to cash tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. So these guys have already won minimum of $500, but as I said,
Congratulations.
they're looking to win a lot more with a lot of money on the line.
Hey, remember, it's $20,000 for first place and a not so shabby $10,000 for second.
What would you buy if you got $20,000?
Complete, like if I got $20,000, no joke, full set of duels, probably almost all of the mocks as well. I think I'd go straight in to make sure my Highlander decks are really good going forward. Maybe a car on top of that as well.
I think the moxes are maybe
No,
too
not
many.
all of the
Just
mocks.
one
Not
mox?
all of the mocks. One mox. I think I'd get a mox emerald. Green's my favorite color.
It's also the cheapest.
Don't say that. I love her.
Actually, it might be Pearl, but
Maybe. I think I'd do full set of duels, get that sorted. I think actually maybe if it's not a Mox Emerald, I actually think Mox Diamond, because I've been thinking about playing lands a lot.
well, that's like a fifth of a mox.
It's a fifth of the Mox. It's like $1,300 right now. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Look,
cards
$20,000 is a hefty chunk of change. These 2 players especially are in the running for being in that top bracket.
Riley looking through his deck, realizing he's stuck the little cutout in there. for it.
Hey, how come I've thrown Rowan for turn? How did you get in here?
He's just hiding in decks all the time.
Don't tell Alec, but it looks like Riley's boarded out all of his Burst Lightnings.
That's interesting. Burst Lightning is usually not the most impactful thing in the matchup, but I usually want to keep 1. And the reason I want to keep 1 is because it gives me the ability to A, storm kill with Ral, and B, buy back with Storm Chaser's talent and can just provide a lot of reach. Like that 1 copy can provide so much reach.
You know what I'm wondering? Do you think that's a read on Alec's flash freezes and being like, the fewer red cards that I have in my deck, actually, the worse your flash freeze becomes? Because then it's just the Color Storm Stallion and Vibrant Outburst. And
the Rals.
And the Rouse. Just removing the number of targets, you think?
Yes,
or
but
making Alec play around the idea of a Burst Lightning.
Yeah, you don't usually want to be flash freezing a Burst Lightning in this matchup because
bad exchange.
The other cards that you are looking to flash freeze are the much more impactful ones. So the Color Storm Stallion and Ral, as we've said, you don't care about as much as 2 damage going to your face if it's not lethal, as much as you do care about you know, stopping your opponent from developing a threat you're going to have a hard time dealing with.
Look, and that was exactly what we saw in game 2. Was Riley was just very strategically, nope, pierce your tablet, pierce your no, you cannot, no, you cannot. My board will be bigger. I'm not gonna let you do your things. 7 mana is a lot for a Jeskai Revelation. Good luck getting there with that tablet.
Yeah, and not being able to have like an answer to the RAL just got out of control as we saw. Got to ultimate and survived.
I'm so excited that we got to see a RAL ultimate this weekend.
Maybe we can see one tomorrow.
Ooh, Riley, run it back tomorrow, please.
I think there's quite a lot of RALs registered in this tournament, maybe in just about every single prowess list that's being played.
Makes sense. I'd love to see a breakdown that's how many Steam vents are in the room right now. Point Steam vents.
Steam vents probably makes up a very large percentage of this tournament, as it's also seen in the Jeskai Lessons deck.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, restrict Steam vents.
248 copies of Steam vents in this tournament.
Let's go.
I'd like to point out that is a multiple of 4.
Don't think about it too much, okay?
If you're playing Steam vents, you want to be playing for the full 4.
It's true, you normally do. But it's a really interesting thing. I do recall vaguely at one point seeing, Steam vents entering tapped for Alec, and it makes a lot of sense. Your life total, as we've said multiple times before, it matters a lot in these matchups. Against Prowess, your life total is incredibly precious. If you're not playing the Momo decks that have life gain built into it, that 2 life matters a lot.
Absolutely, because Prowess, every number counts just because everything is so contextual based on the number of creatures in play, how many Prowess triggers you're getting, and all this other stuff. So Riley looking at his hand of 6 here.
Really importantly, we see a Mistrized Village in Alec's hand, which can make that Jeskai Revelation uncounterable.
That's really strong.
Mm-hmm.
It does make the counterspell plan from Riley definitely weaker, but being able to go with that plan, you need to have 9 mana.
Yeah, there is a lot that has to line up properly, and if we see in Riley's sideboard, there is the Avengers Disassembled, which can handle a Mistrized Village.
Yeah, I don't imagine he's brought that in, though.
It's not brought in, and it sucks because that's the only way you really got to deal with it, and it just doesn't line up in this way because Alec's Thor is, 3 again, is not equal to 5.
That's true. But Thor can still be countered by, because Mistrized Village, I believe, is it only...
I believe it's the next spell you cast. I believe it is.
Okay.
Well,
speaking of, it is in Alec's hand as well.
Yeah, the next spell you cast this turn can't be countered is the text on Mistrized Village, which does include Thor.
So Riley passing with 2 mana open, Alec going to use this opportunity to play an Abandoned Attachments, discard the Mistrized Village as a,
What I will say to that end, there is something to be said about 9 mana on a Jeskai Revelation. Does not seem good.
No. You need to have played a pretty controlled game at that point, and you've got to really be ahead. And if your opponent's got just stuck on counterspells and not developing any pressure, sometimes you can make it that late in the game.
Considering how quickly the Izzet Prowess deck goes, as much as I go, ooh, Mistrized Village, uncounterable spells, when your opponent's average CMC is 2, your 9 mana Jeskai Revelation is not looking good.
Yeah, so Riley here shocking in Multiversal Passage and passing, so leaving open Flash Freeze and Disdainful Stroke. So I think, again, what he's hoping for is that Alec taps out for, or just plays a tablet, and then Riley gets to counter it, untap, and play a RAL. But it looks like he's missing his 4th land drop. So we're going to use Boomerang Basics here on the Storm Chaser's talent, a favorite play of many Magic players.
We did miss a land off the draw from that as well. We do have another Boomerang Basics and a Storm Chaser's talent, but we close off the Flash Freeze, which Alec not doing anything on this turn, not trying to play a tablet, would kind of signal to me that he doesn't have it.
Yep, so Riley sleight of handed there saw a Flow State and Spell Pierce, opting to take the Spell Pierce because there wasn't the extra land to leave open, the Flash Freeze open, so he's going to be able to leave the Spell Pierce open in case Alex says misses a land and tries to play a tablet.
Yeah.
But the Wan-Shi Tong at the end of turn, just drawing a card being a 3/3 Vigilant Fire, looks kind of awkward for Riley to deal with in this hand.
Really interesting. Alec as well pulling an It'll Quench You to the front, which when Riley's choked on mana is going to be really impactful.
Yeah, alongside the Combustion Technique, going to be able to answer any threat Riley might play. But the problem Alec is facing down right now is that he only has those 2 spells. Everything else is a land. He does have some great hold of the Biblioplex, though, which is going to start turning on and get scary.
Yeah. His mitigate, Alec has access to good mitigation. There is that, I believe that's the Combustion Technique.
And then accumulated wisdom, the draw. This is so... this makes this combustion technique a lot more tempting to do.
Yeah, fire off the combustion technique, and then you have access to Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, so Alec has just all 3 of his spells open for Riley's next turn if he chooses to, you know, do nothing and see how Riley chooses to attack this, because Riley is under pressure and has not put much pressure on Alec and needs to find a way to deal with this.
We've missed another land drop again.
Found another Boomerang Basic, so we're Boomerang Basicing the Storm Chaser's Talon, looking for that 4th land really, really dearly. We're going to Idle Quencher the Boomerang Basic. I really like this.
I was going to say, I love it.
Alec, I think, has correctly read that Riley does not have a 4th land, and means that if Riley pays for this, he's going to have to rip the land in order to draw it. The other thing he has is the Spell Snare in his hand, which means he can save that 1 mana. If he draws a land, he can play another land and leave open the Flash Freeze to play around the idea of a Jeskai Rev.
Exciting. We have the option to snare the Idle Quencher as well. Yeah.
That's what Riley's like debating. It's a hard choice, but chooses to let it go.
Interesting.
And plays
we'll just play the other
Boomerang
Boomerang Basics.
Yep, that also makes sense. And we're going to respond with a recall.
Yep.
1 Shitong next to Accumulated Wisdom. You love to see it.
Oh, very flavorful. Look, I'm here and I'm also here.
We'll Spell Snare this one. I like that spell. And we'll kill this for good measure.
Yeah. Just in case there was any question as to what was going on.
All right. Riley gets to
Come on,
draw a card.
land. Come on, land. And that looks like the head shake of that was not a land.
No, it was another Boomerang.
It was another
Basics.
Boomerang.
It seems like anytime someone's looking for the next land drop, they're just drawing
They just
more
draw another
Boomerangs.
Boomerang Basics.
So Alec is kind of out of gas here.
Yeah.
Draws
Another land.
So we have a great haul, and I think Alec is just going to go for a 2-turn clock here, animating the haul he's already had in play, getting in for 5, where Riley is tapped out.
Boy.
Stuck on 3 lands.
It's getting dicey for Riley Jones. Can he rip a land? Oh, we
can.
We
There's an
did
island.
it.
But it may be too late here. He's got a
I was gonna
handful of
say.
counter magic, and Boomerang Basics and a Ral. Ral is just not going to do anything. So we may be required to maybe Boomerang Basics this 1 Shitong.
This is so difficult. And I do believe the difficult thing with Boomerang Basics is it does say non-land permanent.
Yeah, but we're instead going to play a Storm Chaser's Talent. I think we're going to Boomerang Basics that. No, we're going to Boomerang Basics the 1 Shitong.
Yeah, I don't hate Boomerang Basics, the 1 Shitong. There's a... but I don't think there's a way to hit it on the way back down is the only thing. I wonder if the plan is just to get... If Alec overcommits to a Jeskai Revelation, or if he just picks up another land. Oh, no, he picks up another 1 Shitong.
He does have a Disdainful Stroke in his hand.
Oh, very
so
good.
if the 1 Shitong is big enough, it will get Disdainful Strokes. But Alec can also just choose to animate the other Hold the Biblioplex and just attack for 4.
Yep. I actually don't hate just going in, put Riley to 1. We can chump with one of the... we can chump with the Otter, excuse me.
Yeah, I think based on what's in Alec's hand, I may have played a land before attacking, just so I can bluff something like a Firebending Lesson or a Flashback, just so I'm representing lethal, forcing Riley to block. And if Riley is having to block like that, it means that he's got no pressure of his own and is going to struggle to come back in this game. He's overloaded on counterspells, and he's just never had a good opportunity to play any of them.
These are 2 powered creatures, right? Yes, okay.
He's just confirming his land is just 4.
Yes, yeah, I'd take 2, yeah.
Well, because the difficult thing, again, if Alec had left open, as you say, if Alec had played a land, left open, like that is, I believe Firebending Lesson is an instant. Yes, she is. Then also, if you Firebending Lesson on the Otter token, the Great Halls get +1/+0 from casting an instant or sorcery spell, which will be lethal.
Hence why.
Yeah.
And Riley just counting Alec's mana. One thing you can do, though, is if you don't play the land, you are also representing that you just have a handful of gas.
Makes sense.
Riley really trying to decide if he wants to lose this token, but chooses to take it in the end. Maybe hoping that the Otter token will be more useful later down the track.
Yeah.
Alec playing Spire Bluff Canal. That's why he wanted to play the tap land. Flow State.
Makes sense. Flow State. Spin Rowan upside down. Look at 3 cards.
Ghost Vacuum, land, and Opt. Land being one of the things that Riley is looking for and may need to get out to survive this game. Opt flash freeze to the bottom. That's not what we want to join our other counter spells.
Not needed right now. And that is going to do it. Alec Ferguson taking down Riley Jones, who up until this moment, undefeated.
Well, that's quite amusing, as we now have no undefeated players going into day 2.
Really exciting day here. That's us for the first day of this event. Tomorrow is Cut to Cash.
Cut to Cash, and it's going to be a bloodbath. Everyone is going to be struggling or fighting for those top 8 spots. Everyone's got their eyes on the money. Everyone's going to be like, it's going to be spicy.
I am so unbelievably excited. Congratulations as well, Alec and to Riley. That was an incredible game. Top table, bashing it out, going to game 3. Absolutely awesome.
Love to see it. You love to see these back and forth matches, and it's always good when you get 3 games out of one.
Yeah, that's the end of the Swiss rounds. That is the end of round 8, end of our Swiss rounds here for day 1. 100K, Sydney, Standard, Showdown, Spectacular. So many different alliterations to think about. I have had such a great day with you today, Dylan, and I can't wait to be back tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm back tomorrow. What time does the stream start tomorrow for our viewers to join in?
That's a very good question. I believe the stream starts tomorrow, same time at 10. I'm going to wait for the word of God to confirm what time the stream starts tomorrow. Oh, I've prophesized. The word of God has let me know. We are starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll be live across Twitch and YouTube again. A huge thanks to all of our commentating cast who were across the events today. Back to Ian and to Dylan, Basser, Sloy, Isaac. Always great to have such an amazing team here in front of the camera. A huge round of applause to everyone. And thank you so much to Marcus, our man behind the camera.
Yeah, and one just last shout out to all our sponsors, All Interactive Entertainment, MTG Bazaar, and of course, Pat Hawkins himself.
Huge round of applause to Pat Hawkins. Cut to Cash tomorrow, top 64. We'll be back bright and early, 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll see you then.
See you then.